The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman. Rayon held the great training grounds door. The huge door, which was about to close, was stopped in its tracks by his hand. Why you are. Rayon Sieghart, the eyes of the swordsman standing in front of the door grew wide upon seeing his face. They put away their flags. Rayon, young master Rayon. The first voice he could hear came from the left perimeter. Sylvia, Helen, and the maids were violently waving their hands with their eyes turned red from tears. He met their eyes and smiled. You jerk, why are you so late, Ka? Rayon, you bastard. Runnon and Martha pushed past Burin, who unconsciously smiled brightly and ran towards Rayon. Rayon. What were you doing? Why did you return so late? It was a rare occasion for Runnon and Martha to be frowning in the same way. They grabbed his sleeve and collar. Rayon, you are so late. What a shame that you are still alive. Runnon's purple eyes were shining as she grabbed his sleeve, and Martha released his collar and turned her head away in embarrassment. The ice cream girl and the beef girl are still the same as before. What a relief. Wrath nodded in satisfaction as he watched Runnon and Martha. However, shitty eyes and shitty ears are still alive. What a shame. On the other hand, he clicked his tongue at Burin and Rimmer. It was seriously difficult to predict his mannerisms. Rayon, you are finally back. We've been waiting. You are so late. The trainees also left their spots and ran towards the door. The crowd gathered in front of Rayon in no time. Do you think you are the protagonist or something? Arriving at the last moment, Rimmer grinned as he walked up to him. In contrast with his lazy expression, his smile revealed his delight. He was the same as before. Come up already if you finally arrived, since everyone's waiting. Someone hasn't arrived yet. Rayon shook his head and didn't take his hand off the door. Someone, who else do we have? Isn't this all of us? Soon enough, Dorian crossed the great training grounds door, breathing heavily like a noob and carrying Yu on his back. Why did you run ahead on your own? Dorian groaned and put Yu down. The door would have closed if I hadn't gone on ahead. Rayon finally took his hand off the door. The huge iron door, which had been stopped by a single person, closed with a majestic sound as if complaining about its pride getting hurt. Did he just stop it with pure strength? The swordsmen assigned as gatekeepers swallowed, mouths dry. We can't turn back once the graduation ceremony starts. Rayon snickered and shook off his hands. If they were even a moment later, they would have been unable to participate in the graduation ceremony, which would have already begun. Leaving Dorian and Yu behind to stop the door was the appropriate decision. Dorian. There was Dorian. There was Dorian. Rimmer and the trainees smiled awkwardly as they saw Dorian. They were too focused on Rayon's flashy entrance that they completely forgot about Dorian's existence. Did you just say, there was Dorian? I'm really disappointed to hear that. Dorian lowered his head in sorrow. Don't worry about it. Go ahead. Rayon tapped Dorian's shoulder and met Yua's eyes. Yua, can you see them? Those women wearing pretty clothes. Yes, go over there and wait for us. Yes, Yua nodded and ran towards Sylvia and Helen. After watching Yua running towards them, Rimmer turned his gaze towards Rayon. Did you have a decent harvest? Yes, great. Since the protagonist is here, let's begin. Return to your spots. Rimmer grinned upon hearing Rayon's confident answer. Yes, understood. The trainees looked brighter as they nodded and quickly returned to their original spots, calling us protagonists. Dorian drooped his shoulders and went to the very end. I'm sorry. And Rayon, you should stay at the front. Wait, when Rimmer was telling Rayon his position with an apologetic expression, Karun Sieghart stood up from the central platform, where the direct lines were sitting. He was exuding a powerful pressure as he walked up to Glenn. My lord, the other trainees have shown their graduation qualities a month ago, but Rayon has only arrived at the house just now. Since he hasn't proven himself yet, I believe he shouldn't have graduated alongside them. That's not wrong. Glenn nodded with emotionless eyes and Karun stepped up to the platform. You two haven't been qualified to graduate by the instructors. Go down, since you don't have the right to participate in the graduation ceremony. His cold-hearted voice resounded throughout the training ground. I do have it. I have the Habun Castellan's letter here. That's not the problem. As Dorian was about to take out Millen's letter from his belly pocket, Karun raised his hand. You have to report to the instructors about what you've been doing for the past year to determine whether you pass the exam or not. However, you only arrived just now, which means you don't have the qualifications. I hope you aren't trying to prove yourselves by making everyone wait here. Dorian hung his head with his hand still inside his belly pocket, and Rayon nonchalantly looked at Karun. He was getting in his way, but he wasn't exactly wrong. You don't need to wait for long. Rimmer interrupted him with a smile. Rimmer. A swordsman speaks with his sword. What else do you need? He drew his sword from around his waist. A powerful energy soared in an instant. The green aura looked like a gathering storm as it surrounded the silver blade. Rimmer pointed his savage blade at Rayon. Do I need to say anything? No. Rayon shook his head and Rimmer disappeared from in front of him. He rode the wind to slam down his sword. The blade of wind, gathering from all directions, ripped apart the space. Rayon had already seen that sword technique before. It was the technique Rimmer had defeated him with before he left for the exam. He was mercilessly targeting his weaknesses with an even stronger aura. A test. He was being tested by Rimmer. The attack was asking him to show how much he had grown during the last year. I won't disappoint him. Rayon's hand moved right before Rimmer's blade reached his chest. His crimson blade surged from his scabbard like lightning, piercing in between the wind towards Rimmer's waist. Wham! The two blades, imbued with their feelings, collided with each other and exploded in blue and red lights as the heated wind stormed from the center of the training ground. BZZT. Yellow sparks were created between the twisted blades. In the reflection of the blades, Rayon and Rimmer smiled faintly. Right before the concentrated energy exploded, Rayon and Rimmer extended their hands at once, throwing the gigantic storm of aura into the sky. Boom! The aura exploded in the sky above the training ground, radiating splendid colors like fireworks. You couldn't even see this properly before you left. You've grown completely different. Rimmer grinned, swirling his still trembling blade. His eyes were brimming with satisfaction. He didn't really change at all. He just got better at boasting. Wrath wrinkled his nose, dissatisfied by the fact that Rayon was the center of attention. Did he just stop that attack? When he's still just a trainee, did Rimmer go easy on him? Are your eyes just for decoration or something? He must have controlled his power, but that wasn't something that a trainee could fend off. Amazing, how can he be that powerful at 17 years of age? The swordsmen were astonished upon witnessing the clash between Rayon and Rimmer. As the head instructor of the 5th training ground, I recognize your growth. You passed the survival exam, Rayon Sieghart. Rayon bowed at Glenn, then at Rimmer. You witnessed it personally. Do you have anything you want to add, Central Martial Palace Master? Since Karun Sieghart had also witnessed Rayon's prowess with his own eyes, he couldn't say anything. He returned to his seat while grinding his teeth. Wow, you even became stronger. Arg, I was worried for nothing. But how did you actually stop the instructor's sword? That's really crazy. The trainees' jaws dropped. A bug could have entered their mouths and they wouldn't have noticed. I knew it. Rayon, that damn bastard. Burin clenched his fist as his expectations were met. Run-On was humming through her nose, and Martha's mouth was gleefully curving into a smile. My lord, can we start the ceremony? I'll ask about Rayon later. You may begin. Glenn nodded without changing his expression at all, as if he weren't interested. Top trainee Rayon stepped forth. Yes, Rayon confidently stood in front of the trainees and looked up at Glenn. There are 43 people in total from the 5th training ground. Currently, there are 43 present. No one is missing. We will begin the 5th training ground's graduation ceremony. Rimmer put emphasis on the "no one is missing" part and announced the start of the ceremony. All the trainees straightened their spines, proudly looking forward, except for one person. Is this okay? I didn't even take the test, but is this really okay? Dorian rubbed his fingers while glancing at the trainees in front of and next to him. He was glad that he didn't need to take a test, but he was heartbroken because his presence felt non-existent. I'm getting ignored too much. Once the graduation ceremony ended, Rayon was summoned to the audience chamber of the Lord's Manor before he could meet with Sylvia. Just like at the training ground, Glenn Sieghart was sitting on the throne, looking down on the world with his empty eyes. He is really amazing. I can't even feel how powerful he is. The stronger he grew, the more he could see how high the mountain called Glen was. Even though he'd faced a transcendental existence with Sloth, he still couldn't judge the extent of his power. It felt like Glenn could even win against that Sloth. He is still weaker than the King of Essence. I told you this before, but if the King of Essence uses the power of his main body, he can win in dozens of thousands of exchanges. Wasn't it thousands of exchanges before? That's B because you stole my power. But you said that's not much compared to what you have. Wrath crawled back into the bracelet, remaining silent as if he were sleeping. Anyway. Suppressing his laughter, Rayon stood in front of Glenn. Greeting, my lord. Rayon grasped Yua's trembling hand next to him and lowered his head. Greeting, my lord. Dorian greeted him one step later, but Glenn didn't mind it and waved his hand to order them to stand. Report everything that happened after you left. It will be a rather long story. Is that all right? It's fine. I need to listen to what you've done for the past year and decide on your graduation. I see. Then I'll first talk about Cameloon, which we visited first. We went there. Rayon stepped up and explained everything that happened so far. Of course, he skipped the part about his theft in the meeting with Sloth and modified a few incidents accordingly. And finally, I had a spar against Commander Millen before returning to the house. How did the spar against the commander end? I lost. I know you lost. You are 100 years too early to defeat him. Did the commander use astral energy? Yes, he used it in the end. Rimmer licked his lips in satisfaction, and Roan exclaimed in admiration. Glenn was just staring at him with usual indifferent eyes. He said that he would judge them, but he didn't seem interested in them at all. Is she the girl that Eden was targeting? Glenn's gaze was directed at Yua for the first time. Yua's hand was trembling violently from that pressure. Yes, considering the fact that they targeted her twice in order to make her wear the siren's mask, they seemed to be rather obsessed with her. Siren, huh? Glenn lowered the overwhelming pressure that he automatically emanated. What is your name? Ah. Since it became easier to speak, Yua slowly opened her mouth while tightly gripping Rayon's hand. Why Yua? I mean, my name is Yua. Yua unconsciously replied in a loud voice. Glenn turned his head towards Roan after hearing her. She does indeed have it. Roan nodded with trembling eyes. Her voice is imbued with spiritual power. I'm guessing her upper energy center was accidentally opened. No, she was born with it. It's an extremely rare talent. I can understand why Eden was targeting her. Glenn erased his pressure completely, to that of a normal person, and met Yua's eyes. His red eyes seemed to have checked everything about Yua as they shone brightly. What are you planning to do with her? I'm thinking about having her live in the annex building with us, and... Rayon closed his eyes, then opened them as he continued. I'm going to teach her swordsmanship since she wants to get stronger. Don't teach her the sword. Glenn adamantly shook his head. The path she needs to follow isn't the sword, but sound. He gestured with his chin, and Roan stepped up from his right side. Learn how to use sound from Roan in the future. Wait, but Sir Roan is. Roan was certainly a good person, but he must have been an assassin working behind Glenn. He didn't want to teach Yua assassin techniques. Roan has some expertise in sound. What you're worrying about won't happen, so rest assured. Glenn shook his head as if he had already read his thoughts. Sound. Roan was a warrior that was capable of completely concealing his sound at a point-blank distance. Since he knew how to erase sound, he apparently also knew how to make sound. I hope we get along in the future. Roan smiled gently at Yua and Rayon, trying to relieve their worries. Ah yes, Yua quickly nodded, feeling more comfortable with Roan's gentle expression than Glenn's. And I'll ask one last question. Why were you so late? It's not anything special. Rayon looked at the flustered Dorian and Yua next to him, then continued. We went to visit a city to refill the supplies, including fruit. They visited a city before coming back, since Yua wanted to buy some ingredients in order to treat Sylvia with some tasty food, and Dorian wanted to refill his belly with fruit and some other objects. Fruit, supply refills. Rimmer and Roan became dumbfounded upon hearing the ridiculous reason. So you were late because you were buying fruit. What a pathetic reason, just like your teacher. Glenn looked at Rimmer and frowned. His cold eyes were scolding Rimmer for teaching him like that. My lord, I can't accept that. I'm fine with you insulting my student, but I won't stay still after you insult me. Rimmer violently shook his head, asking him to cancel what he just said. You are insane. He is still insane. Glenn and Wrath appeared to have the same thought as they spoke out the exact same word, so that's what happened with them. Did you also waste your time buying fruit? I emptied my mind during that time. Emptied your mind? Yes. Rayon slowly closed his eyes. After the spar against Commander Milland, no, after the 10,000 Flames cultivations rank increased, the mental image was drawn in my head. I could imagine different futures that would allow me to get stronger, such as swordsmanship, footwork, and cultivation techniques. So what did you do? Glenn's eyes sparkled for the first time upon hearing that. He slowly raised himself from the throne in excitement. I just stood by and watched the mental images as they flowed. Why? Didn't you feel the desire, the belief that you could get stronger once you grasped them? Yes, I did, however, they were too big for me to try right now. If I carelessly tried to dig into them, I felt like I would have been buried under them, unable to advance further. Was that why you just watched them? Yes, I figured they would be helpful one day, and enjoyed the last part of our trainee lives with them. Rayon nodded nonchalantly. That was the correct answer. After the spar, he kept imagining himself growing powerful in the future, so much so that he couldn't think about anything else at all. The images were impressive enough that he felt like he could quickly become a master and take his revenge against Darius once he grasped on those images, but that wasn't the normal way to grow. That was why he let them go. He released the image of his stronger self in the future like a floating cloud or a flowing wind, and it made him feel more comfortable and increased his martial achievements. I see. Glenn leaned his back against his chair. He looked both satisfied with the answer and not at the same time. You will have more and more thoughts like that as you get stronger. They will be about your physical training, aura cultivation, fist technique, swordsmanship, footwork, sparring, and mental image. He looked into space with his red eyes, so similar to Rayon's. The more you see and the further you aim, the more likely you will miss what's most important to you. In that sense, the decision you made was correct. Pardon, looking far ahead will make you fall over a jagged stone, and looking too closely will make you move in the wrong direction. You shall look to the middle and advance step by step, starting from what you can do in the present. Ah, yes. Since he never imagined Glenn would tell him he was correct, he got goosebumps at that moment. Rimmer and Roan also dropped their jaws at his unexpected answer. However, both you and that girl have currently been exposed to Eden. Even though you were disguising yourselves, you should have been more careful. How did you know that we were disguised? Rayon tilted his head. He was right that they had disguised themselves, but he couldn't understand how Glenn realized that fact. Since you aren't an idiot, I figured you would obviously disguise yourself. After a short moment of silence, Glenn spoke in a slightly higher voice. I see. Rayon nodded, accepting his word as it was. I thought you were late from doing something stupid, but if you were finding your path, then I can understand it. I acknowledge your graduation, Rayon Zeekhart. Glenn shook his hand, gesturing them to leave, and Rayon bowed before he started to do just that. It was at that moment that Dorian raised his hand. About me, he wanted to say that he didn't even take a test, nor was he asked anything, but his head went empty upon meeting Glenn's eyes. Russell. Dorian followed his habit of putting his hand in his belly pocket to take out a cracker he bought on the way. Did you want a cracker? I guess even the head of house is just a grandfather. Rimmer grinned while eating the cracker Dorian had left behind. You listened to your grandson's story for over an hour, despite already knowing everything that happened, just because you wanted him to tell you about it personally. I don't think I could ever love someone that much. Silence. And you even made a mistake this time. Rayon almost realized you were getting reports from the Heavenly Blade and Shadow Agents ARG. I am sorry. Upon noticing the crimson light in Glenn's eyes, Rimmer stopped laughing and stepped back. He wouldn't dare defy him so soon, not after being beaten up the day before. Sir Rayon's presence has decreased even further. Even an expert would have difficulty realizing that Sir Rayon is skilled in martial arts. Roan exclaimed in amazement. He has always been skilled in hiding his presence. I can't even perfectly grasp Rayon's current level myself. He has surpassed the advanced expert level for sure, but... Rimmer agreed while eating the cracker. You just heard it from him that he had images coming up in his head. He is already facing that wall. The wall means. Are you talking about master rank? Roan's eyes widened and Rimmer dropped the cracker bag. He is already at the highest rank of expert and he is on the fastest path to reaching master rank. Upon reaching the advanced or highest rank of expert, the future would appear in one's head like a panorama. If he grew too focused on the mental image that he couldn't currently reach, he would be unable to become master forever. If he completely ignored it, the road to master rank would become longer. The best solution was to let it flow away like water, and Rayon had realized that during his free time without anyone's help. He was truly an outstanding guy. It seemed Rayon's true strength wasn't his quickly growing power, but his sturdy mentality and composure. The children that have been called the 12 stars of the continent reached master rank in their mid-20s. However, Rayon is one step further than even myself at his age, I think. Glenn's red eyes sparkled with anticipation. The youngest master of the continent will soon be born. The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman. Rayon immediately went to the annex building after leaving the Lord's manor. Yua seemed nervous as her hand was slightly trembling. It will be fine. Sir Roan is a nice person. R.O.K. Roan was one of the few people, alongside Denier Zeekhart, who respected Rayon and Sylvia without discrimination. Since Glenn was the one that guaranteed it, he wouldn't teach Yua assassin skills, but I should still check just in case. Rayon decided that he would participate in Yua's first lesson with Roan to check on what she would learn. For once, I like what you're thinking. What? Pineapple Girl is a precious maid of the King of Essence. Make sure to take care of her properly. Wrath pat Yua's head with his icy hand, though Yua obviously didn't feel anything. You still don't know your place. Rayon clicked his tongue towards Wrath. He was calling Yua his maid, even though he was the one that had been captivated by her cooking. The gluttonous Demon King still hadn't realized his position. Why are you following me? He turned his head towards Dorian, who was following him while eating his crackers. Why do you say that to me, young master? I really am having a hard time today. Dorian crumpled his cracker bag and sighed heavily. No one cares about me. They don't even realize I'm there, and I got a free ride in the exam. Where the hell is my presence? Do you want to take the exam now then? I can ask Instructor Rimmer. Rimmer was a bit too lazy, but he earnestly cared about his trainees. If he asked him for an exam, he wasn't going to refuse. PFF, we shouldn't do that. Dorian quickly shook his head extremely quickly. Since graduation is already over, we shouldn't annoy him. I'm just saying that it's regrettable. He scratched his head with a smile. Go back and rest then. Wow, that's so mean. We've traveled together for more than a year now. Why are you being so cold to me? I'm not really cold. Rayon did feel slightly sorry for him, but it was obvious how annoying it would be if he were to follow him to the annex building. He needed to send him away to feel comfortable. Also, I can't leave even if I wanted to. What? Back at the great training ground, the young master's mother asked me to come along. That's why we should go together. It's been a long time since I ate something delicious in the annex building. Let's go, Yua. Dorian grabbed Yua's hand and started running towards the annex building. Food. The food in the annex building is pretty good. Move faster. Coldness flowed down from Wrath's mouth, even though he was trying to look cool with his arms crossed. Ha. Rayon could only sigh with the drooling Wrath and running Dorian and Yua. There are 3 kids here. Rayon arrived at the annex building with 2 annoying people and Yua. Since it was a sudden return, loud noises kept coming from the inside. Listening to the familiar sounds, he opened the annex building's door. Sylvia, Helen, and the maids were busily moving around in the lobby and kitchen. They jumped at him upon seeing him. Rayon, young master, you are so late. Are you hurt anywhere? They checked his entire body to see if he had been hurt or had any issues somewhere. The way Sylvia and the maids were making a fuss made Rayon realize once again that he was at home. I'm back. Rayon smiled, looking at his family's glad and worried eyes. Welcome back. Sylvia's hands, which were gathered in front of her chest, were trembling as she gave him a warm smile. Did Mother also grow up? She would have immediately burst into tears in the past, but it looked like Sylvia had also grown up just like himself. It's a really gasp. Rayon, just as he thought it was a relief and was about to smile, Sylvia jumped at him. You grew up so nicely. How did you become so pretty? Whose son are you? She started rubbing her face against him with the exact same tone as before. Mom, please. Rayon bit his lip and asked Helen for a rescue, but it had the opposite effect. Young Master Rayon, welcome back. You became so handsome. Sniff. Arg. Even Helen and the other maids burst into tears, and Rayon found himself stuck between them, unable to move anymore. The only people that were staying in their spots were Judil, Dorian, and Yua. Ha, HNNGH. Wow. Judil sighed faintly and went to the kitchen. Dorian covered his mouth and grinned as he enjoyed the scene, and Yua just fidgeted her fingers because she couldn't get used to it. And Wrath. Where is the food? He was the same as always. Rayon sat at the table and looked around. Sylvia, Dorian, Yua, and even the maids were sitting at the table with him. The maids kept refusing, but they were forced to join because Sylvia ordered them to eat together for the first time in a long time. The sweet and salty fragrance is pressing upon the king of essence. Raise your weapon, Rayon Zeeghart. Coldness kept flowing down Wrath's mouth like drool as he looked at the tasty-looking food filling the table. We should introduce ourselves before we start eating. Sylvia stood up. She smiled gently towards Yua, who was nervously shrinking. You must have realized from what happened earlier, but I'm Rayon's mother, Sylvia. She introduced herself first so that Yua wouldn't feel pressured. My name is Yua. I'm from Habun Castle. Yua abruptly stood up and bowed at Sylvia and the maids, one after the other. I see you are Yua. Sylvia couldn't stop smiling as if she were watching a cute little thing. Rayon, is she your daughter by any chance? What nonsense are you spouting? Hoo-hoo, it's a joke. Rayon closed his eyes, his face turning red. He could remain self-assured even in front of Glenn, but he couldn't help being flustered by Sylvia. The food is getting cold, so let's start eating before we begin. What are we doing? Obviously, we are going to listen to you and Dorian's story about what happened over the past year. I hope you weren't planning on not telling us about that. I'll tell you about it late. Let me tell you about it since I've done nothing today. Dorian instantly swallowed the pie in front of him and briskly stood up. Dorian. First of all, we didn't head north right away. We visited Cameloon to buy some supplies before crossing the huge mountain that is Habun Castle. Rayon tried to stop him with his gaze, but since Dorian didn't do anything all day, he vigorously started telling the story of their journey. Sylvia and the maids exclaimed, their hands clasped together, each time he mentioned Rayon's actions. When they heard that he jumped down the castle walls twice to save the soldiers, they were deeply impressed, and their eyes welled up in tears. Sylvia kept watching Rayon happily until the part about him rescuing Yua and the manager from Eden's attack. That was when she bit her lip and pulled Yua to hug her. It must have been hard. Her words came from the bottom of her heart. Since she'd also experienced the loss of her most precious person, she could sympathize with the circumstances that made Yua move to Zeeghart. It's okay. Yua had been suppressing her tears, but they started welling up in her eyes upon receiving Sylvia's emotional words. Sniff. Ma'am. Yua, since the maids were also aware of Sylvia's story, tears started flowing from their eyes, and the table quickly turned into a sea of tears. I guess they will get along. Rayon smiled faintly as he looked at Yua, Sylvia, and the maids. Just as he'd expected, his family would take good care of her. Sylvia smiled at him while hugging Yua. It looked like she was thanking him for living up to Zeeghart's name, as she'd mentioned before. Hop. Dorian was also crying even though he didn't know the full story. Rayon couldn't tell if he was simple or empathetic, but Wrath was still the same. Aren't you going to eat? He kept flailing his small hand, unable to take his eyes off all the food. The food is getting cold. His inability to read the mood was indeed at the level of a demon king. Rayon finished a light meal, then returned to his room. Sylvia brought Yua with her, saying that Yua would sleep with her, and a guest room was given to Dorian, who only had bad things happen to him that day. Damn it, Wrath was spreading a large amount of coldness because of having missed the food. We had the annex building's food after such a long time, yet you only ate after it got cold. It's a sin, you sinner. It was still delicious despite being cold. Isn't that enough? It would have been even better if it wasn't cold. I seriously can't agree with you. I can agree with that. Unlike Wrath, who always had to eat the best food, Rayon didn't really care about the taste because he had the experience of being an assassin. Food didn't really matter as long as it filled his stomach. As he thought about the fact that it was so annoying to be Wrath, he could feel someone's presence standing in front of his door. 3 knocks could be heard. It was Judil. Enter. Judil silently opened the door and entered, kneeling on the floor, greeting the master. Since she swore that she'd follow him before he left for Habun Castle, she was calling him her master. Did the Central Martial Palace contact you yet? They sent a signal when they were at the Great Training Ground. Judil slowly nodded. They ordered me to find out what Master has been doing, what Master has obtained, and how much stronger Master has become. I knew it. Rayon snickered. Since Karun Zeekhart had been humiliated once again when he stepped up, that was exactly what he expected him to do. How shall I proceed? Convey Dorian's story to them exactly as you heard it. That story was modified, so there was no problem with telling it to other people. Were there any other problems in the annex building? I see. You must have worked hard in various ways. Good job. Judil swallowed, wetting her dry mouth, and shook her head. He is really an amazing person. 1 year ago, he had predicted what would happen after he left and gave her directions, and what he predicted had actually happened. All she did was to follow those directions. The prowess that neared completion at such a young age and the strategy devised from his exceptional composure made Rayon one of the most outstanding monsters in Zeekhart. Master, do you know about the internship? Internship. So you didn't. She seemed to have expected him to not know about it, as she started to explain. Since you became a swordsman, you have to join one of the armed organizations in the house. Indeed, before joining one, you can pick one of them to experience a month-long internship with. Now that he thought about it, some of the trainees were talking about the internship after the graduation ceremony in the Great Training Ground. Can I decide to be an intern wherever I wish? Yes. Unlike with the selection ceremony, the rookie swordsman has the right to choose the internship they want. Judil took a document that she had prepared beforehand from her shirt. I think you can read this before deciding. Upon accepting the document, Rayon unrolled it and started reading. The information about all of Zeekhart's organizations was written inside, from the direct lines organizations to the collaterals, external, and even the vassal family divisions. From the missions they usually partook in to their numbers, prowess, and even their positions inside the house, there was enough information to roughly understand how the house was run. You must have worked hard on putting this together. Good job. Rayon nodded after reading the overall document. It was nothing. I just did my job. Judil closed her eyes, saying that it wasn't a big deal. After reading the document, Rayon put it by his pillow. Did you make your decision? Yes. Rayon gave her a refreshing smile, looking at the upper part of the document. There's a perfect place for me. The next day before daybreak, Rayon went to the 5th training ground. He was excited to inhale the cold air of the empty training ground. Habun Castle wasn't bad either, but he felt the most comfortable there. He breathed and used the star-connecting sword that he had practiced the most in the training ground. The technique's wave now contained a prevalent flow, shaking the training ground. No one would believe you if you told them that was basic swordsmanship. Once he finished one round of the star-connecting sword, an admiring voice could be heard from behind him. Since Rayon was already aware of the fact that someone was watching him, he nonchalantly looked around. I came here just in case, but of course you were here. You are still the same, even though 1 year has passed. Burin's face was slightly softer as he smiled. Though your skills are in another dimension now. His green eyes were filled with amazement at his swordsmanship. Shitty Eyes has changed. Indeed, it wasn't just his looks. He could feel that his power became a lot sturdier. The explosive pressure of an expert could be felt. He must have overcome many trials to get stronger. I have multiple debts against you, Arg. Rayon. As Burin was about to walk towards him, the training grounds door burst open and Runan came running at him. Burin was bounced back because of her charge. Rayon, it's been a while. Runan nodded with her blank eyes, which were the exact same as a year ago. However, unlike her eyes, her appearance had become more mature. She looked so cold that it would be difficult to speak to her if he had met her for the first time. Her prowess had also increased. Sharpness and softness coexisted in her pressure, which was blooming on her shoulders. Take this. Runan extended her hand, which was grasping a box. It was the bead ice cream box. Rayon could only smile. He realized once again that he was back home upon seeing that box. You are indeed the king of essences, first maid, the ice cream girl. What are you doing? Start eating it already. Wrath was rubbing his sleepy eyes, his tongue wagging. I also brought something. Rayon brought the box he had left in the locker room, handing it to Runan. It was an ice cream box that looked more sophisticated than hers. What is this? It's the new product I bought from the city. Is it mine? Yes. Since he kept receiving gifts from her, he figured he should pay her back at some point, so he decided to buy it in the city. Ah. Runan's jaw dropped and wouldn't close as she accepted the box. It looked like she never thought she would get something from him, since she kept giving things to him. The thin corners of Runan's lips were raised. It was almost his first time seeing that smile. You are still Arg. Are you playing house or something? As Burin was trying to come back after he got pushed back, he was stepped on by Martha, who jumped over the wall and fell down. How old are you to be playing like that, huh? Martha snorted, sweeping back her ebony hair. She looked like noble royalty, but her speech was still so vulgar. She got stronger, too. Martha's prowess had increased even more than Burren and Run-On's had. Considering the fact that she was solely focused on power without any fluidity, her personality must have not changed either. I had this feeling from before, but you guys' heads are filled with flowers. While Martha kept blabbering with a frown, he offered her a bead ice cream. Why are you? Try eating it. Martha fidgeted, her expression even worse than when she was fighting, before taking one chocolate ice cream and stepping back. Rayon felt like he was feeding a wild animal. How do you like it? It's delicious, I know, it's all right. She was turned away while eating the ice cream so that she wouldn't show her face to him, but she couldn't hide the way her earlobes turned slightly red. She apparently liked it a lot. Run-On also looked extremely happy as she put the bead ice cream in her mouth. Stop giving it to others and eat one yourself. You also ended up eating cold food yesterday. Wrath flailed his arms around as he spread coldness. It looked like he was going to create a tidal wave of coldness if Rayon didn't do something. All right. Rayon nodded and looked at the ice cream. As he was pondering over which one to eat among the 4 remaining ones, Wrath jumped on the spot and pointed at the blue ice cream. Mint, chocolate, eat the mint chocolate no matter what. Rayon's head was filled with doubt that such a glutton could possibly be a demon king. Rayon sighed and put the mint chocolate in his mouth. It wasn't that good. It had a refreshing feel to it, but he couldn't understand why people ate it. Hell yeah, this is life. On the other hand, Wrath's eyes were trembling like a drug addict's as he grinned. Did you decide on your internship? Burren dusted off his clothes and stood up. He had been knocked down and then stepped on, but his expression didn't really change. His personality was a lot softer than before. It wasn't just his might that got stronger. That's obvious. I will join my father. Me too. Martha and Run-On, who were eating ice cream, replied at once. I knew it. I'm also going to the Central Martial Palace. Then where are you going? Hearing Burren's question, Run-On and Martha stopped eating the ice creams and looked around. Rayon, you're really here. Ahahaha, you haven't changed at all. As Rayon started to open his mouth, the door opened and the other swordsmen flocked in. As if they were trying to catch up with the year they'd been separated, they surrounded him and kept talking to him continuously. Rayon didn't exactly like crowded places, but it actually didn't feel that bad since he could see the faces he hadn't seen in a long time, and he could feel their growth and delight. Every swordsman of the 5th training ground was gathered, and they kept talking about various things with Rayon in the middle of them. Whoosh! While they were having a fun time, Rimmer appeared along with a green wind, surging over the wall. Don't you ever get tired? I told you to rest for today. I just happened to come by. I had a feeling that Rayon would be here, and he was actually here. The trainees laughed, looking at Rimmer, who shook his head. All 43 of you are here. Then let's finish things today. I'm too lazy to come back tomorrow. After counting the trainees, Rimmer quickly nodded. What are we finishing? Deciding on your internships. That's my last job. Although he was originally heading towards the locker room, he went up on the platform. I thought I was supposed to hand it in as a document tomorrow. It's too sloppy. Is this your first time seeing me be sloppy? It's not even the real selection ceremony, so just do it. They won't ask anything difficult of the interns anyway. Rimmer waved his hand and dismissed their dissatisfaction. He was definitely the laziest elf in the world. I'm going to call out the names of the organizations now, so raise your hand if you want it. First of all, Operation Blade. He took out a crumpled paper from his back pocket and started calling out the names of Zieghart's organizations, one by one. PFF. Seriously, he does whatever he wants. Well, I've already decided anyway. Even though the trainees were complaining, they still raised their hands when the organization they wanted was called. Just as they said before, Run-On and Martha joined the division where their fathers were leading, and Dorian picked the Zephyr's Flow, which was in charge of supplies. As Rimmer kept calling out the names of organizations, Rayon and Burren were the only ones left. Next up is the Central Martial Palace. Yes, Burren raised his hand as soon as Central Martial Palace, led by Karun Zieghart. Are you also joining them, Rayon? Gasp, why would you? Rimmer and Burren's eyes widened, since Rayon was confidently raising his hand. The guy that hates you is in the Central Martial Palace. Why are you trying to join them? Wrath tilted his head, unable to understand his actions. Because the pain that doesn't kill me will only make me stronger. Rayon's eyes were shining brightly. He had decided on it as soon as he heard about the internships. He would join the Central Martial Palace, which was managed by Karun Zieghart, who hated him the most, and learn everything about their training methods. The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman. Burren Zieghart violently rubbed his head as he watched Rayon proudly holding his hand up high. I must be delusional. Since Rayon wasn't an idiot, there was no way he would try to join the Central Martial Palace for the internship. They obviously hated him. Burren thought it must have been his mistake and opened his eyes again. However, his vision didn't change. Rayon was proudly holding his hand up. What are you do, Arg? As he was about to ask Rayon why he did that, Run-On and Martha intruded, pushing him to the ground. Rayon, you can't go there. Are you crazy? That's not a place you can go. They forced him to lower his hand, trying to stop him. You crazy bastards. Am I invisible to you or something? Burin got angry for the first time since returning to the house. The serene mindset that he had learned from Leniton, the president of Marco Company, had shattered into dust after being run over 3 times in 2 days. Shove off, he yelled, pushing Run-On and Martha who were sticking to Rayon away. MHH, are you crazy? You are the crazy ones. Why do you keep running over me? Do you think you are a boar or something? You're the boar. What? Do you have a death wish? You damn bastards. They started grinding and baring their teeth at each other. Rayon Rimmer tilted his head, stepping down from the platform. Are you really planning to join the Central Martial Palace? Yes. Rayon immediately nodded, showing that he had no intention of changing his mind. That sounds interesting. With a crafty smile, Rimmer wrote Rayon's name on the paper. Stopped for a moment. Burin squeezed through the arguing Run-On and Martha to grab Rayon's shoulder. It might sound strange coming from me, but you should think it over. The Central Martial Palace doesn't welcome. It was his honest advice. His father outright hated Rayon. There was nothing good waiting for him there. Rayon, come with me. Don't get beaten up for no reason over there. You should come with me instead. Run-On and Martha also extended their hands in worry. And it is indeed pretty strange coming from you. He snickered at Burin, who was dumbfounded. I'm not joking. Forget about your internship. You might just get bullied over there. Don't worry. Rayon's mouth smoothly curved into an arc. I won't be the only one to suffer. Palace Master, the General Administrator Urek, who was in charge of the Central Martial Palace's finances, entered Karun's office with hasty steps. I thought I told you to stay away for a while. The low voice of the Central Martial Palace Master, Karun Sieghart, echoed throughout the place. He was scowling furiously, probably because the irritation from being humiliated by Rayon and Rimmer the day before still remained. Please, excuse me. It's an important matter. Urek swallowed, wetting his dry mouth, and placed the document he'd brought with him on Karun's desk. The document on the internships for the rookie swordsmen. Are you telling me this is important? Look at this. Rayon Sieghart has chosen our Central Martial Palace for his internship. He must have gone insane. That son of a bitch. Karun clenched his fist, the paper in his hand turning into gray ash and fluttering away. The entire Central Martial Palace started to tremble, as if an earthquake had occurred. That bastard. I'm sure he is looking down on us. That's the only explanation for him choosing the Central Martial Palace. Urek ground his teeth. Having chosen it for his internship despite Karun's visible dislike of him could only mean that he was looking down on them. What shall we do? Rather than continuing to be bothered by him, shall we use this opportunity? Urek raised his hand and gestured to cut his wrist. He was asking whether they should disable Rayon. You fool. Karun snorted at Urek. The entire house's attention is currently focused on that little rat. Even my father asked to meet him separately, yet you want to injure and disable him. Did you even think about the public opinion before saying that? Please excuse me. I was thoughtless. Urek's shoulders flinched and hurriedly lowered his head. He is truly amazing. Even though Karun was angry, he was still considering the situation from different angles instead of focusing on one side of it. He was truly qualified to lead the Central Martial Palace, which was one of the biggest forces of Sieghart. Then what shall we do? If we give him an ordinary internship, the morale is going to drop for other swordsmen. The blade isn't the only way to kill people. Teach him how difficult the training in the Central Martial Palace is. Humiliate him in public so that everyone will know that he isn't a big deal. Understood, and gather information about him. Find out everything about him, how much he can fight without aura, what the current limit of his power is, and what weaknesses he has. Karun's eyes sparkled with a deadly light. Yes, but how shall we gasp? Do I need to teach you everything? He was growling low in his throat like a savage beast. And no, I'll take care of it. He bowed low and left the office. General Administrator. When Urek stepped out into the corridor, wiping away his cold sweat, a middle-aged man with a completely smooth head walked up to him. He was the training instructor Ref, in charge of training in the Central Martial Palace. How did it go? He said we shall teach that damn bastard the terror of the Central Martial Palace. Humiliate him so that he cannot even look at us ever again and gather information about his martial art. Understood. Ref immediately nodded. But how shall we? Do I need to teach you everything? You should be able to find out at least that much. You are going to ask me to spoon-feed you at this rate. Urek repeated exactly what he heard from Karun. And no, I'll take care of it. Ref raised his hand to salute him before running outside. Why do I have to go through all of this because of that damn bastard? After venting his anger on his subordinate, Urek ground his teeth with a completely irritated expression on his face. I'm going to mess you up, just you wait. 4 days later, the intern period for the rookie swordsman began, and Rayon was at the training grounds of the Central Martial Palace. It's large. It wasn't as large as the Great Training Ground, but it was at least twice as large as the 5th Training Ground. There were enough personal training rooms, cultivation rooms, and even the latest training equipment, which made it a great place for training. The swordsmen, who were training in different quarters, also had a high standard. Even though the Striding Steads Division and the Striding Lightning Squad were absent, every single of them were rather excellent. They weren't called the bravest armed organization for nothing, so you ended up coming. Burin's loci could be heard from behind Rayon. I didn't want to see you here. His serious eyes were filled with his genuine worry for him. Even though he still exploded sometimes, his personality had become mysteriously gentle. They won't go as far as killing me. I don't think they will do that, but they will surely harass you in various ways, I suppose. That was the reason he was there. Rayon smiled faintly and nodded. I know better than anyone else how strong you are, but... Line up, everyone. As Burin was about to continue, a big and bald middle-aged man walked up onto the platform. The Central Martial Palace's swordsmen stopped swinging their swords and gathered at the center, greeting the training instructor. The middle-aged man replied to their greetings with his hand, then looked down on Rayon and Burin. Welcome to the Central Martial Palace, rookie swordsman. He continued with a cold gaze. My name is Ref, the training instructor of the Central Martial Palace. Your position doesn't matter here. Brace yourselves, since you won't get any exemption, even if you are the Palace Master's student or son. Despite his fair-sounding line, his cold gaze was only limited towards Rayon. Then begin your introductions. Yes, Burin was the first one to step up. My name is Burin Sieghart. I'll do my best as a rookie swordsman during this internship, without my title as the son of Central Martial Palace Master. I'm looking forward to your teachings. Oh, whoa. The swordsmen surrounding him gave a round of applause and cheered for him. Next, yes, Rayon nodded and Burin returned to his position. My name is Rayon Sieghart. I heard that Central Martial Palace is the bravest of all Sieghart's armed organizations. I applied here because I wanted to directly experience that bravery. I'm looking forward to your cooperation. It was an ordinary introduction, but no one cheered for him, and an uncomfortable atmosphere spread instead. They seemed to dislike his existence itself. After all, he'd clashed with Karun, the Central Martial Palace Master, multiple times. This is literally an enemy camp. Wrath giggled, saying that he liked the atmosphere. I'll like it even more if you were to be beaten up because of your swaggering around. That won't happen, unfortunately. Rayon nonchalantly accepted the fierce pressure from the swordsmen. Compared to Sloth's overwhelming power, they weren't even worth a flint to a fire. Damn it. Does it have no effect at all? The Central Martial Palace swordsmen either frowned or narrowed their eyes upon seeing that Rayon was unaffected. Let's begin the training then. Ref stepped down from the platform and opened a huge box underneath it. It was filled with cuffs that were glowing blue. Those cuffs have the ability to suppress the wearer's aura. It's normally used to keep powerful criminals in check, but we use those handcuffs for physical training. You should be honored, since the Central Martial Palace is the only place where we use this expensive item for training. He brought the cuffs forward and personally put them around Rayon's wrists. These cuffs are made of extremely solid cassiterite. Even a brawler is unable to break them with their own hands, so don't try anything unnecessary. Clang. As Ref was trying to continue his explanation, the sound of shattering metal filled the air. He looked around and found that the bracelet he had put on Rayon had snapped in half. What happened? Why is it broken? It broke when I tried touching it a little. Rayon shrugged as if it wasn't a big deal. That's impossible. This metal is made from cassiterite. Well, that's what happened, so it can't be helped. Ref's chin was trembling. Cassiterite was a solid enough metal to be used in forging blades. It was impossible to destroy that thick metal when his aura was suppressed. Again, try doing it again. He swallowed harshly and put a second cassiterite cuff around Rayon's wrist. He was certain that he wouldn't be able to break it, not unless he was as strong as a troll or an ogre. After rubbing the cuff a little, Rayon put some strength in his hand. The cuff's hinge crumpled like paper and broke apart, falling to the ground. He crushed the cuff on his left wrist in the same way, then threw it onto the ground. Ref's jaw dropped. That is impossible. Rayon's tall, long build was the classic appearance of a swordsman. He couldn't understand how he broke the cuff when even a brawler couldn't break them with their bare hands. Shall I try again, since you still don't believe me? He smiled before walking up to the cuff box and starting to destroy them with both hands. Stop. Ref ran up to him in a hurry, but the handcuffs were already dead by Rayon's hands, shattered into pieces. Those are super expensive. Rayon smiled faintly, looking at the new cassiterite cuff he'd gotten. It can block my aura, but it can't block my strength. The cassiterite handcuff could immobilize the aura in his energy center, but it didn't have the ability to suppress his natural strength. His strength and agility were outstanding enough for even Millen to acknowledge him. Moreover, he kept training after the spar. Sloth's ability kept making him stronger when he slept, so he didn't even lose to huge monsters in terms of strength. What the hell? What is that guy? The Central Martial Palace swordsmen were astonished and kept glancing at his hand. Damn it. Training instructor Ref was speechless as he stared at the 3 pairs of destroyed cassiterite cuffs. It was apparently true that they were expensive. He couldn't have destroyed them with sheer strength. He must have used some technique. Did he learn some shallow techniques at Habun Castle? However, Ref and the swordsman seem to believe that he used some kind of technique. Of course they do. There's no way a human could shatter metal with his strength alone, especially without using aura. Wrath ground his teeth, dissatisfied by the fact that Rayon was the center of attention because of the effect of his stats. The stats are definitely awesome. HMPH, the King of Essence's power is actually way better than this. Back in Devildom, the King of Essence was able to destroy the largest mountain just with a touch. I wonder what the training will be. Rayon ignored Wrath as he yelled at him, sighing heavily before looking at Ref, who was standing up. Let's continue with the training. Run around the training ground to warm up. Everyone except for the first 20 people will be punished, so you'd better sprint with everything you have. He looked at the swordsmen one after the other to check their readiness, then stopped once he saw Rayon. You don't break those handcuffs. Never, okay. Rayon nodded with a smile. Run. Ref glared at him while biting his lips before raising his hand. The gathered swordsmen started running like bison. Rayon also started running at the signal, but he couldn't advance at all because he was surrounded by sturdy swordsmen. Bump, slam, smack. They started hitting him with their shoulders, arms, and elbows, all while pretending to run. Excuse me. I didn't see you because you were too small. You shouldn't say something like that. The swordsman giggled at him, smacking into his entire body. Even though they weren't using their aura, Rayon started faltering and felt a significant amount of pain from getting continuously hit by the tempered bodies of the swordsmen. Oh no, excuse me. A green-haired swordsman grinned after violently hitting his neck with his elbow. When Rayon glared at him, he just shrugged his shoulders, then ran away towards the faster group. Burin's eyes widened when he looked back from the faster group. His expression was saying that he didn't expect them to be so petty. I'm fine, so go ahead, because I won't lose when it comes down to this. Rayon smiled coldly at Burin, then slowed himself down. He slammed the red-haired swordsman's chest with his shoulder, since he was trying to hit his waist with elbow. Qarg. It looked like the red-haired swordsman had been struck by a hammer as he flew away and slammed into the ground. What just happened? The eyes of the swordsmen that were blocking him from the sides and behind started to tremble after witnessing such an impossible scene. Arg. The black swordsman on his right side started pushing him with his shoulder, trying to crush him. I don't think that's enough. Rayon smiled coldly and hit him back with his shoulder. His strength exploded for an instant, and the black swordsman was crushed like a sparrow running into a wall, slamming into the ground head first. Aren't you hitting me anymore? Rayon jeered at the men that kept hitting him. We never hit you. Because two people had already been knocked to the ground, their eyes were wavering like sailboats in a storm. Their unfocused eyes suggested that they didn't understand the situation. I'll go to you if you aren't going to come to me. Rayon increased his speed and smacked the swordsman that had attacked him before with his shoulder and elbow. Whack, whack. His physical abilities, which had been acknowledged by a master, exploded like a raging fire and stormed through the swordsmen that surrounded him. The expert swordsmen collapsed one after the other, like falling leaves in autumn, despite having relentlessly tempered their bodies. Rayon didn't stop even after beating up all the swordsmen that had picked a fight with him. He also sent all the swordsmen that tried blocking his way flying. I told you. Rayon smiled at Burin, who had been rendered speechless and was just moving his legs. I'm all right. Hey. Ref's jaw dropped upon finding the 20 swordsmen crushed into the ground. What the hell is that monster? He had been informed that Rayon had taken many elixirs in his childhood because of his frail constitution, which strengthened his aura in terms of quantity and quality. That was why he figured he couldn't do anything as long as he blocked his aura, and he decided to give him the Cassiterite cuffs. Despite that, he was overwhelming the swordsmen that were way bigger than him with sheer power, despite wearing the cuffs. He felt like he was dreaming as he watched the swordsmen who were around 190 centimeters tall bounced away like balls by Rayon, who was less than 180 centimeters. In the end, Rayon didn't stop with the swordsmen around him, beating up all that tried blocking his way. That allowed him to catch up to the fastest group. He unconsciously swore over how absurd that was. Stop running. Rayon. Ref called out to Rayon, who was about to smack a green-haired swordsman in front of him with his elbow. Smack. However, Rayon finished hitting him, pretending he didn't hear. With the back of his head slammed by an elbow, the green-haired swordsman collapsed on spot with a squawk. This is fun. This is my first time having a sprint like this, but it was interesting. Rayon smiled cheerfully, looking around the swordsmen that were lying flat on the ground like leaves on a snowfield. I've finished. What's next? He asked in excitement, as if nothing had happened. Come this way. Ref chewed his lip and brought the swordsman and Rayon to the right side of the training grounds. 8 humanoid dummies with swords in their hands were placed in a circle. Next up is practice for facing multiple opponents. I'll show you an example. He pressed the button at the center and moved between the dummies. Creak. The dummies started moving with a disturbing sound. However, their movements were smooth and slippery, despite how they sounded. Kring, the movement of the swords in the dummies' hands was quick. They incorporated a proper swordsmanship's flow instead of just swinging them around. Whoosh. Although 8 dummies were moving at the same time, they weren't getting in each other's way. They targeted Ref's vital points at the same time. HMPH. With a heavy footwork and swordsmanship as solid as a rock, Ref blocked the dummies' attacks one after another. 10 minutes later, the dummies automatically stopped attacking and returned to their original spots. This training consists of defending against attacks coming from multiple directions like this. Rayon, can you do it? Yes. Rayon nonchalantly nodded and drew his training sword, standing in the middle of the dummies. What an idiot. Ref smiled coldly and increased the dummies' difficulty to the maximum. Even an expert would be unable to do anything without their aura. They'd be beaten at that difficulty. I'm starting it. Once he pressed the last button, the dummies started moving much quicker than before, thrusting their swords at Rayon. This will be fun, too. With blazing crimson eyes, Rayon swung his sword. Along with the sound of an explosion, the dummies' swords and heads were split into pieces. Huff. It wasn't over yet. Each time Rayon swung his sword, the dummies, which cost over 200 gold each because they were specially made, were destroyed, one by one. Since he was destroying them with a single hit, increasing the difficulty was meaningless. Crack. The second dummy was snapped like a reed, and the third dummy's body was split in half. Esto. Although he needed to tell him to stop, he couldn't open his mouth because he was too surprised. The short moment he was unable to speak was enough time for Rayon to destroy all 8 dummies and wipe the sweat from his forehead. This is pretty fun. With a refreshing smile, he looked at Ref. Is that all? Q. He wanted to smack Rayon's handsome face. Central Martial Palace's General Administrator, Urek, was tending to the flowers at his desk inside his large office. Flower arrangement was his hobby, although it didn't match with his big build and appearance. Watching the beautiful flowers in harmony made all the stress from his coarse palace master and his incompetent subordinates fade away. Moreover, no one usually disturbed him right before lunch, so he was treasuring the moment to tend to his flowers and place them in a vase. This is pretty. General Administrator, Urek smiled slightly. As he was thinking that he had finally managed to reach a beautiful harmony, the office door burst open. His hand was shaken from the noise, messing up the perfectly placed flowers. Ref, you crazy bastard. Did no one teach you to knock on a door before opening it? I'm sorry, but it's an emergency. Ref bowed, wiping away his cold sweat. Emergency? What kind of emergency? You are dead if it's not a big deal. Urek clicked his tongue and sat on the desk. It's about Rayon, the rookie that we talked about last time. What about him? Did you go too hard on him? Since the head of house and the other division leaders' gazes were focused on Rayon, beating him up too hard would be troublesome. They just needed to humiliate him slightly for now. However, Ref's response was beyond his imagination. That guy is a king of destruction. Ref's lips were trembling violently. He is destroying everything. The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman. What kind of bullshit is that? Urek pushed the vase aside and frowned. He couldn't understand what Ref was talking about as he started blabbering about a king of destruction. That damn bastard is destroying everything in the training ground. Everything that he lays his hands on is destroyed. Ref clenched his fist and slammed the desk. Since his simple touch breaks down everything, King of Destruction is the only way to describe him. Please calm down. Urek picked up the vase to embrace it, pushing Ref away. It's not a big deal if all he did was destroy some of the objects in the training ground. Did you really have to come here to tell me when all he did was break some training swords and training outfits? I wouldn't be here if that's all he did. Ref pounded his chest in frustration. That crazy bastard smashed 3 cassiterite cuffs and destroyed all 8 sword dummies. What? Urin dropped the vase and brusquely stood up. He glared at him without even looking at the shattered vase. What did you just say? All 8 sword dummies have been destroyed on top of 3 cassiterite cuffs. Yes, all of them broke. Why would they break, though? Don't tell me you forgot to make him wear the cuffs. And no, he was wearing them. He just destroyed them all. I'm not sure if it was his strength or a technique. He is literally a king of destruction. What the? 1 pair of cassiterite handcuffs was worth 100 gold, and a single sword dummy was worth over 200 gold alone. Although the equipment was terribly expensive, they were solid enough to justify the cost. He couldn't believe that such equipment was destroyed. So 1,900 gold in total. Did we really lose 1,900 gold worth of equipment? Urek's eyes lost focus like he'd smelled a rotten egg. There's actually more. Let's go. I can't believe it until I witness it with my own eyes. He started walking towards the training ground with a trembling chin. Ref followed him, disconcerted. As soon as Urek arrived at the training ground, his heart sank. The 8 sword dummies that were placed on the right side were literally broken into pieces, and the cassiterite cuffs that usually shone blue were crushed like leaves on the platform. The problem was that there was more than what Ref mentioned. Even the sword inspector is split apart. The sword inspector was a piece of training equipment that informed the user of any unbalanced aspects of their sword techniques with dripping water, and it was smashed like a twig. It was another super expensive tool, worth over 500 gold. And why are they all lying on the ground? The central martial palace swordsmen were lying on the ground like defeated soldiers. It looked like they were conscious because of their injuries. What happened here? It was all Rayon's doing. You didn't say anything like that earlier, but the manager ran out before I could even report it. Please allow me to say everything. During the training, Ref explained everything that had happened up to that point. Yurek's face went pale. A general administrator had the role of mistress of the house for an organization. Since he was in charge of managing both the money and personnel, all the money they lost and the casualties they had taken during the incident were his responsibility. Where is that bastard right now? Find him right now, gasp. His clenched fist was trembling as he tried to find Rayon. At that moment, the snapping sound of metal could be heard. What happened? When he looked at the source of sound, an attractive blonde man was bursting a green sphere like a balloon. That's the balance ball that costs 400 gold. The sphere was an extremely precious piece of training equipment that allowed the user to fix the balance of their body. Since it used a high-ranking magician's mana, it was difficult to obtain regardless of the price. However, it was completely shattered. However, the crazy bastard seemed to have no intention of stopping. Creak. Rayon touched the large shield next to the balance ball. The shield fell apart like tender beef. Arg, that shield costs 500 gold. The shield was a special product that could block aura blades and aura threats once it was imbued with aura. Although they had purchased it for the aura blade training, it was smashed by that monster's hand. Rayon was moving on to his next victim. It looked like he had still not satisfied his destructive urges. Stop that bastard. Catch him already. While Rayon was going on with his blatant destruction, which he called sightseeing in the training ground, a scream could be heard from behind him. Training instructor Ref and a big, middle-aged man were standing there. That is the general administrator, Yurek. He saw him on the list of the members of the Central Martial Palace that Judil had given him. He was the man in charge of Central Martial Palace's finances, and he was running towards him alongside Ref. What is wrong with you, you bastard? Why are you destroying everything? Yurek yelled at him, looking at the shield on the ground. Do you even realize how expensive this is? What you've destroyed today is worth over 3,000 gold already. I just tried touching things a little because they told me to look around the training grounds. Who told you that? The man behind you. Rayon pointed his finger at Ref, who was standing behind Yurek. You. I'm sorry, but I swear I told him to stop earlier. Shut up. Yurek looked like he wanted to kill him as he frowned, and Ref hung his head. Even if he asked you to look around, you inflicted a great financial loss to the Central Martial Palace. You have to pay the reparations. Wait a moment, what Yurek was saying was something Rayon had already anticipated would come up. Rayon nonchalantly raised his hand. I have a few questions before that. I heard that the Central Martial Palace represents Sieghart's armed organizations. Is that true? Of course. The Central Martial Palace is the strongest, with the Striding Steads and the Striding Lightning belonging to it, and I'm guessing that you wouldn't be using anything cheap as the strongest organization. Of course. There's nothing cheap in this training ground. Everything is of the highest quality. Finally, do I look strong to you? Strong? You don't even have proper muscles. Why do you even think you would look strong? Since Yurek was extremely angry at Rayon, his words were obviously harsh. I see. Then you must have been scammed. Scammed? What do you mean? Yurek and Ref's eyes widened upon hearing that they had been scammed. The equipment certainly looks expensive, but none of it has any durability. With a bitter expression, Rayon threw the transparent shield on the ground. I mean, the equipment used in one of Sieghart's strongest armed organizations, the Central Martial Palace, wouldn't be so cheap that a rookie swordsman like me could destroy it. Just as you said, I am weak because of my thin arms, and I couldn't even use my aura. He raised his arm to show him the cassiterite cuffs he was wearing. Burin, you saw that I never took them off, right? Why yes. Burin was called upon suddenly, but he replied honestly. His expression suggested that he thought the crazy bastard was going crazy again. You saw it, right? There's no way I could destroy such solid equipment without even using aura. You got scammed. Since I showed you that you were scammed, you should be thankful to me instead. Yurek and Ref's jaws dropped. Since they didn't expect that kind of answer at all, their eyes lost focus. Wait a moment, that's not. It was a bit unpleasant to be suspected like that, but that's okay. I'll overlook the matter since it's my first day. Rayon waved his hand for a bit and stepped away. Yurek and Ref were standing blankly on the spot like wooden dummies. What bullshit is this? You just broke them all with sheer strength. Yes, they will soon realize that I was bullshitting them. Rayon snickered and nodded. But because of their pride, they won't tell me to reimburse them. Were you aiming for this all along? Judil told me about their personalities, after all. Rayon had read a document that Judil gave him beforehand, which detailed the executives' personalities and tastes. General Administrator Yurek placed more importance on his pride than money. Since he had withdrawn while the other swordsmen were watching, he wouldn't ask him to reimburse them again. Q, what are you doing right now? Clean up all that broken equipment. Ah, yes. The bewildered swordsman started to clean up, following Yurek's orders. Rayon sat in the stands and secretly smiled. I think I broke at least half of them. Although there was still a lot of equipment remaining, he destroyed most of the expensive-looking ones, which should have cost them a lot. He could only smile, imagining the face Karun would make later on. Was this your goal all along? Burin sat next to him and snickered. Did you come here to destroy the equipment? He wasn't angry despite having realized his plan. He was just frowning slightly. I didn't come for that, which means you have another objective. I suppose you wouldn't have come here just to break things. Burin nodded in acknowledgement, but I recommend you do it in moderation. It could get dangerous. Are you worried about me? Oh, of course not. I'm just worried that you will end up destroying what I need to use. Burin waved his hand, his face turning red. It's been a long time since the last time Rayon saw him like that. You aren't stopping me completely, huh? I know who picked this fight first, so I can't really stop you. And you aren't the type to listen to begin with. Burin lowered his eyebrows and licked his lips. But have you always been this strong? It was because it was cheap equipment, I see. Burin smiled faintly and stood up. I'm really going to have to work hard in order to catch up to you. After saying that, Burin went to the other swordsman. Are you sure that guy is the shitty eyes that the King of Essence remembers? Wrath narrowed his eyes in bewilderment. Humans don't usually change like that. I know, right? I also think it's mysterious. It was difficult to believe that he previously had that aggressive personality after seeing how easygoing he was now. He still got angry at Run-On and Martha sometimes, but it looked like he became a completely different person. On the other hand, it seemed like his resolution to catch up to him was unchanged. By the way, how much strength do you have right now? Strength. Rayon licked his lips and opened the status window for the first time in a long time. That's a lot. Rayon automatically gasped upon seeing it. The stats obtained over a year by the system, training, and Sloth's abilities combined into a huge amount, giving him a transcended body that surpassed the human limits. This is why I could break everything. He usually didn't harm anyone as he controlled his power, but he could even smash steel at a hinge or joint by using his full strength. I have 129 in strength. Say that again, 129. You are insane. When did that happen? You gave me most of them. Why are you even asking? Half of the stats were the results of Wrath's sloppy bets and his impulsive anger. His training and Sloth's ability were also helpful, but Wrath's doormat tendency was the biggest contributor. You damn bastard. You are like a fly on a pineapple pizza, sucking away the King of Essence's sweet abilities. Wrath ground his teeth, bursting with anger and coldness. Rumble, the freezing cold and boiling anger penetrated into his mana circle like a sharp blade. Wrath even used the power of Wrath engraved in Rayon's soul for an all-out attack. You can't use that aura right now. It will be the King of Essence's victory this time. I don't think so, because the Ring of Fire wasn't aura. Rayon smiled faintly, resonating his rings of fire. The 5 rings spinning around his heart resonated to subdue the wrath engulfing his soul. PSSH, the frozen wall created by Glacier perfectly blocked Wrath's coldness. You damn parasite. Wrath kept pouring his coldness and wrath and continuously yelled for over 10 minutes. I'm telling you, you are only hurting yourself with that. Rayon shook his head and pointed at the message that just appeared. Do you see this? It's because you keep giving me points for free like this that my stats keep increasing. Damn it. The giving Wrath's wailing didn't stop inside the central martial palace. That damn bastard. Yurek ground his teeth as he looked at Rayon sitting in the stands. The sneaky bastard got him good, but his pride didn't allow him to say anything because he agreed to his statement in front of the other swordsmen. I'll crush you, just you wait. Yurek gasped as Yurek was resolving himself for revenge. A baritone voice resounded in his ears. It was the voice he feared the most. Esser Karun, the central martial palace master, Karun Sieghart, was walking towards the training ground while being escorted by 10 men. Why are you here? Oh, I see. Yurek swallowed nervously, feeling his back getting drenched with sweat. He was worried that he came to see Rayon, but fortunately that wasn't the case. Karun smiled coldly, looking at Rayon sitting there like a fool. Just like I told you before, gather the information in advance so that you can kill that arrogant guy whenever and wherever it's necessary. Sure thing, I'll be back in 2 weeks. He waved his hand, crossing the training ground to leave the central martial palace. Yurek smoothed down his chest and breathed out a sigh of relief. What a relief. He couldn't miss his opportunity. He needed to humiliate Rayon before Karun's return and gather information about his strength and weakness. Then it's obvious what I need to do. A spar. A spar was the best method. Ref, Yurek gestured his hand at Yurek, who was standing there blankly. Ah, yes, call Gannett. Gannett had a weak aura, but he was extremely talented in swordsmanship. Although Rayon's swordsmanship was also rumored to be excellent, he shouldn't be able to overcome the difference in years. Yurek clenched his fist with a cold smile. Today is the day I'll witness your limit, Rayon Sieghart. Rayan simply warmed up his body instead of training at full strength during his free time. What are you doing? I'm stretching. Aren't you going to train? A spar is about to begin. A spar? Yes, it's obvious. Considering that Judil had received an order to gather information as soon as he returned to the house, the Central Martial Palace wanted information about him. Since they had no reason to miss the opportunity Rayan had given them by coming to them on his own, they were going to ask for a spar in order to obtain information. Line up. While Rayan was slowly running around the training ground, Ref walked up onto the platform and gathered everyone. There were some unfortunate incidents, but since they've all been resolved now, we will continue with the next part of your training. He took a glance at Rayan while saying the words, unfortunate incidents. The next training is sparring. You will only be allowed to use your swordsmanship and footwork while wearing the Cassitarite cuffs, and the victor will be decided upon neutralizing your opponent. See, what Ref just said was exactly what he'd expected. HMPH, the King of Essence also knew about it. Bevan and Aaron stepped forward. Two swordsmen stepped up after Ref called them, then started fighting against each other. Since they were both excellent swordsmen at the intermediate expert level, it was an eye-catching and interesting spar even though they weren't using their aura. After a fierce fight that was similar to a real battle, the swordsman named Bevan allowed a hit on his shoulder and the spar ended. Just like you saw, a spar in Central Martial Palace is similar to a real fight. Ref put an emphasis on the real fight part while looking at Rayan specifically. Next up are Rayan and Gannett. Step forward. Rayan stood up and looked at the man named Gannett. He seemed around 30 years old and had a sturdy body. His aura didn't seem to be that outstanding, but a refined sharpness could be felt from him. Judging from his serious eyes as he looked at him, he seemed to be determined to win. Rayan smiled cheerfully and stepped into the arena. It will be interesting. Gannett licked his lips while looking down on Rayan, so I just need to beat up this arrogant guy, right? General Administrator Urek had ordered him to bully Rayan to make him use all of his hidden techniques and abilities. It wasn't a difficult task, but he was taking it seriously because he was told that he would be moved to the Striding Steads during the next personal exchange if he managed to humiliate him by thoroughly beating him up. Also, he actually liked the task since he didn't like his handsome face anyway. Beating him up is a piece of cake if we aren't using aura. He acknowledged Rayan's powerful body and aura, but he was confident that his swordsmanship was better than Rayan's. If he wasn't allowed to use his aura, he could literally toy with him. As your senior, I'll allow you to attack first. Gannett flicked his fingers. Are you serious? Yes, come at me before I change my mind. He would have never done that if Rayan was allowed to use aura, but he was showing off because they were both wearing the Cassitarite cuffs. All right. Just as he expected, Rayan nodded and charged at him. He reached in front of him in an instant and slammed down his sword. I knew it. Gannett snickered. There was nothing surprising about the trajectory and speed of Rayan's sword. I'll deflect it. He was trying to deflect Rayan's attack with style by slightly twisting the sword he had raised. Slam! The moment he clashed with Rayan's sword, a tremendous shock could be felt as if his joints had been dislocated. What? Because the strength in Rayan's sword was too powerful, Gannett couldn't deflect it and his wrist snapped. This can't be smock. Gannett yelped as his sword was pushed back, fiercely smacking into his forehead. His head gave a bursting sound like a Balfram getting hit by his own training sword. Gurgle. Rayan was reflected in his hazy eyes, nonchalantly opening his mouth. Let's proceed to the next match. The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman. Rayan clicked his tongue as he looked at Gannett, whose eyes had rolled back as he slumped back on the ground. How foolish. Gannett had been trying to show off and had twisted his sword slightly, as he had overestimated his strength. Since there was no way such a sloppy technique would work against Rayan, he smacked his own forehead with his sword and fainted, drool trickling from his mouth. I thought it would be interesting, but he was nothing but a fool. Rayan watched his swollen forehead for a bit before turning around. What is this? The first person he noticed was Burin. He was gasping, his green eyes unfocused. What have you been doing over the past year? He suddenly stood up and started shouting. He seemed astonished by the fact that he'd crushed the deflection with pure strength. The jaws of the other swordsmen had also dropped, but their reactions were slightly different. What was that? Did he just hit himself with his sword and faint? What an idiot. Sigh, tusk. Unlike Burin, they were calling Gannett an idiot, insulting him while sighing. It was true that what Gannett did was foolish, but the result wouldn't have changed even if somebody else had been facing Rayan instead. Who is next? Rayan tilted his head towards training instructor Ref, who was staring at him with his eyes wide. I haven't even finished warming up yet. Of course, we haven't gotten started yet, either. Dallin, a blue-haired swordsman, stood up from the middle of the group. His sturdy body looked pretty strong. You shall be Rayan's opponent. Yes, Dallin went up to the arena. Rayan couldn't even see behind him who was as big as an orc. Dallin frowned, looking at Gannett as he was carried away to be healed. I'm different from that idiot. You will pay dearly if you underestimate me. I'm not the type of person to underestimate people. Fine, come at me. Rayan nodded and kicked off from the ground. Just like when he defeated Ganet, he raised the sword towards the sky and slammed it down. The blade perfectly carried his explosive strength as it fell. HMPH. Dallin raised his sword in order to block the blow before the training sword's momentum reached its peak. It was a good defensive method to counter Rayon's powerful strength. That still won't do. Rayon changed the sword's trajectory slightly. The falling blade, aimed towards the center, was raised slightly and fell on Dallin's sword instead. Clang. The moment the two blades clashed, Dallin's training sword was mercilessly shattered. Arg, Dallin's wide eyes looked like they were about to pop out as he looked at the shattering blade. However, it was too early to be surprised. Smock. Rayon quickly raised his training sword and slammed his head with the flat of it. Along with the sound of a rock shattering, Dallin collapsed with his eyes rolled back. His big body falling to the ground made the sand flutter into the air. He wasn't any different. Rayon licked his lips, looking at Dallin's twitching body. He was cautious about his strength, but he didn't consider his technique at all. Because of that, Rayon could easily shatter the training sword at its weakest point by slightly tilting the trajectory of his swing. Did you just pierce through the weakness in that instant without even using your aura? Rayon could hear Burns' voice. It looked like he was properly watching the fight, since he had perfectly grasped the situation. Seriously, what the hell is that guy? He was even more surprised because of that, and he was biting his own finger. He looked around the swordsmen while listening to Burns' extreme compliments. Their eyes were spinning. It looked like they didn't expect Dallin to also lose in a single strike. They looked like their spirits had pretty much left their bodies. Once again, it was over in a single strike. Rayon smiled faintly, looking at dumbfounded Ref. Let's call up the next person. Halfway up the North Grave Mountain, Glenn and Rimmer were standing next to each other on top of a majestic boulder that looked like a roaring tiger, standing as straight as bamboo. My lord, were you aware of the fact that Rayon went to the Central Martial Palace for his internship? Rimmer took out a document from his chest to wave it around, snickering. I know. Glenn slightly nodded, as if it wasn't a big deal. Then, are you also aware of the reason he chose the Central Martial Palace? Rimmer giggled, looking towards the Central Martial Palace in the west. That crazy guy went there to pick a fight. A fight? I did somewhat expect it, but I never imagined he would start causing problems on the first day of his internship. Karun did blatantly talk and act like he hated Rayon multiple times, but he could never have imagined that Rayon would charge at him directly instead of running away. The boy named Rayon Zieghart was like an onion, one that kept showing new layers each time one was peeled. He is so daring. I wonder whose student he is. Rimmer laughed, murmuring that his teacher must be handsome. What did he even do today for you to say that he caused problems? Glenn turned around for the first time. He was narrowing his eyes slightly, asking him to tell him about it already. That crazy guy, oh, well, I don't want to talk about it. Because my lord doesn't tell me anything either, Kua. Rimmer's face snapped to the side as he collapsed. Glenn had smacked his face with a shapeless aura, unable to suppress his urge. Oh. Rimmer trembled, grabbing his chin. The world was spinning around him because of the direct hit he received. Did you hit me? Did you really hit me just now? That's too much. In which country do people start smacking others with a shapeless aura just because they don't want to talk about it? You'd better tell me if you don't want to get smacked again. Glenn's crimson eyes were blazing. It really looked like he would punch him again if Rimmer didn't start talking immediately. I get it. Rimmer breathed heavily and stood up. If you care about your grandson so much, you should act like it. If he was going to smack his face with a sublime martial art just because Rimmer didn't want to talk about Rayon, he should have acted like he cared for him. Rimmer had a bad feeling that Glenn wouldn't even be able to talk to him about it in the end. Tell me quickly. As soon as Rayon started the internship today, he destroyed all the equipment that Central Martial Palace prepared for him. Rimmer told him about Rayon destroying a bunch of training equipment in the Central Martial Palace and beating up the swordsmen that were running alongside him, sending them to the infirmary. I almost died from suppressing my laughter when he escaped from Urek's grasp by calling the equipment some cheap and saying that Urek got scammed. Rimmer giggled, saying that Glenn should have seen Urek's face when that happened. My lord, did you smile just now? I didn't laugh. Glenn turned his head away, but he couldn't hide his slightly curved lips. Wow, I can even see your smile on your face if I live a long life. Silence. How did you find out about that? All of the powerful people except for Karun are all on a mission right now in the Central Martial Palace. I was stuck next to the wall, avoiding their guards. Rimmer grinned like it wasn't a big deal. Anyway, Rayon just gets so much greater the more I find out about him. The way he blatantly causes problems in the enemy camp and makes his slippery escape is even worse than my lord's youth. But that was only possible because the Striding Steads and the Striding Lightning were on a mission. He would have been stopped already if they were still present. Is that why you sent your second son away? Did you do that for your grandson? He saw Karun leaving the Central Martial Palace with his escorts as Rimmer was returning from watching Rayon's actions. It looked like Glenn had sent him away on purpose. Nonsense. I only sent him away in order to decrease the unnecessary casualties of war. Glenn shook his hand, calling it nonsense, but Rimmer realized his true intentions from the gesture. He cared for Rayon and Sylvia from the bottom of his heart. Every day has been so much fun since Rayon's return. I'm looking forward to what kind of accident he will cause tomorrow. Rimmer murmured that he could blatantly watch now that Karun was gone. He is already causing the next incident. What? Glenn slightly raised his corners of lips, looking down at the central martial palace. He is beating up the idiots that are indulging themselves with their names and outer appearances. Thud, a red-haired swordsman fell outside the arena, his tongue sticking out. Rayon snickered from the middle of the arena, which was filled with a heavy silence. That was the fifth, including the swordsman that had just collapsed. He defeated 5 swordsmen in total using the exact same method. Since Rayon was superior in both physical strength and swordsmanship, he could defeat the central martial palace swordsman in a single strike without much difficulty. Isn't this a dream? Did 5 people in a row really lose? In a pure contest of swordsmanship. That's not even a technique. He's just slamming his sword down. But there were 5 whole people that couldn't block that simple slam. You idiot. The ones watching the spars couldn't look down on Rayon and the defeated swordsman anymore. They finally accepted the fact that Rayon was superior in terms of technique and physical abilities. What the hell is that guy? He wasn't that strong when he fought against Radin. What even happened at Habun Castle? Were the rumors actually true? Damn it, we won't be able to win without Aura. The swordsman glanced at Rayon and swallowed nervously. They hung their heads, not wanting to spar with him. Burin blurted and frowned. His eyebrows were lowered in surprise, but his eyes were still shining. He was clearly thinking about a way to fend off his powerful slam without using Aura. Burin was the only person that still had the will to fight Rayon in that place. Is no one else stepping forward? Rayon called for the next person with his sword on his shoulder, but no one was stepping up. If not, then. Can I try? As he was about to step out of the arena, a voice could be heard from behind him. When he looked around, a young man whose hair was covering one of his eyes was raising his hand. You are. His unusual hairstyle and the energy on a different level circulating around him made him remember the name written in Judil's document. Halline. Halline was one of the 2 vice squad leaders of Striding Lightning. He heard his level was beyond that of an advanced expert, which matched with the overflowing energy that seemed to be on a different level from the swordsman he'd faced so far. Pretty decent. He finally had a decent opponent. Rayon turned around and nodded. Of course. It's nice to see you being cool about it. He snickered and went up to the arena. General Administrator Urek was behind him. It looked like it was him that had called Halline, who was training somewhere else. We are fighting without Aura, right? Halline asked, putting on the Cassiderite cuffs by himself. Yes, this is pretty fun in its own way. He drew his training sword while saying that. I'll allow you the first attack. Sir Halline, you shouldn't do that. You might be defeated in a single strike. The Central Martial Palace's swordsman tried to stop him as soon as he said he would allow the first attack. How foolish. I'm allowing him the first attack because you guys were defeated so easily while bearing the name of Central Martial Palace. Halline glared coldly at the swordsman before turning his head around. Come, I won't decline the offer. Rayon fiercely kicked the ground, to a point where the ground started shaking. In the blink of an eye, he ripped into Halline's space and slammed down his sword. Clang. Even though no one had been able to stop the blow up to that point, Halline perfectly deflected it by twisting his blade with precise timing. Wow, that's an amazing strength. My shoulder was almost dislocated. With an easygoing smile, he thrust his sword. Even though he wasn't using an aura, the tip of the blade was trembling. It was an ever-changing swordsmanship that couldn't be avoided unless Rayon picked the correct direction. He is supposed to be prideful. According to Judil's information, Halline had a proud personality. That meant that his target was pretty obvious. Clang. Rayon perfectly blocked Halline's sword, which was aimed at his forehead, by using the Star Connecting Sword. It looked like you knew where I was aiming. It was obvious. You are so arrogant. Halline's eyes glowed fiercely. He leaned backward like a wolf and leaped for an attack. The blade's tip was trembling once again, making it difficult to predict his direction. That seemed to be a characteristic of his swordsmanship. Rayon didn't step back, focusing on his eyes. The moment the tip, wavering like a leaf, would be the most stabilized would be right before the attack. Now. The moment the variation decreased to the point that he could see it with his eyes, Rayon thrust his sword like a ray of light. Clank. The training sword parried the variated strike and brushed past Halline's waist. He was aiming for his abdomen, yet Halline had twisted his body in the air during that short instant to make it a graze. He wasn't a vice squad leader for nothing. Was your name Rayon Sieghart? Halline gasped, looking at his torn side. You aren't ordinary. He giggled and pounced at him again. His footwork was faster and more diverse than before. Although he was right in front of him, it felt like he was also moving from the left and right sides, but I already saw it before. Rayon swung his sword in the direction his perception was pointing. Clang. Halline, who was trying a surprise attack, urgently swirled his sword to defend. There's no need to miss this opportunity. As Halline quickly stepped back, Rayon followed him and consecutively Fangs of insanity. His sword was thrust like a beast's fang, aiming at his prey's back. Clang, clong. Unable to reverse the flow, Holland could only keep defending. How crazy. His face looked clearly flustered, since he didn't expect such a thing to happen. If Holland's level was at the peak of expert, the same went for Rayon. Since Rayon was superior in terms of physical abilities, there was no reason he would lose. Huff, Rayon inhaled Holland's insecurity and slashed horizontally. Clong. Along with the sound of crushing steel, Holland's sword bounced away before getting stuck in the ground. In the training ground, not even the sound of breathing could be heard. No one could open their mouths, including Urek, who had brought Holland over, Ref, who was the referee of the match, and Burin, who was gritting his teeth as he watched. I lost. The first person to snap out of it was Holland. He was laughing bitterly, as if he couldn't believe what just happened, and started at Rayon. Were you really fighting without aura? You are as strong as an ogre. Holland grasped his wrist and skimmed over the different parts of his body. He looked like he just witnessed something ridiculous. Gasp. Did Sir Holland really lose? How is this possible? He only became a swordsman recently. Lo. The swordsmen that were spectating the match finally came back to their senses, their lips trembling. Holland looked around them with a smile before walking up to Rayon. Well, I certainly lost, but shall we have a second match? He pulled the sword from the ground and carried it on his shoulder. I'm not making an excuse, but my swordsmanship relies heavily on aura. What do you think? He was right. His specialty was a variable sword and illusion sword. He would be at a completely different level once he used his aura. I'm fine with it. I like how cool you are about it. You are different from the rumors. Rayon nodded and Holland grinned before taking off his cassiterite cuffs. With the removal of the barrier blocking his aura, his pressure started to create waves that were powerful enough to crush the skin. Holland's energy wave overflowed from the arena like a living creature to engulf the entire training ground. It was a power befitting the highest rank of expert, a warrior that had almost reached master level. Moreover, it wasn't just an ordinary aura. It had an ice affinity like run-on, and the training ground's fervor cooled under his aura. It's too late for regrets. Holland raised his chin and curved his mouth into a smile. He seemed to believe he would undoubtedly win as long as he was using his aura. Regrets. Rayon snickered and gathered the 10,000 flames cultivation that had been suppressed by the cassiterite. The blazing flame of crimson light pressed on the coldness covering the training ground. Rumble. The wave of flame spreading from his feet melted the pebbles and sand to engulf the space. What? Feeling the tremendous energy wave, which didn't lose to him at all, Holland's eyes wavered like a boat on a stormy sea. Did you believe you would win if you used your aura? A crimson ray of light shone from Rayon's eyes. He raised his sword, burning in crimson flame, and pointed it at Holland. Come, I'll show you who is going to have regrets. The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman. Your ability is good enough to boast about. Holland narrowed his eyes and lowered his posture. It was the same posture as the wolf-like leap that he performed earlier. Although it was the same form, the pressure was on a different level. However, it's not good enough against me. His blade appeared at the same time as his declaration. The shaking tip multiplied into 6. It was the principle of illusion and variable swords, imbued with aura. Despite his surprised mind, his sword didn't show any weakness at all. Rayon rotated his rings of fire. With his slowed vision, the number of variations of the blade's tip was reduced to 3. The targets were his neck, the left side of his chest, and his ribs. Which would he target? That wasn't the question to be asked, since all 3 of them were being targeted. After he removed the 2 illusions, the icy blades were targeting 3 locations at the same time. Pointing his blade at the ground, he hacked into the air like a stroke of a brush. The flame engulfing the blade drew a half circle and erased the 3 stabs aimed at him. HMPH. As if Holland already knew that would happen, he twisted his body midair for a second attack. A strike as brutal as the determination in his face fell towards Rayon like a shooting star. Kring. The attack slid through the air like a living creature, aimed at his heart and head. Although he wouldn't be able to wake up until the end of the internship if it hit him, he leaped into the powerful blow instead. Because this way is safer. Holland's aura was ice and he used a flashy variable sword. The more distance Rayon gained from him, the more space he would be able to dominate. That was why it was better to advance. Clang. Rayon blasted the cloudy fangs strike of the fangs of insanity, the 2 snakes coiling with each other. Bomb. The close quarters clash created a violent explosion. With a fierce shockwave and thunderous noise that shook the ground, the swordsmen next to the arena were knocked back. Rayon and Holland used that shockwave to their advantage, gaining some distance and regaining their postures. Are you really 17 years old? It's unbelievable that your swordsmanship doesn't lose to me. Holland shook his head at the absurdity of the situation, but I still won't lose. Here I come, he approached like he was sliding on ice, slashing horizontally. The blade drew a straight line, only to become multiple ice needles that thrust towards his vitals. The number kept increasing with his ever-changing attack, spreading wide like a tidal wave. Rayon used Glacier to open the ocean of perception. Among the splashing tidal waves that he could see, there was only a single moving blade among them. Hop, he followed his senses and slashed. The sharp teeth, imbued with the fangs of insanity's principles, soared like lightning. Clang. Along with a bone-shattering sound, Holland was violently pushed back from the air, falling on his hands. How I have pretty good senses. Senses, how is such a thing possible with senses? Unbelievable. Holland kicked the ground while glaring at him. It seemed he was using his full strength, as the icy aura gradually expanded and the silver frost spread out into their surroundings. He kicked the ground, surrounded by that powerful aura. The aura streamed out like yarn as the space was overrun by over 10 ever-changing blades. I've already finished predicting them. Determination filled Rayon's eyes. He finished observing Holland's variable sword and illusion sword. The technique he was using now was more complicated, but its origin was the same. He hacked diagonally with the roaring sword in his hand and advanced. It looked like the space was severed as his flaming blade bent itself, completely burning up Holland's attacks. No way. The hand holding Holland's sword was trembling. You even know how to use a variable sword. He couldn't begin to imagine that he had actually copied his swordsmanship on the spot, and assumed that he had learned variable swords before. The word genius isn't enough for you. Holland swallowed nervously, as if he was facing a monster instead of a human being. Being rewarded with gold when I need to defeat such a monster isn't a fair trade. However, a man has to see his word to the bitter end once he makes an agreement. His appearance grew blurry and he disappeared. Right side. He pierced into Rayon's right in an instant and thrust his sword. A rain of aura streamed from the blade, gleaming with a blue light. This is my chance. The chance to increase the variable sword and illusion sword's proficiency. 10,000 Flames cultivation swordsmanship usually created a flower petal when used. Rayon had a feeling that he could get closer to perfection by applying the variable sword and illusion sword he learned from fighting against Holland. Not yet. Holland's eyes shone as he poured countless blades of great variety towards his vitals. The stream of auras that were encircling him like a bird cage suddenly gathered into a single point and moved towards his heart. What a variation! Rayon only thought of spreading them out for variation, never expecting him to gather them into a single point. It was another lesson learned. Rayon used the revolving sky of the 10,000 Flames cultivation, recording Holland's technique in his eyes with the ring of fire. The cogwheel of flame ripped through the space to clash against the concentrated aura. Bam! The powerful explosion created from the collision between fire and ice turned the surface upside down and shook the entire training ground. Wham! Holland pierced into that storming aura and slashed powerfully. The blow wasn't just powerful as it struck like lightning. It was an advanced technique that contained a tremendous amount of illusion and variety. Rayon couldn't match up to him yet in terms of variety. Rayon adjusted his grip and slashed vertically, aiming upwards. The soaring strike looked dynamic enough to sever the world, shattering Holland's attack. Blood was flowing from Holland's mouth at the shock, but he didn't withdraw. Instead, he dashed ahead and swung his sword. Wham! Rayon stomped the ground to avoid being pushed back, exploding his fangs of insanity. Bam! Bomb! The exploding sound that resonated throughout the training ground was on a different level from when they fought without using their auras, and their fighting spirit was shattering the earth. Rayon and Holland clashed countless times at the center of the destroyed arena. Although coldness and heat poured from their hands, neither of them withdrew. Huff. They were both smiling faintly, even though their clothes and skin were ripped apart. Since we are both exhausted, we shall see the end of it. Holland brandished his sword upwards. He gathered all of his remaining aura, raising his blade to pierce the sky. His blade trembled like a flexible sword and emanated a tremendous amount of energy. All right. Rayon pulled his sword backward and extended his left hand to the front. It wasn't the flame dragon art that forced Millen to use astral energy. He was using something other than his strongest technique in order to advance one step further. Kring! Holland's blade flashed with a silver light. The icy energy surrounding the blade spread out like a haze, becoming a huge whip that was split into 9 streams. Each stream was powerful enough to shatter the blade and crush flesh and bone. Rumble. Rayon exploded the concentrated flame towards the 9 streams, which were falling towards him like lightning. The flower blossom made of blazing fire danced on his blade, turning into a full bloom of spring. 10,000 Flames cultivation, 10 flames, flame spirit. A new color that was different from the swordsmanship that he'd accumulated so far enveloped Rayon's sword. The flower petals, which used to be low in concentration as they spread out, began to multiply as if they were reflected in a mirror. Wham! The storm of flower petals easily destroyed the streams of the whip and kept advancing towards his enemy. The flames amplified themselves as they devoured the icy aura, covering the sky and severing Holland's blade. As if they were sitting under a cherry blossom tree in the late spring, the world was filled with flaming flower petals. Halline blankly watched the withering leaves of flame before kneeling on the ground. I lost. He admitted his defeat with a smile, then collapsed. Rayon bowed at the collapsed Halline. Even though he was a bit arrogant, he was skilled enough to justify that, and he fought fair and square before admitting his defeat. Even though he was from the Central Martial Palace, the man was worthy of his respect. Water resistance, but the fact that he managed to freeze him was praiseworthy enough. Can I actually use this too? Rayon stopped as he was about to melt it with the 10,000 flames cultivation. He felt like he could use the situation, so he turned around and hurriedly melded his hand with fire. In addition, he even groaned slightly from time to time, pretending to be in pain. Am I dreaming right now? What is this power? Rayon shook his thawed hand and raised his head, and the swordsmen that had been pushed back by the storming aura were pretty much zoning out as they stared at him. Did Halline really lose? How is that even possible? Training instructor Ref's hands were trembling, his face pale. On the other hand, Yurek's eyes were narrowed as he looked at Rayon's left hand. Rayon realized that it went according to his plan upon noticing his gaze. As he was turning his wrist and suppressing his laughter, a message appeared in front of him. Rath's jaw dropped upon reading the message. He was astonished by the fact that all of Rayon's stats had increased by 3 whole points without a bet. How did the stats increase from defeating a mere highest rank expert? How does this make any sense? It says that he was the strongest opponent I've faced so far. Rayon encountered many people stronger than Halline so far, but he was the strongest among those that he had managed to defeat. Damn it, what a damned stupid system. Rath kicked the message, saying that the system didn't know moderation despite the fact that he was the one that made it. This is why I don't even need to hide my power. Although the Central Martial Palace had to believe that they managed to grasp his strength, that was only his previous strength. It was pointless, as he would get even stronger the next day. Rayon grinned and tapped his scabbard. Is anyone coming up next? Burin watched Rayon spar from the beginning to the end without missing a single detail, drawing a conclusion. He is a real monster. He did notice that Rayon had got even stronger when he returned, as it was even more difficult to feel his pressure, but he never expected him to be able to defeat Halline, who was one of the Striding Lightning's vice squad leaders. What has he even been doing? He believed that he had grown more than anyone else from the countless hardships he had encountered in the Levine Desert, but that was his mistake. However, he didn't feel any jealousy or envy towards him. It's because I know what kind of person he is. It wasn't by sheer luck or some elixir that Rayon got stronger. He was the type of person to train from morning to night without stopping in order to get stronger. Burin had come to that realization after seeing him visiting the training ground the day after his return from Habun Castle. Rayon Sieghart deserved to get stronger. By the way, I feel like I saw his last technique somewhere before. He'd witnessed that finishing technique with the fluttering flower petals before. He had already thought back then that it was beautiful and powerful at the same time, but it had become even more dangerous and more beautiful. He actually improved it by himself. He seriously didn't know his limits. I still won't give up. Rayon was Rayon and Burin was Burin. He would be able to catch up to him one day, as long as he kept walking his own road without being concerned with him. He had promised his second benefactor in Levine Desert that he would live a life that he wouldn't be ashamed of. You were awesome. Burin was the one that sincerely applauded Rayon. The night seeped into the General Administrator's room in the Central Martial Palace. The vases that were boasting their vitality next to the window lowered their leaves in the darkness. General Administrator Yurek blankly caressed a leaf with the back of his hand. General Administrator. Training Instructor Ref sighed from behind him and wrinkled his nose. What shall we do now? I didn't expect Rayon to win against even Halline. Ref sighed, murmuring that he didn't even know what to do anymore. You don't need to do anything else. Yurek turned around and shrugged his shoulders. What? We found out that Rayon has monstrous strength and that he was powerful enough to win against Halline by using his aura. Since we found out that he is at the highest rank of expert, we gathered enough information about him, just as the Palace Master ordered. Moreover, his eyes wavered like the night shadow. We found his weakness. Are you talking about his frozen hand after taking Halline's ice? Yes. He tried to hide it, but his hand was frozen in the end, and he turned away to hide his expression. It looks like the curse of frost he had in his childhood still remains. Yurek's mouth curved into a smile as he continued caressing the vase on his desk. We have all the information we need. Since they learned about Rayon's strength and weakness in a single day, Karun would acknowledge their deeds. Then, what shall we do with the training? It's not like I can personally spar with him. You remember that the Palace Master ordered us to not do anything that would benefit him, right? Of course. Shall we force him to do something that would destroy his body? You idiot. People's gazes are currently focused on us. What do you think they will think of us if we do something like that? Yurek frowned, repeating the criticism he had taken from Karun. Please excuse me. You know, there's a traditional training of the Central Martial Palace that makes people worse instead of helping them by being extremely boring with nothing positive gained from it. Ah, you must be talking about cave meditation. Ref clapped his hands as he remembered. Indeed, no one is going to blame us since it's a training method passed down from ancient times. You really are amazing to have such an idea. Lock him up in a cave for like 2 weeks. Along with a low-pitched laugh, Urek raised 2 of his fingers. Make that arrogant bastard waste some time. 1 week after the start of internships. A lot had happened on the first day, but nothing special happened after that. Since not only the swordsman but also the instructors and the general administrator meddled with him, he could keep training as he wished, though they did keep shouting at him to stop whenever he broke the equipment. Since he apparently destroyed almost 6,000 gold worth of equipment, it seemed he managed to reach twice the initial goal. Rayon felt somewhat proud of himself. As he was wondering about what to break that day, the training instructor called for him and Burin. We are going to start a special training today. Training instructor Ref's expression was more dignified than ever as he raised his chin. Special training. He gave Rayon and Burin bags the size of a human head, then left the training ground and entered the inner area of the Central Martial Palace. After walking for a while, he stopped in front of the North Grave Mountain, outside the Central Martial Palace. The mountain was surrounded by high walls, and there were 10 caves at the center. Caves, yes. Ref turned around and nodded. This is the cave where the first master of the Central Martial Palace achieved great success with meditation. He kept meditating for 4 weeks, not even sleeping. He started blabbering about how the first master of the Central Martial Palace helped the first head of house achieve great deeds. Since the meditation is a formality that any warrior of the Central Martial Palace has to go through, you should be proud to do it. He continued, pointing at the cave with his finger. You have to spend 2 weeks in this cave. You will be able to progress a lot if you sharpen your mind while decreasing your sleep to the bare minimum. But we aren't the official warriors yet. We're just interns for now. Rather than meditation, we need more experience. Burin tilted his head and raised his hand. I told you last week, didn't I, that you are considered warriors of the Central Martial Palace, since this is an important opportunity that will help you prepare yourselves. All right. Burin sighed slightly upon realizing that he couldn't talk sense to him and looked at Rayon. What he said isn't completely a lie. This is indeed the place where the first master trained, and he did achieve great success. It's also true that the swordsmen go through this training. Burin frowned and looked around the cave. However, you don't really do anything for 2 weeks. Since this training doesn't really have any effect, it only lasts 10 days at most, but it looks like they really dislike you if we have to do it for 2 weeks. It's pretty good. Rayon smiled as he looked at the cave. Pretty good. Burin's eyes widened as he didn't expect him to say that. It looks interesting. Rayon had been waiting for something like that. Although it would have been nothing but suffering for others, it was a great opportunity for Rayon to raise his stats, since he had the Ring of Fire and the system. Moreover, he might be able to obtain something that the first master left behind. It seemed much more preferable than meaninglessly destroying stuff in the training grounds. There is water inside. The bag contains bread, so eat 1 per day. Understood. Go on then. What did you just say? As Rayon nodded and was about to enter the first cave, wrath sprouted like a bud even though he'd been silently sleeping. 1 bread a day. Are you telling me to survive with just that? It's like abstinence. It's necessary to get stronger. Shut up. Why would the transcended King of Essence need such a thing as abstinence? Wrath violently shook his hand, saying that it was nonsense. There's a saying that a demon that dies after eating has color and charm. How am I supposed to endure a day with nothing but a single piece of bread? I won't even have time to savor the taste. I'm sorry to inform you of this, but this is Nadine bread. It merely fills the stomach and tastes bad. It tastes exactly like chewing rubber. Rayon scratched his chin. It was his staple food when he used to be an assassin. He liked it since it was excellent at filling the stomach. What the? Although Rayon liked how convenient it was, it seemed to be the worst food for Wrath as he cared about the taste. His hair was boiling like a volcano nearing its eruption. Are you telling me to endure 2 weeks with unsavory bread? What kind of bullshit is that? Anger and coldness burst from Wrath to engulf Rayon, then spread throughout the cave. I'd rather kill you right now. I'll take over your body and run away. Argha, the stat just increased. Rayon gasped at the message. It looked like the experience points were almost full, as the increase happened as soon as he was affected by Wrath's coldness and anger. This is a good start. Rayon whistled and went deep inside the cave, and I can smell Doormat from the cave. What shitty life is this? Wrath was acting the same way as always. The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman. Unfortunately, the rumors about Rayon destroying the Central Martial Palace's training equipment, beating up their swordsmen, and even defeating the vice squad leader of Striding Lightning, Halline, hadn't yet begun to spread. Since the witnesses of that astonishing scene all belonged to the Central Martial Palace, there was no reason for them to spread such a humiliating rumor. Additionally, General Administrator Urek and Training Instructor Ref made sure that they wouldn't say anything about it, so those surprising events were silently buried in the training ground. But secrets don't exist in the world. Inside an old pub located in the south side of Sieghart, there was a manor rather, an elf whose mouth was as light as a feather. The secret that the entire central martial palace tried to hide was about to leak from him. But this is a secret. I really shouldn't be talking about this. Rimmer licked his lips while scratching at his red scalp. Why are you telling us that it's a secret after you've kept us waiting for so long? It's been 30 minutes already. Tell us. Now, that's right. How long are you planning to take? What did Rayon even do there? I'm so curious that I'm about to die. The people inside the pub were yelling at Rimmer and throwing glasses at him as he hesitated. They were extremely irritated, as he was just keeping them waiting after he said he would tell them a secret. Say it right now before I kill you. I can't suppress my anger any longer. Sir Rimmer, enough already. Everyone inside the large pub grabbed their forks and knives while looking at Rimmer's mouth. Some swordsmen seriously looked like they were about to draw their swords, their hands on their scabbards. It can't be helped. I'm telling you because it's you guys. You should never say this to anyone else, all right? Never. Rimmer gave the line that people that don't keep their secret usually offered as he looked around at the people inside the pub. I get it. I'll make sure to spread the rumor, so say it already. That's right. What problem did Rayon cause this time? Arg, that damn elf is even more human than a real human. HMPH. Enjoying the people's gazes, he nodded slightly and gulped down his beer. I'll start the story then. My dear student, Rayon, who inherited all of the great Rimmer's excellent aspects, started his internship in the Central Martial Palace. And Rimmer told them about the way Rayon didn't just follow the Central Martial Palace's training but completely overwhelmed it, and that he beat up all the swordsmen there with sheer strength alone. And this is the best part. Guess who appeared after Rayon won 5 times in a row? It was the Striding Lightning's vice squad leader, Hollein. That genius asked for a spar against him, and my dear student, Rayon, accepted it. It was a proper duel between two geniuses. At first, they fought by using swordsmanship alone, without aura, and Rayon achieved an overwhelming victory against Hollein. Whoa, gasp, seriously. Did Rayon really win against Hollein? The people inside the pub were so surprised that they dropped their glasses and utensils. But the story isn't over yet. Hollein admitted his defeat, then asked for a rematch using aura. My dear student, Rayon accepted it like the cool guy he is once again, and the second round started. Rayon was using his flame aura, and Hollein was using his ice aura as they jumped at each other. What happened then? Who won in the end? Say it faster, Sir Rimmer, I'm suffocating to death. Ahem. Rimmer didn't say anything, clearing his throat while pressing on his Adam's apple. I'm a bit thirsty right now. I need to finish telling the story, but I'm just so thirsty right now. Arg, manager, bring that damn elf 5 glasses of beer. I'm a bit hungry as well. I'll order the side dish. Bring everything on the menu. I don't have enough money to gamble today. Shut up and take my money, because Rimmer stopped right before the best part. The enraged people threw silver coins at Rimmer. Pretending to wipe his tears away, Rimmer collected the silver coins inside his pouch. Consider this an investment in my future success. We don't care about that. Continue the story already. The wait is killing me. Continue. Why you are scaring me a bit with that? Fine. Feeling a madness that could kill him if he delayed even further, Rimmer continued the story. Rayon and Hollein clashed with each other head-on. You must already be aware that Hollein uses the variable sword and the illusion sword. Against those techniques, Rayon. His vivid description of the battle sounded as if he had watched the spar directly. It's insane. It's really insane. Everyone exclaimed at once upon hearing that Rayon had defeated Hollein's sword with a technique that fluttered with flaming flowers. Did he seriously defeat a vice squad leader at 17 years of age? I've had this feeling since the last time I heard rumors about him, but he is a real monster. My only regret is that I didn't personally witness the spar. A storming flower of flame sounds so amazing. Even the people that weren't interested in the story before had gathered around and started talking about Rayon's prowess and swordsmanship. In no time, everyone inside the pub was talking about Rayon. Rimmer left that noisy place and grinned, counting the silver coins in his hand. This is what we call a win-win situation. Rimmer was getting rich while Rayon became famous. He was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Proving to be a perfect example of a bad teacher once again, Rimmer went to the gambling house. I can smell the jackpot today. Damn it, Rayon moved even deeper into the cave, pulling Wrath, who kept struggling along behind him. You idiot. Do you really believe they are foolish enough to let you inside a cave containing their ancestors' legacy? Wrath frowned, looking around at the walls of the cave. The cave that their ancestors went to train in must be somewhere else. This place must be a meaningless place of hardship. That might be true. Rayon nodded. Considering the fact that Ref sent him inside the first cave, the first master's legacy shouldn't be there. However, going through hardship should still grant enough of a reward from the system, even if it was a fake. It's a waste of time. No, it's a waste of my stomach. How are you supposed to endure 2 weeks with shitty bread like that? The king of essence would rather die right here. Wrath laid on the ground and started squirming, like a kid throwing a tantrum after being forced to follow his mother through the grocery store. It's fine, since it's not a waste for me. No matter what's in there, your excellent system will grant me enough of a reward. Wrath violently ground his teeth, knew better than anyone else what he meant. That arrogant nose you've stuck in the air will be crushed into the ground one day. That's fine. My nose is high enough right now. Rayon smiled and brushed his finger over his nose. That's not what I'm talking about. Wrath looked like he would immediately jump at him as he extended his hand, but he didn't actually attack him since he had just given away some stats. Let's talk about it again once we reach our destination. Don't even bother trying it. It's distorted inside. Distorted? Rayon asked, but Wrath turned his head away and didn't answer. It looked like he was sulking. Rayon figured he should go ahead and check things out, so he continued walking. The cave was deeper than he expected, and he finally reached the end after walking for 10 minutes. The orange light that came from the small, shining rocks was lighting the cramped and bumpy place. Floor, walls, and ceiling were covered in scratches from a thick greatsword. Although they looked like a child's scribbles, Rayon got the impression that he'd seen them before. However, he felt suffocated and nauseous as soon as he entered the place, to the point that he couldn't afford to check the marks in more detail. It was because the flow of mana was abnormally distorted. It wasn't just an impression. Rayon bit his lip. He had thought that the deeper he entered, the stranger the movement of mana had become. The distortion he was facing was the reason for it. Were you talking about this twisted mana earlier? Yes, there must have been a clash between powerful existences in this place. The flow of mana has twisted like rose bushes. Wrath nodded while looking around at the floor and ceiling. The human body follows the flow of mana in nature. However, the mana in this place is going wild, just like you. The coldness coming from Wrath's hand fluttered around in random directions, as if they had been carried by the wind. Just staying in this place should be painful for a human like you, who possesses unnecessary good senses. You're right, my headache and the dizziness are getting worse over time. Rayon nodded while catching his breath. He felt like the world was spinning around him just from staying there. He felt nauseous, as if he were in a rocking boat, and he felt suffocated as if a boulder were pressing upon his heart. The guys earlier must have seriously hated you to have forced you to enter such a place, where it's impossible to train. Is it really impossible to train? Because of the twisted flow of mana, cultivating aura or practicing with your sword while using aura will screw with your mana circuit and result in internal injuries. Wrath wagged his finger, telling him that it was impossible, and with your keen senses, you won't even be able to hold out here, let alone attempting to train. Since there's nothing you can obtain here, you'd better leave right away, and throw away that bread that tastes like rubber. Rayon closed his eyes, not listening to Wrath's ferocious advice. My mana circuit is indeed affected. On top of the headache he had, his mana circuit and energy center also started to shake because of the mana that he inhaled. They told me to sharpen my mind and sleep less, but I have no choice but to reduce my sleep in this place. Because of the headache and his trembling energy center and mana circuit, his nervousness would make it impossible to sleep. That's why you should leave already. I don't want to, you stubborn bastard. Why do you have to be so obstinate when the world of delicacies is waiting for us just outside? Burin also should be holding on next door. I'm not running away alone. You idiot. You are the only one experiencing this pain. What? The other caves also have some distortion in the mana, but they aren't as bad as this one. They were only slightly shaken in comparison to this. That shitty-eyed child must be feeling a slight amount of headache, to the point where he must be bored by now. Wrath frowned, telling him that he already checked everything. So that was why he did that. Rayon looked around and snickered. That was the reason Ref blocked the other paths and sent him to the first cave. He didn't expect me to hold out here. Ref was planning on laughing at me once I came out before sending me to another cave. It must have been his revenge for disgracing the central martial palace in multiple ways. He could only laugh at how petty it was. I'm sure Burin wasn't aware of it either. Considering he said that the training wasn't efficient, he shouldn't have been aware of the fact that the first cave had a much more distorted mana than the others. There was no way Burin wouldn't have said anything if he knew about it, since he couldn't stand injustice. If you finally realized it, let's leave already. It's impossible to hold out here. I said I don't want to. Are you seriously planning to stay here despite all of my kind advice? Are you really going to eat that unsavory bread? Wrath actually hated the Nadine bread more than the distorted mana. I shall meet the expectations they have for me. You crazy, bread-loving bastard. Wrath burst out in anger as Rayon sat down, ignoring him. I can't use the 10,000 flames cultivation, or glacier here. Because of the twisted mana, Using the energy of one affinity would immediately cause problems for his body. However, I should be able to use the Ring of Fire. Although the Ring of Fire had fire in its name, it was an ancient cultivation technique that followed the flow of nature. Its purity would probably be able to tame the twisted mana. Rayon closed his eyes and rotated the Ring of Fire. The 5 rings crossed with each other, resounding in harmonious concert. The flow of mana crumpled and twisted like a rusty wire, before the entanglement loosened like it had been heated and mixed into the Ring of Fire's clear resonance. It worked. Although he couldn't control the mana outside of his body, the distorted mana and mana circuit inside his body began to stabilize. Let's do this. Rayon wanted to see how astonished they would be. Rayon entered into a deep focus, feeling his throbbing heart echoing in the cave. Ref didn't return after Rayon and Burn went inside the caves, smiling coldly in front of the entrance. Did they both go inside? Ref looked around after hearing a low voice from behind him. General Administrator Urek was walking towards him, massaging the back of his neck. Did you actually lead him into the first cage? Urek narrowed his eyes, looking at the opened first cage. Please excuse me, I couldn't suppress my urge. Ref bit his lip as he looked at Urek. I wanted to see a humiliated expression on his arrogant face. The first cave wasn't related to the first master of Central Martial Palace and had nothing but heavy distortion going for it. It was normally sealed, but he released the seal and put Rayon inside because he wanted to humiliate him. That's understandable. Urek slowly nodded. Since he was also still angry at Rayon, he could understand why Ref did that perfectly. Did he enter just now? Yes. Then he will come out within an hour. The stronger the warrior, the more difficult it was to handle the entangled mana inside the first cave. Since the intermediate experts couldn't hold out for more than 3 hours, Rayon wasn't expected to even last for an hour. I was worried that Sir Burn would spoil it, but it was fortunate that he didn't know about it. He wouldn't know. This must be his first time coming here as well. Urek nodded, looking at the 5th cave that Burn had entered. Since the cave was only accessible after becoming an official swordsman, it was natural that Burn didn't know about it. You must be planning to humiliate him to your heart's content once he comes back out. Urek nodded, understanding Ref's plan completely. Indeed, I won't be able to sleep tonight if I don't see his disgraced face. Ref murmured that he couldn't sleep for the past few days and clenched his fist. I'm also curious about that face. I'll stay here and watch for a bit. They smiled coldly in front of the cave, waiting for Rayon, who they expected to come back out soon enough. However, Rayon far surpassed their expectation of 1 hour. 2 days later, and he still hadn't emerged. Wrath slowly clicked his tongue and popped up from the bracelet. Rayon was sitting in the same spot, having remained unmoving for 2 whole days. Hey, he tapped Rayon's shoulder, but there was no reaction. He wasn't moving at all, his eyes closed like a doll's. Rayon Sieghart, calling that weasel's name, didn't do anything either. He almost looked like he was dead as he kept cultivating, breathing slowly. The mana is gradually stabilizing. Wrath narrowed his eyes, checking Rayon's insides. They were way more peaceful than in the beginning, as if the tidal wave that used to reach the sky had transformed into a small wave against the shore. Ring of Fire. Considering the fact that it could block his wrath, and even take in and purify such a distorted mana, the Ring of Fire must have been a transcendental technique. Fine, that. Ring of Fire is fine, and I'm fine with you stabilizing yourself. Wrath ground his teeth while looking at Rayon, but I haven't eaten anything at all in 2 days. Ever since he met Rayon, eating had become his only pleasure in life. However, that had completely stopped over the past 2 days. He would even settle for eating the bread that tasted like rubber at that point. You damn bastard. Please eat something, I'm fine with that unsavory bread. Wrath screamed, smacking Rayon's shoulder. I can't live without eating any longer. Rayon couldn't help but think after hearing his scream. Monarch of Wrath, bullshit. Wrath must have been the demon king of gluttony and was just disguising himself as Wrath. The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman. Burn raised his head, sitting on the floor of the cave he was in. There were countless blade marks carved into the walls and ceiling. They were marks left by the Central Martial Palace swordsman that had entered the cave before him. They looked like scribbles. The first palace master's remnants could have been among them, but all he could see was contorted traces that resembled a child's drawing. However, the people that left the marks weren't playing around. They were seriously practicing their swordsmanship. The reason they looked like that was because the flow of mana was slightly distorted inside the cave. So that's why they said it was meaningless to train here. He had heard from his second brother that it was meaningless to train in the cave. He didn't pay much attention back then, but he finally understood what he meant. Training in that place was pretty much meaningless because of the distorted mana. The most he could do was strengthen his willpower a bit. Enduring the headache and wasting his time in boredom was the only thing he could do. however. Burin clasped the hand that had been touching the ground. I can't do that. After all, Burin's goal was that monster. He still couldn't erase the fight between Rayon and Holline from his mind, even a week later. Holline was a genius that became the vice squad leader of Striding Lightning at a young age. If he wanted to catch up to Rayon, who had defeated such a powerful person, Burin wasn't allowed to waste any time. He was sure that Rayon would still be training despite the distorted flow of mana, since he managed to develop his technique even further even though the technique had already looked complete in the past. Huff. Burin caught his breath and drew his sword. His eyes sparkled as he moved into the posture of the new technique he'd been practicing for the last year in Levine Desert. I shouldn't lose to Rayon's sword if I manage to complete this technique. The martial art he managed to obtain in the Levine Desert during his survival exam was more than just powerful. Burin was certain that its fangs would become sharp enough to work against Rayon, who was already at the highest rank of expert, once he managed to fully acquire it. Whoosh, the harsh wind of desert that could even kill the sand. That deadly wind dynamically spread from Burin's hand through the martial art he had learned. Rayon didn't move in the slightest, continuously rotating the ring of fire, likely because of the trait. Focus, his thoughts grew centered, and he gradually became accustomed to the distorted mana. He almost didn't feel dizzy or suffocated anymore. That's not the only positive part. From inhaling and purifying fragmented and twisted mana instead of an ordinary mana, the Ring of Fire's proficiency increased exponentially in a short time frame. Kring, the 5 rings of fire were rotating perfectly, and a new ring was being created. You damn bastard. As he focused on the creation of the 6th ring, Wrath's annoyed voice resounded in his ear. Ha. Rayon sighed and opened his eyes slightly. Wrath was grinding his teeth in front of him, covered in blue frost. What are you even doing, not eating or sleeping for 3 whole days? 3 days. Has it already been 3 days? Yes, the King of Essence has endured this living hell for 3 days while starving. If you have any conscience at all, leave this place immediately and offer me food from the annex building. Move aside a bit. He pushed Wrath away as he tried to stick onto him, opening the bag next to him. That bag. What, you told me to eat this earlier. Were you actually ignoring me when I said that? Rather than ignoring you, I just couldn't be bothered. He ignored him because he figured Wrath would only throw more tantrums if Rayon reacted to him. Hey, you are the monarch of gluttony, not wrath. Right, what are you talking about? Although you keep claiming that you are a gourmet, you asked me to eat this unsavory bread, which means you just want to fill your stomach. The King of Essence is the proud monarch of wrath that loves the world of delicacies. Apologize for comparing me to that rabbit bastard immediately. Rabbit, huh, just as he called Sloth a sleepyhead or a bear, Gluttony was apparently like a rabbit. It was rather unexpected that he was called a rabbit instead of something like a boar. This is another piece of information. The talkative Wrath unconsciously gave away many important pieces of information, remembering it should come in handy one day. Rayon snickered and picked up the Nadin's bread. With a round shape like a half-moon, it had the brown color of a well-cooked sweet potato. The fact that it wasn't tasty despite its appearance was the bread's main characteristic. It looks pretty delicious. Because he had been starving for 3 days, coldness drooled from his mouth just from looking at the bread. Do you think so? Rayon snickered and took a bite of Nadine bread. It was as tough as a lump of rubber, and there was no taste at all. Rayon smiled at the taste from his previous life, one that he hadn't had in a while. Gurgle. Wrath stretched his mouth, trying to throw up. Apparently, he didn't believe Rayon when he said that it was unsavory and felt like chewing rubber. This is a sin towards food. How can you smile while eating this? You must be a devil. Rayon was called a devil by the Demon King once again. It's not too bad. Rayon thoroughly chewed up to the last piece and swallowed before patting his belly as he already felt full. It was really good at filling the belly, despite its disgusting texture. A bread with satiety as its only purpose, what a frightening food. It's a true horror. Wrath trembled while looking at the Nadine bread. Although Rayon had seen many reactions from him before, it was his first time seeing him so frightened. He wasn't sure whether he was a gourmet or a glutton, but he looked like a fool for sure. As he was about to cultivate the Ring of Fire once again after drinking water, he could hear the footsteps of 2 people from the direction of the cave's entrance. Once he focused his hearing, he could feel anxiety from them. They are finally here, Rayon used Glacier to lower the temperature of his left hand, giving it a light pink color as if he had gotten frostbite. Ring of Fire. He fixed his posture and waited, and the 2 people's faces appeared from the corner of his eye. It was General Administrator Urek and Training Instructor Ref. Gasp, why you were Ali. Are you all right? The 2 people's eyes widened, as if they had seen a ghost, upon finding him casually sitting there. Of course I'm all right. Rayon nodded with a faint smile, and their faces turned even more pale as if they were covered by white paper. Arg. But there's no way you are all right. It's impossible that you wouldn't feel that nauseating distortion of mana in this place. While slowly walking towards him, Ref frowned and grasped his chest. He was feeling nausea from the twisted mana inside the cave. Ref, shut your mouth. Urek stopped him from talking and stepped up. He was also biting his lips as the feeling of the distorted mana washed over him. Are you really all right? It feels slightly nauseating, but I should be able to endure this much as a swordsman of Sieghart. Slightly. Ref bit his nails and Urek remained speechless for a while before forcing himself to look calm. He nodded. Fine. Since 3 days have passed, you have 11 more days to hold out. Understood, but… Rayon smiled faintly and met their wavering eyes. Why did you come here? This is supposed to be a 2-week-long meditation, yet a visit like this is disturbing me. Impudence, it's just a check-in in order to prevent the accidents that occasionally happen inside the cave. Urek explained the situation while stopping Ref. I see. It was obvious that he was lying, judging from his trembling lips. Rayon just snickered and nodded. Then can you please leave now? I need to continue. All right, see you later. Urek grit his teeth and started to leave, but noticed Rayon's left hand and narrowed his eyes. His eyes shone for an instant, and he tugged Ref towards the exit. I see. Rayon snickered, looking at the two shadows as they got further away. You were right. Considering the fact that they came to visit him, the self-proclaimed gourmet demon king was right about the fact that the other cave's mana wasn't as distorted as his. Urek was trying to control his expression, but it was pointless because Ref was completely flustered. They did send him to that cave in order to screw him over. It ended up helping him instead. Although they picked that location to make him suffer, they ended up helping him instead. The progress he had made with the Ring of Fire in the past 3 days was more than the progress he'd have made in 3 months. Wait, did you pour frost into your hand in order to trick them? Yes. Then did you also pretend to be in pain after sparring against that weakling for the same reason? That's right. Now they must believe that I'm weak to ice and will use that when they decide to attack me, even though he was the most resistant against ice. Rayon smiled coldly, remembering Urek's expression. You are insane. You are seriously nuts. Impressed by his plan, Wrath murmured that he was the real fiend. You were also pretty amazing. You even felt the other caves, mana distribution from here. That's the greatness of the King of Essence. Not just the other caves, I can even feel the energy from further away. Wrath vividly pricked up his ears at hearing the rare compliment. All right, I'm going to resume. Sensing that the two people had left the cave, Rayon sat back down and closed his eyes. Hey, Rayon. Wrath frantically shook his head to stop him, but Rayon had already closed his eyes and was focused on the Ring of Fire. I don't want the rubber bread anymore. What's wrong with that guy? Ref's hands were trembling, unable to understand what he had witnessed. It's more difficult to hold out in that cave the more sensitive you are to mana. I don't understand how he can stay in that cave despite being at the highest rank of expert. He thought he was going to remove his corpse since he hadn't come out for 3 days, yet he looked perfectly fine. Instead, he looked even better than when he had entered the cave. He seemed to have plenty of room to spare. Urek bit his lip. It looked like he was laughing at us. That's. He wasn't just fine. His refreshed eyes looked like he had realized something. He must have gotten accustomed to that distorted mana. Your rash actions only made that damn bastard even stronger. Please excuse me. Ref lowered his head. He couldn't say anything, as his impulsive actions seemed to have helped Rayon instead. Shouldn't we bring him out immediately, if we make excuses? That's meaningless. It would only confirm his suspicion. Arg, that's why you should have just followed orders. Ref's shoulders kept shrinking under Urek's scolding. Urek turned to look at the first cave, where Rayon sat and sighed. It looks like we picked on the wrong opponent. His experience was telling him that he shouldn't make an enemy of someone like that, and if he ended up being his enemy, then he needed to make sure to kill him. However, I still gained something from this. He confirmed it after seeing Rayon's pink hand earlier that the injury he had received from Holline a week ago was still not healed. Ice was definitely Rayon's weakness. I have at least one thing that I can report to the Palace Master. Urek's eyes became as cold as ice. Rayon didn't open his eyes a single time, continuing to cultivate the Ring of Fire after Urek and Ref left. Amidst the 5 rings that kept clashing and crossing each other, he created a thin ring as carefully as crafting a glass bottle, a little bit slower. It was necessary to keep the new ring from colliding with the previous rings. That was why the increased number made it harder to create a new ring. I have to do this properly, even if it is slow. Just like a cicada's nymph which endured 8 years before surfacing from underground, Rayon took his time to form the new Ring of Fire, avoiding the 5 rings that rotated around each other like cogwheels. He removed all of the unnecessary thoughts in his mind, focusing on rotating the existing rings of fire and crafting the new ring, the beginning and the end. Although they seemed like they would never meet each other, the Ring of Fire's beginning and end eventually began to approach each other. This is the important part. If the new ring of fire was longer, it had more of a risk of collision with the existing rings of fire. Like an artisan crafting pottery, Rayon focused even more to refine the new ring of fire. Kring, the fifth ring of fire rotated violently, about to crash into the new ring. Rayon very slightly turned. Ring of fire less than a hair's length and barely managed to avoid the collision. His back was drenched in sweat each time he avoided danger. He couldn't tell in his focused state, but his entire body was drenched. However, he didn't have time to think about how sticky he was. A single mistake could nullify all his efforts so far and further injure him internally. Right before the two ends of the ring of fire met each other, a new crisis occurred. The first and the third rings resonated with each other and started to put pressure on the new ring. I need to avert it. He applied the twisted mana flowing into him directly to the new ring of fire. The ring curved for a moment to avoid that pressure. Now is the time. That crisis was his opportunity. Rayon absorbed a large amount of mana the moment the crisis was averted, extending the beginning and end of the sixth ring of fire. Kring, the new ring connected perfectly, like a line drawn by a master, and started rotating through the twisted mana. The pulses coming from the resonance of 6 rings of fire crossed his brain, creating a huge, thrilling sensation of the heavens opening. Rayon clasped his fist, feeling a thrill running through his body. He couldn't help but smile at the exhilaration striking his body. It was unfortunate that he hadn't managed to reach master level, but he could clearly see that half of the huge wall that he needed to overcome had collapsed. Wrath's jaw dropped upon seeing the message, despite the fact that he hadn't even been talking to him for a while as he sulked over the disgusting bread. Why are you showing off when you are giving him stats that belong to the King of Essence? Damn system. Wrath jumped around in anger, saying that the stats that Rayon just got came from him. However, Rayon wasn't looking at the message or Wrath after he opened his eyes. He swallowed nervously, not taking his eyes off the cave's wall. What is this? The blade marks that looked like scribbles, before those old marks, were shining in gold. The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman. Rayon's eyes widened upon seeing the golden light gleaming from the holes at the walls. They aren't scribbles or naturally created holes. The marks, the hundreds of holes in the cave, were created by a sword, and they were made with a swordsmanship that I know. He finally realized why he thought they felt familiar the first time he saw them. It was because they were made with a technique that he knew. Did you say you know that swordsmanship? Yes, it's on a completely different level, but I'm sure about it. The 6 rings of fire rotating around his heart were telling him the truth of their identity. Flame Spirit, they were the marks from Flame Spirit, the technique that he used the most frequently from the 10,000 Flames cultivation, and that he even managed to develop even further recently. But those holes are much bigger and more numerous than what can be made with that technique. I told you that there's a huge difference in level. It was Flame Spirit, but it wasn't the same. Flame Spirit, the swordsman that used it to create those marks, was on a far higher level than Rayon. Although not much time had passed, the golden light from the holes started to fade away like the tail of a shooting star. I still didn't see them all. Rayon bit his lip and went towards the wall, but the fading light didn't return. Damn it, he couldn't fully grasp the sparkling light coming from the marks. He put his hands on the wall, hoping that he could see more of it. At that instant, the cold wall grew hot and his vision went white. The world was changing. He could see a cave far wider than the one he was in. The countless holes were no longer there. 2 men were standing on the shaking land, which seemed to be about to collapse. The man that was facing away from him was the blonde swordsman he had seen before, and the one facing him was a monstrous man whose eyes had the colors of the pupils and whites reversed. The monstrous man's hand twitched. Once his hand blazed up in a black flame, the flame on the swordsman's blade grew distorted. However, the swordsman didn't panic in the face of that strange power. He only used the slight amount of aura on his blade and a mysterious footwork to completely fend off the monstrous man's attacks, looking for an opportunity. The attacks grew even fiercer. He moved the black energy from his left hand to his right, trying to create an even more powerful wave. And in that instant, the balance of power was broken. The blonde swordsman's sword soared like lightning, the materialized flame of astral energy surrounding his blade, engulfing the entire cave in an instant. Just like the leaves of a world tree, the crimson flower petals of flame covered his entire blade and fluttered around, filling the entire space. The monstrous man tried to focus his power in his left hand, but it was too late. The hundreds of flower petals created by the blonde swordsman were already dominating the entirety of the cave. The true form of Flame Spirit completely melted the monstrous man, and there was enough power left to destroy the cave's ceiling and walls, creating the marks that Rayon had previously observed. His vision turned gold. Rayon closed his eyes against the glare of the dazzling light, and when he opened them again, he could see the original empty cave. Rayon checked the wall, grasping onto his trembling hand. was that the true flame spirit, instead of fluttering a few flower petals with an illusion sword and a variable sword, the true form of flame spirit fluttered enough flower petals of astral energy to cover the entire world, so he could use both the 10,000 flames cultivation and the ring of fire after all. Rayon could now be certain that Sieghart's ancestor, the blonde swordsman, could use both the ring of fire and the 10,000 flames cultivation just like Rayon himself could. I can understand why he was here. Even though he didn't seem to belong to the central martial palace, it wasn't strange for him to have been there, as he was Sieghart's ancestor. But that man was, he couldn't tell who that monstrous man with white iris and black sclera was. He'd never heard about nor seen anyone like that before. As he was wondering about why he was inside Sieghart's domain, he could feel Wrath's coldness and anger creeping into him. PSSH, Rayon immediately used the ring of fire and the 10,000 flames cultivation to block Wrath's energy. What are you doing now? I was just checking if you were alive because your soul disappeared for a moment. It was pretty deep to say that you were just checking. Don't make me laugh. The King of Essence would have already devoured your body if he was serious. I'd just take it back if you did. Rayon nonchalantly looked down on Wrath. Why, you arrogant bastard. I guess you wouldn't do something underhanded like that. What? I mean, there's no way the proud monarch of Devildom would do something as dirty as targeting me the moment my body is empty. You would achieve it fairly with your own power and ability, right? That's right. Of course. The King of Essence is the monarch of Devildom. Petty acts like burgling an empty house aren't for him. Rayon only praised him slightly with words of expectations towards him, and that was enough for Wrath to stop sulking and smile gladly. That was enough to keep Wrath from doing anything the next time something similar happened. After putting that mental pressure on Wrath, Rayon started thinking about the truth. Flame Spirit, even if I get to master level, I won't be able to copy that. Every single flower petal in that memory was made of astral energy. Such a level could only be reached a long time after he became a master, but I should be able to do something similar. 10,000 flames cultivation. Ring of Fire reaching 6 stars, he was now capable of fully utilizing his aura in such a distorted space. He pulled out all the aura of the 10,000 flames cultivation, which was at 4 stars to use. Flame Spirit, the flames on his blade spread out like a fountain to flutter dozens of flower petals. Both the power and number were impossibly weaker than the blonde swordsman's, but Rayon could feel that it was better than when he fought against Hollein. I should try a bit more. Rayon reminisced about the memory and was about to try slashing with Flame Spirit once again. It was the same message from when he witnessed Glenn's Supreme Harmony steps. The system was helping him acquire a technique that was worthy enough for a demon king to learn. Perfect timing. Rayon clenched his fist. He could learn the blonde swordsman's Flame Spirit faster with that ability. Why did you get that message? Wrath couldn't admit it was happening and violently shook the message. You bastard. Where did you go just now and what did you see? I wonder. Rayon closed the message and answered in his mind, saying that he received a private lesson from his ancestor. The training ground of House Sullian. Open formation. Open formation. The swordsman followed the dynamic voice of the head of House Sullian, Rockin Sullian, to move at once and create a splendid and stable sword formation. The energy from the swordsman flowed up to the center of the sword formation to create a powerful wave. It was a rush-type sword formation, specialized for breaking the enemy's formation, the second form. Rockin Sullian ordered them to change formation into different forms, and the swordsman followed his order to perfectly cooperate with each other, creating different sword formations. Rockin nodded in satisfaction, looking at the way the formation was created without any problems. He was proud of the fact that the swordsman managed to make a perfect formation on such an important day. I wonder what she thinks about it. Excited to hear how his daughter, who was the apple of his eye, would praise the perfect sword formation, he looked to his right. Rockin's jaw dropped. His precious daughter wasn't looking at him or at the sword formation, she was just blankly looking up at the sky. He knew she was dense, but he didn't expect her to show no interest at all at the sword formation. He went towards Runnan, hands trembling. Runnan. Rockin grabbed Runnan's shoulder as she stood there blankly. What are you thinking about? Why aren't you watching your working father? Rayon. He ground his teeth upon hearing that name coming from her mouth. It was the name of the man he had begun to hate the most. What's up with Rayon? He forced himself to keep smiling and asked about what she meant. Instructor told me Rayon's story yesterday. By instructor, you mean Rimmer? Rockin bit his lip. He was wondering why she couldn't focus, and it was apparently because of Rimmer's visit. That bastard, what did that instructor tell you? He said Rayan won against a man named Holline in the Central Martial Palace. H. Holline, did you just say Holline? Rockin's eyes widened upon hearing the name Holline. Nonsense. Holline is at the highest rank of expert. It's impossible for a 17-year-old boy to win against him, even if he is a genius. Rayan can win. Run on, the difference in level can't be. Rayan can win. No, even if they are both experts, they are still. Rayan can win. Run-on nodded, her purple eyes brilliantly sparkling. It looked like she would believe it if people told her Rayan killed a dragon. Arg, he couldn't understand how his precious daughter was so head over heels for Rayan. Then, do you want to make a bet with your father? Rockin raised his index finger, thinking that he could turn it into his opportunity. A bet? Yes, I'll show you how important the difference in levels is. Come this way. Rockin went towards the left side of the training ground with Run-on. Papa is going to limit my power to exactly half a level higher than yours. I'll give you a present if you manage to connect a single attack. A present. Run-on's eyes sparkled upon hearing the word present. She had to be thinking about ice cream. On the other hand, if you don't manage to land a single attack, you will forget about Rayan from now on and focus on Papa's lesson. Understand? Run-on immediately nodded. She drew her sword, urging him to begin. Let's begin. Rockin announced the start, but Run-on didn't attack him right away. She lowered her posture with a clear resolution in her purple eyes. Oh, pretty good. He knew she had grown up, but he didn't know she even learned to be patient like that. He was proud of his daughter. Here I go. Run-on warned him and extended her right leg backwards. She violently kicked the ground, like a mountain goat climbing a cliff, and leaped forward. Gasp! Because of her lightning speed from riding the ice, shivers ran throughout his body and his hand flinched. It was the charging technique of the Katam jungle's guardian. The chieftain's technique allowed her to freely change her direction while moving at the speed of light, and Run-on was perfectly reenacting her technique. I can't block it with my current level. He wasn't confident he could perfectly stop her charge with the level he promised Run-on he would keep. Huff, although he could easily stop her if he used more power, he couldn't cheat against his daughter. He defended himself with what he promised her. Wham! Run-on brushed past him, ripping Rockin's sleeve slightly. Run-on. Rockin gasped as he looked at his sleeve. He was so impressed at the fact that his daughter had learned such a technique on top of her overall growth that he could cry. That was amazing. That was a great mastery of the chieftain's technique, the guardian of Katam jungle. Rockin was shedding tears of joy, forgetting about Rayan for a moment, but he froze as soon as he heard Run-on's response. I wanted to help Rayan. Help Rayan. Run-on nodded, gesturing that it was obvious. Rayan Zeeghart. Rockin's shoulder and arm trembled as he murmured Rayan's name. I can't stand it anymore. He kicked the ground, immediately trying to run towards Rayan. I'm going to beat the crap out of that child. Hey, the head of house is doing it again. Stop him. Catch him. Everyone, call the madam. She's the only one that can stop him. The Sullian swordsmen that were anxiously looking at them ran towards him at once, catching Rockin. Run-on swayed on her feet and blankly looked up at the sky. She was ignoring Rockin's roar completely. I'm going to eat ice cream with him. In order to make the best use of his increased learning speed, Rayan kept using Flame Spirit endlessly. Naturally, he didn't even sleep, swallowing Wrath's hated Nadine bread without even chewing. He even cut into the time he spent drinking water to keep swinging his sword. If his aura was exhausted, he refilled it with the Ring of Fire just to exhaust it once again, to refill it with the Ring of Fire once more. He kept repeating that process to use Flame Spirit over and over. Rayan kept swinging his sword even after his learning speed returned to normal. He only stopped once he reached his limit in terms of aura, stamina, and willpower. In the end, I couldn't copy that move. He kept training without even sleeping or eating, but he couldn't recreate Flame Spirit in his memory. It's impossible at my current level. That was the conclusion he had reached. He needed to be at least an advanced master in order to cover the world with Flame Spirit like that man, however. It wasn't a waste of time. He gained a lot of proficiency in Flame Spirit, but he got way more used to the Variety Sword and Illusion Sword. He felt like he was at around the same level as Holline during their spar in terms of Variety Sword and Illusion Sword. Phew. Rayan exhaled heavily and lowered his sword. Wrath, you bastard. Wrath came up from the bracelet, trembling. You kept shaking so much that I couldn't even sleep, and now you're calling me when I'm about to finally rest a little. How much time has passed? Since I have missed 56 proper meals since we came here, it's been 14 days. Wrath immediately answered. The fact that he didn't even need to count made him good enough as a replacement clock or calendar. However, Rayan felt something was strange. 56 meals should be 19 days, not 14. What are you talking about? Devildom's standard is 4 meals a day. Today completes the second week in this place. The fact that they ate 4 meals a day in Devildom was surprising. The Demon King's method of using meals to count the days was even more outrageous. Today should be the day we leave then. You seriously spent the 2 whole weeks eating only that rubber bread. You deserve divine punishment. Rayon couldn't understand the Demon King's reasoning behind him receiving divine punishment just because he ate unsavory bread. Don't be so angry. We should be able to have proper meals after we leave today. Wrath was chewing his lip, but he slowly came towards him upon hearing those words of encouragement. Really? Yes, I'll eat whatever you want. However, before then. Rayon picked up his sword and gathered all of his remaining aura. I'll use Flame Spirit one last time. Although his stamina, willpower, and aura were all at their limits, his focus was at its peak. He had a feeling that he could catch up to that man's sword a little bit in his current state. The dim light of the shining stones flowed down from his shoulder to seep into his blade. Rayon extended his leg and softly twisted his wrist. The crimson trajectory of the blade, bending along with his wrist, decorated the space with flowers that bloomed from branches and fluttered around. The flames connected with each other, creating flower petals of raging flame to fill the cave. The flower petals of aura threads were both splendid and sharp, as much as the blade itself. They spread out, following the flow of nature to flutter in the air, and sank to the ground. The line of flame extended like the horizon connecting heaven to the earth, then spread out in width to create a bigger branch of Flame Spirit. The cluster of flowers created by Rayon decorated the entire cave, generating a storm of raging fire. Although the number of flower petals and the power were much smaller when compared to that man's, Flame Spirit's flow and trajectory were reborn in Rayon's hands 1,000 years later. Bomb! The pieces of aura blade inside the holes radiated their concentrated energy and created a huge explosion throughout the cave. Rumble. The piles of stones started to fall from the ceiling, as if the cave was about to collapse, but Rayon didn't stop the flow of Flame Spirit because of his focused state. The flame grew even more fiercer, tearing the rocks to shreds and continuing to increase in numbers and sharpness. The way Rayon blocked the rocks raining down on him endlessly with a single sword was similar to his ancestor's sword, the one that he desired so much. The cave's shaking finally died down and the falling rocks also came to an end. Huff! Rayon breathed heavily in the middle of crushed rock that was covering the ground. A message appeared as he was filled with exhilaration at displaying the best technique he could use in his current condition. The message was telling him that he had received a new title, King of Destruction. Why? Wrath glared fiercely at the message with his blue eyes. Why would you even give a title to that damn mutt, who just destroys everything? And you are even using the King of Essence's power. Wrath shouted and started shaking his head in irritation. The King of Essence's body and the King of Essence's power is. I'll eat something delicious for you in a while, so just put up with it a little. Rayon snickered and grabbed Wrath, who was wobbling like a slime. In a while, you have to eat as soon as we go outside. I'm sorry, but I have something to do before that. A crimson light shone from Rayon's eyes as he looked at the path leading to the outside. I have to greet the people from the Central Martial Palace first. The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman. Rayon opened the status window to check what he had received before leaving the cave. He managed to achieve an incredible amount of growth in the last 3 weeks at the Central Martial Palace. It would be a lot easier for him to defeat Holline now. 2 strands, there were only 2 out of 9 original strands of the Curse of Frost left. He could assume that it would disappear completely once he reached master level. It's already good enough, so once it actually disappears entirely. The speed of his mana control would reach the next level. It was something to look forward to, since it was another way of getting stronger besides becoming a master. Then, Rayon opened the King of Destruction title that he'd recently obtained. Rayon's jaw dropped upon reading the description. That 6 increase meant that he would gain an additional 8.28 strength on top of his current 138, resulting in 146 strengths worth of power. And while the increase was 8 for now, the amount would go up according to his strength, meaning that the title was more effective the stronger he got. Wrath drooped like a wet towel in contrast to Rayon's delight. It's too painful. Has life always been so painful? He was spacing out while saying strange things. It seemed he was in bad condition after not seeing the sun for 2 weeks. Why do I have to keep on living while being extorted and locked up? We will go outside soon enough. Let's go out and eat some delicious food. You are right. Wrath became energetic in an instant as he stretched. What are you doing? Go outside right now. Although Rayon did it on purpose, he was too easy to manipulate. It was almost scary how easy it was. Rayon couldn't believe he was really the monarch of Wrath. All right, let's go. Rayon started to leave, then stopped and turned around. He looked around at the marks of his ancestor, the ones that he'd erased. I guess I will meet you again. Hoping to meet the blonde swordsman that seemed to guide him once again, Rayon walked towards the exit of the cave. His body felt heavy from overworking himself without sleeping, but he felt more light-hearted than ever. Yurek narrowed his eyes, looking at the caves that Rayon and Burin would be leaving soon. I wish the palace master were here. Karun Sieghart ended the conflict as soon as he arrived in the troubled region, but he hadn't returned to the central martial palace because he had to stay there for an extra week in accordance with Glenn's new orders. Therefore, Yurek had no choice but wait in front of the cave alongside Ref, Halline, and the other relatively powerful swordsmen that still remained in the central martial palace. At around noon, he could hear someone walking out of the fifth cave. Soon enough, Burin stepped out with a frown, his face slightly pale. It's more dazzling than I thought. As Burin raised his hand to block the sunlight, he felt like a completely different person from 2 weeks ago. It seemed he did his best at training inside a cave with a distorted flow of mana. Yurek slowly nodded at Burin. He is indeed amazing, as expected of his son. Burin was truly praiseworthy as he kept training inside the cave that most swordsmen just wasted their time in general administrator. Upon noticing Yurek, Burin walked up to him and bowed. He was still frowning as his eyes became accustomed to the light. Good job. Is Rayon still inside? Yes. Are you going to wait? No, it's not necessary. He must have gotten stronger anyway. In that case, why are you leaving? Because Rayon is Rayon and I am me. Burin shook his head while smiling slightly. He was still confident and relaxed, despite having witnessed the spar between Rayon and Halline. His unwavering eyes made him think that he was indeed a descendant of the central martial palace master. You've grown up. Although he used to be an egocentric kid, he had already grown up to be a big and sturdy warrior. The other officers also gave a big nod at Burin's confidence. You shall rest then. I'll give you a 2-day break. He looked at the first cave for a moment before heading towards his residence in the central martial palace. Although 3 hours passed after Burin left, Rayon still hadn't come out. It was as Yurek started wondering whether he needed to enter the dreadful cave once again that it happened. Wham! The sound of an explosion and a heavy vibration came from the first cave. While it sounded like a collapsing mountain, it was accompanied by the sawing sound of a rock. Gee, General Administrator. No way, did that crazy bastard really. Yurek and Ref's hands were trembling as they met each other's eyes. The same thing came up in their minds in that instant. That damn king of destruction, he's even destroying the cave. It wasn't a guess, since they were sure the crazy bastard was destroying the cave with his destructive instincts. Arg. Yurek ground his teeth. The Central Martial Palace had already lost 9713 gold because of him, yet he was even destroying the cave now. He couldn't believe such a nutcase could even exist. Gee, General Administrator, shouldn't we go in? Shouldn't we stop him from doing that? Ref and the officers pointed at the cave, which sounded like it was collapsing with trembling eyes. No, we will wait. Yurek shook his head. It was pointless to enter a collapsing cave just to be buried inside. As he likely isn't trying to kill himself, he should stop his destruction soon enough and come out. Slam, bomb, however, the collapsing sound of the cave continued for over 10 minutes. That crazy bastard, how much is he trying to destroy? It was ridiculous that he was trying to destroy the entire mountain. Thinking about what sort of grudge Rayon could be holding against the cave, Yurek felt like a hole was pierced into his brain from going out of his mind. General Administrator. What is that sound? Are enemies attacking? The swordsmen that were in the central martial palace came running at them after hearing the sound, their weapons in hand. It's not a big deal, so return to your routines. He ordered them to return, telling them that it was just a collapsing cavity weren't helpful against Rayon anyway. Rumble. Once the officers were once again the only ones remaining in front of the cave, the ear-splitting sound and vibration stopped from the first cave. Did he die, or is he coming out? Yurek waited while praying for the former to be true, and small footsteps could be heard from inside the cave, and the man that made that racket appeared soon enough. Gasp! Yurek saw Rayon's shoes, covered in dust, and looked up. His skin crawled upon meeting his eyes. Those eyes, the red eyes, as serene and as deep as a lake in the middle of the night, were those of a complete expert. He realized that the crazy monster had grown once again during that short time period. How does this make any sense? He thought getting stronger through crises and hardships was only possible in those old novels, yet he was witnessing it with his own eyes. His hair stood on end. I've completed my abstinence. Rayon walked up to him and bowed politely. Although he did all kinds of crazy things, he acted politely at times like that. What was that sound from the cave just now? Yurek wiped off his sweat and pointed at the first cave. The cave suddenly started to collapse. I barely managed to avoid it myself. Arg. He smoothed his hand over his chest in relief, murmuring that he seriously could have died. Since Yurek could tell that he was obviously acting, he unconsciously clenched his fist. Weren't you the one that destroyed it? Why would I destroy the cave? I would have to want to be buried under it. Moreover, the General Administrator should know better than anyone that it's impossible to properly control the mana in there. Ahem. Yurek wrinkled his nose. He was right, but he was fully capable of destroying the cave without using mana. Rayon's pressure was already dominating the space with his eyes shone red. Halain took a step back and started sweating from his temples, despite having fought him in equal grounds 2 weeks ago. Rayan Zeeghart, Urek licked his lips. Rayan's usual composure could be easily mistaken for him having never learned any martial arts before, but his true nature was as huge and violent as a tidal wave. He really is impressive. It wasn't just his prowess, his willpower and craftiness were also far beyond his age. He was on a completely different level from Burin, who he had admired earlier. What a shame. The more he saw him, the more regrettable it felt. Having him on their side would be greatly helpful in making Karun the head of house. Shall I make a suggestion? No matter how excellent Rayan was, he was just an individual. Meanwhile, the Central Martial Palace was one of the most powerful organizations in Zeeghart. Urek figured that, if he reached out to him, he would have no choice but to accept it. I can explain it to the palace master later. If Rayan begged for mercy from the bottom of his heart, Karun should also accept it. After all, he also knew that Rayan's talent could be called unprecedented, and if he ended up refusing, he could just kick him out. Rayan Zeeghart, yes, I know why you chose the Central Martial Palace for your internship. Urek stood in front of Rayan with his hands behind his back, but that choice was the worst possible strategy. The damage you inflicted is no more than a speck for the Central Martial Palace. They actually suffered a lot financially, but he forced himself to look as if it were nothing. The Central Martial Palace is the strongest armed organization of Zeeghart, and Sir Karun is tolerant enough to accept you. Beg for his forgiveness and join the Central Martial Palace. That is the best choice that I can offer you. Since Rayan wasn't a fool, Urek figured that would be enough to convince him. Forgiveness, Rayan snickered. What mistake have I made to beg for forgiveness? What? You said I have to beg for forgiveness. I asked you what mistake I made to need it. That's. There was nothing he could say. Rayan had never actually done anything wrong, and it was Karun that one-sidedly hated him and held him in check. Why, you should know better than anyone else. Is that so? Rayan tilted his head and smiled faintly. His eyes suggested he was skimming over all his thoughts. How foolish. This is the last chance given to you. If you submit to Sir Karun, a silk road is pretty much waiting. I don't care about chance or whatnot. There's no way a hatchling would serve a drake that couldn't even become a dragon. That would be embarrassing. What? Why, you are insane. What did that bastard say just now? The officers started trembling upon hearing that. Arg. Urek's eyes widened, to the point that they seemed likely to tear apart. Rayan compared himself to a dragon, and Karun to a drake, to tell him that he couldn't join him because they were on different levels. This guy is seriously nuts. The insolence was preposterous, but he was unable to refute for some reason. In fact, Rayan personally came to the Central Martial Palace to pick a fight, and Karun had been trying to nip the young bud despite being in a much more superior position. Cold sweat flew down Urek's back as he felt the huge potential Rayan had. I'm leaving then. Rayan bowed once again, walking past Urek and the officers. You'd better be careful, as the arrogant ones usually don't last long around here. Rayan waved his hand and went to his lodgings. Arg. Urek sent a killing glare at Rayan's back before turning his head to the officers. Forget everything that bastard said. If the master ends up hearing about this, he is going to kill us all on top of that bastard. Ah, yes, you understood. The officers lowered their heads and trembled. Urek clenched his fist, looking at the first cave. I should deal with him quickly before he gets even stronger or causes more trouble. After making fun of Urek, Rayan returned to his lodgings to wash himself, then sat at the bed. Rayan Zeeghart. Wrath popped up from the bracelet. Why, since he took a warm shower after being unable to sleep for over 10 days straight, his strength had left his body and his voice sounded weak. Let's go to the cafeteria right now. You'd better order every food that the King of Essence asks for. He smiled in excitement, tap dancing with his arms. Yes, I shall. I know I should, but... Rayan couldn't finish his answer, collapsing on the bed, because he'd been continuously using Flame's spirit in the cave, then waged psychological warfare against Urek. He had no energy left in him to stay awake. He closed his eyes just like that and fell asleep. Although the lodgings used to be filled with Wrath's anticipation, the sound of Rayan's breathing was the only thing that could be heard now. Hey, you bastard, how can you do this to me? Wrath stopped tap dancing with his arms and used them to smack Rayan's head. Rayan opened his eyes for a moment to lay down properly and cover himself with a blanket so that he could start sleeping. I knew this would happen. I knew it. Humans were the true evil, since even devils kept their promises. And that bastard was the worst of them all. GRRR, once you wake up. As Wrath was grinding his teeth, a message appeared in front of Rayan. Rayan was unable to read the message, falling into an even deeper sleep. Wrath licked his lips, poking his head out of the message. For some reason, I have a bad feeling about this. Rayan opened his eyes, and vitality dashed through his body like a raging fire. He couldn't feel the usual drowsiness from waking up in the morning at all, and a vitality that he'd never felt before was filling his entire body. Rayan laughed bitterly. He couldn't believe that he was having the most refreshing morning of his life in the central martial palace. You bastard. Wrath soared from the bracelet and started spreading coldness everywhere. You broke your promise with the King of Essence once again and slept for 2 whole days. Promise. You said you would eat delicious food right after exiting the cave. I didn't say right after, but in a moment. That's the same thing. It's actually different in the human world. What? For example, if one said, let's have a meal together soon. When do you think that would be? In about a week, I guess. Wrath scratched his chin and raised his head. Wrong. They will never meet each other, or it will take multiple months. What? The expression I mentioned earlier about having a meal together soon means that they will never actually meet with each other. Agner, if they do, it will take a very long time. Huh. Wrath's eyes widened upon hearing the sudden explanation. What I'm saying is that I didn't exactly break the promise, since we can just go now. Am I wrong? Well, if that's how it works in the human world. Although Wrath used to be angry, his eyes turned blank as he started nodding. Good, let's go. Rayon snickered and quickly washed himself before heading to the cafeteria. Since the Central Martial Palace had many members, the cafeteria was also large, and people were allowed to order any menu item they wanted. Since it was already past mealtime, there weren't that many warriors inside the cafeteria. First of all, the smoked stir-fried duck, seafood stew mix, oven-baked vegetables, and creamed shrimp. Then, Wrath was mentioning so many menu items that it was difficult to memorize them. Although Rayon was hungry, he didn't feel like he would be able to eat all that. However, I did make a promise. Since Wrath waited patiently despite multiple troublesome incidents, Rayon decided to eat that much for him and ordered everything he said. While waiting for the food to be ready, he remembered that the usual message didn't appear. I didn't get a message about my stats increasing from Sloth's effect today. There was a message about increasing your sleep's quality with Sloth's effect while you were sleeping. The system must have been focusing on that. Wrath mumbled that it was a relief that nothing special happened and grinned. Is that why I feel so refreshed? You should be satisfied with having a good sleep, since wanting some stats on top of that would be unreasonable. A human can't fully utilize a demon king's power. Wrath clicked his tongue, telling him that a demon king's power wasn't easy to use. Food is ready. As Rayon was half-heartedly listening to Wrath's nagging, dishes came from the kitchen one by one. Although he wasn't particularly thinking about food, his mouth watered as he smelled that delicious fragrance. You are nothing but a novice that can't use the Demon King's power yet. Stop trying to find an easy way to increase your stats and start eating already. For now, the King of Essence wants the stew. Wrath pointed at the stew while trying to annoy him, and a message appeared. Rayon's eyes sparkled upon reading the message. Wrath's mouth shut tight. I lost my appetite. The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman. I didn't expect it to apply itself like this. Rayon smiled slightly while checking his increased stats. Having all of his stats increase for sleeping for 2 days was literally a case of getting stronger while sleeping. He couldn't suppress his laughter as the table was filled with steaming dishes, and exhilaration ran through his body from the increased stats. I had a bad feeling for a reason. Wrath glared at the message, his eyes trembling in disbelief. How are you getting a point increase in all stats just from sleeping? What madness is this? Just like the steaming food, coldness steamed from his head. How could he give you that stupid ability? Sloth, you damn idiot. As Wrath was about to use his wrath, Rayon quickly picked up his spoon to put the seafood stew in his mouth. I'll make you unable to sleep forever, and you shall owe. With the seafood stew's sweet and hot taste spreading in his mouth, Wrath suddenly stopped speaking. Because it was a proper meal for the first time in a long time, Wrath stopped controlling his wrath and coldness to stand still and exclaim, this is nice. It tastes sweet at first and hot in the end. The King of Essence loves this taste. He pointed at the next food without even trying to hide the way the corners of his mouth were trying to reach the sky. What are you waiting for? Take the fork and pick up the creamed shrimp. Put that shrimp in your mouth immediately, as if your life depended on it. But you said you lost your appetite. I'm sure you don't know about this, as you will eat anything like an animal, but appetite is something that can suddenly appear or disappear. Even so, the change was too quick. Shut up and eat. All right. Rayon snickered and picked up the fork. Since he had even received extra stats, he could happily fill his stomach. He listened to Wrath's advice as he said that he should start with light food and gradually move on to the heavier ones, slowly emptying the dishes on the table. How did you like the King of Essence's choices? The knowledge and experience of the person savoring the dish is as important as the food's taste itself. I'm not sure. It didn't feel any different. That's why I'm calling you an animal. You know nothing about delicacies. Wrath clicked his tongue at his pathetic response. In Devildom, restaurants are ranked by Michelin standards. A better restaurant is rated with more skulls, and the King of Essence is one of the judges that decides on the number of Michelin skulls. They were all decent, but the stew was the best. They offer a bunch of food to the King of Essence each time the demon god ritual is held in order to gain his favor, regardless of the taste. I need the soup to fill my stomach. Turning a deaf ear to Wrath, Rayon just mumbled his impression. As a result, the conversation between them was getting nowhere. As Rayan was emptying the remaining few dishes while ignoring Wrath, people started to murmur from the table next to them. Is that him, Rayan Sieghart? Did he really win against Sir Hallein? That's impossible. He just became a swordsman recently. He must have cheated. You also saw it during the last outing. There's a drug to temporarily increase strength and aura. That's totally possible. But he really fucking eats a lot, even though he doesn't even belong to the Central Martial Palace. Rayan looked at the table the voice was coming from. They were faces that he hadn't seen before. They seemed to be the Central Martial Palace swordsmen that had returned alongside Karun. He said the damage was still insignificant. Since Urek said that the damage he inflicted to the Central Martial Palace wasn't that much, it would be fine if he destroyed a bit more. Are you satisfied now? This is enough, since the King of Essence doesn't eat that much nowadays. Wrath patted his belly, which was swollen like a pot. He just said that he didn't eat that much when 10 empty dishes were displayed on the table. He was clearly closer to gluttony than Wrath. Rayan sighed slightly and cleaned up the dishes before standing up. He won't last long anyway. Since he has no background, he will just get used up and killed. He might not even last that long. The swordsmen at the table were still acting like butter wouldn't melt in their mouths. Step. Rayan walked towards their table as they blatantly blabbered about him. Crack. He pressed on the table's center with his finger while using the King of Destruction's power. With a creaking sound, a distorted hole was made in the center of the table. Stop talking behind my back. If you have something to say to me, say it to my face instead, dear seniors. Rayan looked around to check their faces, then smiled cheerfully. You said earlier that it was impossible, so do you want to confirm it for yourselves? What? You can find out whether the rumors were true or not by personally sparring with me. For original chapters, go to novel.net. Find the long-haired man sitting at the center stood up. I'll personally confirm whether you cheated or not to defeat the swordsmen of the Central Martial Palace. A powerful energy wave could be felt from him. He was around the advanced expert level, and his confidence was as strong as his prowess. Be my guest. Rayan jerked his chin towards the door. Let's go outside, so that we won't unnecessarily damage the cafeteria. The long-haired man wrinkled his nose and went out the door, with Rayan and the other swordsmen following him. He came to stop at the center of the small training ground that was closest to the cafeteria. Draw your sword. What shall we do about Aura? The long-haired man narrowed his eyes in contemplation. He seemed to be concerned about the rumor of Hallein's defeat. It is allowed, of course. Come at me with everything you have. Team leader, it's dangerous. The other swordsmen were trying to stop him, but the long-haired man didn't listen to them and got ready to fight. Everything I have, but you don't deserve all that. Rayan smiled coldly and drew his sword. Begin the spar. The long-haired man glanced sideways, and another swordsman raised his hand. Hop, so that's your level. Rayan slashed down diagonally. Clang, the sword flew away from the long-haired swordsman's hand. Rayan used his confusion to punch his abdomen with his left fist. Smack! Along with the refreshing sound of a direct hit, the eyes of the long-haired swordsman rolled back as he collapsed backwards. Foam kept coming from his mouth. Rayan put his sword on his shoulder and looked around at the other swordsmen. Did he just send the team leader's sword flying in a single blow? His hand is torn. How did that? Was the rumor about him being as strong as a troll for real. Their lips were trembling as they looked at the unconscious long-haired swordsman. Next, it was the return of the King of Destruction after 2 weeks. As Urek was sitting at a desk and writing a document in a hurry, Ref burst through the door and urgently ran up to him. General Administrator, I'm busy right now. This is also an emergency. Urek frowned and raised his head upon hearing that it was an emergency. Say it quickly. Rayan, that crazy bastard, started to destroy things once again. Ref's round chins were trembling in anguish. I went there when I heard there was an accident, and I found 10 of the swordsmen that returned yesterday unconscious on the ground with their eyes rolled back. What was the reason this time? I couldn't ask them because they were unconscious, and according to that bastard Rayan, he defended himself because they picked a fight. That son of a bitch. Urek violently scratched the wooden desk with his finger. It must have been true that they picked a fight, but there was no need for him to knock everyone unconscious like that. Beating up one person would naturally discourage others from fighting him. He must have pulverized everyone on purpose. How are the men? Their lives aren't in danger. However, they will have to recuperate for about 2 weeks and the wall and a slightly expensive tree were destroyed during the spar. Tree, wait a second. Where did the fight take place? It was at the small training ground next to the cafeteria, and the tree snapped when the wall was destroyed. Don't tell me. Urek stared blankly at the desk. Yes, it's the sarin tree. Rayan. The sarin tree was extremely expensive because its subtle fragrance had the effect of keeping people awake. Urek started to space out upon hearing that Rayan actually destroyed that tree. The total damage he's inflicted is over 10,000 gold now. It was terrifying. Although Karun didn't usually scold people because of money, 10,000 gold was enough to make him angry. What shall we do? Remove everyone. What? Tell people to never pick a fight with him and to just ignore him even if he walks up to them. You understood. Ref raised his hand to salute before running outside. Yurek tapped his head and quickly finished writing his document, then went to Karun's office in the center of the central martial palace. He sighed like a sick chicken and stared at the heavy-looking black door. My limbs are trembling. When Karun Sieghart went to the troubled region, he literally annihilated one of the factions instead of just stopping the war. He would have returned in 2 weeks if it wasn't for Glenn's additional orders. He had the power befitting one of the strongest monsters of Sieghart. However, the monster seemed to be in a bad mood, and his uncomfortable atmosphere sent chills down his spine. The thickness of the door wasn't enough to prevent Yurek from noticing his irritation. I guess it's obvious. With the rumor about Rayon destroying the equipment, beating up the swordsman, and defeating Hollaneth vice leader of Striding Lightning Git, was only natural that Karun would be annoyed. It also ruined the reputation of the Central Martial Palace. The Central Martial Palace wasn't exactly the strongest, but it was called the bravest. Even though most of its forces weren't present due to a mission, it was unavoidable that bad rumors would spread after they were thoroughly defeated by Rayon, who was just a novice swordsman. Although they gained some reputation from the perfect accomplishments during the mission, the amount Rayon cheapened it must have been several times over. Damn Rimmer. At first, Ref wanted to catch the one that spread the rumor to cut their tongue off, but he didn't even need to search. That crazy red-haired elf was talking about it everywhere, not even trying to hide his identity. Knock knock. Resolving himself to beat Rimmer up one day, Yurek tapped the door with the back of his hand. Enter. Before the second knocking sound, a solemn voice could be heard from inside, telling him to enter. Yurek caught his breath and slowly opened the door. As soon as he opened the door, streams of threatening atmosphere assaulted him. Feeling like his skin dry up, Yurek swallowed nervously and knelt. Greeting the palace master. Since Karun enjoyed formalities that Glenn didn't, he waited until Yurek finished his polite bow before nodding at him. Stand up. Ah yes, because Karun's voice was filled with anger, Yurek grasped his pounding chest and stood. Report. Goosebumps appeared in his skin from hearing that. Karun was telling him to describe everything that happened without missing a single detail. I wrote up a report about it. I was to hear it from your mouth. Karun took a glance at Yurek's report and placed it on the desk. You understood. In the beginning, I followed the palace master's orders and tried to figure out Rayon's abilities. Yurek described what happened with Rayon while bending his back like an old man to look as pitiful as possible. He added that he followed the order from time to time, and that Ref acted on his own accord to emphasize that it was mostly not his fault, and he is now resting after leaving the first cave. A frightening glow appeared in Karun's eyes upon hearing that Rayon held out inside the first cave. Fortunately, I was able to complete the palace master's orders. His strength and agility are at the level of a troll, and he can even defeat a highest-rank expert by using aura. Although he hasn't become a master yet, he is undoubtedly going to face the wall soon. Yurek continued, trying to read Karun's mood. Because of the fact that he held out inside the first cave where the mana is distorted, it can be deduced that one of the techniques he learned has a special ability. It wouldn't be wise to use formations that twist mana or cause dizziness against him. Karun remained silent, his eyes shining faintly. It looked like he agreed with him, and this is the important part. He has a weakness. Weakness. Karun opened his mouth for the first time, despite having stayed quiet the entire time. Yes, Yurek figured it was his opportunity and quickly nodded. He got frostbite during the spar against Holline, although he was only exposed to a small amount of ice. Since his hand was still red when I saw him in the cave, he must be extremely weak against ice. Ice, huh? Everyone forgot about it by now, but Rayon's mana circuit was originally blocked by ice. We can use this as a deadly dagger against him for sure. Since Karun was interested, Yurek took a step towards him and clenched his fist. We should be able to get rid of him with a small cost by using ice. Indeed, the uncomfortable, murderous intent stopped coming from Karun. Yurek could feel that his back was drenched in sweat, but he realized he managed to survive. What shall we do about him now? Let him be without doing anything. Karun lightly shook his hand. Since he defeated Holline, we need at least a master to neutralize him. But if we do send a master to him, people will only end up insulting us and claiming that we are using power against a 17-year-old boy. Just let him be, since there's not much time left. He's not going to live a long life anyway. An excellent decision. Yurek had reached the same conclusion, but he still praised Karun. He was actually impressed that Karun made a calm judgment despite his anger. However, you should still make preparations. By preparations, you mean. We are going to need a scapegoat to take the blame after he becomes crippled. Ah, Edeno, Balder might be a good candidate. A frightening glow appeared in Karun's eyes. It seemed he would even sacrifice his younger brother for his plan. I'll try making the plan. Goosebumps appeared on Urek's limbs in his terror as he bowed. Ah, and the last young master went to the fifth cave. Don't speak about him. Karun firmly shook his hand. I thought he got a bit stronger, but his eyes were completely ruined. Urek shuddered as he didn't expect him to say that. I couldn't see any spite or evil in him. I was planning to raise him since he was slightly talented, but a weak guy like that with a meek mind isn't worth my attention. Then, during the selection ceremony. Yes, I have no intention of choosing him. Get rid of him, just like the third and the fourth. Just like the third and the fourth meant that there was no place for Burin in the central martial palace. Urek couldn't understand his decision, but Karun was the god in that place, and he had no choice but to follow his orders. Take care of the idiots that yielded to Rayon's sloppy provocation as well. Understood. Urek politely bowed, then left the office. He is so cold-hearted that it's scary. But that also meant that he was worthy of his devotion. Rayon wanted to become the king of destruction once again, but outside of the first day, he was unsuccessful. No one was trying to pick a fight with him anymore, and they didn't yield to his provocations either. Urek and Ref stopped him from accidentally destroying equipment, but the powerhouses like the division leader, the vice division leader, and the squad leader were nowhere to be seen. He wasted his time by destroying some property while pretending to train, and 5 days passed in no time putting an end to his internship. You've worked hard for the last month, and in the future. Rayon narrowed his eyes, looking at Ref as he gave some lame speech from the platform. He's smart. Karun must have realized that there was no point in fighting him and ordered the swordsmen of the Central Martial Palace to completely ignore him. That's a nice way of handling it. A master-level warrior such as the division leader, division vice leader, or squad leader were necessary to deal with him, and they would only be humiliated upon defeat while having nothing to gain from victory. The way Karun stopped everyone from making anything happen was a good method. Well, I did everything I wanted to do. The damage he inflicted to the Central Martial Palace could be roughly estimated to 15,000 gold, and he managed to beat up more than 20 swordsmen a lot more. He had no regrets as he had inflicted enough damage and gained enough of a reputation. Rayon was curious about the face Karun was making, but he didn't show up until the end. What a narrow-minded guy. You must have enjoyed blowing off the steam by destroying as much as you pleased. Wrath shook his head, murmuring that it was such an awful thing to do. Please become a respectful swordsman of Sieghart using what you learned here. Ref finally finished his boring speech, and the few swordsmen present applauded. Of course, the round of applause was directed at Burin instead of Rayon. Are you returning immediately? Burin turned his head and asked his question. Yes, there's nothing left to do here. Then let's talk for a bit. He pointed at the small training ground, gesturing for him to follow. Rayon nodded and followed him. I know that you hate my father. Burin turned around and leaned his back against the wall at the end of the training ground. It's natural that you'd be angry at my father since he started it first. His eyes were extremely clear despite his rough appearance. So what are you trying to tell me? Do you want me to stop fighting him? Rayon nonchalantly met Burin's eyes. No, it's only right for you to see it to the end, since you aren't the one who started it. However, while Rayon was thinking that it was rather unexpected for him to say that, Burin continued. He is my father. I still remember him personally giving me a training sword and teaching me swordsmanship when I was 5 years old. My goal has always been to be recognized by my father. I haven't managed it yet, but I'll make him look back at me one day. I see. Rayon just nodded. Just like him, who defended Sylvia when she was condemned by everyone in the house, Burin also seemed to consider the narrow-minded and petty Karun an excellent father. Everyone was different. Rayon would have been unable to understand that fact in his previous life, but since he had a lot more experience now, he could somewhat understand his feelings. That's why I'll stop you if you pick a fight with my father, and I'll do the same if it happens the other way around. Other way around? Do you mean that you are going to stop your father if he tries to kill me? Yes. Burin nodded resolutely. I don't know what you think about me, but you are my rival and my benefactor. You can forget about how I saved your life, though. You did save my life, but I'm calling you my benefactor because you made me realize my stubbornness. Please don't ask me about that anymore. It's embarrassing. Burin lowered his head. The completely red earlobes showed his embarrassment. Rayon didn't feel too bad about being called a benefactor, probably because he shared similarities with him. Anyway, I'll stop the fight between you two. Mark my words and properly prepare for the selection ceremony. Many people will try to scout you. After saying that, he even used footwork to quickly leave the training ground. Those shitty eyes don't look that great without spite. Wrath snorted in displeasure. He used to dislike him for being arrogant, but now he didn't like him for not being arrogant anymore. It was truly difficult to satisfy a demon king's tastes. Rayon licked his lips as he watched Burin get further away. It was too bad for Burin, but he had no intention of leaving Karun alone. In fact, even if he left him alone, Karun would be the first one to strike. Their relationship was bound to come to an end one day, with Karun's death. Apple meat pie, pineapple cookie, pineapple. Rayan was returning to the annex building with Wrath, who was singing about what he wanted to eat. A tall, middle-aged man was standing on the central road, which used to be empty until just a moment ago. With broad shoulders, his angular chin gave him a manly impression, and the pressure emanating from him was imposing enough to send chills down the spine. He was a master, and he'd reached that level a long time ago. Such a powerful warrior walked towards him with shining blue eyes. I'm Ayad, the leader of the White Lotus Division. I'll get straight to the point, Rayan Zieghart. Join the White Lotus Division and become my sword. I don't want to. Rayan immediately shook his head. Although Ayad looked like he would never be surprised, he lost his composure in an instant. Asking me to become your sword as soon as we meet is too sudden. But I heard you like getting straight to the point. He slightly tilted his chin in confusion. I like being straightforward towards others, but I don't like others being straightforward with me. Rayan shrugged, gesturing that it was obvious. Since Ayad didn't expect such a decisive refusal, his eyes lost focus for a moment. It's normal to be bewildered if you aren't aware of it. Wrath snickered, his head popping out of the bracelet, that this guy is insane and went insane again, which means I'm sane, right? The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman. Sir Ayad, Rayan was confidently standing in front of one of Zieghart's division leaders, one who had reached master level a long time ago. He was looking straight at Ayad, completely unintimidated. If you want me to join the White Lotus Division, please give me a summary of their main activities, as well as what I can learn and obtain from joining them. Ayad's eyes wavered upon hearing that. Such a violent change in expression was rare among the masters, who were extremely powerful warriors with stable bodies and minds. It looked like he was really flustered. However, Rayan's reaction was natural. I'm the one who has the initiative right now. Just as Burin said, the various organizations could try recruiting the novice swordsmen, since the internships had ended, and Ayad was visiting him as soon as the internship ended to recruit him. It could be expected that he wouldn't give up after a single refusal. You are more daring than I heard. Ayad's expression returned to the way he was in the beginning. It looked like his mind also regained his composure as expected of a powerful warrior like him. I just said what I had to. I shouldn't be called daring for that. You are right. I was a bit too sloppy. His mouth curved up slightly into a smile as he nodded. From the way he immediately recognized his mistake, he must have had a cool personality despite his ironclad face. However, I am serious about wanting you to join me. A blue light sparkled from Ayad's eyes. I like everything about your excellent prowess, your faithful nature towards your companions, a willpower that doesn't yield to those with power, and the crazy guts to openly cause trouble. His sincerity became a pressure spread towards Rayan. I've experienced countless selection ceremonies so far, but this is the first time I have personally moved to scout. I repeat, Rayan Zieghart, join the White Lotus. I'll create a path for you to reach a higher place. Ayad extended his hand once again. His straight fingers felt like they could open the path for him by tearing through it if he had to. What is the White Lotus leader personally trying to recruit him? It's my first time seeing a division leader doing that. Rayan Zieghart. The jaws of the swordsmen on the side of the road dropped as they looked back and forth between Rayan and Ayad. I'm sorry, but I can't make my decision right here. Rayan refused him properly this time to match his serious proposal. You are fully aware of your condition. Are you planning to check out the other proposals as well? Ayad removed his pressure and snickered. Indeed, I need to obtain whatever I can get while I'm ahead. I would have crushed your mouth if it belonged to anyone else, but those words are actually humble coming from a rookie that is already at the highest rank of expert. Very well, I'll thoroughly prepare before visiting you again. He turned around after saying that, then disappeared on the spot as if he'd never existed from the beginning. He could sense his footwork, which couldn't be seen with the naked eye. It was a prowess befitting a master's prowess. Wrath scowled, looking at the spot where Ayad had disappeared. Don't be happy just because he took a liking to you. Back in Devildom, tens of thousands of devils visited each year to make offerings and pledge their loyalty to the King of Essence. Compared to the King of Essence, you are nothing but. All right, I get it. You're cool. Listen properly. Getting to hear the King of Essence's story is an opportunity for you, sure. Rayan just pretended to listen once again as he quickened his steps towards the annex building. This smell, the fragrance of good food, was coming from the annex building when he arrived. Wrath's hand was trembling as he grabbed the doorknob. I can smell apple meat pie and pineapple pizza. There are also plenty of other foods that I've never tasted before. He stopped talking about the stories about Devildom, snorting. They've prepared in advance. It looked like Sylvia and the maids prepared a party because they knew it was his last day of his internship. Rayan entered quickly. Quick sigh. A demon king that lost his mind whenever he smelled food was so embarrassing, to the point that Rayan didn't want anyone to find out they were hanging out together. Rayan shook his head and opened the door. Gasp, young master, ma'am, young master has arrived, Rayan. Sir Rayon, Sylvia, Helen, and the maids who used to be scattered around came out at the same time and gathered in front of the entrance. Yuaho used to be in the kitchen also came out, waving her hand with a bright smile. I'm back. Rayon met everyone's eyes and smiled cheerfully. Once Rayon finished taking a quick shower, various dishes covered the table. Lots of them were the types of food that he usually ate, but there was also a significant number of new dishes. Helen and Yua made this new dish together. Sylvia pointed at the pot at the center. Meat, seafood, and vegetables had been simmered in a delicious way, with stir-fried rice underneath. Same goes for this one. It's a really delicious soup made of tomatoes, beef, and chicken. She then pointed at the red soup in a large bowl, and this one is. She explained the lobster pizza, the long bread with dried ham on top, and the transparent shrimp stew one after the other. Yua helped on all of these. Sylvia grabbed Yua's shoulder. She was standing next to Sylvia. How have you been, Yua? Great. It was really fun because I could try lots of things. Yua's twin tails fluttered as she nodded. Her eyes had a hint of sadness over leaving her grandfather, but she wasn't lying about having fun. It looked like Sylvia and the maids were treating her nicely, as if she were their little sister or daughter. Why is our Yu so cute? Sylvia opened her hands and hugged Yu tightly. You are so good at cooking, singing, and great at being cute. You are good at everything. She started rubbing her cheeks against the girls. She did that to me a lot. Rayon smiled slightly while looking at Yu and Sylvia. She usually did that when she felt happy. He unconsciously smiled as he watched them getting along. Kua. Rayon, as he was watching Yua, Sylvia, and the maids, Wrath started to groan. When he looked under him, Wrath looked like he was suffering from a fatal disease as he trembled, drooling coldness from his mouth. What are you doing right now? The food is dying. Take up your weapon. That's such an intense expression when you just want me to start eating before it gets cold. He was exaggerating too much. It hadn't even been a minute since the food finished preparing. Rayon, good job on your internship. Sylvia smiled brightly while giving him a spoonful of the tomato soup. Rayon tried to accept the soup, but she didn't take her hand off the bowl. But why are you doing such a dangerous thing each time? I heard you destroyed everything in the Central Martial Palace. I know that you have a plan and that you are strong, but I can't stop worrying over you dealing with the Central Martial Palace. That's right, young master. We couldn't even sleep properly. Sylvia slightly lowered her eyebrows, and all the maids nodded in agreement. I guess that's natural. Since Karun didn't treat Sylvia or himself as human beings, she would obviously be worried that he might be killed or severely injured. Don't worry so much, since I'm always preparing a way to escape before putting my plans into action. Rayon imbued the aura of the 10,000 flower cultivation in his voice to reassure everyone. I know that you are wise, but Brother Karun isn't a patient man. You should avoid clashing with him. Okay, there you go again with that answer. Sylvia sighed slightly and tried to feed him the soup with a spoon. It's almost here. Quick, quick. Wrath was seriously dying. The way he was swaying his hand looked like a messenger of the underworld. Seriously. Rayon sighed and picked up the spoon. As he was about to eat the soup from Sylvia's spoon first, a knocking sound could be heard from the entrance. I'll check it out. Judil, who was at the end of the table, left the dining room. However, it didn't even take her 10 seconds to return and call Rayon's name, her face pale. It's a guest that has come to see the young master. Guest, yes. I think you should go out to greet her yourself. All right, Rayon nodded and stood up. I wonder who it is for her to make that expression. Who is getting in my way? I'll kill you no matter who you are. Rayon went to the entrance along with Wrath, who looked angrier than ever. A young woman's beauty radiated in the dimly illuminated entrance. So this is the bitch that did it. The King of Essence will freeze her at once. Because Wrath was trying to spread his coldness, Rayon forcefully pushed him back into the bracelet and examined the woman. Her red hair looked like a burning flame, and her transparent eyes were the color of a blue lake. She was an unforgettable beauty because of her charming facial features, but Rayon wasn't looking at her appearance. She's strong. A limitless energy wave surrounded her entire body. A master. Her power didn't lose to Adno. She was actually even stronger than him. I've been watching you ever since the entrance exam for the trainees. Her voice was as clear as her eyes. She slowly closed her eyes, then opened them again as she continued. Your mind was capable of keeping composure in any situation, and your wits allowed you to use the situation in your favor. Moreover, your genius talent in martial arts surpassed both of those aspects, and I fell in love with them. She extended her long and white hand. Rayon narrowed his eyes as he met her blue eyes. Did the Void Sword's leader, Lady Serena, really come to visit? Am I dreaming right now? But she is one of the strongest among the division leaders. Why, young master? The maids behind him swallowed nervously after hearing Serena's identity. Serena Calvin, he'd heard that name before. She was the heroine that declared she'd become the head of Sieghart despite being from a vassal family instead of direct line or collateral. It is rumored that she was as cold as ice, though her prowess was as wild as fire. So she also wants me on her side. It looked like, just like Ayad, Serena was also visiting him in order to make him join her division. People are discriminated against in all armed organizations of Sieghart unless they are from the direct line or the highest rank of collateral. However, the Void Sword Division is different. People are judged by their abilities and accomplishments. It will be the best nest for you. Discrimination. He did hear that the low-ranking collaterals were discriminated against in the divisions, regardless of their abilities. It's those eyes. I took a liking to those eyes. Serena smiled faintly, looking at Rayon's nonchalant gaze. Won't you come with me to stand at the top of this house? Rayon, who is ah? Sylvia stepped into the entrance, and her eyes widened upon facing Serena. Lady Serena. It's been a while, Sylvia. Serena gave Sylvia a small nod. I just came to offer my greetings today. I'll return with a present next time. After looking at Sylvia for a moment, she turned around and left the annex building. She's the same as before. Sylvia gathered her hands, looking at Serena's back. Do you know her? Yes, she was the vice squad leader when Mom used to be a novice. She smiled a little, reminiscing about the past. She was already saying that she would become the head of Sieghart back then, and she's still the same. Did she really say she'd become the head when she was a vice squad leader? Yes. Sylvia immediately nodded. That's amazing. A division leader saying such a thing was probably fine, but a vice squad leader saying that was really daring. It looked like she wasn't called a heroine for nothing. She's cool. I don't know about cool, but the food is getting cold. While Rayon was admiring her, Wrath ground his teeth. Go back and eat already. The next day, Rayon went to the 5th training ground in order to report the successful completion of his internship. It was already filled with trainees, and Rimmer was late, just like always. Rayon, I heard you won against Sir Halline. Seriously, what the hell are you? That's crazy. Insane. No one talks about my deeds because of you. You are really a monster, huh? Did you eat a dragon heart or something? The trainees approached him with friendly smiles. There were no signs of jealousy left in them anymore. They were just smiling with admiration to his great achievements. HMPH, that's just normal for a top trainee. Burin frowned without saying anything, and Martha snorted, saying that it was only obvious for a top trainee. Rayon, I'm sorry. There was no ice cream. I'll give you some next time. Runan was murmuring something incomprehensible while gripping his sleeve tightly. This place feels so comfortable for me. It wasn't as much as the annex building, but the 5th training ground was one of the few places that he could feel comfortable. The only regrettable part was that soon he wouldn't be able to spend time with them anymore in that location. Don't you ever get tired? A light-hearted voice came down from the wall. Rimmer jumped down, scratching his disheveled hair. You are late, instructor. Burin blocked Rimmer's way. Being late doesn't matter anymore since training is already over. You are late as you are the one that decided on the appointed time. It happens once or twice in your life. But the instructor is always late, not just once or twice. Arg, you are so strict. You should know you are going to lose hair at that rate. Rimmer used footwork to jump over Burin, moving onto the platform. Burin swept his blue hair with his hands and checked his fingers. He sighed in relief upon seeing that his hair remained mostly intact. Good job on internships, everyone. Although it was short, I believe everyone could roughly figure out the activities and training method of each organization. Rimmer went straight to the point before Burin could argue with him anymore. I don't know about that. Rayon narrowed his eyes. The only thing he did at the Central Martial Palace was destroy things over and over. He did manage to get stronger, but he had no idea what the Central Martial Palace's activities were. In 1 week, there will be the selection ceremony that you've been waiting for so earnestly. The selection ceremony was an extremely important day, since it marked the end of the 5-year-long training period, and they were able to decide on their affiliations. It was pretty much the day all their efforts so far bore fruit. Some of you might have experienced it already, but the divisions and the squads are going to start trying to recruit you from today onward. Rimmer looked at Rayon for a moment. Since it concludes your 5 years of efforts, you shall carefully make your decisions, without being swayed by the reputation or rewards that you can see. He was seriously giving them advice, quite unlike his usual behavior. If I were to give you a hint, I recommend that you pick a small organization. Because a big one has a lot of people, you will hardly go out on missions. On the other hand, a small organization mobilizes most of its members on a variety of missions, which makes it easy to gain accomplishments. And Rimmer grinned, hiding his own face. It's important for the leader to be handsome. It's even better if he's kind and is good at gambling. Their kind-heartedness when caring for children is also important, and a powerful swordsmanship and elegant footwork, and the wind-like. His speech suddenly became strange, and it strayed further and further away from proper advice. That damned pointy ears is starting again. He talks way too much. I know, right, just like someone else I know. Is there anyone that talks as much as him? Yes, he talks even more, that's crazy. Rayon kept listening to Rimmer while holding himself back from saying, that's you. Burin moved next to him. You can have this. He took the box Burin gave him. Once he tried opening it, he could see a golden embroidery thread with a jewel attached to it. Judging from its color, the shape of the knot, and the jewel at the center, it must have been a very expensive object. Why are you? It's a jeweled embroidery thread to put on formal wear. Attach it to your suit since I have plenty of it, but your suit was completely plain. You'd better decorate it properly, since we are going to look shabby if our top trainee is wearing poor clothes. Did he see me during the internship? The formal dress he was wearing at the beginning and the end of the internship didn't have much decoration. Although Sylvia and Helen did their best to prepare them for him, they weren't as flashy as the other direct lines or collaterals. It looked like Burren was giving the embroidery thread to him because of that. Don't mind it, since I just randomly picked it up. Burren shook his hand and went away. Benefactor, huh? It must have been his way of repaying the favor that he mentioned the day before. Even so, it still felt nice to have someone care about him. Rayon put the small box in his pocket, and Rimmer's bullshit became slightly less boring. Rayon looked slightly tired as he sighed. This is exhausting. Listening to Rimmer's bullshit and Rath's babbling for a whole hour felt even more exhausting than an actual battle. He just wanted to return quickly and start training. When he crossed the garden, he saw that the road leading to the annex building was filled with people, and that the annex building's door was blocked by pretty packages. Judging from the wrappings, all the packages were gifts, and the pressure from the people lining up told him that they were powerful warriors. What's going on? He walked towards the annex buildings while wondering about the situation, and the eyes of the warriors that recognized him widened. Rayon, it's Rayon Sieghart. Join our Tiger Strike squad. Don't listen to them. Our great Radiance Palace is the best place for you to grow. The way the people that were lining up surrounded him at once upon seeing him was similar to when they found an enemy. They all shouted at him to join their organizations, telling him names he'd both already heard of and hadn't. He could finally understand the situation. They all came from the main building in order to recruit him. Rayon. While Rayon was examining people one after the other, Sylvia and the maids came to him. They all came to recruit you. All those boxes are gifts for Sir Rayon. There's even more. There are more gifts inside. Sylvia and the maids were smiling more brightly than ever as they pointed at the countless gifts at the annex building. I'm so proud of you. It looked like she was extremely moved by the fact that so many people came to visit the annex building and Rayon, who no one used to pay attention to. Tears could be seen around Sylvia's eyes. It will be troublesome if this is enough to move you to tears. Rayon smiled slightly while wiping tears from Sylvia's face with his sleeve. After all, it's only just begun. He was only at the starting line now. The tears could wait until their position in the direct line was restored. One day. He resolved himself that he would make her experience that one day. Rimmer was standing in front of Glenn inside the audience chamber. The others are also getting various offers, but Rayon is getting the most. He continued with a cheerful smile. Most of the armed organizations, except from the direct line and the collateral right under it, sent presents and people to the annex building. Ayed and Serena even personally visited him yesterday. Everyone's desperate for Rayon to join them. The corners of Glenn's mouth raised slightly. It looked like he was enjoying the report. I suppose it's only natural. This is the first time in the last hundreds of years, or rather in Sieghart's entire history, that a novice swordsman is at the highest rank of expert. Well, that's true. He's really amazing. Truly amazing. I wonder who the teacher that managed to raise such an amazing student is. Wow. Rimmer tapped his chest and grinned. Did my lord also cause a big uproar like Rayon? I was also recruited by many division leaders, but it was less than Rayon. He has surpassed me in the past. His eyes, which used to be frozen stiff, crinkled in the corners. Alongside the raised corners of his mouth, a smile became clearly visible on his face. See, he praises his grandson more than himself. That's the classic behavior of a grandson's grandpa. I thought the same thing. My lord is just helplessly fond of Ray. Rimmer whispered to Roan, who was standing next to him, and Roan immediately nodded to him. Ahem, shut up. Glenn cleared his throat and forcefully straightened his face. Since that shouldn't be what you came here for, what's your business? My business. I've known you for a long time. Judging by those crazy eyes of yours, you must have something worth listening to for once. You know me so well. I will get straight to the point then. Rimmer's light-hearted atmosphere disappeared at once. He knelt, his eyes shining with a fierce storm. I have a request to make of my lord. The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman. A request? Glenn raised his chin slightly. He looked at Rimmer sharply, his eyes narrowed as he tried to discern his intentions. I don't want to hear it. I know you've been doing all kinds of crazy things recently. I don't always play around. Rimmer raised his head, smiling slightly. A serious light glimmered in his eyes. I'm listening. It's about Rayon. As soon as Rayon's name was mentioned, Glenn straightened slightly on his throne. Rayon is currently at the highest rank of expert. Since he tends to be better than his current level, he is strong enough to easily defeat others of the same rank, which means that no one other than masters can win against him. I know, Glenn slowly nodded. His lips were unconsciously raised, like a grandfather that was proud of his grandson. That's why I'm making this suggestion. How about putting him in charge of a squad? A squad, even though Rayon is a bit weaker than the other squad leaders, he should catch up to them soon enough while doing missions. Glenn closed his eyes in consideration. His eyes had turned cold when he opened them a moment later. It's impossible. May I ask for the reason? Squad leaders, division leaders, and vice division leaders have to be at least masters so that they can deal with emergency situations. Vice squad leader would be fine, but I cannot allow a novice that hasn't even become a master to be one of Sieghart's squad leaders. He shook his head definitively. However, there was a note of underlying worry about his grandson in his voice. Moreover, he's never been without someone's protection. You've been protecting him here, and Milland was there for him at Habon Castle. Gaining experience as a vice squad leader would be fine, but he is unsuitable to be a squad leader in terms of prowess and experience. I see. Rimmer licked his lips and shrugged. It's troublesome. I'm worried about Rayon. Why are you worried about Rayon? Glenn pushed his chin forward upon hearing that Rimmer was worried about Rayon. Yes, I'm worried. Rimmer suppressed his laughter, looking out the window while sighing heavily. Many people in Sieghart are trying to recruit Rayon. Ayed and Serena even personally visited him to try and recruit him. But that is not a bad thing. The danger is dependent on the person in question. You know that Rayon is an innocent guy because he's been raised in the annex building, right? Yes. Glenn immediately nodded. He doesn't know anything about the cold-hearted politics of the main building. He did live in Habon Castle for a year, but they also don't really have any internal conflicts because of their enemies outside the walls, which means that Rayon has pretty much no knowledge of the political conflicts inside an organization. Rimmer extended his arms. He looked like he was controlling a marionette. Do you think someone who became a division leader in order to become the head of house, or in order to become stronger themselves, could properly guide Rayon? They might purposely mislead him by giving him a bad mission or poor education. Rimmer murmured that he couldn't sleep at all from his worry. That certainly could happen. Roan slowly nodded in agreement. That's right, Sir Roan. It's totally possible that the division leaders and squad leaders will try to use Rayon for their objectives and growth, who knows. That's why it would be nice if someone without ambition could properly guide him. I wonder if there's anyone who has a great personality and might, with the experience of reaching a high rank, all while having a handsome face. I think there's one. Glenn looked down on Rimmer silently. I get it now. Do you want to become a squad leader instead of making Rayon into one? Me, how could I? A great personality and might, experience and a handsome face, huh? Wait, that's me, it was me. I should be the squad leader. Rimmer clapped his hands while smiling like a fool. Ha, you are really crazy. Glenn covered his forehead with his hand, as if he had a headache. What's your goal, Rimmer? Be honest, Glenn's voice grew as keen as a sharpened blade. It seemed he was intending to cut through Rimmer, depending on what he said. It's a bit embarrassing, but I'll tell you. It's because I made a pledge. The day Rayon stopped the blood-raving demon on his own and saved the trainees, I pledged to make him into a king. His firm resolution could be seen inside his intense green eyes. I saw my lord's thronino, a throne even higher and more complete than my lord's at his back. Just as I made you into a king and protected you, I want to turn him into a king. I see. Glenn nodded in acknowledgement. That's reasonable. I can understand your intention and the fact that Rayon could be misguided. However, his eyes radiated coldly once again. I'm curious whether you meet the qualifications to be a squad leader when your energy center is injured. But I'm handsome, wise, handsome, good at raising kids, handsome, and good at gambling. I shall check the limit of your abilities instead of those useless things. Let's test it right now then. Rimmer smiled and grabbed the hilt of his sword. I like your confidence. Glenn bobbed his finger with a joyful smile on his face. Come, show me everything you have. I'm going even if you don't tell me. Rimmer drew his sword. The blade extended like a ray of light that covered the heavens, and he pointed to the ground with two of his straight fingers. Sword field creation. Sound disappeared from the audience chamber. I'm Latin from the Warring Sword Division. A green-haired man smiled. He was average in everything, including his height, appearance, and manner of speech. However, his prowess wasn't ordinary at all. The power inside his energy center was boiling like magma. He was another monster that had surpassed the wall, just like Ayed. I'll be honest, since I couldn't figure out your personality. The Warring Sword wants you. If you join us, we will raise you to the best of our abilities. What do you mean by raising me? Just what I said. We will help your growth in prowess and willpower, and we can even help you make the connections and positions you want. We will invest in everything you want for you. With a light-hearted smile, Latin told him he would help in every aspect. Although he had a carefree atmosphere like Rimmer, he seemed to be pretending instead of actually having that personality. And what do you ask of me? The smile on Latin's lips froze slightly. Nothing is free in this world. I'm sure there's a reason you want me so much. You are well aware of how the world works. I guess you aren't just a talented kid. I like you even more now." Even his voice changed. The cheerful voice became slightly twisted. "There are obviously things that we want from you, but I can't tell you about that right now. If you're curious, come to the Warring Sword. I guarantee that it's not something you would dislike." His voice and expression became light once again, and he offered a small box that he had brought with him. "This is a small gift. If you join the Warring Sword Division, we will equip you from head to toe with gear that is much better than this." He left the annex building after saying that. He pretends to be rich on the outside, but he is completely empty inside. He's not even worthy of consideration. Wrath snorted, calling him a loser. "Who isn't a loser in your standard?" Rayon stared at Latin as he left the garden, then turned around. His room and the corridor of the annex building were filled with gifts. "There are more than I thought." He did expect that some people would visit him from what Rimmer and Burin had said, but he didn't think there would be so many of them. It wasn't just the armed organizations. It was also those dealing with information or administration. Even the security palace, who usually didn't interfere, made their move. A huge number of gifts overflowed from the annex building. Yuhuhuhu, ohohoho. He looked upward upon hearing such blatantly happy laughter. Sylvia and Helen were organizing the gifts with smiles blooming on their faces. "I didn't think this would happen in my lifetime. This is the first time so many people have visited the annex building. Is this what you call profiting from the child? It's Ma'am's blessing." Sylvia and Helen actually, even the maids were enjoying the situation. The annex building that used to be looked down upon was now at the center of attention, and they seemed to be happy about the fact that it was because of Rayon's achievements. They are literally smiling from ear to ear. "I'm happy if they are." He wasn't lying. Rayon was glad and happy about the fact that Sylvia, Helen, and the maids were enjoying the situation. He wasn't too sure, but his emotion felt and flowed that way. You will never achieve great things if you're happy about trivial matters like this. The King of Essence never wavers. That's bullshit. No one is as cold-hearted as the King of Essence. You can see that he uses coldness. That's the most mysterious part. He couldn't understand how he was using coldness with his hot temper that yielded to every provocation. It was really twisted that he used coldness while being a hot-tempered glutton. Such impudence. You wouldn't even be able to stand up in front of the main body of the King of Essence. Bring your main body here if you have a problem with it. Arg. Rayon made fun of Wrath, then went to his room and towards the wall of gifts. "Let's see what I got." He opened the gifts inside the room. Most of them were combat equipment such as gloves, boots, belts, embroidery threads for his sword and hilt strap. After roughly organizing the items, he saw 3 boxes on the desk. They were the presents offered by the division leaders that he met personally. Those are, he first opened the small yet luxurious box that Ayed gave to him. There were thin gloves inside, and he could tell at a glance that their quality was on another level compared to the rest. Rayon tried wearing one of the gloves. It perfectly fit his hand, and its light weight made it feel like he wasn't wearing anything at all. The feel when holding a sword was also the same as if he were bare-handed, and yet even a blade had difficulties cutting through it. I guess he had a good reason for personally visiting me. Considering he gave Rayon such a valuable item as a gift, he must have really wanted to recruit him, and this is. He then opened the box Serena gave to him. There were boots inside. They were brown leather boots, and they were so light that he could barely feel their weight. Wow. Apparently the boots had the ability to reduce his weight, since his body became lighter upon wearing the boots. He felt like he could jump higher and further away. It was an extraordinary item, just like the gloves. Rayon lastly opened the box Latin gave him. There was a golden ring inside, which he tried wearing. Is this a strength enhancement? The difference wasn't exactly amazing, but he could feel that he got stronger. The ring must have been imbued with strength enhancement magic. Not bad. The gifts from the division leaders were on another level. As he was about to check the condition of the equipment, someone knocked on the door 3 times. "Enter." The door opened without any response, and Judil entered, then bowed. "I've finished the investigation on the organizations that will participate in the selection ceremony." She offered him a brochure while saying that. It looked like she personally made it, just like the last time. Rayon nodded and looked through the brochure. Just as she said, most of the organizations of the house were listed inside. It was interesting, since there were many things he hadn't known about before. While investigating the selection ceremony, I discovered that there is some kind of superstition. Superstition? Yes. It said that the swordsman that is chosen by every armed organization participating in the selection ceremony becomes the head of house without exception. It was written that the current head of house was also chosen by all organizations in the past. Head of house. Since he wasn't exactly aiming to become the head, he just thought that it was a fun story and nodded. "Judil, what's your opinion? Which one do you think is the best?" Rayon looked at Judil after finishing reading the brochure. "First of all, our choices are limited. We can't really join an organization that belongs to the direct line or the collaterals affiliated to them. We need to pick something other than those. Is there a problem?" "No." Rayon shook his head. He was just a bit proud of Judil for saying, we, since she used to be unable to settle anywhere. Actually, it's obvious how powerful Sieghart's bloodline is, since the top-ranked armed organizations are mostly from the direct line. However, there are a few groups that don't lose to them. Judil opened the middle part of the brochure. First is the White Lotus, led by Ayed. Battlefield feels like a stroll for the swordsmen in that division, who are accustomed to actual battles, and they take on many missions. It's rumored that Ayed doesn't lose to the direct line in terms of prowess. She turned the page, saying that the next one was also fairly good. The second one is the Void Sword, led by Saranaho came to visit yesterday. She uses a keen and sharp swordsmanship. Since she is a greedy person, she takes on a lot of missions and requests to increase her reputation. The Warring Sword that visited today is a bit calculative, but they've always completed their missions without fail. And Judil flipped the pages and mentioned the recommended organizations one by one. However, the only real choices he had were Ayed, Serena, and Latin's groups. Instructor Rimmer recommended joining a group with a small number of members, since that gives one more opportunity to gain achievements. Rayon mentioned what Rimmer told him before. Obviously, he didn't mention the bullshit about him being handsome or being good at gambling. He is right about that. A small organization gives many opportunities for achievement, as they have various reinforcement missions, and most of the members get to participate. However, it's dangerous and hectic as a result. I see. He needed as many achievements as possible in order to restore Sylvia's status as a member of the direct line. It seemed like joining a small organization to participate in more missions and reinforce other groups was a better choice than joining a big organization just to be restrained. Then shall I check out the smaller ones in more detail? No, you don't need to. Rayon closed the brochure and shook his head. I've already decided which one I wish to join. There was no way he wouldn't realize it when that gambler blatantly advertised it. It's nice that I got a bunch of gifts for no reason. Rayon smiled at the pile of gifts. The day of the selection ceremony, there was an unprecedented number of people inside the great training ground. Even the people that had the day off came to the training ground instead of resting and were trying to squeeze their asses into seats that were completely full. The reason for that was simple. It was because people were extremely interested in the destination of the 5th Training Grounds trainees, as their growth had been on a different level from the other trainees. And Rayon Sieghart, who was the top trainee of the group, was even more special. He was known as the young sword demon in the flame wall of Habun Castle, and he destroyed the central martial palace as soon as he returned. That was why everyone was paying so much attention to him, to the point that people started gambling on him. To be honest, half the people gathered inside the great training ground were pretty much there to watch Rayon's selection ceremony. When the seats started to overflow with spectators, people stepped up onto the platform. The swordsmen with powerful pressure and frightening dignity were wearing emblems of different colors and shapes on their chests. They were the squad leaders or division leaders. The heads of the armed organizations, who were pretty much Sieghart's true strength, took a seat on the platform one after the other. Including Ayed and Serena, who personally visited Rayon, the palace masters such as the Central Martial Palace, the True Martial Palace, and the Wisdom Palace took a seat on the chairs placed on the platform. They only gave each other short greetings before looking down at the training ground. It seemed that they were keeping each other in check. Is everyone after Rayon? While the division leaders and squad leaders were reviewing who they needed to recruit, a cheerful voice could be heard. It was Latin, the leader of the Warring Sword. Everyone on the platform looked at him. I personally went to see him and realized he was more amazing than the rumors. I could barely feel his pressure, as if he didn't learn any martial arts at all, but he was almost a master on the inside. That boy is going to get even stronger. I can understand why the head of house and the elders are interested in him. The division leaders of the direct line frowned in discomfort, but the division leaders from other backgrounds nodded in agreement. However, that boy is for me. Today's protagonist is here. Latin stopped speaking and pointed at the trainees of the 5th training ground who were entering from the door. With Sieghart's badge attached on their black and red formal where they were walking towards the center of the training ground one after the other, and Rayon was at the end of the line. With a golden embroidery thread attached to his black and red formal dress, the way his red eyes shone like the sunlight painted a beautiful picture. It's Rayon Sieghart. What a face he has. He looks even stronger than before. Again, how could that happen? I guess it's not impossible, since he's already at the level of a vice squad leader at the age of 17. The division leaders admired his good looks and were shocked by his pressure, which was as sharp as a blade. A frightening glow appeared in their eyes, looking at prey in their respective ways. Rayon was walking towards the center of the training ground alongside the other swordsmen. Rayon, young master, Sir Rayon. He smiled and waved his hand at Sylvia and the maids, who were cheering from the side, then stood in front of the swordsmen. Sir Rayon, have you made your choice? Dorian's fingers were trembling. We aren't the ones that decide. They are. Rayon pointed at the squad leaders and division leaders that were looking down on them from the platform. But you must have made up your mind, right? Pretty much. Which one is it? None of them. What? Dorian wasn't the only one surprised at that. Run-On, Martha, and Burin, who were secretly listening to them, jolted as well. None. What are you talking about? Everyone's already present. Yes, none of the leaders are missing except for the Moonlight Palace, which is currently on an external mission. I'm sure you aren't trying to join an administrative organization, right? The three of them, or rather, everyone, moved next to him and asked which one he was planning to join. What are you thinking right now? What kind of crazy stunt are you planning now? Let's stay normal for once. The one doing crazy stuff isn't me, but that lazy guy. Don't worry. Rayon calmed the swordsmen that were barraging him with questions and snickered. Lazy guy? Instructor Rimmer, why are you talking about that gambling addict? Something interesting is going to huff. As he was about to give them a hint, a tremendous amount of energy could be felt. He didn't need to turn around to recognize it. The overwhelming energy wave was from the destructive King of North, the head of House Glenn Zeekhart. Goosebumps appeared on his skin as he felt his pressure, which only got stronger as he grew. Zeekhart's true heaven, the destructive King of North, head of House Glenn Zeekhart, makes his entrance. Greeting, my lord. Following the heavenly blade's shout, everyone knelt and bowed. Step. Glenn crushed that huge voice resounding throughout the training ground with a single step, only to walk to the center of the platform and sit on the golden throne. Rise, everyone. Even the division leaders that had remained silent so far expressed their gratitude with a majestic shout, as if they had become novices once again. Then the selection ceremony for the 5th Training Grounds graduates is going to be. Wait, as the host was about to announce the start of the ceremony, Glenn raised his hand. One person hasn't arrived yet. Pardon, but all the 43 graduates are here. The host tried counting them, then told him that everyone was present. It's not one of them, it's one of these. Glenn pointed at the platform where the division leaders and squad leaders were located. Pardon, but they also have to correct numbers. Excuse me, it's me. As the host grew confused and started to double-check the document he held, a green wind stormed from the left side walls. An attractive man easily jumped over the walls and reached the platform, his red hair fluttering in the wind. Rimmer, how dare you? Why the hell are you here? Only the squad leaders and division leaders are allowed in this place. The direct line division leaders, including Karun and Balder, gave him killing scowls. I know, that's why I'm here. Rimmer casually shifted on his feet and continued. I'm not just Rimmer. I am the Light Wind Squad Leader Rimmer from this moment on. Make sure to address me by the correct title. Gasp, Squad Leader. Did he really become a squad leader? The eyes of everyone inside the great training ground widened in confusion at his declaration. He is late even on an important day like this. However, it looked like Rayon was aware of that fact, snickered. Since everyone was there, the selection ceremony was about to begin for real. The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman. What kind of madness are you spouting? Karun stood up and gave Rimmer a killing glare. How did you even become a squad leader? He wasn't the only one confused. Every division and squad leader on the platform had a wide-eyed look of confusion on their face. Why not? It's not that hard to become a squad leader. Rimmer looked back at Karun and shrugged his shoulders. True, it's not that hard. However, it's impossible for a disabled guy like you with a broken energy center. Since I was so amazing back in the day, I figured I can still work as a squad leader even though I'm disabled. Do you honestly believe that you can fight like before just because you killed the blood-raving demon with sheer luck? You are just an incomplete swordsman that cannot even fight for a long time. The mere fact that Rimmer was standing there irritated Karun. I understand that it's too sudden for you to accept it, but it's already decided. And who made that decision? Isn't it obvious? Rimmer grinned and pointed at the throne placed in the center. He's right, I authorized him. ARP. The look in Glenn's eyes grew as deep as a bottomless pit. Balder groaned and lowered his head upon facing it. Q. Because his pressure alone was overwhelming the space, Karun could only bite his lip, unable to respond. I've personally confirmed the might of the Light Wind Squad Leader and given my consent. If you have a problem with it, then you shall come at me instead. There's no problem. After witnessing 2 palace masters get crushed by pressure, the other division and squad leaders forced their mouths shut. It's more silent now. Huff, arg. Rimmer grinned pleasantly and Karun and Balder glared at him, their fists clenched tightly enough to make a sound. Head of house, may I introduce myself? Introduce yourself. Yes, even though the novice swordsmen know about me, I need to explain the Light Wind Squad's direction and activities to them. Make it short. Yes, Rimmer bowed at Glenn before standing at the edge of the platform. Nice to meet you, I'm the Light Wind Squad leader. Rayon nonchalantly raised his head to look at Rimmer. The other swordsmen, including Burin, swallowed nervously afraid of what kind of frivolous statement he was about to make. Forget about the instructor that has been teaching you so far. Consider me as nothing but a new squad leader. However, his eyes were serious, and his voice perfectly followed the expected formality. I'm sure you've pretty much decided on which organizations you want to join. I'm sure there are various reasons for those choices, like the reputation of the division leader, the power of the organization, and the various supports and martial arts that you will gain. However, Rimmer continued his speech in a composed manner, and the swordsmen nodded as if they were charmed by him. They couldn't take their eyes off him because it was almost their first time seeing him being so serious. Those are the roads paved by your seniors here, and all you will be doing is jumping onto those roads. Even if you join a powerful organization, all you can achieve is a sloppy reputation and some deeds. That is because the truly wonderful achievements have been taken away by your seniors. Unexpectedly, he was pointing out a legitimate fact. The smiles disappeared from the swordsmen that were looking forward to joining an organization. I can't give you all that. It's only been a few days since the creation of the Light Wind Squad, and I don't have anything to offer. However, this squad's advantage lies in its incompleteness. Advantage of incompleteness. What is that? The swordsman walked up, immersed in Rimmer's speech. It means that the Light Wind Squad has a lot more things to achieve than the other organizations that have already reached their peaks. Things to be achieved. Martha's eyes glittered, captivated by his offer. Our journey will be dangerous and you won't get paid that much. Dark times will continue for months and you will face countless dangers. I can't even guarantee that you will return alive from the missions we will face, but once we manage to live through all of those dangers and hardships, we will obtain honor and glory. Honor and glory. They could be considered superficial words, but the eyes of the swordsman were glittering more than ever. If you come with me, I'll create an opportunity for you to make great achievements and overcome your limits, just like those that are looking down on you from behind me. Rimmer extended his hand. His hand was empty, but looked a lot more charming than the hands of the division leaders that gave them expensive jewels and equipment. Head of house, his speech is taking too long. That's right, shouldn't we stop him? The division leaders glared at Rimmer and complained, as they were afraid he would take the swordsman from them, but Glenn just closed his eyes without any reaction. Rimmer shouted, ending his speech as he returned to his place. Although he sat down at the border of the platform because he didn't have a chair, his grandiose pressure remained the same. What shall I do? I'm suddenly interested. The swordsmen fidgeted and bit their lips. They were unable to put their thoughts together because of the sudden appearance of an interesting offer. Rayon's eyes, on the other hand, remained peaceful just like in the beginning. He was just standing there nonchalantly, as if the situation didn't matter to him at all. Rimmer frowned as he looked at Rayon's expression. I think it worked on the other kids, but why is he the only one that looks like that? He felt suffocated, as he couldn't read into the expressions on the face of the most important piece of the puzzle. I do need the others, but I definitely need you to come with me. Since the Light Wind Squad was literally created to raise Rayon, it was of utmost importance that he joined. If he didn't, there was no reason for the Light Wind to exist. Moreover, Rimmer bit his lip. I bet my whole fortune on the gamble. Since an unprecedented amount of attention was focused on Rayon's choice in the selection ceremony, gambling over it was also extremely popular. Since Rimmer placed his bet on Rayon choosing a new squad instead of an existing organization, Rayon needed to join the Light Wind at all costs. Please, I'm really dead if I lose that. I'll have to survive on acorns. Rimmer breathed heavily and looked at the sky. He even prayed to God and wished for Rayon to join him. The instructor looks cool today for some reason. I know, right? I didn't know he had that side to him. Honor and glory. I never expected him to say that. Maybe that's his true self. Look at his thoughtful eyes. The novice swordsmen admired the sorrowful appearance of Rimmer. They would have spat at him and insulted him if they knew that he was only thinking about gambling, but it was fortunate that no one was aware of that fact. Actually, one person knew, but he was just enjoying the situation. Rayon smiled slightly upon meeting Rimmer's eyes. He is plotting something. Judging from his expression, he wasn't just acting cool. Rimmer was desperate for Rayon to join the squad. He already knew that Rimmer would create a squad, but he didn't expect him to be so desperate. He must be gambling over it. The only time that the punk elf instructor was serious was when he was gambling. Rayon could guess that he bet his entire fortune on him joining the squad. Well, it doesn't change the fact that his earlier speech wasn't too bad. The way he offered to gain honor and glory for them was enough to move the warrior's heart. He could guess that more swordsmen would join the Light Wind than his initial prediction. I like what he said for the first time. Wrath nodded at Rimmer. He's right. A demon shouldn't rely on someone else's reputation. The only way to get stronger is by surpassing trials and hardships with your own power. We aren't demons, though. That's not the important part. Back in Devildom, the King of Essence traveled throughout the entire world to fight against the other kings. The selection ceremony is starting. The swordsman whose name is called shall step up to the platform. While Wrath was setting up a long story, the host announced the start of the selection ceremony. How dare he cut off the King of Essence? I need to go. Rayon murmured that it was a relief and stepped back. Martha Sieghart, step forward. Martha nodded and started to walk forward, though she stopped next to Rayon for a moment. I'm going to join the light wind. I don't exactly trust that ruffian instructor, but I figure it will be the most helpful for what I need to do. With her voice flowing in the wind, she kept advancing. The leaders that want Martha Sieghart to join shall raise their hands. As soon as the host finished speaking, the division and squad leaders on the platform raised their hands. On top of Denier Sieghart, Ayed and Saranaho visited Rayon also raised their hands immediately. HMPH. Rimmer continued to play it cool as he raised 2 fingers. I'll join the light wind squad. Martha took a glance through all the organizations that wanted her to join, then pointed at Rimmer with a frown. Denier expressed his sadness for a moment, but it seemed he had expected that it would happen since he just calmly nodded. Martha Sieghart will belong to the light wind from today onward. Please give her a round of applause. Whoa, I like your challenging attitude. Once her affiliation was decided, a loud applause could be heard from the spectators. Next up is Run-On Sullian. Come forward. Run-On nodded and walked forward. She also stopped for a moment next to Rayon. Rayon, light wind, I wonder. It was a vague answer, but Run-On nodded as if she realized his intentions. The leaders that want Run-On Sullian to join shall raise their hands. Alongside Rock-On Sullian, many leaders raised their hands. Even more people wanted Run-On than Martha. It seemed Run-On was considered easier to deal with than Martha. That's a huge mistake. Run-On looked mild, but she is actually even more stubborn than Martha. It was a huge struggle to deal with her. Run-On Sullian, it's your turn. Choose the organization you want to join. Run-On nodded and raised her finger. It was pointing at Rimmer, who was smiling slightly. Run-On Sullian will belong to the light wind. Runan. Rock-On Sullian started to tear off his hair and scream, but Run-On just blankly nodded and returned to her seat. The selection ceremony continued, and everyone other than the 10 novice swordsmen that had already decided on their destinations ended up joining the light wind. They had already experienced Rimmer's competence at raising people despite his weird personality, and they wanted to write their own history of glory and honor. However, the luxury of making a choice wasn't given to everyone. Why is no one raising their hand for me? Something must have gone wrong. I think there's a problem here. Am I invisible? Dorian violently waved his hand towards the platform, but nobody was raising their hand to take him. It must have been because of the rumors that he kept running away at Habon Castle like a coward. That's so harsh. Wait, even the supply division didn't raise their hands. That's too mean when all I did was make a small mistake. Small mistake. You tried to carry all the supplies by yourself. The middle-aged man that was the leader of the supply division clicked his tongue while looking at him coldly. How could this happen? Dorian rubbed his belly pocket and trembled in disbelief. If no one wants to take the novice swordsman Dorian, then let's end. Is this a teacher's duty? As the host was trying to end Dorian's selection ceremony, Rimmer sighed and raised his hand. Whoa, wait a moment, I'm going to join the light wind. Dorian will belong to the light wind. With his hand still on his belly pocket, he bowed then returned to his seat. Young master, I'm saved. I'm going to serve Sir Rimmer as my teacher for the rest of my life, I see. Yes, the teacher's kindness. He started singing some weird song and returned to his place. Next up is Buren Sieghart. Step forward. Yes, seriousness could be felt from his green eyes and confidence from his steps as he advanced. I'm interested in the light wind, but I'll follow my initial objective. He said that and confidently stood in front of the platform. The biggest amount of attention was focused on him, with lots of leaders leaning forward. The leaders that want Buren Sieghart to join them shall raise their hands. People on the platform raised their hands at once. Although Buren should have been happy about the fact that most of the leaders were raising their hands, his expression turned stiff to an indescribable degree. Father. Why? The reason was simple. The leader of the central martial palace that he trusted and wanted to join, Karun, didn't raise his hand for him. Instead, he looked at him coldly. What's happening? Is he not satisfied with Buren, but his might and mindset are both excellent. The host and the other leaders also seemed confused about the situation. Their lips parted while looking back and forth between Karun and Buren. Buren Sieghart shall choose one of the leaders that raised their hands. The host told him to choose an organization, but Buren didn't move. He kept staring at his father, his drooping shoulders trembling. Rayon sneered, looking at Karun, who was treating Buren as a garbage rather than a son. I knew he wasn't worthy of respect. Buren said that he respected his excellent father, but Karun didn't deserve any respect at all. He was nothing but a narrow-minded fraud. That's unexpected, since that shitty eyes grew up a lot in terms of might and personality. It's because he dislikes his personality. He doesn't like how his cold-hearted and mechanical personality became broad-minded and easygoing. Rayon was sure about that, since he had seen the monster Darius in his previous life. Karun disliked the fact that his son was making decisions on his own accord, when he should have been nothing but a chess piece for him. Buren, make up your mind. Despite the host's request, Burin didn't move. I'll count to 5. If you don't make your decision in that time frame, your affiliation won't be decided. 1, 2, 3, 4. The host bought some time in consideration for him, but he was just standing there blankly. 5. Burin Zieghart's affiliation hasn't been decided. Although the host said his selection had ended, Burin couldn't move. He only started moving slowly, like a broken doll, once the other swordsman came to bring him back. What's going to happen to him? He has to decide on his affiliation in a month by directly visiting the organization. What an unusual event. Wrath seemed to be worried about Burin, despite having been hating on him so much. Next up is the last member of today's event, the top trainee of 5th Training Ground, Rayon Zieghart. Step forward. Upon hearing the host's loud voice, Rayon nodded and walked ahead. Karun's forehead wrinkled as he watched his youngest son falter as he returned to his place. What a useless guy. The son he wanted was a blade that could stab everyone, including his friends and teacher, to death, rather than a human being that could think and act of his own accord. He raised him to be spiteful and evil for that purpose, yet he ended up an idiot that couldn't even become the top trainee. He didn't need something like that anymore. Wow, that's so nasty. He turned his head upon hearing an irritating voice from the side, where Rimmer sat grinning. What did you say? Burin grew up as a human being through the survival exam on top of his excellent might and willpower. I didn't expect you to not even give him a second glance. That's the problem. Karun snorted. My son is just an extension of myself. Growth in personality is unnecessary since he only needs to follow my orders. Wow, what an awful thing to say. It's all because of you. Rimmer snickered and Karun gave him a killing glare. Burin started to break after you became his instructor. That's not called breaking, it's called growth. Are you sure your eyes are okay, dear Central Martial Palace Master, you bastard? The uncomfortable atmospheres swirled around them, and a strange pressure spread on the platform. Shut up, both of you. Please excuse me. Once Glenn looked at them, Karun and Rimmer fell silent and removed their pressures. Stay focused since this is the last one. He narrowed his eyes, looking at Burin's depressed appearance before looking at Rayon stepping forward from the opposite side. The biggest fish of this selection ceremony is here. Rimmer started to speak as if he had never intended to shut his mouth. But I'm guessing the direct lines aren't going to raise their hands, right? What do you mean by that? The direct lines and the collaterals under them glared at him. I heard an interesting story during the internship. The way Rimmer swirled his finger looked like he was making fun of someone. I heard that the Central Martial Palace was so scared of Rayon that they kept avoiding fighting him during the latter phase of the internship. I heard they withdrew the vice squad leader, the squad leader, and the division leaders, letting him do whatever he pleased. And everyone knows about the rumor that it was because they were scared of being defeated by Rayon. He raised his chin slightly to look down on the direct lines, then continued. Since the direct lines are like that, they must be afraid of taking Rayon as one of their members, right? I completely understand that you wouldn't want to raise your hand. You bastard. Rimmer, have you truly gone insane? The direct lines, including Karun and Balder, stood up in anger. You shouldn't do that when the selection ceremony is still going on. Rimmer furtively pointed next to him. An uncomfortable pressure was crawling from Glenn. Arg. The direct lines gritted their teeth and sat down in their seats, but they kept giving Rimmer killing glares. Damn bastard. Karun bit his lips and looked at Rayon standing in front of the platform. He hated how both the teacher and the student were irritating him. He wanted to immediately beat them to death. Scared. Did he say that I was scared of him? The way Rimmer said he was scared and withdrew kept repeating in his mind. There was no way he would be afraid of a mere insect. He was just avoiding conflict in order to kill him later. Damn it, because Rimmer reminded him of it. He kept remembering the way Rayon destroyed all the equipment and beat up the people in the Central Martial Palace. Fine, I'll grant your wish. Karun decided to raise his hand for Rayon. If Rayon ever decided to join him, he could use everything he had from his flesh and bone to the last drop of blood before eventually killing him. The leaders that want Rayon Zieghart to join them shall raise their hands. Hoping that the daredevil Rayon would make another foolish decision, he closed his eyes and raised his hand. The surroundings fell silent, as if the sound had disappeared from the world. However, people should have been noisy because he raised his hand. What happened? Karun frowned and opened his eyes. Rayon was casually standing there, but the jaws of the spectators and the swordsmen had dropped as they looked at the platform. Huff. He gasped upon looking around him. He wasn't the only one that raised his hand. The direct line leaders that were supposed to keep their hands down had raised them with wide eyes. Everyone on the platform had their hands raised to recruit Rayon. What is this? There's this legend passed down through Zieghart's generations. As Karun was about to hurriedly lower his hand, Rimmer's low voice could be heard. The swordsman that is chosen by everyone during the selection ceremony becomes the head of house in the future. A ray of light shone from his serious green eyes as he grinned. The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman. Rayon raised his head to look at the platform. The hands of the leaders resembled pillars supporting the sky. Everyone on the platform had their hands raised. The sight of all of the powerful people of the house, ones above master level, raising their hands to recruit him was an unforgettable spectacle, one that sent a thrill of exhilaration up his spine. Though I didn't expect this. Denier was somewhat understandable, but he didn't think Karun or Balder would raise their hands. However, he didn't seem to be the only one surprised. Even though countless people were inside the great training ground, for a moment there was no sound at all. No one could close their mouth, confused by the unexpected sight. Everyone, all the division and squad leaders raised their hands. Isn't this the first time that's happened today? Not just today. It's the first time since the selection the current head of house was a part of. I've watched every selection ceremony, but this is the first time I've seen every single leader raise their hands. That legend. The swordsman managed to snap out of it, swallowing nervously as they looked back and forth between Rayon and the division leaders. Legend, you're right, it's just like that legend. The legend of the head of house has finally. Does that mean he's going to be the next head? But he's just a collateral. He's not even a member of the direct line, but he inherited the blood of the direct line, so he is the next head. That's not a legend, it's just a superstition. A few swordsmen murmured about the legend while looking at the hands of the division leaders, and the entire training ground started to talk about the legend of the head of house. Legend, Rayon narrowed his eyes. Since they were talking about legend, he remembered the superstition Judil mentioned before. The legend mentioned that if every leader on the platform raised their hands, the swordsman would definitely become the head of house. She'd said that Glenn also became the head of house after everyone raised their hands during his selection ceremony. Is there any merit to that? It was just a superstition, not a fact. Moreover, Rayon wasn't exactly interested in becoming the head of house, since he just wanted to restore Sylvia's status and take his revenge against Darius. Rayon turned his gaze to Glenn at the center of the platform. His usual cold expression was in place, no reaction on his face, but he looked warm for some reason, as if he were proud of him. He rubbed his eyes and looked at him once again, and that impression disappeared completely. It must have been his mistake. Well, of course. Rayon snickered and turned his head to the side. Karun and the direct lines were staring at Rimmer in confusion, their raised hands trembling. That gambling, addicted instructor must have done something. Considering the fact that they were giving him a killing glare, Rimmer must have influenced the situation by using the mindset of the direct lines. Rayon couldn't tell exactly what he did, but thought Rimmer was amazing in various ways. Why does he always cry about losing gambles when he can do all that? Wrath narrowed his eyes, unable to understand him. I don't know either. There's no reason Rimmer should be losing when gambling. However, considering the way he still kept losing every day, he probably just was not suited for it despite how much he liked it. Do you really believe this changes anything at all? Legend, it's just a superstition. That's right. No one believes in a superstition like that. Karun and Balder glared at Rimmer, saying that the legend of the head of house was nothing but a superstition. I'm sure there are plenty of people who won't believe it, who would consider it a superstition. However, that is the impression that has been etched into the minds of the people here today. Rimmer stretched his arms to point at all the spectators. The possibility that Rayon might really follow the legend to become the head of house. That alone is good enough for today. Well, I guess I didn't lose anything anyway. Arg, Rimmer. You won't be able to die peacefully. I'll make sure you can't. Rimmer just smiled leisurely, making the direct line leaders including Karun and Balder grind their teeth. Well, that's a story for later. Host, please can you progress the ceremony? My arm is starting to hurt. Ah, okay, the host, who was drooling from his mouth, slapped his own cheeks and raised his head. Rayon Sieghart, please choose the organization that you want to join. The host said please to a novice swordsman for the first time. Rayon examined the leaders on the platform from left to right, one after the other. Some people desperately wanted him, like Ayad and Serena, while some neutral division leaders didn't really care whether he joined or not. Some of the direct lines were even awkwardly holding their hands up because of Rimmer's plot. Please, 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 and Rimmer was praying for him to join, despite his previous composure. Rayon purposefully looked away from Rimmer, scratching his chin in consideration while looking at the left side, where Ayad, Serena, and Latin were located. Gasp! Rimmer started to scream, trying to regain his attention, but Rayon didn't even turn to look at him. Rayon, as he pretended to make a decision, Rimmer's aura message arrived. His voice was whispering at him to keep it a secret from the division leaders next to him. Hey, kid, you gotta join the light wind. Why are you looking that way? He could feel the urgency from his voice. I made this squad for you guys. You can keep taking missions to increase your prowess and get achievements at the same time. It was a really attractive offer, but he still didn't respond. Most of the friends that you guided as the top student are here as well. You will immediately become the vice squad leader once you join. I'll let you do everything you want. Don't even look at the others. Honor and glory is right in front of you. He could feel Rimmer's anxiety from his unusually quick speech. It was his time to bait out the fisherman that made a fool of everyone else. Instructor, Rayon used Glacier to send an aura message to Rimmer. It was even more secretive than Rimmer's message. Oh yes, my Rayon, you can finally hear what I'm saying. You used me for a bet, right? Rimmer's continuous rambling stopped for the first time. There's no way I would do that. Why would I ever gamble? I already know you did, so if you're going to be dishonest, I'll join the White Lotus. I did, I'm sorry. It's okay if you did, but can I guess that you aren't intending to keep all the rewards to yourself? His voice stopped for the second time. You know, I need a lot of money to run an organization. Moreover, since we are only getting started, we need to spend a lot. I'm sure the head of house gave you enough money, since he accurately deals with that kind of thing. Shall I try asking him? No, don't do that. Please don't do that. Rimmer violently shook his head. Judging from what he was doing, Rayon was sure that he already used some of the money Glenn gave him for the bet. Rayon Sieghart, I understand your contemplation, but it's about time you decide. The host raised his hand to hurry him up. 1, 2. Once he started counting, Rimmer felt anxious and raised his voice. Rayon, we don't have much time left, just give me half. If I give the half, then it doesn't leave much. Then you can lose everything. I'm going to join the Void Sword, led by Serena. 3. Rayon, I turned you into the man of legend. Honestly, it was meaningless since he wasn't really interested in becoming the head of house. It's super important, kid. It's a legend. Legend and payment are two separate matters. 4. Rayon turned his head to the right completely when the host called out the number 4. Fine, half, I'll give you half, you nasty bastard. Very well, Fiv. I've made my decision. Rayon bowed at the people on the platform to express his gratitude, then looked at Rimmer. I'm going to join the Light Wind Squad. Light Wind Squad. Rayon Sieghart, who has been chosen by every leader on the platform, decided to join the Light Wind Squad. Please send a round of applause, everyone. Woa, Rayon, young master. The first cheers came from the direction of the Annex Building's members. They were just happy about safely getting through the selection ceremony, not caring about the legend. Woa, I was freaking out because I thought you weren't going to join us. Let's get along in the future as well. I'll be counting on you. The swordsmen that joined the Light Wind with him also applauded and cheered for him while patting his shoulder. The swordsmen that have decided on their affiliation shall salute the platform with their swords. Rayon and the novice swordsmen drew their swords. They saluted by placing the blades, reflecting the sunlight, in front of their chests. Rayon met Glenn's eyes over the blade. He looked like he was having fun, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Is he actually smiling right now? Because that didn't make any sense. Rayon closed his eyes and opened them again. And of course, his expression didn't change at all from his initial cold expression. Rayon couldn't understand why he kept hallucinating. This concludes the selection ceremony. Good job, everyone. Rayon bowed at the spectators and looked around at the previous trainees of the 5th training ground. They were mostly happy, but Burin was the only one who looked like he lost everything, with his head hanging down. Rayon looked on the platform once again. Despite being his father, Karun didn't even care about his dejected son. He just kept glaring at Rayon and Rimmer. It didn't look like he refused him because he was trying to give Burin a tryout, just seemed to seriously dislike him. It might be better this way. It was way better for him to realize what kind of person Karun was right now, and overcome it instead of being betrayed by him later on. Rayon stroked the golden embroidery thread Burin gave him and turned around. He walked up to Burin, who was biting his lips, and tapped him on the shoulder. Facing his wavering eyes, he spoke in a low voice. As your objective, I'll be waiting. The audience chamber inside the Lord's Manor had an unusual atmosphere. Glenn's mouth was curved into a light smile, and Rimmer's scowl looked like he ate shit. That was fun. Glenn raised his chin slightly, his smile deepening. You were made a fool of by Rayon after making fun of all the leaders on the platform. I couldn't suppress my laughter. He was aware of everything that happened. He apparently heard the aura messages between Rayon and Rimmer. How could that bastard repay a favor like this? I already had this impression, but he has no desire to become the head of house. What? How is that possible? It's true, he really doesn't want to become the head. The only objective he has is to restore Sylvia's rank to the direct line. Glenn slowly closed his eyes in satisfaction. He could remember the way Rayon confidently declared that he would restore Sylvia's position. A smile automatically appeared on his face. Then why does he do this to me, despite being such a kind-hearted boy? It's only natural since you used him for your gambling. You should be glad that he only took half. He's so perceptive. How did he even find out about my bet? It's too obvious. The same way a dung fly wouldn't fly past dung. Dung fly, how could you treat the leader of the Light Wind like that? It would be fun if the squad leader of Light Wind got beaten up like the wind. Please no, I'm a dung fly. As soon as Glenn raised his hand, Rimmer bowed deeply and rubbed his hands like a fly. By the way, what shall we do about Burin? Rimmer's eyes sank into darkness, as if they had been covered in mud. Despite Burin's impudence, he was still his precious student. Rimmer couldn't help but worry about him, since he was the only one that didn't decide on an affiliation. The reason he made fun of Karun more than he needed was because he saw Burren's depressed appearance. I didn't expect Karun to flat out refuse him when he grew up in terms of might, willpower, and personality. He became narrow-minded, probably because he was influenced a lot by me back in the days I was crazy. However, the selection of swordsmen is his own right. I can't really control that. He was right. Even though he was the head of house, he couldn't force an undesired swordsman under the division leaders. And even if he could, that would only make Burren seem more pathetic. Then, you shall bring Burren with you. I'm sure he will properly fit into the light wind with his changed personality, but I'm not really a babysitter. Tusk, yes, I'll do my best to cure Burren's wounds. As soon as Glenn clicked his tongue, Rimmer nodded in agreement. By the way, you were apparently serious about making Rayon into the head of house. Of course, I'm sure everyone more or less got the impression that Rayon could become the head. This will be more helpful for him in the future, more than any status or achievement. It should. However, more people will try to keep him in check, just like they did with me. Glenn's thoughtful eyes turned cold. Just like Rayon, he was also chosen by all the leaders, and his life was endangered countless times because of the people trying to keep him in check after that. He isn't qualified to become the head if he can't survive through that. And Rimmer's eyes lit up in anticipation. He is extremely skilled at getting past crises. I'm sure he won't disappoint us. We will see about that. Glenn replied bluntly, but his voice contained as much kindness as Rimmer's. I'm leaving then, so you are going to the gambling house. You are getting money there to head over to the casino next. There's no way I would do that. I'm going to rest for a bit since I'm too tired from preparing for the selection ceremony. Rimmer bowed and turned around with an indifferent expression on his face. He wiped off the cold sweat from his forehead and breathed out a sigh of relief. Both the grandfather and grandson are too perceptive. After the selection ceremony, Rayon didn't return to the annex building. Instead, he went to Main Street in Sieghart's southern district. He settled in the old but largest pub and hid his presence to an ordinary person's level. Did you hear that news? Rayon Sieghart apparently recreated the legend in the selection ceremony. I didn't just hear about it, I saw it myself. It was a great sight to behold when all the leaders raised their hands to recruit him. I won't be able to forget it for the rest of my life. Oh, I should have been there. Does that mean Rayon's going to be the next head of house? Well, that's just a legend. We never know what's actually going to happen. I guess he's a lot younger than the other head candidates. But he is overflowing with potential. He is Sieghart's unprecedented Sieghart, who became the highest-rank expert at the age of 17. There are rumors that he will become a master soon, so the legend might become reality. A collateral becoming the head of House Sieghart, that's such a nice story. Having everyone inside the pub talk about him in anticipation didn't feel that bad. Honestly, it was a pleasant feeling. But what happened to the bet? Did anyone manage to predict that Rayon would join the Light Wind? There's one person that predicted he would join a third-party organization, although he didn't specifically mention the Light Wind. Who was it? He's a middle-aged man that loses money from time to time, but he hit a huge jackpot this time. The ratings are huge. Once they mentioned the bet, Rayon realized that he came to the right place. Isn't that a mistake? That shitty ears has red hair. Instructor Rimmer is involved with the contents of the bet. Of course, he wouldn't use his original appearance when he placed his bet. He disguised himself. Rimmer was the squad leader, who was pretty much the main party involved in the bet. Many people would have complained if he had directly participated in the bet, so he must have disguised himself beforehand. That's really perceptive of you. I have been with Instructor Rimmer for a while now, after all. Rayon snickered and waited for Rimmer's appearance. After wasting about 30 minutes, the door opened from the inside of the pub and a blue-haired middle-aged man entered the room, carrying a large bag. Whoa, congratulations. How much did you even win? When am I ever going to make that much money? I'm so jealous. Have a nice life, see you never. The people inside the pub sent up a round of applause and cheered for the blue-haired middle-aged man. Since I'm in a good mood, I'll buy liquor for everyone. The middle-aged man responded to the cheers by placing a pile of gold coins on the counter before leaving. Hell yeah, he knows how to spend money. See you later. Buy a round again next time. Since it was Sieghart's domain with good public order, no one was trying to steal the money. Everyone was just enjoying the free liquor and side dishes. Except for one person. Rayon smiled slightly and followed the middle-aged man. Hum hum. The blue-haired middle-aged man was walking towards the center of the main street while humming pleasantly. Judging from the direction, it looked like he was going to the casino. Rayon controlled the density of his aura to maintain his assassin technique, changing his presence to keep following him. He kept stalking him for a while, and the middle-aged man finally stopped, annoyed at being chased. Some stupid people are still trying to steal. It's annoying, so come out and fight, gasp. When he turned around, Rayon removed the hood he was wearing. Why are you so surprised? I am not. Do you know me? I don't. The middle-aged man whistled and rolled his eyes. He couldn't hide his expression at all. That's why he kept losing money while gambling. Let's stop joking around, instructor. I mean squad leader. The middle-aged man ground his teeth and placed his hand on his face. The face of an average middle-aged man disappeared, and Rimmer's astonished face appeared. You told me before that you make bets over there. Rayon pointed at the pub that was now far away. When they ate with the 6 training ground trainees in the past, Rimmer told him that he sometimes gambled at that place. That's why I was waiting for you, since I'd obviously be noticed if I followed you from the house. Damn it, it's my stupid mouth's fault. Rimmer screamed and slapped his own lips. Shitty ears, the King of Essence understands your feelings. This bastard never forgets what he hears. He's a monster, a real monster. Wrath ground his teeth at him in compassion. How did you discover my disguise? Are you a tracking dog or something? It was plain obvious, since the squad leader was the only person that bet on a new organization. And Rayon pointed at Rimmer's energy center. You can't hide the sensation of a refreshing wind moving inside you. Did you actually notice that? But it should hardly be noticeable, even for masters. Rimmer's eyes widened in surprise. I have pretty good senses, you know. Damn it, those supernatural senses again. He screamed while pulling his hair. I got it, but why are you here then? I told you I'd give you half. You could have just waited for me, over there. Rayon pointed at the casino that Rimmer was heading towards. I figured you might try some stupid stuff like increasing the amount over there before handing it over. That's why I came to find you. And no one would be crazy enough to do that. Rimmer laughed in an unusually awkward manner. He's too quick on his toes. The grandfather and grandson alike, they were reading his mind too easily. He felt like he would go bald because of them. Please, give me half right now. If I used it to win before giving it to you, it would be magically duplicated, then duplicated, and duplicated again. Half right now, us. Rimmer gulped down his tears and gave him half of the gold inside the bag. I'm not going to keep it for myself. I'll use it as a public fund for the light wind, since I think there's more than the squad leader's money in this. Rayon sighed while looking at the gold. Judging from the number of coins, he must have used the funds he received to establish the squad. If he'd left everything to Rimmer, he would have spent it all in a single day. Haha. Rimmer sighed blankly. It looked like he had given up. He'd believed Rayon was just an excellent swordsman, but he was actually even more sly and meticulous than Glenn. It looks like I made a great choice by appointing you as the vice squad leader. I feel so reassured. I'll pay extra attention in the future when serving the squad leader, so that he won't do anything stupid. Chills ran down Rimmer's spine at the sight of Rayon's cold smile. I feel like I dug my own grave. The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman. At daybreak, Rayon packed light and left the annex building. He headed towards the 5th training ground like always, since the light wind could use the same training ground they used during their trainee period. It was all because of Glenn's consideration of the trainees. Ahem, you are still moving so early in the morning. Wrath yawned hard to exhale coldness, even colder than the air at daybreak. I don't mind you training, but can't you take breakfast at least? I can eat at the training ground. But the food isn't delicious over there. The annex building has the most delicious and fresh food. This is better for training. Filling the stomach was all he asked for when it came to food while he trained, since delicacies could be left for other times. He had to quickly get stronger to decrease the list of things he needed to do, so he didn't have time to savor the taste of food. How pathetic. Wrath clicked his tongue and tilted his chin. You don't know anything about recreation. You are nothing but an idiot for training, one that is clueless about romance. Since I'm clueless about romance, I'm fine with eating nothing but Nadine bread from now on. And Nadine bread, his eyes widened in agitation. The tasteless Nadine bread with its smooth texture that was only good for filling the stomach was pretty much Wrath's natural enemy. Are you trying to threaten the King of Essence right now? I'm not threatening you. I'm just doing what feels comfortable for me, since I can't feel romance. How a mere human dares to threaten the monarch of devildom. A frightening amount of coldness filled Rayon's body. The emotion of wrath that Wrath had given him before ripped through the emotional rift to burn his soul from various locations. Rumble. The coldness and wrath became even stronger than before, stopping his steps. His limbs trembled from the tremendous amount of energy crushing the wall and assaulting him. The King of Essence grows stronger, just like you do. You'll learn your lesson if you act up. You're wrong about that one. Rayon clenched his fist to stop his hand from trembling. What? I grew up more than you did. He resonated. Ring of fire, the clear resonance between the 6 rings of fire crushed the wrath, and the 10,000 flames, cultivation, and Glacier ripped apart the coldness dashing through his mana circuit. Not yet. This is not the true power of the King of Essence. Wrath didn't give up, intensifying his coldness and wrath. Believing in the 25 points of wrath engraved in Rayon's soul, he dropped the coldness on him like rain. Rumble. It was definitely not easy to endure 25 points of wrath, but he used the ring of fire that had leveled up even more to suppress the spiteful energy. He started walking again. Upon reaching the training ground while fighting against Wrath, messages appeared in front of his eyes. As soon as the messages appeared, Wrath screamed and fell apart. Damn it. He kept flailing in the air, unable to acknowledge his defeat. I like stamina. Rayon closed the message and nodded. He smiled unconsciously at getting free stats from Wrath for the first time in a while. Since I won, I'm only going to eat 1 Nadine bread per meal from now on. Wait a moment. He flew like the wind and sat on his shoulder. It was the King of Essence's mistake. You should starve instead. Anything but that bread. Food that's only good for filling the stomach is pretty much a sin. Wrath's body convulsed violently. You'd better behave, since I'll keep eating Nadine bread for a month if you act up again. Q. The King of Essence wouldn't have lost to your evil plots if he wasn't a gourmet. Having a noble soul is a sin. You should call yourself glutton instead of gourmet. Rayon corrected him, then opened the training grounds door. He thought that no one would be there, but the light wind swordsmen were already gathered. Young master, Dorian, who was eating snacks from his belly pocket, ran up to him with a smile. You are late. I think it's you all that arrived early, though. The 5th training ground usually didn't have anyone there at that hour. Rayon, you are late. Even Runan, who slept a lot in the morning, was already there. She walked up to him while rubbing her eyes, then grabbed his sleeve. HMPH. Rayon looked aside at the sound of familiar snorting, spotting Martha as she was leaning against a tree. Every single member of the Light Wind was already in the training ground, making up to 33 people when you included himself and Martha. Why is everyone here so early? Because we are having the inauguration ceremony today. I was too excited to sleep, since the legend of Light Wind was going to start today. I finally became a real swordsman. The Light Wind members clenched their fists and smiled in anticipation for the future. Rayon licked his lips, meeting the excited gazes of the members. You will be disappointed if you expect too much. He was sure of it after seeing Rimmer the day before. Rimmer hadn't changed at all. The kids were probably thinking that Rimmer must have changed since he had become a squad leader, but that was a huge mistake. You should do some personal training until the squad leader arrives then. Yes, all right. The Light Wind members smiled brightly and spread throughout the training ground to begin training. The chattering that could be heard occasionally was filled with anticipation for the future missions and achievements. Yawn. After seeing Runan, Yawn, and Martha look sharply at the sky, Rayon went to an empty spot. I shall begin as well. He drew his training sword and used the star-connecting sword, ring of fire, and the 10,000 flames cultivation leveling up. Wham! The star-connecting sword that rushed like a glorious river grew fierce. Despite having the same continuous flow, its power and speed were incomparable to before. Rumble, the aura wave spreading from the blunt training blade, resonated throughout the 5th training ground. Wow. Is that really the star-connecting sword? I learned the same technique, but why is there such a difference? That's crazy. That's pretty much the highest rank in swordsmanship. People said the swordsmanship's rank depends on the user. Is talent what matters in the end? The swordsman admired Rayon's star-connecting sword, which was affecting the entire training ground. Although they could use those techniques with their eyes closed, its overwhelming wave looked like an absolute technique that they'd never seen before when Rayon was the one that used it. You are talking like idiots again. Martha narrowed her eyes, looking at Rayon's energy as it soared into the sky. While you guys pursued a more advanced swordsmanship, he just kept training that star-connecting sword. It's more like the difference in the amount of training than the difference in talent. She murmured, I also used to be an idiot, to herself in the end, then drew her training sword. Wow. Runan's purple eyes were shining, trying to catch every single move of Rayon's blade. You haven't changed. Dorian nodded, eating snacks instead of training. The swordsmen were waiting for the squad leader Rimmer, while spending time on their own way, but he didn't appear at the appointed time. Ahaha. Since it's the first day. No, right? There's no way he'd be too late after such a nice speech. Let's believe that the squad leader changed. The swordsman said that and waited for another hour, but Rimmer couldn't be found anywhere in the training ground. He's coming soon, right? Probably. That bastard, Elfie's going to come if he has a conscience. I'm sure he has changed after luring us in with such nice words. As the swordsmen were suppressing their anger and grinding their teeth, the training ground doors creaked open. He's here. Squad leader, you are too late, huh? They stopped running towards him midway, their jaws dropping. The red-haired elf that had looked so glamorous just a day ago now looked completely dry, as if he had grown at least 100 years older. What even happened to you? Squad leader, are you all right? Gasped squad leader. The swordsman's lips trembled as they supported the faltering Rimmer. Hello. Rimmer's spiritless eyes were spacing out, his arms flailing like reeds. Tusk Rayon clicked his tongue at the sight of him. He lost everything. It was obvious what had happened just from looking at his expression. He must have gone to the casino to increase the money he had left, just to end up losing everything. That was the only way to explain how he had become so completely broken. It's a relief that I took it away from him yesterday. If he hadn't taken the other half, the money that should have belonged to him would have turned into nothing. That would have been truly terrible. Now I'm wondering who is in that casino. Although Rimmer couldn't hide his expression, he had sharp eyes, and he had a sly and sneaky personality. He was curious about who was winning against him every single time. Rimmer went to the center of the platform and sighed deeply. The Light Wind's inauguration ceremony is starting. Our objective is my money, the honor that no one has achieved before, and my money. From now on, you will get achievements and my money. A strange word kept intruding into the inauguration speech, which should have been dignified and magnificent. Judging from Rimmer's expression, he was unconsciously saying it. Is the objective his money, honor and his money, achievement and his money? That guy, no way. The Light Wind members finally realized what was going on and their faces stiffened. Damn it, why did I join this? Martha bit her lip and glared at Rimmer. Yawn. Run-On just yawned indifferently and blinked her eyes. That's how the Light Wind is going to run. It looked like Rimmer finally managed to snap out of it since he wasn't saying my money anymore. However, his face turned even more pale than before. So since we have 33 members in total, we will split into 3 groups. The first team's leader is Martha Sieghart, and the second team's leader is Run-On Sullian. I'll leave the third team's leader spot empty for now, and Rayon Sieghart will command the members as the vice squad leader. You shall treat him with respect in official events from now on. Yes, understood. I'll assign the teams now. The first team will be Setrai Yandon. Rimmer sounded like he was dying as he called the names of every single member. Who is going to fill the vacant third team leader spot? It's reserved for the foolish guy that is going to join soon. Since everyone knew who he was talking about, they just nodded. I'll tell you about your first mission with the Light Wind. From today onward, you shall. Rimmer licked his lips and examined the swordsmen below the platform. They were waiting for him to continue, swallowing hard. Rest. What are rest? Are we really resting when the squad has just been created? What do you mean? Because what Rimmer told them wasn't to rest for the time being, but just to flat out rest. The eyes of the swordsmen widened as they jumped at him. What else would it mean? It means that you will rest. Rimmer shook his head with cloudy eyes that had lost half of his soul. He still couldn't get over the shock of losing all his money. Ha. Rayon narrowed his eyes at the sight of him. It's rather inconvenient to not have him here. Things were getting annoying because Burin, who should have been grabbing Rimmer by his collar, wasn't there anymore. It was surprising how he came to miss Burin. That's how the world works. You don't know how precious someone is until they're gone. Since it was unbelievable that Wrath had just said that, Rayon's eyes widened as he stared at the bracelet. Actually, not having those shitty eyes around isn't exactly a big deal, but the world is pretty much drowning in sorrow because the great king of essence has disappeared. The world might even end soon enough. Rayon thought he was saying something nice for once, but he was just bragging about himself. However, Wrath said world this time instead of Devildom. It looked like something happened to the demon kings of Devildom, taking into account what happened with Sloth as well. I don't even know anymore. Do whatever you want. Rimmer laid down on the platform and exposed his belly. Ag, you damn elf. Why did I even do that? Their clenched fists were trembling as they looked at Rimmer's blank eyes. Ha. Rayon sighed and walked up to Rimmer. By rest, you mean that we are going to have a mission soon enough, so we should prepare ourselves, right? Yes, right, that's what I meant. I knew the vice leader would understand me. Rimmer nodded blankly. I'll translate the squad leader's statement. Rest doesn't mean that you should just rest. He's telling you to prepare yourselves for the upcoming mission. We should decide on the signal to use between us, as well as readjust our strategies and tactics, such as sword formations. The swordsman took a step back at hearing Rayon's voice. But what's wrong with the squad leader? Is he sick or something? The squad leader lost money yesterday at the casino. Hey, stop! As Rayon started to tell them the truth, Rimmer grabbed his shoulder. His face was still pale, but his hand was still powerful. Strange rumors can spread if you misspeak, so please be more careful about it. I see, Rayon nodded, then looked at the swordsman once again. The squad leader lost his entire fortune at the casino yesterday, which is why he is in a bad condition today. I'll take command for now. We will start with the basic signals. Change yourselves into your training outfits, then come back here. I knew it. I guess he's been mild recently. Tusk. The swordsman threw scornful glances at Rimmer, who was hiding behind Rayon, before heading to the changing room. Squad leader. Rayon turned around and bowed slightly at Rimmer. In order to avoid strange rumors from spreading by misspeaking, I spoke honestly about the entire truth. His jaw dropped to the ground in amazement. But how did you find out about the fact that I lost everything in the casino yesterday? You left before me, right? A dung fly wouldn't just pass by dung. It's obvious. Who are you calling a dung fly? Rimmer's shoulders trembled furiously. Dung fly was the exact same thing that Glenn had called him last time. Why, you damn inhuman grandfather and grandson, you're forming a duo. There was a separate building to the west of the central martial palace. Although it had been dusty for a long time because no one had been around to manage it, people were visiting it for once. It's been a really long time since we've been here. The butler, Tiesu, had been raising Burin instead of Karun since he was a child, smiled gently while cleaning the fireplace. Burin didn't say anything, just staring at the pillar to his right. There was a child's graffiti under the pillar. It was a drawing of a man, a woman, and a small boy holding hands with each other. That drawing. Tiaz narrowed his eyes. It was the graffiti Burin had made in his childhood, and it was the ideal family that he had imagined in the past. Burin caressed the graffiti, his eyes completely different from those of the smiling boy in the drawing. The pigment's particles, smeared with dust, bitterly fell from the graffiti. The boy inside the drawing disappeared at some point, and the man and woman who weren't holding hands anymore were the only ones remaining. Tiaz. Burin raised his head. His green eyes, which usually looked as warm as the wind, had turned as gloomy as ash. I want to be alone. You should return and rest. He spoke, then entered the completely dark room without even cleaning or lighting the room. Young master. Tiaz bit his lip. He'd been watching over him since childhood, but it was his first time witnessing such emptiness in his eyes. He looked like he had lost his goal in life. It's even worse than when he lost to the young master Rayon back then. He became even more passionate back then, as he said that he would take revenge, but now his eyes looked completely dead like burned-out firewood. There are 19 days remaining. A novice swordsman that wasn't chosen during the selection ceremony had 20 days to decide on their affiliation after the ceremony. We don't have much time. He wanted Burin to overcome his current emotions by himself, but that might prove difficult since being acknowledged by Karun was his primary goal in life. I have to ask for help if he can't overcome it by himself. He was unable to make Burin stand. There was only one person that had the ability to do that. Even if it takes my life, Tiaz made his decision and kept cleaning up the separate building. 1 week had passed since the selection ceremony. Rayon had renovated the hand signal system between the swordsmen and adjusted the sword formation stability for 33 people to fight together in the meantime. Since the swordsmen also realized that the time for the real mission was approaching, they added fresh fuel to the group training and personal training. Slam. As Rayon and the swordsmen were taking a rest after daybreak training, the training grounds door burst open. It was Rimmer's doing. Not only had he arrived on time, but he was also wearing a stylish black and red uniform as he walked up onto the platform. It's nice and boring, since the guy that keeps picking a fight with me every single time isn't here anymore. Rimmer licked his lips, looking at the door that was shaking so hard it looked like it would break. Since the Light Wind members were aware of who he was talking about, their expressions turned slightly grim. Well, I'm not here to talk about that. With his signature hand clap, he gathered the swordsman's attention. Since the hand signals and sword formations are pretty much complete, you shall start making personal preparations. Personal preparations. We are training every day, though. That's not what I mean. Rimmer shook his head intensely. What I mean is that you should get your personal equipment as Sieghart's swordsmen, rather than using low-quality supplies. You should start using your personal swords and uniforms. He smoothed down the Sieghart uniform that he was wearing. First of all, the uniform is custom-made. You should personally visit the dazzling Radiant Squad to place your order. The first order is free, so include as many options as you can. Rimmer tapped on the second sword around his waist. It was the noted sword he used to slay the blood-raving demon, rather than the supply sword that he usually used. Same goes for your swords. If you have a sword that you were gifted or inherited, but you couldn't use so far, you can use that one. Otherwise, you can make a new one. Use your own means to prepare it during the remaining waiting period. Yes, the Light Wind member's majestic response echoed throughout the training ground. I can finally use my Dark Phoenix. I'm so excited that I can fight with the Cloudy Blade of Brilliance. My main weapon, Super Genocider, wants to taste blood. Apparently, most of the swordsmen already had a weapon in mind, since they were grinning while calling their swords by stupid names. Come this way, Vice Squad Leader. As Rayon was pondering about how to make his uniform, Rimmer gestured at him with his hand. Someone has contacted you. Who would that? That old man asked me to bring you to him. One person came to Rayon's mind after Rimmer mentioned an old man. That stubborn old man Vulcan, who was staying next to the extremely hot kiln while he learned the 10,000 Flames cultivation. Rayon remembered the sublime eyes of the man that had reached the peak of blacksmithing. Are you talking about Sir Vulcan? Yes, that old man. Rimmer smiled gently and nodded. He said it was time to keep his promise. The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman. Rayon looked at the distant North Grave Mountain. His red eyes saw not the present, but the day he met Vulcan for the first time at the charcoal kiln after he followed Rimmer. I was able to learn the 10,000 Flames cultivation because of him. When he was anxious about the fact that he was the only one that was unable to acquire an aura in the 5th training ground, he received hints from his charcoal kiln allowing him to both learn the 10,000 Flames cultivation and reach 2 stars with it at the same time. Vulcan thanked him back then, as it allowed him to obtain a piece of golden charcoal, but Rayon was the one that should have thanked him instead. So he remembered the promise he made when he said he'd make me a sword. Honestly, he couldn't complain even if Vulcan didn't keep his promise. It was pure coincidence that the golden charcoal had appeared and Rayon had managed to learn the 10,000 flames cultivation, even obtaining frost in the process. However, Vulcan contacted him again, not forgetting his promise. Rayon fell speechless with the overwhelming feeling of gratitude. Are you going? Rimmer also looked at the North Grave Mountain and smiled. I shall. Rayon immediately nodded. I can't miss such an opportunity. The highest level blacksmiths were called the continent's blacksmiths, or the great blacksmiths. There was no way he would refuse, not when a continent's blacksmith who was supposed to be as skilled as a dwarf wanted to make him a sword. It does feel like you will get a rather interesting sword in your current state. Rimmer glanced over his eyes, arms, and energy center, then grinned. Go to the blacksmith's village then, since the old man is building his body over there. Building his body. He needs stamina in order to forge a proper blade. He was building his body for your sake. You will be surprised once you reach Merton. Merton. He'd heard that name before. It was a village located at the edge of Sieghart's domain, where many blacksmiths crafted nice weapons and equipment with the intense geothermal heat. By the way, Rayon. Rimmer rolled his eyes. You remember who introduced that old man to you, right? The squad leader did. That's why I'm saying that. Can you give me a portion, like a very small portion off the gold? No, Rayon shook his head firmly. Aren't you being too cold towards me? I'm the squad leader here. I'll give it to you if you promise you won't gamble. However, I know there's no way you would. I won't even go close to a gambling house. I'd rather entrust a cat with a fish. I can't trust the squad leader. Sniff, I really won't go. I just don't have money to drink. Oh. Rayon laughed bitterly at the sight of Rimmer crying on the ground. He couldn't believe he was the swordsman called Sieghart's Sword of Light. Ha. Rayon shook his head and took 10 gold pieces from his chest pocket, handing them over. This much should be enough to pay for liquor for a while. Ooh, it's enough. It's totally enough. Rimmer brusquely stood up and accepted the gold. Of course, there were no tear marks around his eyes. Then see you all after you get your uniforms and swords. I'm leaving first today. He even used footwork to instantly climb the training grounds wall. Ah, Rayon. Be careful on your way, since Merton is also used by people other than Sieghart. Rimmer waved his hand, then hurriedly ran towards the main street. His voice could be heard from far away, saying that he would take his revenge this time. He's going to gamble and lose everything again. Wrath clicked his tongue, looking at Rimmer's direction. That's obvious. Did you give it to him despite knowing that fact? It was a test. A test, yes. Since he did that, I'm never going to entrust him with money ever again. Rayon smiled coldly. Rimmer wasn't aware yet that what he did just now was going to come back to haunt him to a painful degree. Rayon. Rayon turned towards the voice coming from behind him. Run-On was looking up at him with a blank expression. Are you going to forge your sword? Well, yeah, let's go together. Do you also need to forge a sword? It was an unexpected answer, since he thought Run-On would receive a sword as a gift from her father, Rockin' Sullian. Father gave me materials to forge a sword. I'll share with Rayon. He remembered her telling him she had a present for him, and it was apparently materials for a sword. I'm planning to go tomorrow. Is that fine with you? Then let's meet here tomorrow morning. Run-On gave a big nod and left the training ground. She was probably going to prepare herself. The ice cream girl looks a lot brighter now. Indeed. Run-On was gradually expressing more emotion, probably because she hadn't seen Syria since that day, though other people probably didn't know about it, since she only did that towards him. I should get going as well. He figured he should order his uniform before leaving to make the sword. Rayon went to the dazzling radiance alongside the remaining swordsmen at the training ground. Hoo-hoo, the laughing sound was noble and flirtatious at the same time. Rayon swallowed nervously as he looked at the middle-aged noblewoman who was laughing while covering her mouth. How did this happen? He came to the dazzling radiant squad alongside the other swordsmen, but he had gotten separated from them somehow, and he ended up alone in the squad leader's office. They weren't normal at all, since they put him inside the squad leader's office without even properly introducing themselves. I'm honored to meet the rumored vice squad leader of the Light Wind. My name is Surin, the leader of Dazzling Radiance. She bowed elegantly towards him. Apparently she already knew about him. Rayon from the Light Wind is greeting the leader of Dazzling Radiance. Rayon erased his confusion and bowed politely. This is my first time seeing you up close. I knew people in Sieghart were also famous for their appearance, but it's my first time meeting someone like Sir Rayon. Lady Sylvia was amazing as well, but I'm totally impressed. Hoo-hoo. Surin kept exclaiming while examining Rayon's face from different angles. Her eyes were shining as if she were looking at a piece of art. It was so embarrassing that he felt like he could die. I came to have a uniform tailored. Rayon figured he wouldn't be able to return home on the same day if he did nothing, so he took a step back and declared the purpose of his visit. Ah, of course, I know that since Sir Rimmer mentioned it. Is there a particular design you would like? Surin pointed her finger at the mannequin behind her. There were a bunch of extremely eye-catching uniforms that felt like the word flashy was plastered on them. Rather than flashy uniforms like those, I prefer something simple. Instead, I'd like various functions. That would be a shame. Surin approached him while licking her lips. The uniform's design will be killed by your beautiful face if you wear a simple one. That would be even more regrettable than being killed by a blade. I don't really care about that. I do, though, as the tailor. An art has to be accentuated by another piece of art. If you leave the design to me, I'll make something that can highlight your features as much as possible. Surin smiled gently while looking like she was dancing as she walked around the room. Where are all the ordinary people around here? He unconsciously sighed. It was seriously difficult to find a normal person in such a strange house. All right. Then please make something flashy but still as simple as possible. And as for the functions, please make it light and easy to move in. You don't worry about the functionality. We make clothes by knitting cloud spirit threads as tightly as possible so that they can even withstand an aura blade multiple times. Cloud spirit thread. Cloud spirit thread was a rare item made by magically processing the thread made from the moth called the cloud spirit in order to maximize the durability of it. Clothes made from that thread were priceless treasures because they could hardly be pierced by a blade and even had resistance against 4 elements. But that would be rather expensive, right? Normally, the cloud spirit thread is only used around the vital areas, but it is used as much as possible on the Light Wind members' uniforms because Sir Rimmer paid extra. The cloud spirit thread will cover pretty much everywhere. The squad leader did that. He said it was a secret, but I figured the vice squad leader should know about it at least. That's why I told you about it. Surin winked to ask him to keep it secret. I see. Rimmer apparently paid beforehand to ask them to make the highest quality uniforms. Although he was addicted to gambling, he cherished his students even more, for sure. I really can't hate him. Rayon smiled slightly, looking at the ball of cloud spirit thread that Surin took out. Now then, I'll take your measurements. Surin walked up to Rayon with a measuring tape in her hand. Her face stiffened like tree bark as she touched his arms and legs to measure the length. What is this? The length and density of muscles of his arms and legs were almost in perfect proportion. She had examined the body type of countless people in her line of work, but it was her first time witnessing a body as close to perfection as his since Glenn. The more surprising part was the fact that Rayon's body was still incomplete. He almost had the body of a perfect warrior, despite his growth plates being still active. She didn't believe the rumor that he defeated the warriors from the central martial palace without using his aura before, but it wasn't impossible at all with the body he had, since he should have a strength and speed that transcended human limits. His might wasn't the only surprising thing about him. He was controlling his gaze and his aura perfectly. A swordsman as powerful as him at the age of 17 was unprecedented in Sieghart's history, so that legend wasn't nonsense. The legend of Head of House that was reenacted during the selection ceremony, the leader of dazzling radiant Surin, who was also one of the important senators, smiled slightly while thinking about the legend of Head of House that had been able to witness for the second time. I might really end up making the Lord's coat for this boy. The next day at daybreak, Rayon arrived at the 5th training ground earlier than the day before. It was completely empty, unlike the day before. Since you won't be able to eat the annex building's cooking for a while, how about eating breakfast before you leave? Wrath licked his lips while rubbing his belly. That's not a bad idea, but aren't you interested in looking for new delicacies? And new delicacies? Yes. Merton is quite developed, since there are many people visiting the blacksmith village. Don't you think it'd be fun to look for a decent restaurant there? That's not bad, I see. Although eating at the annex building right now and looking for a restaurant at Merton were 2 completely separate plans, Wrath just nodded in agreement. The gluttony demon king disguised as Wrath really couldn't think straight when food was involved. Then Rayon drew his sword, looking at the dim sky where the sun hadn't yet risen. Instead of starting with the star-connecting sword, Rayon returned to the basics and practiced his horizontal slash, vertical slash and stab, one after the other. Slash, the powerful blade severed the cold air, displaying Rayon's will. The strike containing one of the martial art's basic principles, speed mercilessly cut through the empty space. Not bad, since the star-connecting sword and river footwork were both well-balanced techniques. He was able to incorporate speed in them despite not having practiced fast swordsmanship that much. Why have you been working on speed recently? Wrath tilted his head. He found it strange that Rayon kept practicing fast swordsmanship whenever he was alone. I'm looking for a way to use this. Glacier's aura emerged from Rayon's blade. Are you studying a way to utilize Glacier? Yes, since he had managed to incorporate power, variety, and illusion with the 10,000 flames cultivation in his blade. He wanted to try using something completely different with Glacier, which was speed. That is pretty smart. However, do you truly believe that a human being is able to easily utilize? Glacier, Wrath clicked his tongue, saying that he didn't know his place. You told me that the most important part of using. Glacier is my imagination. I figured it would be possible if I keep imagining it in my head. Q, damn it, although Wrath had been laughing at him, he started smacking his mouth, regretting what he said before. This guy never lies. It was Wrath that told him that he could do anything with Glacier as long as he could make a proper image. That meant it should also be possible to develop the sword's characteristics with it. Once he started using Glacier, the silver frost gradually covered the ground. Rayon returned the emerging coldness to his body, what he needed to draw from. Glacier's mental image was speed. He desired speed that could even cut through wind and thrust his sword by using the fastest technique of the Fangs of Insanity, the Fang's outburst. Wham! Glacier's coldness, which was dashing through his mana circuit, burst from him, resulting in an extremely quick thrust. However, that wasn't the main part. The blade's trajectory was connected by a silver line. The powerful and quick strike passed first, and Glacier's coldness followed it. It was a mysterious technique that resulted in 2 consecutive strikes with a single swing. Even Wrath's eyes widened in surprise. "In no way did you plan that. No, it was a coincidence. Rayon just wanted to use Glacier to increase his speed. He never thought about striking twice with it. Is this because of the skill I used in my previous life? It could have been because he used Aura Shadow a lot when he was an assassin, which consisted of hiding the aura behind the blade. I should be really helpful if I can use it correctly." Rayon smiled slightly, looking at the frosted blade and the ice pieces shattered in the air. "I'll name it Double Strike for now." He temporarily named it Double Strike, thinking that he'd give it a proper name later on. Runon's voice could be heard from outside the training ground. Her listless voice was probably because she was still half asleep. Huff, Rayon used the 10,000 Flames cultivation to remove the ice pieces in the air, then walked towards Runon, who was holding a silver box. His face was glowing as beautifully as the rising sun at finding a new path of his development. Let's go. The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman. In the flower garden of the wise marshal, palaceoled by Denier Sieghart, Martha and Denier were facing each other in the middle of the garden, which was harmoniously decorated with colorful flowers and trees. "I'm sorry." Martha hung her head, unable to face Denier's gaze. "I have no excuses. I ended up joining the Light Wind, even though you called me to the wise marshal palace. It's okay." Denier smiled slightly, as if he didn't mind. "I have to understand since I know your circumstances better than anyone else. I'm sorry, you don't need to apologize. Are you going to keep doing this, even though you came to visit me for the first time in such a long time?" Father. Martha slowly raised her head. Her black eyes were trembling slightly, despite having usually been gloomy and cold before. "Why is such a beautiful face frowning?" Denier patted Martha's head with a warm smile. Martha bit her lips, not responding. Denier had accepted her and raised her as his own daughter, even though she didn't have anything. She couldn't hide her emotions from him. "It's regrettable that my youngest daughter joined another group, but I understand why you did that, since the wise marshal palace will rarely clash against the white blood religion." Denier gently looked down into Martha's eyes. "So you want to take revenge by yourself?" "Yes," Martha replied vigorously for the first time. "I want to find my mother with my own hands and kill those bastards. Revenge won't feel as pleasant and refreshing as you imagine. You will find that you have various thoughts afterwards, but I still need to do it, no matter what, no matter the cost." "I see." Denier sighed slightly, taking his sword and its sheath from his waist. He then handed it to Martha. "This sword's name is Azure Cloud. It's extremely sharp, and it cleanses your mind with anti-demonic energy." "What? Why would you?" "It's your graduation present." But I didn't even join the wise marshal palace." Martha's lips parted. Since Azure Cloud was one of Denier's most treasured swords, she had never expected him to give it to her. "That doesn't matter. This is just a gift from a father to his daughter." "Ah." After handing Azure Cloud to Martha, Denier grasped her trembling shoulder. "Since the Light Wind is a new group, it will take on many reinforcement missions on top of the standard ones. Since they will all provide you with the experience to increase your level, do your best on each of the missions." "Yes." Martha's eyes were shining as she looked at the sword in her grasp. "I can't exactly call it the price for giving you the sword, but let's make a promise." "A promise." She swallowed nervously while looking at Denier's mouth. She had to accept it, regardless of what he said, if it was the price for the sword. "No matter how busy either of us are, let's meet each other and have a meal together at least once every 6 months. "Ha, seriously?" "What's your answer?" "All right." Martha nodded, smiling brightly. It was so radiant that the Light Wind members would have fainted if they had seen it. And never take your eyes off Rayon. Denier took his hand off Martha, looking at the sky. His prowess and judgment is already equal to a vice division leader. You will be able to learn much from him, so keep watching him and think about why he makes the moves he does. He was right. Rayon slew the Green War Demon at the age of 15 and defeated the Vice Squad leader Holland at the age of 17. Watching him made her realize so many things, to the point that the time flew by. Am I going to be able to catch up to him? Martha looked into Denier's eyes, clasping the hilt of Azure Cloud. She wanted to stand at the same rank as Rayon so that she could be proud of herself. To be honest, it's hardly possible. Although your talent doesn't lose to the direct line of Sieghart, his talent is the rarest of the rare, even among the direct line. However, Denier turned around with a smile. It's not impossible. Harden your foundation while accumulating experiences as a swordswoman of Sieghart. Since your rival is right in front of you, you will get the opportunity one day if you keep improving yourself. Yes, Martha gave him a big nod. Since she had been watching Rayon ever since the day she lost, she was confident in observing him. I'll never let him go, but don't fall in love with him because you're watching him too much. Even though you aren't blood related, you are still family. Father, it's a joke, just a joke. Denier waved his hand, then returned to the wise martial palace. Aw. Martha clenched her fist. Her ears had turned red. Rayon and Runnon, who were heading towards Merton, were spending their first night in a small, nameless forest. Runnon, rest here for a bit. I'll check the surrounding area. Rayon waved his hand at Runnon, then went to the inner part of the forest. Pineapple Girl's cooking skills are increasing day by day. Now she can make food that remains delicious even after getting cold. Wrath was licking his lips after eating Yu's special hamburger with pineapple, salami, and ham inside. He had an extremely satisfied expression on his face. The only problem is that the amount is insufficient. I need way more than this to satisfy my THM taste. THM, being unable to understand that is proof that you are lagging behind the times. It means that I can eat 10 hamburgers maximum. What kind of abbreviation is that? He sounded like a kid from the neighborhood, rather than a demon king. Rayon shook his head and went to an open area, where the trees were relatively separate from each other, and drew his sword. You said you'd check the surrounding area. In the end, are you just training? That's so boring. I've already scouted with Glacier. He didn't need to be on alert, since he had already scouted the area with Glacier. He just wanted to polish the double strike that he had practiced at daybreak. Shall I try using that? He detached the speed part of the star connecting sword and the fangs of insanity while they moved. Rayon swung his sword while reciting the principles that pursued quickness. Slash. The combination between Rayon's powerful body and his new swordsmanship created from the principles of speed made his soaring sword twist the darkened night sky. It's fast. Even though he wasn't using that much aura, it was fast enough to behead a novice-level expert in an instant. However, that wasn't the level he was aiming for. Rayon increased Glacier's intensity to the extreme and pulled his sword back. Glacier's frost, which was dashing through his titan muscles and mana circuits, exploded as he swung his sword. Wham! The strike, barely visible with one's eyes, dashed along the horizon. A fiercely freezing wave of ice followed it, decorating the space. A horizontal waterfall of ice was created in front of Rayon from a single strike. It was powerful enough to rip his body apart despite his water resistance. It's even better than I thought. All he did was to polish the principles of speed that he had reformed, but the speed and power became incomparably better than they were that morning. He figured that he could create his own swordsmanship, one that could be used in an actual battle, by continuously developing that technique. It was worth practicing the basic technique over and over. The basic swordsmanship incorporated a shallow amount of most characteristics. He went as far as diving into that shallow water while others were learning more advanced techniques, and that was worth it. How was it? That was slightly good. I mean very slightly. It's not at a level that could gain the King of Essence's acknowledgement, but it was as slight as a speck of dirt in the eye. Wrath kept emphasizing the slight part. It looked like he didn't want to acknowledge it. I guess I should try turning that speck of dirt into a snowball. Rayon snickered, practicing the new swift sword until he ran out of Glacier's frost before returning to Runnon. Sorry for being late. I was trying a new technique. I know. Runnon nodded, showing that she didn't mind it. I wasn't bored because that was interesting. Did you actually feel it? Rayon couldn't understand how she felt it when Runnon was too far away to sense it at her current level. I was able to open a new eye in the jungle. I'll teach Rayon about it later. An extremely small smile, barely visible, appeared on her face as she spoke. A new eye. He heard that the residents of Katem Jungle, where Runnon stayed for the exam, were able to perceive presences from far away without using aura. That was probably the ability she was talking about. If you're done, let's eat ice cream. She took out the bead ice cream box from her bag, then handed it over to him as if she'd been waiting for it. Ooh, as expected of the first maid of the King of Essence. Wrath checked the ice cream, drooling coldness from his mouth. You should choose first. Run-On picked the mint chocolate and put it in her mouth. It seemed like she was enjoying it since her cheeks turned red. She picked mint chocolate. Wrath bit his lip, looking at the empty slot where the mint chocolate used to be. The King of Essence will overlook this matter because it's the ice cream girl. If it were anyone else, their head would have been smashed already. Don't make me laugh. You are just getting free treats. Rayon clicked his tongue, then put the new black and white ice cream in his mouth. The crispy cookies embedded in the sweet ice cream filled his mouth with two different types of sweetness. Whoa. Wrath was too excited by the new taste. His mouth was open enough for a fly to stroll inside. Is this a trick of the demon god? How could such a taste exist in the human realm? The King of Essence has no regrets, even if he were to die right now. Rayon could understand his overreaction for once, since the ice cream actually was tasty enough to enlighten him. What's the name of this one? Cookies and cream. Cookies and cream, huh? That name is engraved in the soul of the King of Essence. Ah, the great. Wrath gathered his hands together and murmured about the cookies and cream ice cream. At that rate, he would probably end up creating a song of praise about it. And this one. Run-On put the ice cream box back in the bag, then took out a silver box that she'd brought to the training ground. What's this? She opened the box without replying. The pure white lump of radiant metal in the box looked like it was created by rolling the snow at daybreak into a ball. It's a steel called cold blood. Run-On tapped on the cold blood with her finger, then continued. I heard a sword made from this is extremely beneficial for a swordsman that uses ice. I'll share it with Rayon. Are you really sharing this with me? Run-On nodded without any hesitation at all. Why? Because I need to repay the favor. The smile on her face was slightly deeper than before. Rayon exclaimed. He could tell at a glance that it was an extremely precious treasure, but she was telling him she would share it. She said it was repayment, for no reason or condition he knew of. What have I even done? It's difficult. Rayon lowered his head. The more he learned about the relationships between human beings, the more difficult it felt. The only thing he knew was the fact that he needed to return as much as he had received. I need to find out what I can do for her. Rayon nodded silently, looking at the cold blood. 2 days later, Rayon and Run-On were looking up from the entrance of Merton Village. Between the uphill roads, which twisted left and right like grapevines, there were plenty of workshops of various shapes, round, angular, or strangely twisted. The place where smiths, brimming with individuality, were spread out in a disorderly manner was the blacksmith village Merton. It's not as hot as I expected. He had heard that Merton was warm despite being located in the north, due to the inactive volcano Skele right next to it, but there wasn't much difference from other places. There are a lot of people. Once he entered the village, he could occasionally see Zeeghart swordsmen, and the village was filled with villagers, merchants, and swordsmen from other places. Clang, clang, clang. He climbed the uphill road that was filled with workshops, and the hammering, the bellows blowing, and the burning sound of the furnace could be heard non-stop. The sight of the artisans working hard, drenched in sweat, was enough to give anyone motivation to live a diligent life. You are going to die if you become any more diligent. I just feel like I haven't done my best yet. I'm not talking about you. The King of Essence is going to die. Stop training so much. The King of Essence can't sleep at all. Wrath complained with a frown. Apparently, he disliked the fact that Rayon kept the night watch to practice his quick sword on the way to Merton. Rayon, where are we going? I'm not sure. Rayon looked around. It was difficult to talk to them since everyone was extremely focused on their work. As he was wondering who he should try asking, he felt someone's presence from the right. Hello. He turned his head, spotting a smiling man with a smoking pipe in his mouth. His skin was brown, probably burnt by fire, but the characteristic stiffness of an artisan didn't exist in him, looked completely lighthearted. He was the freest person he'd seen in the village. You are looking for a workshop, right? Indeed. Rayon nodded slightly. Then do you want my recommendation? Since I'm born and bred in Merton Village, I know a talented artisan that only makes masterpieces. Although Vulcan promised to forge his sword, they hadn't yet decided on who to request for Run-On's sword. That was why Rayon figured it wasn't a bad idea to look into them. Who is that? Heron. I've never heard that name before. He's not that famous yet, but you'd better get acquainted with him while you can, since he's going to be huge soon. Where is he? Here, he grinned, pointing his thumb towards himself. I'm Heron, the one that will become the continent's blacksmith in the future. Rayon, Run-On, and even Wrath leered at him. Hey, the pretty swordswoman over there, please don't look at me like that. Give me a try. Since you have an outstanding aura, you need someone like me to keep up with your level. Heron seemed to have noticed Run-On's skills, despite her not showing it on the outside. What he said about his skills was not completely false, though he didn't notice my abilities. Rayon snickered, checking the smithy he came from. The fire was extinguished in the furnace, the floor was messy, and spider webs filled the ceiling. He clicked his tongue, then left with run-on. Hey, wait, you shouldn't judge from just that. Nobone is more skilled than me around here. That's okay. The person I'm going to see is definitely more skilled than you. Don't make me laugh. Who is it? What's their name? Sir Vulcan. V. Vulcan, Q-ha-ha-ha. Heron held his sides as he laughed, rolling on the ground. Do you really believe that stubborn old man is even going to allow you to see him? He's done nothing but wait for Sieghart's head of house for 4 years now. You won't even be able to see his face. He blabbered that having the door slammed in their face would be the best thing they could get. Just leave it to me. It will be a bit expensive, but I'll make you something really great. You will regret it if you miss this opportunity. We don't need it, so just tell us the location of Sir Vulcan's workshop. You don't understand, that won't work. That old man didn't even show his face when the Zettel Kingdom's royals visited him every day. There's no way he'd open his door for you. He shook his head, telling him to stop wasting time. Then shall we make a bet? A bet. I win if we manage to enter Sir Vulcan's workshop, and you win if we can't even see his face, just like you said. As for the terms, let's say the loser has to grant whatever wish the winner asks for. It's plain obvious, but fine. Heron nodded quickly. Another fool took the bait. Wrath sighed, murmuring that the number of victims had increased. My terms are simple. I'll forge that swordswoman's sword, and I'm the one that gets to choose the materials and the price. Heron pointed at Run-On, who was standing there blankly. The way he was rubbing his hands against each other with a grin made him look exactly like a third-rate thug. He didn't want to request Run-On's sword from someone like him, but he was bound to win the bet. Run-On, that's fine. Run-On immediately nodded, trusting him without even listening to the reason. Rayon smiled at her, then raised a finger towards Heron. Approved. I'll tell you my terms later on. All right, I'll guide you, let's go. Heron went ahead and climbed the hill. His confident expression showed that he was certain of his victory. Hey, Heron, how come you woke up before the sun set today? The sun going to rise from the west tomorrow, since you aren't drunk at this hour. Start working already. Your workshop is rotting, you bastard. The artisans either clicked their tongues at Heron or shouted at him to reform himself. It was enough to prove that he was the ruffian of the village. Shut up, I'm bringing those fellows to the old man since they said they can make him meet them. Heron frowned furiously. That's impossible. How would they even meet the former village chief? Stop wasting time and come to us. I'll make it cheap for you. Even the royals that visited 10 days in a row didn't see a strand of his hair. There's no way they'll be allowed. That's pointless. The spectators and artisans all shook their heads, saying that they wouldn't be able to meet with Vulcan. You heard them right. I won't cancel the bet, even if you ask. I'm not asking that, so let's get going already. How arrogant. Heron pouted, stopping in front of the artisan building on the highest hill of the village. The hemispherical building looked like an upside-down bowl, and a thick metallic door was tightly shut in the center. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of hammering steel, done at a constant speed and strength, could be heard from the inside. The mature sound of hammering resembled an instrumental performance, and it was enough to feel how skilled the artisan was. A hum. Heron cleared his throat. Instead of using his previous voice, he raised the tone to another level, shouting with a completely different voice. He was probably trying to hide his identity. Hey, former village chief, you have guests. Clients are looking for you. He kept slamming the metallic door as if he were trying to break it, but there was no answer from inside. You have clients. Open the door. Tusk, just leave. I'm not currently accepting clients. Vulcan's voice could finally be heard from the inside. It was deeper than before, but it was his voice for sure. See, I told you it was pointless. I'll take the down payment for now. Give me that box. Heron giggled, extending his hand towards the box Run-On was holding. I knew that would happen. He's not called the continent's blacksmith for no reason. He's as stubborn as a mule. He didn't open the door to royalty. There's no way he would allow those children inside. It's regrettable that the ruffian is getting money. The spectators that followed them clicked their tongues, saying that they knew it would happen. I'll try. Rayon walked past Heron, who opened his hand and stood in front of the door. I told you it's pointless. Stop bothering the old man and come this way. Sir, Rayon continued, thinking about Vulcan's smile at the North Grave Mountain the last time he'd seen him. I've arrived, after forming an indomitable mind. The continuous sound of hammering stopped at once when he spoke. Rumble, the metallic door, which seemed like it would stay shut until the end of the continent, was pushed wide open as Vulcan made his appearance alongside a powerful heat. His face was still full of wrinkles, but his eyes were brimming with vitality, and his entire body was covered with inflated muscles. You're finally here. It's been a long time. Rayon and Vulcan looked at each other's changed appearance and smiled delightedly. Hoo. Heron's jaw dropped to the point that his lips seemed like they might tear as he looked back and forth between Rayon and Vulcan. How did this happen? Why did that old man come out? He pinched his cheek in disbelief. He really came out. Gasped, but he said he would never open the door, not until his real client arrived. Who is that young man, for Sir Vulcan to make that expression? The smiles disappeared from the spectators that followed them at once. Everyone gasped in surprise. What a bland ending. Rayon smiled, looking at Heron's astonished expression. I won the bet. Arg. When Heron started to step backward while biting his lip, Vulcan's eyes turned to look at him. Stop. Huff. Heron stopped like a marionette with a broken thread upon hearing that. You bastard, why are you here instead of working? I was kindly guiding. Nonsense, you must have been doing some obnoxious touting, rather than increasing your skills as you should. Father, that's not what happened. Silence. Considering the fact that he called him father, Heron was apparently Vulcan's son. Rayon was planning on making him run some errands, or getting one of the items he made if there was anything decent, but he was probably going to be useful in different ways if he was Vulcan's son. I got another doormat for myself. Rayon smiled at Heron, who was held by collar by Vulcan. The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman. Vulcan guided Rayon and Runnon into his workshop. The interior was filled with the furnace's heat. It looked like he'd been working continuously before they arrived. Sit down over there. Vulcan pointed at a small table and chairs in the corner of the workshop. You should be honored, since this is the first time in 2 years that people from outside have managed to enter my father's workshop. Heron sat down next to them and crossed his arms. Don't make a mess and stay silent, Huff. Vulcan frowned and started to pull on Heron's ear. Arg, father, why are you doing this? You are the noisiest one here. Why are you sitting there when I have clients here? Go bring some tea instead. He slammed Heron's head with his fist while saying that. Qa, please use your words. Words aren't enough to make you understand. Ha, I should just leave this stupid house. Heron furiously rubbed the spot on his head that had been hit, then went to the inner part of the workshop. I apologize for him, just in case he was rude. Vulcan sighed and bobbed his head. He wasn't initially that bad, but he became like this after meeting a gambling addict. Gambling addict. Yes, that elf bastard you're well acquainted with. Sorry. Rayon and Runnon's ears pricked when he mentioned the elf. Since he even mentioned gambling, there was only one person that met the criteria. What kind of trouble did our squad leader cause? Squad leader. Did he actually become a squad leader? Yes. Ha, the world is about to end. What did the squad leader Rimmer even do here? Rimmer, that bastard. Vulcan grit his teeth, looking into the air. He lost every single time he gambled against my stupid son. Rayon's eyes lost focus. He couldn't understand what he had just heard. Rimmer didn't even win against him, he just lost. It didn't make sense that he was angry at him. Runnon frowned as well, an unusual expression for her. What does that mean? After winning against Rimmer, that idiot figured he was talented at gambling and threw away his hammer to visit various gambling houses. He lost his entire fortune, and he's still living as a ruffian because he still hasn't faced reality. He finally understood what Vulcan meant. Because Heron won all of his bets against Rimmer, he had become delusional and thought that he was talented with it, which led to him becoming addicted. Basically, he's saying that he misunderstood after winning against the weakest of the weakest. Wrath snorted. Anyway, it was honestly not Rimmer's fault, but troubles always happened when he was involved. It could be said that he always carried misfortune and unhappiness with him. He wouldn't be so broken up if Rimmer had only lost a few rounds against him. I don't even understand how he could lose 15 rounds in a row. And then he even brought him around to teach him all kinds of bad things. Vulcan clenched his fist in frustration. Rayon silently hung his head since he couldn't say anything. Well. Anyway, that's now a story of the past. He sighed and gently looked into Rayon's eyes. I heard about it from that gambling addict, but you grew up really well. Did the squad leader even talk about me? That damn bastard asked me to lend him some money in return for telling your tales. Rayon was unable to hold his head straight whenever he heard about Rimmer's actions. I apologize for him. How much did he borrow? Rayon took out his gold pouch with the intention of paying Vulcan back immediately. You don't need to do that. That amount doesn't really matter to me. However, you're even better than the stories he told. You've transcended half the wall with the aura you've accumulated. I'm extremely pleased that you reached this level in mere 5 years. Vulcan smiled pleasantly. His frown suggested that he wanted to kill Rimmer whenever they talked about him, but he was smiling whenever Rayon was involved. By the way, who is this other swordswoman? Vulcan looked at Runnon this time. She's my companion. We came here together since she said she also wants to have a sword forged. I'm Runnon Sullian. Runnon immediately stood up and bowed. You have an extremely sharp aura to the point that it's cold, as expected of House Sullian. Is Sieghart full of talented people right now? Vulcan admired her pressure upon reading it. I'll introduce you to the current village chief of Merton. I'm sure he will be able to perfectly forge the blade you want. Runnon bowed once again. Are you going to start forging right away? I would, but there's one problem, and that would be, the geothermal heat is currently a lot lower than usual around Merton Village. It usually returns to normal within a week, but it's currently still low despite 2 weeks having passed. Vulcan tapped the ground with his feet, a frown on his face. So that was the reason. Even though he was told that Merton Village was relatively hot for being located in the north, it was actually only slightly hotter than Sieghart when he arrived. He had thought that was strange, and apparently there was a problem with the geothermal heat. With low geothermal heat, it's difficult to meet the temperature even if I use the golden charcoal. I think a problem has occurred in Skele Mountain. You said you'd ask for help from Sieghart if the heat doesn't return this week. Just call them already. Heron put down the cup and kettle at the center of the table with a thud, then sat next to them. Then shall I try investigating it? Rayon spoke, turning his head towards the door to look at Skele Mountain. Then. What? Come on, Heron waved his hand fiercely, even before Vulcan could speak. This swordswoman might be fine, but someone like you will die immediately upon reaching the mountain. There are plenty of monsters that feed on the heat arg. Are you blind or something? Vulcan sighed at his pathetic demeanor and smacked the back of Heron's head. Can you investigate it for us? Rayon nodded. Since Runnan was also an expert, she could easily deal with the monsters in the mountain. Please stop hitting me. Who is this guy for you to do that? This boy is the future of Sieghart. What? He. Heron, who was rubbing his head, suddenly stood up from his chair. Sieghart's future. Wait, then the promise that the old man mentioned. Yes, you mistook my words as referencing the head of house on your own accord, but Rayon is the swordsman I made the promise with. But I can't feel anything from him. Are you actually telling me this young guy is an advanced expert? You would have been able to feel it if you weren't addicted to gambling for the past 2 years. Vulcan scornfully clicked his tongue. Arg, Heron bit his lip tightly, unable to say anything. We'll get going right away, if we can have a... there's something we need to do before that. Vulcan raised his hand to stop Rayon from standing up. To work faster, I need to figure out what material suits you. Material, just as there are many different kinds of swordsmanship, there are many different metals in the world. This is an indispensable task in order to find the metal that suits your aura and nature. Heron, bring the golden shard stone. I'm not your servant. Why would I arg? Heron, who was sipping his tea, returned to the inner workshop as soon as Vulcan glared. He brought out a rock with a hand mark in the center of it. This rock contains the metal called the golden shard. It's the king of metals, one that can amplify any kind of energy in the world. Golden shard. Rayon had heard that name before. It was a legendary metal that couldn't be bought, even if the person had the money for it. This golden shard stone, made from the golden shard, absorbs aura and tells you what kind of metal is best suited for the swordsman. Do you want to try it? I see it has a fissure. Isn't it going to break if I imbue it with aura? You don't need to worry, since it will never break. I see. Before putting his hand on the golden shard stone, he looked to his right. Runnan's eyes were sparkling in interest for the first time. Runnan, do you want to try it first? He pushed the stone towards her, and Runnan immediately nodded. Put your hand on the concave part, then push the aura into that gap. Runnan nodded, placing her hand at the center of the rock before inserting her aura. A faint silver light emerged from the fissure of the golden shard stone, and coldness emanated on the rock. Vulcan's eyes widened as he tried touching the rock. Even your aura is special. I haven't seen ice of such purity in a long time. He scratched his chin, telling Runnan that she could take her hand off now. The best choice is cold blood. If that's not possible, then there's silver steel, which can take ice. I have cold blood. Runnan pushed forward the box she was hugging. Oh, Vulcan exclaimed upon opening the box Runnan gave him. This size and durability, it's perfect. It's superior even among cold blood. A nice sword will be made from this. He nodded in satisfaction after touching the cold blood. Rayon, it's your turn now. All right, but... Rayon looked at Heron before putting his hand on the golden shard stone. He signaled for him to leave with his eyes, but... What, is it your first time seeing a handsome person like me? He glared back instead, probably because he thought it was a blinking game. He's telling you to leave. Vulcan picked up a piece of wood from beside the table and threw it to Heron. Arg, seriously, why would aura even be a secret? Shut up. Just guard the door, you damn geezer. Even though he was complaining, he still went outside the workshop and stood in front of the door. He apparently listened pretty well when he was told. Although he looks like an idiot, he was originally talented and passionate about smithing. After forging your blade, I'm planning on pushing some sense back into him, even if I have to smash his head open. He does look talented. Managing to notice Runnan's aura despite playing around so much wasn't an ordinary ability. Heron must have been talented for sure, as expected of Vulcan's son. You should get started. Yes. Rayon nodded and placed his hand on the golden shard stone. Since Vulcan must have roughly realized that he had an aura of fire and ice at the same time, it should have been okay to show him. Clang. Multiple presences could be felt from outside as he was about to insert his aura into the golden shard stone. The door is really open. Is it true that you opened the door to a young boy when you didn't even show yourself to us when we visited 10 days in a row? This is disrespectful towards us. Are you looking down on the Zetal kingdom? The enraged voices could be heard alongside the metallic sound of armor. They seemed to be the knights of the Zetal kingdom that people kept talking about on their way to the forge. What do you think you're doing? Whether the old man takes clients or not is up to him. Silence. Do you think we will overlook this matter when you look down on the Zetal kingdom? He didn't look down on you. He just had an appointed client. You should return since you are obstructing business right now. Unexpectedly, Heron didn't run away. He stood in front of the door to stop the knights. I didn't meet with them because it was annoying and it ended up this way. Cough, Vulcan sighed. As he was about to go outside, Heron was sent flying inside with a scream. Cue those bastards. Heron tried to stand back up immediately, but he faltered and fell back. The blow wasn't that powerful, but he couldn't regain his balance because he was hit on his chin and stomach. Tusk, I'll be back in a moment. I'll come with you. Rayon left the workshop alongside Vulcan, who was frowning. The knights, wearing armor with a rapier emblem on the left side of the chest, were glaring fiercely at them. They were knights of the Zettel kingdom. Was it actually this brat? The blue-haired young man in his mid-20s standing at the center ground his teeth. An outstanding energy wave could be felt from him. He was a powerful knight, somewhere between intermediate and advanced expert. Blacksmith Vulcan, you are too cruel. How could you choose such a young boy when you didn't even show your face to us? I didn't choose, I made a promise. I promised this boy 5 years ago that I'd forge a sword for him. 5 years ago, he must have been a little kid back then. His eyes widened in bewilderment. Tusk. Rayon clicked his tongue, looking at the knights' reddening faces. They grew up sheltered. It wasn't like he couldn't understand them at all. It was understandable that they would be angry if the continent's blacksmith, who they couldn't even see the face after visiting him 10 days straight, opened the door to a young swordsman. However, those were complaints they should have kept to themselves. If they personally visited and started pestering him like that, just because they were angry, it not only disgraced their own reputations but also their kingdoms. The way they were acting under Zettel's name could only be called immature. What did you even see in that brat to promise to forge him a sword? Why do you keep calling me a brat? That's so irritating. Rayon's brows furrowed as he stepped forward. Step aside, young bastard. It's not your place to butt in. You are the one who should step aside. What? The master is taking orders from the reserved client. What right do you have to order him around when you are unrelated to the matter? That's. I don't understand what you are hoping to get here, after you even beat up the master's son. Shut up. Blacksmith Vulcan's swords are pieces of art of the highest quality. They aren't something an insect like you deserves. The young man in the center ground his teeth and stepped up. State your name. You should introduce yourself first. What impudence. Who do you think he is? The knights next to the young man looked like they were about to jump at him. We are in Sieghart's domain, not Zettel. If you want to brag about your stripes, then you should do it elsewhere. Arg, you bastard, stop. The young man stopped the knights from drawing their swords, then stepped forward. Considering what you said, you must be from Sieghart. I'm Tarkin, Prince of the Zettel Kingdom. I'm the Blue Eagle of Zettel. Tarkin raised his chin and continued. Even Siegharts have different ranks. I can't feel any worth from you, Rayon narrowed his eyes as he looked at Tarkin, so he was a prince. He could understand why he would be so hot-tempered, since he was between intermediate and advanced expert in his 20s. However, he wasn't going to go easy on him just because it was understandable. Now that I think about it, Zettel is famous for the quick sword and precise sword. Just as the rapier emblem on their armor suggested, Zettel was famous for their fast and precise swordsmanship. Let's extort some techniques from them. Since it came down to it, he figured he'd better learn the principles of the Zettel Kingdom's swordsmanship by taunting the prince. Is he also becoming a doormat? Wrath shuddered, looking at Rayon's small smile. Prince, I thought you were a thug because of your nasty actions. I guess that's how the Zettel Kingdom raises their successor. Rayon smiled scornfully, trying to humiliate the prince. Shut up and state your name. I'm Rayon Sieghart. Rayon, I've never heard that name before. So you were a collateral after all. I am. So what? Ha, you are just a collateral, not even a member of the direct line. How could you receive a sword from the blacksmith Vulcan when you don't have any reputation at all? Since Sieghart didn't tend to spread information outside their territory, they didn't know anything about him at all. The reputation he had earned at Habun Castle had spread under the nickname of the Young Sword Demon, or the Flame Wall, instead of his real name, which made it natural for them to not know about him. Then you can test it for yourself. What? I'm telling you to test whether I deserve it or not for yourself. That's exactly what I wanted. Tarkin gladly drew his sword. The blade, thinner and sharper than an ordinary longsword, reflected the sunlight. Withdraw right away if I win. Then you should kneel and apologize for your arrogance if I win. Sure, but that's never going to happen. Come at me. I'll allow you the first strike. You bastard. Rayon flicked his fingers and Tarkin glared at him, then kicked the ground. His blade was thrust towards his chest like a ray of light. The first attack was clean, despite his enraged state, probably because he trained his swordsmanship properly. Clang, Rayon rotated the ring of fire, watching his sword until the end before fending it off. HMPH, so you at least have something going for you. Tarkin snorted, bending his knee slightly to thrust his blade repeatedly. A nimble and systematic flow engulfed him, just like rain falling on the ground. Clang, clang, clang. Rayon used the 6 resonating rings of fire and his thoroughly trained eyesight to analyze everything about Tarkin's quick strikes. Precision is mixed into the quickness. It's an advanced swordsmanship that only aims for the vitals. Speed wasn't everything in Tarkin's attacks. It also had the precision to thrust the blade into the smallest vital points. He seemed to have learned the prestigious swordsmanship properly, despite his hyper-aggressive personality. Let's see how long you can keep blocking. Tarkin's attacks grew fiercer as he decided to show his true strength, and the energy coming from his blade became a ray of light dropping down on him. Slam. Not only the power but also the speed had increased. The alacrity seemed to sever the space. Ha. Rayon kept blocking Tarkin's endless barrage with a paper-thin difference, polishing the principles of the new quick sword that he was making. Since he'd never seen a technique that was so focused on speed before, he could learn a lot from it. Your Highness, you are almost there. He is too exhausted to even hold his sword. Finish him off. The Zedel Kingdom's knights smiled as they cheered for the prince. Since Rayon kept observing Tarkin's sword until the very last moment and blocking it right before it reached his skin, it looked like Tarkin was overwhelming him. However, Tarkin was feeling miserable as he fought. What the hell is wrong with this guy? He thought he could easily win at first, since he could barely feel any pressure from him, but it became completely different once he crossed swords with him. His hand felt like the skin was tearing apart each time the blades clashed, as if he were attacking a metallic wall, and his wrist kept trembling so much it felt like it would break. Moreover, he couldn't even see the quick sword properly in the beginning, yet his sword had become even faster than his own. He must have been mistaken, but he had the impression that Rayon was getting better throughout the duel. I need to finish this quickly. Tarkin grit his teeth, drawing out all of his remaining aura to surround his blade and arm. He focused the aura to the regions that were used to swing the sword, then exploded it at once. It was Zorkin's swordsmanship's ultimate technique, Deadly Onslaught. Kring. The thrust aimed at Rayon's chest was barely recognizable with his own eyes. There's no way he can block Huh. Tarkin swallowed nervously. Even though he expected to see Rayon panic, the young man's lips were slightly curved into a smile. I've been waiting for something like this. With that frightening voice, his hand soared like lightning. Slam! Tarkin's blade shattered like glass and scattered into the air upon being smashed by Rayon's sword. Tarkin's lips trembled in fear. Rayon's sword reached it first, despite having started to move later. It was extremely quick, only possible for a master. It was a nice learning opportunity. Learning, what did you leer cough? When Tarkin lowered his head with a trembling chin, Rayon's blade smacked his snout. Smack. With his chin and mouth smacked at the same time, 4 teeth came out of his mouth like corn kernels as he collapsed. Why, Your Highness. Oh no, what have you done? The guarding knights ran up to him to hold the prince in their arms, pointing their swords at Rayon. Wasn't it a fair fight? Why are you pointing your sword at me? That's. The knights' eyes trembled like a sailboat facing the tidal wave. It looked like they still couldn't believe that the prince had lost. If you have any problems, then come looking for me at Sieghart. Of course, for now. Rayon narrowed his eyes, pointing his finger at the limp Tarkin. Tell him to find me to kneel and apologize once he wakes up. I hope you didn't forget about that part. Arg. Just you wait. The knights bit their lips before turning back. Just you wait, huh? Although they must have been counting on their backgrounds from the Zedel Kingdom, Rayon also had Sieghart's huge name behind him. They should be unable to even think about revenge once their heads cooled. Did you just learn that quick sword from the prince? Vulcan's eyes widened in disbelief. Rather than learning, I just took notes. Huh, you've become a real monster since the last time I saw you. He shook his head at the absurdity of the situation. They shouldn't be able to return. Rayon smiled slightly while sheathing his sword. Sorry, what are you talking about? You took all their attention away from us so that me and my idiotic son wouldn't be harmed. Rayon awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Vulcan had realized that he purposefully repeated Sieghart's name. The old man told him he didn't need to do all that as he waved his hand. You looked like an emotionless doll before. You must have learned human qualities as well. Vulcan snickered and patted Rayon on the back. Let's go back. I want to check what metal is most suitable for you quickly. Upon returning to the workshop, Rayon placed his hand on the golden shard stone. He used the 10,000 flames, cultivation, and glacier at the same time, inserting his aura into the stone's fissure. The rock absorbed the red and blue aura just like a drawing paper absorbing the ink, radiating a brilliant light. This light and color means dark steel and Vulcan's eyes widened as he approached the golden shard stone. A new light sprouted like a bud between the red heat and blue coldness, and the 3 energies gathered in a spiral as if they were one from the beginning to radiate an auspicious golden light. Crack. Fissures appeared like a spider web on the golden shard stone, which was never supposed to break, and the golden fever became even more intense. Wham! The golden shard stone was unable to withstand the power and shattered in the end, a small, brilliantly shining metallic bead falling out from it. Gasp! Vulcan's eyes widened upon seeing that bead. How could the golden shard show itself on its own? The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman. Rayon narrowed his eyes as he looked at the smashed golden shard stone pieces. 10,000 flames, cultivation, and glacier weren't the only ones that moved earlier. The ghastly energy also came out of the blade of Requiem hanging at his waist, soaking into the golden shard stone, alongside the two energies that he was directly controlling. And the last thing that moved when the three energies flowed inside the golden shard stone was the ring of fire. The 6 rings rotating around his heart resonated with each other to try merging the 10,000 flames cultivation, glacier, and the ghastly energy, and the golden shard stone ended up shattering because it was unable to withstand that power. Vulcan picked up the shining bead with his trembling hand. This is the first time in my life that I have witnessed the golden shard moving on its own. He slowly caught his breath while watching the golden shard, which was shining with 5 colors. Vulcan had never looked so surprised before. So this is the golden shard. Rayon narrowed his eyes as he looked at the bead Vulcan was holding. The mysterious energy flowing from it easily showed the reason it was called the King of Metals. Yes. This is the golden shard that supposedly amplifies all kinds of energy. The fact that it's shining like this means that it likes your inner. Yuwa, as Vulcan was talking while showing him the golden shard, Heron, who was lying down next to them, suddenly woke up and crawled towards them. How the hell are you using coldness and heat at the same time? And how did you destroy the golden shard stone? His eyes were wide as he had watched the golden shard stone shatter into small pieces. I thought you fainted. Rayon made him faint because he kept struggling because of the pain, but he had to have woken up when the golden shard stone shattered. Old man. What kind of monster did you bring here? Shut up and sit down. Yuwa, Vulcan smacked the back of Heron's head to make him kneel. If you blabber about what you saw today, I'm seriously going to smash your head in. What? How could you do that to your son? That doesn't matter. What's your response? I won't. I have no one to talk to about it anyway. Heron screeched, then yelled at him to stop beating up a patient. Even though he's an idiot, his mouth is heavy. You don't need to worry about it. Vulcan smiled slightly, rolling the golden shard around in his hand. All right, Rayon nodded. When you considered the fact that he tried stopping the Zetal Kingdom's prince and knights on his own, despite being unable to use any martial arts, he seemed somewhat trustworthy. Heron turned his head while complaining. He was rubbing the back of his head, which was still hurting. Let's continue then. You used another energy besides coldness and heat earlier, right? Yes. However, it wasn't me that used it, and Rayon drew the blade of Requiem and showed it to him. A possessed blade. Vulcan recognized at a glance that the blade of Requiem had ghastly energy inside it. Yes, it's a sword forged by the blacksmith Kuberad. What? Did he actually make a possessed blade? He stared at the blade of Requiem in bewilderment. How did he end up making a possessed blade with his stubborn personality? There were circumstances around it, in the Siren village, south of the continent. Rayon closed his eyes, telling him the tale of the blade of Requiem's creation. I see, that's understandable. Vulcan nodded, saying that he finally understood. Is that blade sleeping right now? It remains silent unless I ask about it, or the white blood religion appears. Except for the time it moved on its own earlier, the blade of Requiem usually remained immobile, as if it were sleeping. It almost looked like it was trying to save its strength in order to take revenge against the white blood religion. It doesn't amount to much if an insignificant creature saves its strength. It will still be weak enough to be crushed by a single flick of the King of Essence's finger. Wrath twisted his lips, looking at the blade of Requiem. And ghastly energy started to emerge from the blade, telling him to stop making it laugh. HMPH. Wrath snorted, crushing its ghastly energy with his coldness. This is how much more superior I am when compared to you. Beg the King of Essence, and he shall grant your revenge instead. Does losing in terms of strength signify that it's inferior? Of course. Strength is status, and it is the rank of existence. That means that you are inferior to me then. What do you mean? How would the King of Essence be inferior to a mere human? But you always get beaten by me. Wrath's jaw dropped, and he was unable to refute the matter. Hey, inferior demon king, stay beaten, please. Rayon looked down on Wrath while caressing the blade of Requiem. Why, you bastard. Wrath couldn't hold himself back anymore, frost and wrath bursting from him to invade Rayon's mana circuit. Rayon easily fended off that powerful attack by using the Ring of Fire, the 10,000 Flames cultivation, and Glacier before returning the blade of Requiem to its scabbard. Possessed blades are wicked by nature. However, it can either become a divine blade or a demonic blade depending on how you use it. So it's all up to me in the end. Yes, that blade's resentment is so intense that I can see it with my eyes. Just like its name, you should help it complete the Requiem and return to its natural path without being devoured by the energy. All right. Rayon gripped the blade of Requiem tightly before sheathing it again. You should be able to do it. Vulcan smiled gently, patting his shoulder. HMPH, people would say he's your son if they saw this. Heron pouted, his arms crossed. Shut up, Arg. Vulcan glared at him, and Heron stepped aside with his shoulders drooped. Rayon, try touching this. Vulcan handed over the golden shard that he was still holding in his hand. It had turned black, no longer shining with 5 colors. Rayon nodded, grabbing the golden shard. As soon as he touched it, it started to radiate 5 different colors and trembled with a clear resonance. Gasp, huh, I see. Heron's hands trembled in astonishment, and Vulcan admired the sight. Why is it doing this? The golden shard is addicted to your energy. It's saying that it wants to serve you for you to be its master. Does it actually have an ego? It can't really be called an ego. It's just an instinct, like a flower spreading its leaves towards the sun. Rayon licked his lips and looked at the golden shard. He was currently controlling 3 different energies inside of him in order to stop wrath, and the golden shard apparently liked those energies, as it kept shining and vibrating. Can you put this in my sword? I'll pay whatever the price. I don't need it, kid. Vulcan snickered and shook his head. Since it has already decided its master, I don't mind giving it to you. The problem is that the quantity is insufficient. Quantity. He was right, since the bead was small enough to hold in his hand, it couldn't even make a dagger. Not just making a sword from it, it can't even be used to harmonize the 2 metals suitable for your energies. What does it mean to harmonize? Since you use both heat and coldness, the best method to assist them is to mix 2 different metals and add the golden shard as a finishing touch. I have flaming steel to use for the heat, and silver steel for the coldness, but I don't have enough golden shard to connect them. Vulcan gave a slight, bitter sigh. This can be used instead of the silver steel. Run-On, who had been silent, handed over the box containing cold blood that she was embracing. I'll give him everything left over after making my sword. Really, this is a higher quality cold blood. It's okay, she said she would give away the cold blood without any hesitation. I guess it's fine if you are okay with it. Vulcan nodded and looked at Rayon. He seemed to be asking what relationship they had. We are companions. Rayon shrugged his shoulders. Then the only problems left are the golden shard and geothermal heat. Vulcan slowly stood up, straightening his spine. I'll look into the golden shard part. You 2 should go to Skelette Mountain and investigate the reason for the low geothermal heat. Understood. Then we'd like a guide. There's someone right there, a guy that has nothing else to do. He pointed at Heron, who was trying to crawl outside. He knows the surrounding area really well because he has loved running around since he was a child. Just bring him with you. Why would I go there? I'm going to work since I suddenly got a great idea. Tusk, I'll go. Heron quickly stood up and nodded. Run-On. Rayon left the workshop with Run-On. We'll be back. You don't need to solve the problem, so please be careful. Yes, he nodded and turned around. You bastard. How long are you planning on ignoring me? I wasn't ignoring you. There was no way he could ignore the coldness stabbing him or the wrath stirring his heart. He was just enduring it while pretending he wasn't affected by controlling 3 different energies. Fine. Let's fight to the bitter end today. You shall learn the height of the King of Essences level. It's pointless. Wrath used everything he had to attack the wall in his mana circuit, but Rayon hardened the 10,000 flames, cultivation, and glacier to block everything. Rumble, a fight of strategy and power continued inside his body, but Rayon didn't manage to lose any of them. The King of Essence won't give you. As he was about to explode the last remaining bit of energy, messages appeared in front of Rayon's eyes. The judge was announcing Wrath's defeat. Again, damn it. Wrath blacked out and collapsed backwards. I told you to stay crushed if you are at a lower level. Rayon smiled coldly as he watched Wrath faint on his bracelet. Hum. Rimmer knocked on the audience chamber's door in the Lord's manor while humming. My lord, strangely, it wasn't Glenn's voice that greeted him. Instead, it was Roan that stepped out and bowed to him. The head of house went outside for a moment. What? I thought he caught some illness that killed him if he went outside. Did he not? Rimmer flailed his hands in disbelief. I haven't seen him in action in a long time either. Roan smiled slightly. Where did he go? He didn't mention his destination. He just said that he would be out for a moment and that he would return around evening. You shouldn't let him go like that. What if something happens to the head of I guess nothing will? Rimmer swallowed hard. No one had any reason to try harming Glenn, and they would see a living hell if they tried. You don't need to worry. He left with the Heavenly Blade. Well, that's fine, I guess. The division leader of the Heavenly Blade was an extremely powerful warrior that had been with Glenn from the beginning, just like Roan and Rimmer. There was no problem if Glenn was with her. Why did you come to visit the head of house? I came to report various things. Rayon and Run-On left, Burin is still sulking in a corner, and Martha is working hard on her training. I can convey that to him if that's all. And Rimmer grabbed Roan's shoulder tightly as he tried to leave. I was wondering if the squad leader's salary. I believe that has been paid in advance. Could it be paid in advance, or I would like to borrow some money? Actually, the head of house left a message before he left. Roan smiled and removed Rimmer's hand. A message. He said that if ever Sir Rimmer mentions something about advance payment or asks to be lent money, he would personally visit him to have a warm conversation. see conversation. Rimmer swallowed nervously and stepped back. He said conversation, but it was obvious he was going to try to speak with his fists. Sir Roan, we can keep it a secret between us, right? Of course, I don't mind keeping it secret at all, however. Roan secretly pointed upward. I wonder about them. Ah. Rimmer looked through the heavenly blade swordsman hiding on the ceiling and frowned. There was no way they would listen to him, since the heavenly blade only listened to Glenn. The saying goes, enjoy the present. Getting beaten up is a matter of the future, while fun is in the present, so I'd rather have a conversation later. Rimmer didn't withdraw and extended his hand. I believe it's impossible for you to win bets against him, even if I give you an advance payment. A warrior's spirit is meant to challenge the impossible. Hoo-hoo. Roan apparently liked that line. He smiled slightly and placed a gold pouch in Rimmer's hand. Rimmer turned around, even using footwork to quickly leave the Lord's manor. I can see a death god. Roan narrowed his eyes, watching Rimmer's back as it got further away. It felt like the death god's shadow was smiling. Anyway. Roan opened the audience chamber's room once again and spoke in a chuckling voice. I wonder if he has arrived by now. Heron was guiding Rayon and Runan at Skele Mountain. Please climb silently, since monsters are going to swarm towards us if they hear us. He knew all the locations that the monsters didn't appear, but they still needed to remain silent. Some monsters were sensitive to sound. By the way, he quietly turned around to look at Rayon. The golden shard chose him. Even though it was called the King of Metals, it was merely lifeless steel. He had never heard nor seen a soulless piece of metal vibrating in order to choose its master. What are you planning to do with it? Likely because he witnessed a scene that could be called a blacksmith's legend. He carefully spoke to him despite being much older than him. What do you mean by that? Rayon tilted his head in confusion. You know, the bet you made with me. I'll decide on that later, since you said you would grant me any wish. Even then, something that is too difficult or takes a long time would be, any, means it includes all of that. Arg, I can't accept that. Gaining a leash with a single bet. As Heron was trying to shake his head, Rayon drew his sword. He walked towards him with a frightening pressure. Wait, you can't swing your sword just because I refused a little. I'll do everything. I said I'll do every gasp. He extended his hands, trying to stop him, and closed his eyes. However, the pain never arrived. Instead, some kind of sticky, muddy water was dripping on his head. What? When he opened his eyes, green blood was flowing from Rayon's sword, and 3 monsters that looked like huge flies were split in half. Red flies. They were insect monsters that lived in heated areas like deserts or volcanoes, and they were nasty monsters that sucked on the bodily fluids of living creatures. Heron instantly bowed. He thought Rayon was trying to attack him, but he was actually defending him against the red flies coming up from behind him. It would be annoying if our guide were to die. Rayon smiled, casually saying something scary. He is a scary guy. His actions just then not only saved his life, they also warned him to be careful of what he said. It wasn't a mind game that a 17-year-old boy could play, but those monsters. Heron narrowed his eyes while looking at the red flies. Don't usually come around here. Monsters never used the path they were currently using, not in the last 10 years. And it wasn't one monster that appeared, it was 3. That was an abnormal occurrence. Just like the changes in the geothermal heat, the monster's ecology must have changed as well. Rayon, who was behind him, stepped forward and continued. I'll take the lead from now on, but you don't know the area, right? I don't know the area, but I can feel their presence. I think I figured out where the problem occurred. It's pretty serious. He narrowed his eyes, looking at the upper part of Skele Mountain. Runan, please defend the rear. The silver-haired swordswoman, who had been as silent as a doll, nodded. Let's resume. Rayon took the lead. Heron hadn't told him anything or showed him the map, but he properly followed the flow of the geothermal heat amidst the complicated area. Heron exclaimed. Did he actually feel the source of the problem from here? It was amazing that someone who had come to Merton for the first time had recognized the source of the problem when Heron couldn't be sure, despite having been living there his entire life. He must be lying, right? Heron thought it couldn't be true, but Rayon's footsteps were brimming with confidence. He climbed the mountain straight up, not hesitating once, and that wasn't the only surprising part. As if he could feel every single sign in his surroundings, he immediately beheaded the monsters in a single strike whenever they appeared. The Zika, or infamous for its ferocity, lost its head before even swinging its axe, and the flame snake that could breathe fire was separated into 8 pieces as it fell like leaves. The girl named Runan, who was behind him, was the same. 5 gray scorpions, all of which had flame poison, attacked her at once. She froze them all in an instant by spreading powerful frost. Is this really the level of a 17-year-old? Is this what a true Sieghart is like? Heron swallowed nervously. Even though they were still young, he was excited to witness proper warriors of Sieghart after only meeting people like Rimmer, who had a screw loose in his head. I think I understand why the geezer told me to watch them properly. He finally understood the reason his father told him to not take his eyes off of Rayan and run on. He got the urge to take up his hammer and strike any metal as he witnessed the prowess of the young warriors. For the first time in a long time, he wasn't thinking about gambling. His fingers twitched as if he were holding a hammer. Rayan kept thinking about the principles of his quick sword while climbing the mountain and slaying monsters. Something still missing. He combined the principles of speed from the star-connecting sword, the fangs of insanity, the swordsmanship of the 10,000 Flames cultivation, and the technique of Prince Tarkin from the Zetal kingdom that he had recently met. He kept imagining it in his head, yet he still couldn't achieve the speed he wanted. I can't tell what I'm missing. He had the feeling that he could create an extremely fast technique by slightly polishing the principles in the form of the swordsmanship, but it was proving difficult. KRRA, 4 Zika orcs appeared from the right, brandishing their huge axes as they charged at him. They were brimming with killing intent, ready to shred a human into pieces. Slash. Rayan raised his wrist slightly and slashed diagonally. The energy coming from the point of the sword looked like it would sever the space as they fell. KRRA. The orcs collapsed, their faces planted on the ground before they even reached him. Their expressions looked like they had died before they even realized they were cut by a sword. The strike was fast enough for Zika orcs with excellent senses to die before even realizing they were hit, but Rayan's eyes remained unsatisfied. The speed is also problematic, but the direction went wrong. If he only focused on the speed, he wouldn't be able to precise cuts, and he would end up leaving room for a counterattack. It was necessary to focus on his speed and precision together, bound together like a magnet. Rayan climbed the mountain by following the flow of the geothermal heat, all while combining and weaving together the principles of his quick sword one by one. After climbing for almost half the day, he finally managed to reach the place where the explosively huge energy he had felt from below was crouching down. I'm telling you that we went too high. The place where the flow usually has an issue is underneath. Silence, he hushed Heron, who kept telling him to go to the location where the problem usually occurred and pointed in front of him. Rumble. There was a small rocky hill that looked like sharp boulders were piled up on top of each other, sitting in the middle of the mountain ridge. The area was saturated with a hazy heat. The hill was wriggling, which gave the impression that it was breathing. Was there a hill like that around here? Heron skeptically scratched his beard. It's not a hill. Rayan caught his breath and drew his sword. The moment he showed his murderous intent, the hill raised itself up and created a powerful firestorm. Wham! A head raised above the tremendous wave of fire that spread out throughout the mountain ridge. It was a huge creature of flame with 2 horns attached to a dragon's head. There was a turtle's shell on its back. The pressure flowing from its crimson eyes as it covered the setting sun had said that it had already transcended as a monster. Our red dragon turtle. Heron unconsciously fell back upon meeting the huge monster's eyes. I have never seen something so huge before. How can a monster be as big as a mountain? His lips trembled in disbelief. A red dragon turtle the size of a mountain, huh? A blue fever sparkled from Rayan's eyes. The young man was supporting his sword on his shoulder. It looks like I can gain a lot from it. The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman. Tusk. Vulcan clicked his tongue as he made his way back into the workshop after taking a round through the village. I guess there's no way the golden shard exists around here. Forging equipment with golden shard was like a dream for blacksmiths. Even if someone in the village had some at some point, they would have already used it to make something. What shall I do then? Vulcan sighed as he looked at his workshop. I can't use something average for his sword. Rayan was special as a swordsman, since he could freely use both fire and frost attributes. In order to amplify both energies, it was necessary to forge a sword with golden shard alone or combine 2 different metals and then use golden shard as a connector. Since that run-on girl said that she would give him the cold blood, there were enough metals to use, but the amount of golden shard was too insufficient. It's complicated. Because of his personality, he'd rather die than forge some lackluster blade by compromising. He was the type of person that needed to make the best swords, the ones that fit their wielders at all costs. Should I join an auction or something? Golden shard could possibly appear in the underground auction of the merchant city Cameloon. I'm sorry for the boy, but it would be better to make a proper sword, even if it takes more time. He opened the workshop door while deciding that he would tell Rayan to leave, then call him back once he acquired the golden shard. Vulcan frowned. Although the workshop should have been empty because he had locked the door, a tall, golden-haired man was standing inside. I don't know how you got inside, but we are closed right in. Gasp. Vulcan was about to tell him to leave, but he knelt with a bewildered expression on his face as soon as he saw the man's face. Greeting the destructive king of the north. He was so surprised that his voice was trembling. The man standing alone in the workshop was the master of the land, Glenn Sieghart. It's been a while. Glenn nodded slightly, then a gentle energy emerged from Glenn and made him stand. Such excessive greetings aren't necessary. Vulcan bowed. He had seen Glenn multiple times before, but he couldn't help being nervous whenever he met with him. I came to visit because I heard that you started wielding a hammer once again. I'm jealous since you seem to have regained your youthful passion. Glenn's eyes shone as he stroked the steel pieces filling the table and walls. Your praise puts me to shame. I just remembered my true desire after getting so old. If you remembered your true desire, that's good enough. Something like age doesn't matter. Congratulations. Vulcan bowed once again. Did he become even stronger? Glenn's nature itself had grown softer than before. It looked like he managed to transcend another wall. I can't even assess what level he's at anymore. Even though he'd witnessed countless powerhouses in his life, he still couldn't feel Glenn's level. He seemed to have reached the end of heaven, surpassing all the clouds. Since it's been so long, I came to have you take a look at my sword. Glenn offered him the black and red scabbard that was hanging around his waist. It was the heavenly tremor that Vulcan had personally forged, sword and scabbard alike. All right. Vulcan swallowed nervously, then drew the heavenly tremor. Kring, the jet-black blade looked like a piece of darkness, displaying its frightening sharpness. Its completion was nothing short of being the best in the continent. That sword was Vulcan's greatest masterpiece, the heavenly tremor. Vulcan swept over his own masterpiece with his eyes. You've overcome your distress. Glenn nodded, watching Vulcan examine the heavenly tremor. You are looking at the heavenly tremor with different eyes. I had that feeling as well. He used to be too ashamed to look straight into the heavenly tremor before, but he was now able to confront it, just like during his youth. How is it? It's perfect. Since the entire blade is made of golden shard, there's no damaged parts either. Vulcan picked up some silk and slowly scrubbed the blade from bottom to top. The sword was nothing short of perfection, even when he looked at it again. Grandson, Rayon. Despite suffering from coldness, that boy visited the charcoal kiln every day and endured the cruel heat. He didn't yield in front of heat that even blacksmiths wouldn't be able to endure, despite spending their entire lives with a furnace. Vulcan smiled slightly while thinking about the small Rayon. From seeing that boy's passion and efforts, I remembered my past self and the objective I had. I managed to overcome my distress because of him. Since I've witnessed countless swordsmen, I can say this for certain, that boy will reach a high place. We won't know until that happens. Glenn replied coldly, as if he weren't interested, but it was a bit strange. The corners of his mouth, which had remained low so far, twitched slightly. I never thought he would make that expression. It was Vulcan's first time seeing Glenn's mouth curving into a slight smile, as Glenn's face had always been as immobile as steel. It's finished. Once Vulcan finished wiping the heavenly tremor, he put it back into its scabbard and returned it to Glenn. Glenn buckled it around his waist. All he did was put it on, but he looked so elegant that Vulcan couldn't take his eyes off him. I shall make the payment then. And no, I wouldn't dare ask for payment. Vulcan said no payment was needed, quickly shaking his hand. Don't make me into a shameless person. Glenn drew a line in the air with his finger, and the space was severed with a golden light. He put his hand in there, taking out a wooden box that was slightly bigger than his hand. This is. I don't need this, so please accept it. Vulcan bowed gratefully and accepted the box. It was unexpectedly heavy. Can I see what's inside? Sure, then gasp. Vulcan's hands trembled violently, even more surprised than when he had seen Glenn. Golden shard. The box contained a piece of golden shard, one that was even bigger than the one he had. Why are you? Even though he currently needed it, he couldn't accept such a precious item as repayment for just checking the sword. I told you earlier I don't need it. Ha. Vulcan caught his breath while looking at the golden shard. I wouldn't have accepted it normally, but I actually need it for something right now. You needed it for something. It's nice, since I needed some golden shard to forge Rayon's sword. Since Rayon should be returning soon, this should be gifted to him as the head's present. I just picked it up along the way, Glenn replied bluntly. Picked it up along the way. Vulcan felt like something had gone wrong with his ears. What? I just picked it up along the way, so I don't want to boast about it. No, what does? I picked it up along the way, even then. I said I picked it up along the way. Glenn frowned for the first time. Vulcan finally understood that he was telling him not to tell Rayon about Glenn giving him the golden shard. I see. Then I'll keep it anonymous. Take this as well. Glenn gave him another small box. What is this now? It's a small elixir that revitalizes the body. It's easy to take, you can just swallow it. I can't accept something like this. Vulcan tried to return the wooden box, but Glenn was already outside the workshop. See you again later. He simply waved his hand and disappeared from the spot like an illusion. Vulcan gasped, looking at the golden shard and elixir in his hand. I don't even know what's going on anymore. Hwaya, the red dragon turtle, roared and stomped on the ground. The mountain trembled and the wall of raging fire that was surging up from the ground spread out into the surrounding area. Rayon struck out with his sword in a cross-shaped strike to sever the flames that extended towards him, gaining visibility. It's pretty hot. The heat was intense enough to affect him despite his fire resistance. It wasn't the power of any red dragon turtle that he knew of. It's obvious. Why are you so surprised? Wrath scornfully clicked his tongue. The fact that the geothermal heat has been abnormally low so far signifies that the turtle has been absorbing the heat with its snout to the ground. Is that even possible? His body would normally explode from containing too much heat, but he managed to overcome that and evolved. He is pretty much a low-rank mystical creature now. Low-rank mystical creature. Since even your sword isn't going to work against that turtle's body, good luck fighting it. The way Wrath was giggling while his head protruded from the bracelet looked so hateful. Let's see if it works or not. Rayon gathered the 10,000 Flames cultivation and dashed towards the red dragon turtle. Quaya, the red dragon turtle, was probably enraged at having its meal disturbed. It opened its long snout, a crimson flame bursting from its bottomless pit of a throat. It was flame breath, whoosh. Although Rayon could have easily endured it if it had been an ordinary red dragon turtle's breath, the heat coming from that monster's breath was so intense that it was difficult to breathe. Huff. Rayon stomped the ground and thrust his sword. The energy from the 10,000 Flames cultivation imbued in his blade rotated in a spiral to form into a crimson saw blade. It was the 10 Flames revolving sky. Bam! A huge explosion occurred between Rayon and the red dragon turtle, creating a whirlwind of heat. Tusk. Rayon briefly clicked his tongue. Its tremendous power matched his full power. Revolving sky, but it's sloppy. Likely because it had gained power in a short period of time, it wasn't able to control it properly. Rayon bent the revolving sky to distort the direction of the breath, then used river footwork, his left foot extended through the flame wall. The red dragon turtle's side could be seen in that short instant. He used the momentum of his body to slash down immediately. A fierce blow that could even destroy a boulder struck the red dragon turtle's side. Spurt. The raging blade slashed, created a shallow cut through the red dragon turtle's flesh and scattering red blood around the area. Cool. The red dragon turtle screamed in irritation, extending its snout. Rayon dodged the flame coming from its mouth, then tried to strike it again. The red dragon turtle's body turned red, and the injury from the cut a moment ago recovered, as if it had been stitched by a thread. It's hardening. You shouldn't hit it. Your sword will break. Heron's voice could be heard from behind him. Hardening. Hardening was one of the red dragon turtle's characteristics, a defensive ability that allowed it to create a hardness similar to its shell on its skin. I still have to attack. If he didn't attack, he wouldn't be able to tell how sturdy it was. Rayon filled his blade with the 10,000 Flames cultivation's fire and attacked. Clang. The sword bounced back because of its powerful defense. It felt like he was hitting tempered steel instead of flesh. It wasn't just the power, it also had a defensive ability that had become incomparable from before. Cool. It was apparently still painful, since the red dragon turtle stomped the ground while glaring fiercely at him. The ground was mercilessly cracked apart, and flame walls surged from the fissure. Red dragon turtle continuously breathed fire, and the grass and trees of Skelly Mountain ignited despite being somewhat resistant to fire. An inextinguishable forest fire was going to occur if it continued. Run-on didn't need him to say any more than that. She grabbed Heron by his collar and stepped aside, gathering her ice. The silver ice poured out like snowflakes, erasing the spreading fire. The King of Essence told you before, that turtle is an irregular just like you. You won't be able to defeat it so easily. That's even better. It's a perfect target for practice. Rayon smiled and charged towards the right side of the red dragon turtle. Cool. Flame gushed from the red dragon turtle as it roared. Rayon deflected it, then removed the 10,000 Flames cultivation and started using Glacier. He imbued his cold blade with the principles of speed. Clang. The silver strike managed to pierce through the red dragon turtle's skill a little bit more, but it was still pushed back before it could finish breaking through its hardening. Krrr. The red dragon turtle squirmed in anger, its tail swinging. The flame that surrounded the tail became an iron mace, blasting the land. Its attacks are too simple. Although the heat and strength were powerful enough to block attacks, the trajectory was too simple. It was just chasing after him with its eyes. Rayon pushed the exploding wall of flame back and turned to the red dragon turtle's back. Kring. He made a new combination of principles of his quick sword, striking a second time. The smooth line of coldness emerging from the blade charged at the red dragon turtle's skin, which was glowing from the heat. Rip. A strike that surpassed the red dragon turtle's cognition pierced into its flesh a bit deeper. The wound was extremely small when compared to its huge body, but it apparently didn't agree with that. Quaya, the red dragon turtle, raised its heavy body and started to swing its tail like crazy. Slam, slom. Whenever the burning tail reached the land, the mountain trembled like it would collapse. Rayon gradually grew cornered, the stable pieces of land disappearing. Krrr. The red dragon turtle was apparently convinced of its victory. It grinned and used its flame breath once again. Woo-wash. The flame breath seemed capable of melting anything. Right before it reached Rayon, he stepped on a piece of ground even smaller than his fist and advanced. The absolute footwork that allowed him to move anywhere as long as he could set foot on allowed him to dash through the burning land. Quoo. The red dragon turtle hurriedly stopped its breath, trying to swing its tail, but it was already too late. The extremely quick all-out strike had already reached it before it could even move its tail. Clang, spurt, red blood gushed from the wound. Key, the red dragon turtle, quickly turned around, swinging its front foot. The pressure felt like a boulder was falling on him, and the heat seemed to be able to melt him to the bone. This isn't a big deal. Although the sword of coldness started to move later, it was the first one to connect. Rayon deflected the blow before the red dragon turtle's front foot managed to gain power and speed. Krrr, its huge body was pushed back. It looked like being blocked by an extremely small human hurt its pride, as an intense killing intent appeared in its eyes. Don't tell me this is all you've got. Rayon smiled in excitement, breathing white steam from his mouth. I still have lots of things to try out. Each time he pummeled the solid body with the new quick technique, he could feel his sword getting faster and stronger. He could see infinite ways of making it stronger. Quoo, the red dragon turtle roared, looking at the sky. The flame burst from the land like a sticky volcano and engulfed its body. Whir, the extreme firepower surging from the ground covered the red dragon turtle's entire body. Its existence itself was raised to another level. That was apparently its true form after it had devoured so much geothermal heat. It ate so damn much. I know, right? The energy wave coming from it was almost at master level from sucking so much heat from the land. Don't go. You need to use at least astral energy to cut through a monster like that. Heron's voice could be heard, trying to ruin the mood. Rayon waved him off, claiming that there wasn't a problem, and lowered his posture. I just gotta fight with what I've got. Rayon violently kicked the ground, charging towards the red dragon turtle that had literally turned into flame. The red dragon turtle swung its burning front foot. Rayon deflected it by slashing it before it reached him. One principle sprouted in his mind. He slashed upward towards the tail, which had an iron mace attached to it. The powerful shock crushed his shoulder, but he kept advancing. One principle was erased. The fire burning on its shell became a rain shower, falling onto him. He poured all of the quick sword techniques that he'd been making so far into his attack. Two principles disappeared, and four principles mingled with each other. The clash between fire and ice created a huge amount of steam, covering the entire area. He would be too slow if he relied on his vision. He focused on his senses, using the 10,000 flames cultivation like an ocean of perception to control the blade of ice. His focus increased to a frightening degree. He could feel the flow of everything, including his and his enemy's breath, as if it were touching his skin. He slashed at the flame, slashed at the iron mace, and slashed at the shell. The more he swung his sword, the faster it got, and the coldness grew more intense. The principles mingled and mixed with each other, and he ended up forgetting what technique he was even using. Krrr. The red dragon turtle, which was huge enough to cover the sun, kept getting pushed back by the small and thin blade despite its size. Fear and terror appeared in the eyes of the monster that was moving with nothing but instinct. Quaia, the red dragon turtle roared and the entire land burst into flame. It pulled its head back, then pushed forward to breathe out all the flames it had accumulated so far. Whir. As if what had happened so far had been nothing but a child's play, Rayon's entire vision was filled with raging fire. Kring, the rings of fire resonated with each other and slowed down the world. The principles of the quick sword filling his head meshed with each other like cogs, and his mind was struck by lightning. A single line severing the world. It was a flash of extreme quickness, faster than anything, capable of reaching its target before anyone else. Rayon's hand moved before he realized it. A silver trajectory surged in front of the raging firestorm. Rayon's Sieghart-style technique, first form, Frost Pond, the green light glimmering from Rayon's blade severed through the crimson world. The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman. Rayon's first technique, Frost Pond, severed the pouring rain of flame. It even advanced one step further. Spurt. In his distorted vision, a thin stream of blood gushed from the red dragon turtle's throat. Frost Pond had transcended the red dragon turtle's cognition and cut through its neck. Quaia, the red dragon turtle tried to step back in its panic, trying to hide its wound, but it was pointless. Frost Pond wasn't a technique that ended in a single strike. Wham! A silver spiral dashed forward, following the blue trajectory. Glacier's pure coldness followed the flow of Frost Pond to pierce the red dragon turtle's neck. Grrr. The blade of coldness was also attributed with extreme quickness. Its speed didn't lose to the first attack, and the red dragon turtle gave away its neck, unable to react. Wham! The red blood gushing from the red dragon turtle's neck extinguished the flames burning the land. Rumble. In the end, the red dragon turtle was unable to keep its balance and collapsed. The waterfall of ice that slashed its neck was the only thing remaining in the air. Ha! Rayon looked at the ice blade while soothing his burned skin with. Glacier, frost pond. Pond referred to the pond under a waterfall. The first strike was from the falling water, and the second strike was from the water falling again after bouncing back up from the impact. Frost pond was a technique that expressed those two falls. It was quick and precise while also having an attributed blade hidden behind it. Rayon was sure that even a master couldn't perfectly block that attack, not if they were only at a beginner level. Arg. Wrath let out a small groan, probably because he didn't expect the fight to end so easily. That stupid turtle. It didn't know how to use its power because it got stronger too quickly. It should have hidden inside its shell instead. It just kept using its strength like an idiot. You are right. Rayon nodded. The red turtle dragon's energy was comparable to a master, but its fighting technique remained the same as before. The fight would have been a lot more difficult if it could use its power to its full extent. Consider yourself lucky. If it could properly use that flame, you would have been burned up completely. You should say that I was unlucky. What? I would have gone even stronger if I fought something so powerful. You are really insane. Wrath shook his head, murmuring that he was sick of him. How did you like the technique? It wasn't bad. Oh, for a human. If you tried using a sloppy technique like that against the King of Essence, you'd be frozen in an instant. While Wrath was trying to be annoying by belittling him, messages appeared in front of his eyes. The messages informed him that he had received stats from creating a new technique and defeating the red dragon turtle that rose to the rank of mystical creature. What is this? Wrath violently shook his head in disbelief. How could you get the founder title from making a sloppy technique that even a 3-year-old child would be able to make? Icy wrath crawled up from his shoulders. Moreover, that red dragon turtle was a mid-rank monster at best. Some energy was all it had, and it wasn't exactly a difficult monster to defeat. Whether Wrath was angry or not, the system just gave what it came for and disappeared. I made the system too simple. Simple. I made it so it would only consider the results to allow the user to get stronger quickly. I didn't expect it to fire back at me like this. Rayon snickered, looking at Wrath as he ground his teeth. Just like the name Young Founder suggested, the title enhanced the martial arts power, which could be still lacking, and encouraged him to observe other people to learn even more. Since Rayon was still going to make many different techniques in the future, he was really satisfied with the ability. Damn it. Wrath gasped as he looked at the title. I told you that I would gain a lot from this. Rayon tapped Wrath while sheathing his sword. You don't deserve all that. Wrath's trembling shoulders made it look like he would have a seizure soon. Rayon. Runon's voice could be heard. When he looked around, Runon's eyes looked as blank as always, and Heron's pale face made it seem like he would start vomiting soon enough as they ran towards him. Why you actually killed that? Heron swallowed nervously as he looked at the corpse of the red dragon turtle. He asked Rayon how he managed to cut through it, a mind-blown expression on his face. There are different ways of fighting. Frost Pond was a technique with the water attribute, the ice that was purified by. Glacier had a purity at the continent's level. Rayon figured that even though the red dragon turtle had been enhanced from sucking on the geothermal heat, it wouldn't be able to survive it. Then you should have just used that technique from the beginning. Why did you take so much time? Heron was perfectly respectful as he spoke. He wasn't treating him like a child anymore. I couldn't use that technique earlier. Sorry. What do you? The technique I used to pierce its neck was made just now. Gasp. When Rayon told him the truth, Heron's lips started to tremble. He furtively turned his head to look at Runon. Once she nodded, Heron ended up sinking to his knees. What the? He pointed his finger at the red dragon turtle, his eyes wide. Does that mean that you were fighting him without a plan before that? Well, I knew I could get stronger. If it didn't work, I could just kill it by hitting it dozens or hundreds of times. It would have been okay if he hadn't managed to complete Frost Pond. It would have taken more time, but he would have defeated the red dragon turtle in the end. Heron shook his head from his spot on the ground. He looked like he was either admiring him, couldn't understand him, or he had realized something. Runon pouted slightly, poking the red dragon turtle with her finger. She was apparently annoyed by the monster that kept breathing fire because she liked coldness. Wrath, don't casually call the King of Essence's name. Whatever. You said it was a mystical beast earlier, right? Does that mean it has something like an energy core? Once a monster or a beast transcended its race, an energy core was created in their body. It was a priceless treasure, as absorbing it increased the amount of aura or strengthened the body. The King of Essence never said that it was actually a mystical creature. It was just pretty much one. Moreover, Wrath sneered. That turtle used all its energy to enhance its fire and shell. The only thing you can get from it is a hard shell. He giggled, jeering that he couldn't get it even with his luck. He must have misunderstood and thought that Rayon was disappointed. That's enough. Rayon shook his hand while smiling slightly. He created a new technique, gained a title, and even got stats. Since he could even get the red dragon turtle's corpse as his spoils, he already had plenty of rewards. It would be greedy to hope for more. He went next to Run-On and put his hand on the red dragon turtle. The 10,000 flames cultivation flared up, starting to absorb the powerful mana of the fire attribute inside the red dragon turtle. Rumble. As he absorbed the tremendous amount of mana, enough to make his hand tremble, exhilaration ran down his spine. The messages appeared as soon as he finished absorbing all of the heat inside the red dragon turtle. He clasped his trembling fist. Although most of it had been converted into stats, a significant amount of it still remained in his mana circuit. He could grow even further from absorbing all of that. This is even better than an energy core. What's going on? Why is it giving you more rewards? You already got rewarded. You received stats and title just now. The one earlier was from my fight and victory, and this one is because the 10,000 flames cultivation acted on its own. Shut your mouth, Wrath punched the ground with his hand of ice. Does the world have to be like this? This can't be true. The world shouldn't be like this. The desperate scream of the demon king of Wrath echoed throughout the dim Skele mountain range. Why does everything want to favor him so much? Heron groaned, touching the dead red dragon turtle's shell and skin. So he managed to cut through this. He could understand, since he'd been living as a blacksmith his entire life. The durability of the fire turtle's skin was equal to black steel. It was thick enough to require countless slashes unless one used astral energy, but that insane swordsman managed to cut through it with a single aura blade. Well, it wasn't just an ordinary aura of water attribute. Moreover, it was a crazy technique that slashed twice with a single swing, but it was still an aura blade. He couldn't understand how he could cut through the enhanced red dragon turtle with a mere aura blade. Heron bit his lip as he looked at Rayon, who was arranging the geothermal flow. Half of his clothes were burned up, and his entire body was scorched black. He got stronger while fighting. He endured that awful heat as if it were nothing, only to get stronger while fighting and slaying the red dragon turtle. That fact was the most amazing part. Although the burns should have been painful, he didn't show any sign of pain on the outside. It was honestly his first time witnessing a monster like that. I thought he was one of those sheltered geniuses, because he had achieved such prowess at the age of 17. He thought Rayon was just a plant in a greenhouse that was born and raised according to Sieghart's program, but it wasn't the case at all. He could tell from his serious eyes and that intense battle just then. He must have been walking a deep, heavy, and muddy path. His heart was pounding for the first time in a long time. He wanted to make the monster wear the equipment he forged, and he wanted to see him reach the continent's peak with it. He felt like his lost passion was bursting from him. Let's return then. Rayon walked up to the red dragon turtle. He raised his left and right hands at the same time, taking it by its neck. How are you lifting it? Even though it had suddenly shrunk after death, it was still bigger than the average 8-horse carriage. His strength was also beyond human limits, just like his swordsmanship. Rumble. Rayon started to pull on the red dragon turtle. He was apparently intending to carry it like that. It was amazing that he managed to lift it, but the fact that he decided to carry it around was even more shocking. Wait, we should call people to carry. It's okay, Rayon signaled Run-On with his eyes. Run-On, please help me. They raised their hands at the same time to spread ice on the ground. Smooth ice covered the ground from the mountain ridge to all the way down. Uncle, get on. What? We are going to ride it down, so get on the turtle just like Run-On. Like a slide. Correct. Rayon pointed at Run-On, who was sitting on the turtle while holding on to the shell. Although her expression hadn't changed, considering the fact that she was blushing slightly, she was looking forward to the ice slide. All right. Heron swallowed nervously, then climbed on the red dragon turtle to take a seat. Let's go. Rayon went behind it, pushing the red dragon turtle to the icy path. The huge monster, one that was pretty much the master of the mountain, turned it to a sled as it glided down. His mouth automatically opened, a scream falling from his lips because of the violent wind. He's crazy, he's really crazy. Heron resolved himself while feeling the harsh wind. He would never offend the crazy young bastard behind him, but I lost the bet. I'm screwed. The mountain ridge could be seen from the hill that Rayon had abandoned. With his arms behind his back, Glenn was looking at the red dragon turtle as it slid down. Heavenly Blade Division leader. One person walked out from behind the trees upon hearing his call. She was a swordswoman with thin eyes, purple hair tied behind her head, and a sword on her back. With a small build, her young face made it look like she was in her 20s, but she was the Heavenly Blade Division leader and had been with Glenn for dozens of years. How was he in your eyes? I can understand why that slob cherishes him so much. The Heavenly Blade Division leader nodded, looking at Rayon as he rode down on the red dragon turtle. He has amazing talent. In particular, the last blow seemed like one that he created himself. Yes. The battle against the red dragon turtle was apparently a practice run for that technique. It's my first time witnessing someone create a technique before becoming a master. He has the potential to become a founder. The Heavenly Blade Division leader had admiration in her voice as she looked at the trajectory of ice that still remained in the air. A warrior needed to be at least a master to create a martial art, yet Rayon managed to make his first technique while being at the highest rank of expert. She would have been lying if she said she wasn't surprised. Moreover, he even had an ability to absorb the heat remaining inside the red dragon turtle. Was that the 10,000 Flames cultivation ability that you mentioned before? Yes, the developed 10,000 Flames cultivation absorbed the heat from the red dragon turtle. He's amazing in many ways. He's not just using his talent, he's also capable of getting through crises. He's going to do his share in any situation. Well, he's not that special. He's just decently excellent. Glenn's mouth secretly curved into a small smile as he looked ahead, attempting to avoid being noticed by the Heavenly Blade Division leader. His expression suggested that he was pleased that Rayon had even managed to make the Heavenly Blade Division leader admire him, despite her being famous for her composure. It looks like he's halfway to the point of surpassing the Master's wall. The hard part starts from there, but it looks like he will be able to break through the wall at around the age of 20. The Heavenly Blade Division leader's eyes became even narrower as she watched Rayon sliding all the way down. The youngest sword master in Sieghart's history will be. He will manage before 20. Sorry, I'm saying that he will become a master in his teens, but even a genius can't get over the wall in front of him quickly. I'm not saying that just because he's a genius. Glenn turned around with a slight frown on his face. It could be even more difficult for him to break through the wall because he became faster too quickly. I'm sure my lord is also aware of that fact. Although I can understand why that slobbish gambling addict keeps praising his talent and ability, I still believe that he's still far away from becoming a master. The Heavenly Blade Division leader's jaw dropped. It was the first time she had heard Glenn speak so much, especially when it concerned another person. He looked like an over-doting grandfather that was arguing because someone nitpicked at the grandson he was trying to boast about. I'm certain. I expect him to reach master level next year at the earliest, and in 2 years at the latest. But you just said he's not that special. It's later than I thought. Let's return. Glenn simply kicked the ground after looking up to the dim sky. His body floated to the sky, then rushed towards Sieghart. The Heavenly Blade Division leader tilted her head while looking at his back. Why does he feel similar to that gambling addict? Rumble in the evening at Merton Village, where small sounds of hammering was all that could typically be heard. A huge trembling sound resounded throughout the villagia, contrast to the peaceful appearance. What's happening? An earthquake. The geothermal heat has been weak recently, and we are even getting an earthquake now. The villagers that were having late dinner hurriedly came running out when they felt the vibration. It's not an earthquake. One of them swallowed nervously, pointing further down the village. What would it be if it's not? Gasp. What is that? A red dragon turtle. Why is that monster in the village? I've never seen such a big one before. People stepped backward with their mouths wide open at the sight of the huge red dragon turtle. Some of the blacksmiths were about to run away. You idiots, it's not alive. The first person to figure it out pointed to the lower part of the red dragon turtle. A golden-haired young man, his clothes completely burned up, was dragging the red dragon turtle. Gasp, did he seriously kill that? Who the hell is he? It's that boy, the one the previous village chief said he'd forge a weapon for. Apparently, the previous chief didn't go senile, since he managed to slay such a monster. He's so strong. How is he carrying something of that size? The blacksmiths admired Rayon, watching him carry the red dragon turtle. Rayon smiled slightly, looking at the long line of blacksmiths on both sides. They looked like children watching a circus parade. Wait, how about selling that corpse to me? I'll pay nicely. How dare you cut in line? I'll buy it. I'll pay 500 gold and 10 pieces of equipment. I'll pay everything in gold. How about 2,000 gold? Once he got halfway to the peak, a bunch of blacksmiths and merchants came together and stopped him to ask him to sell the corpse. Hey, what are you doing? As Rayon was trying to shake his hand, Heron, who had been pushing the corpse with an unnoticeable amount of strength, stepped forward and pushed the merchants and blacksmiths away. 500 gold, 2,000 gold. Who are you trying to scam with such a small amount of money? Don't you realize he's my father's client? No, that's. Keep doing that if you want to stop trading here. The merchants and blacksmiths stepped back a little upon hearing that. Some people tried raising the price a little, but they lowered their hands when Heron glared at them fiercely. Let's go. Heron pointed at Vulcan's smithy at the peak, as if he were a butler. Vulcan was waiting outside, probably because he also felt the vibrations. He examined the red dragon turtle from top to bottom with stunned eyes. Was that the problem? Yes, I killed it because it was sucking on the geothermal heat. It's my first time seeing a red dragon turtle of that size. I was surprised. I thought it was a hatchling. It wasn't just the size, it was also stupidly strong. Heron extended his arms. It's like this because it shrunk, but it was even bigger before. Old man should have seen it. He murmured that it was regrettable and sighed. Since I've fixed the part where the geothermal heat went awry, it will stabilize either tomorrow or in 2 days. Rayon dusted off his hands after placing the red dragon turtle in the open area in front of the workshop. Huh, just like before, you never do anything ordinary. That's all you have to say after killing a monster like this, Vulcan exclaimed, looking at Rayon's peaceful eyes. Enter. He pointed inside the workshop, smiling slightly. I've also finished my preparations. The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman. Rayon followed Vulcan into the workshop. The table that used to be covered in a bunch of miscellaneous items now had 3 boxes on it instead. Are those boxes what you meant by preparations? Yes. Vulcan smiled slightly, then opened the first box. There was the golden shard that came from the golden shard stone. The second one also contains something you've already seen. The second box had the golden charcoal that he made in the North Grave Mountains charcoal kiln. Even though 5 years had passed since then, there wasn't a single scratch on it. And the last one, Vulcan licked his lips slightly, then opened the third box. There was a golden shard that was a bit bigger than the one inside the first box. You managed to get it. Rayon's jaw dropped upon seeing the second golden shard. I didn't think he'd be able to acquire it. Since the golden shard was the most precious metal, he'd thought that Merton Village wouldn't have any of it, and even if they did, they wouldn't hand it over. He was worried that he would need to go somewhere else in order to find it, but Vulcan managed to acquire the golden shard in such a short amount of time. He wasn't the continent's blacksmith for no reason. Ha. Heron clearly tilted his head at the sight of the golden shard inside the third box. Did the village have this? He tapped the golden shard while murmuring that it was strange. There's no way I wouldn't have known if they had a golden shard of such a size. Old man, are you sure you got it from the village? Why, yes. Vulcan nodded in a slightly awkward manner. It's really strange. Why does your face look like that? Who did you get this fro? Shut up, he frowned and hit Heron's head. Qua, why are you hitting me again? Heron stepped back while grasping his head and screaming. I'll become an idiot if you keep doing that. It's okay since you've always been an idiot. Vulcan kicked Heron, then shook his hand to tell him to go away. Where did you get the golden shard? Rayon asked, looking at the golden shard inside the third box. Since it was his first sword, he didn't want to cause any trouble. Don't worry, I didn't steal or take away from someone. I know Sir Blacksmith isn't the type of person to do that. I just figured I should express my gratitude to the person that gave you this. It was an anonymous sponsor. They said they didn't want to reveal their identity. An anonymous sponsor. They said they wanted to sponsor you after hearing about your identity and circumstances. Maybe they will make some strange request later. They would never do that, I swear on my name. There won't be any problem whatsoever, even if you accept this golden shard. Vulcan shook his hand, telling him to stop asking questions. He was covered in cold sweat, but he looked confident. He didn't seem to be lying at least. All right then. Rayon nodded. There was no way an excellent blacksmith like Vulcan would do strange things. There seemed to be a secret behind it, but he decided to trust him for now. And Vulcan opened the big box underneath. The cold blood run-on brought was divided into 2 pieces. Run-on. He gave the big one among them and one of the gold shards from the table at Run-on. Take this and go to the village chief's workshop that's right underneath us. I already told him about you, so he should be waiting for you. Vulcan pointed at the diamond-shaped workshop right under the hill. Since he said it takes about 2 days for the geothermal heat to return, you should go ahead and decide on the size and shape of the sword that you want. Yes. Run-on took the cold blood and one of the gold shards, then stood up. She nodded at Rayon before leaving. She was probably wishing him good luck in her own way. See ya. Rayon waved his hand while smiling, and Run-on pleasantly skipped down the hill. It's your turn now. Vulcan closed the boxes and looked at Rayon. You said before that you wanted to become a swordsman that won't lose. Is that still valid? Of course. Rayon nodded. Not only had that objective not changed, but his resolution had also grown even more solid. In order to achieve what he wanted, it was necessary for him to remain undefeated no matter who he faced. I like how consistent you are. Vulcan smiled, placing the red steel on the table. This is flaming steel. Half the sword will consist of this steel. It's a bit lacking compared to the cold steel, but it should be fine once the new material is added. And what would be the new material? You know, the turtle you brought. He pointed at the red dragon turtle's corpse, which could be seen from inside the workshop. By using that, the flaming steel should become a material that doesn't lose to the cold blood. Cold blood, flaming steel, and the golden shard to keep the balance. A proper sword shall be born. Vulcan smiled, clasping his fist. Tell me what shape you want, then. I'd like it to be similar to this one. Rayon took out the sword he'd brought with him, handing it over. It wasn't thick or thin, and it was about 1 finger length longer than the average sword. Since he was going to learn countless swordsmanship in the future, the sword needed to have a versatile shape that could use all kinds of characteristics. Versatile sword. I suppose that would be suitable for you. Vulcan narrowed his eyes and nodded. I see. Come back at daybreak in 2 days. I'll start working on it at that time, since that's when the heat will return. I'll be back in 2 days then. Rayon said goodbye to Vulcan and went outside. He went to the village chief's workshop right away as he was worried about Run-On. Father. Heron returned to the workshop after watching Rayon's back for a while. What's up? Why are you calling me that in that disgusting way? Vulcan shook his hand as if he was dealing with something dirty. He hadn't called him father in a long time. I have a request. Heron knelt. Request, please allow me to help you make that sword. Did you go crazy? I also think I'm crazy. However, it's really going to be over if I miss this opportunity. How would you even help with the work when all you've been doing is drinking and gambling? Please, it's okay if you leave the menial labor to me. It's okay if I can't touch the sword. Just let me stay inside the workshop at least. He slammed his head on the ground so hard that it bled. What did you even see from Rayon? Potential. The obscurity started to disappear from Heron's eyes as he raised his head. I've witnessed an unprecedentedly huge potential. I want to help make that potential even thicker and stronger. Please help me. Vulcan exhaled a little, meeting Heron's serious eyes. I will start at daybreak in 2 days. Fix your mind and remove the smell of liquor by then. I'll kick you out immediately if Rayon refuses. Heron bowed right away, then ran outside. Oh my. Vulcan snickered, watching Heron run after 2 years. I've wanted him to get his mind straight, but I didn't know this would happen. He licked his lips, looking at the village chief's workshop, which was brilliantly lit up. I guess I'm indebted to Rayon. Southern Sieghart. Casino entrance. HMHMM. Rimmer was walking out, humming. The pathetic appearance that was weighing on his shoulders that morning had disappeared, and he looked as confident as a triumphant general. Rimmer grinned, looking at the gold pouch in his hand. I'm not sure if this is a good thing. Since the old man that'd been always winning against him wasn't there anymore, he won lots of money for once from the others. He should have been able to live comfortably for a while with all that money. I'll repay the debts first, no. I can just win even more tomorrow and return once I have even more money. He clenched his fist, murmuring the crazy lines that every gambling addict usually spoke. I hope I'm as lucky as today, tomorrow. Hey, gambling addict. As Rimmer was about to enter the pub, a sharp voice could be heard from behind him. This voice with 1 ladle's worth of bluntness and 1 spoonful of kindness must be. When he looked around, the Heavenly Blade Division leader was standing there, with her arms crossed. Our Heavenly Blade Division leader, I don't even have a speck of kindness for you, so stop speaking nonsense. The Heavenly Blade Division leader shook her head with a frown. Wow, it's been a long time, HMPH. Rimmer gladly waved his hand and the Heavenly Blade Division leader snorted. I won quite a lot today. Do you want some drinks? I'll buy. He asked her to the pub, his finger to his lips. Let's have a conversation before that. Conversation sounds great. Tell me about your mission. The Heavenly Blade Division leader bobbed her finger, then went to the outer part of the main street. There's nothing special around here. We could have spoken in the pub. Why is our cute Heavenly Blade Division leader so hysterical today? Do you need to get your head cut off by said cutie before you shut that mouth up? Rimmer swallowed, rubbing his neck. Where are we going? I need to sleep early today so that I can win a lot tomorrow. We've arrived at our destination. The Heavenly Blade Division leader stopped at an open area behind the main street where no one would come. What kind of conversation, arg? Rimmer's lips trembled. He could feel the presence of his natural enemy. His whole body was warning him to run away immediately. And no way. He turned his head to the side. The person that shouldn't have been there, the most out-of-place man with the place, was leaning his against the wall. My lord, Glenn Sieghart was looking down at him with a cold gaze. You ignored my warning. No, that's why I came for a conversation. Those aren't the eyes of someone that wants a conversation, though. Glenn's cold gaze crushed his entire body, as if it would immediately start devouring his flesh. Speaking isn't the only way of conversing. The conversation can also be done with bodies. Glenn slowly raised his hand. Rumble. Black clouds appeared in the clear night sky, a mysterious scene to behold. Please wait a moment. Rimmer didn't panic, calmly raising his hand. I knew this would happen. He already expected the situation would occur the moment he borrowed money from Roan. Since he expected it, he was prepared for it as well, because I'm not an idiot. He had no intention of letting that lightning strike him like an idiot. He could safely get out of that situation if he used the method he had prepared. Please listen to me. Rimmer slowly lowered his hand, telling him to calm down. I'm sure you're curious what Rayon is doing right now. Glenn was a grandson's grandpa to the core. He was definitely going to stop if he talked about Rayon. It was the only way to stop the destructive king of the north. If you're curious about what he is doing right now, please get rid of that cloud first, Rimmer's jaw dropped. Instead of disappearing or getting thinner, the dark clouds in the sky became even thicker and started radiating crimson lightning. This shouldn't be happening, though. It couldn't be. My lord, I'm talking about Rayon. I'll tell you everything about where he went and what he is about to do, because you like Rayon. He hurriedly started shouting, but Glenn's eyes became even colder and more serious, and the thunderous cloud created terrible lightning instead of disappearing. How is this happening? He never imagined that grandson's grandpa could react that way. The only way left for him was to run away. Hey, I really am going to die if I get hit by that. Farewell, gambling addict. The moment the Heavenly Blade Division leader smiled softly, the sky was dyed red. Rumble. Rimmer dropped the gold pouch from his hand, while looking at the lightning falling down on him. Was this why I was strangely lucky today? 2 days later. Daybreak. Rayon confirmed that the geothermal heat had returned to the village, then went to Vulcan's workshop. Even though he expected Vulcan to be alone in the workshop, Heron was with him. His hair, which used to flutter like seaweed in the water, was shaved. Strength could be seen inside his eyes. It was an extreme change, considering it had happened in only 2 days. Why are you here? You can ask me to do menial labor or pretend I'm not here. Please allow me to stay in this place. He bowed deeply. His trembling throat showed that he was serious about it. Why? Because I have a feeling I'll be able to understand something. Rayon turned his head towards Vulcan. Do as you wish. I don't care whether he's here or not. Then let's ask him to do some menial labor. He was planning to use Heron as the Light Wind's exclusive blacksmith anyway once he had his head on straight. It would be beneficial to him if Heron could understand something from that place. Let's get started since I don't even know how long it's going to take. Heron, yes, insert the auras that you use in those 2 metals. Vulcan pointed at the cold blood and the flaming steel, which was enhanced by the red dragon turtle's shell on the table. Yes, Rayon went to the table, grabbing the flaming steel and cold blood. He inserted Glacier into the cold blood and the 10,000 flames cultivation inside the flaming steel at the same time. Fizzle, the flaming steel turned a burning red, and the cold blood started shining in pure white like the snowfield of daybreak before anyone stepped inside. ZZZT. As he was trying to increase the intensity of light and heat by inserting auras of higher purity and density, an ominous energy started to creep up. It was obvious who the perpetrator was. Wrath. What's up? The King of Essence is helping you. Probably because of Wrath's coldness, the cold blood that used to radiate a pure silvery light had started to be polluted. You are getting stronger too quickly. The King of Essence will help you regain your balance. As if he was trying to vent his anger at Rayon getting too many rewards after slaying the red dragon turtle 2 days ago, he kept spreading murky energy. Rayon sighed on the inside. He thought Wrath might try that, but he actually did it. It was a good thing that he took measures against that sloppy demon king. There's a pub named Dwarven Hammer at the outskirts of Merton Village. What hammer? What kind of bullshit are you? That pub has a menu item called the Utan roasted pig, and I heard the skin is as crisp as cookies, the meat is extremely soft, and the sauce has a deep taste because it's made from 50 different ingredients. Whoa. As soon as Wrath heard that, he stopped shoving coldness into the metal and started to drool coldness from his mouth. I was planning to eat that before leaving because you've been nice recently, but I guess I shouldn't. The King of Essence is generous. There's no way you can become a threat to the King of Essence just because you obtain a good sword. He put his hands on his waist. He started to pull out the murky energy with a refreshing smile. But when are you planning to go to that pub? When I finish making the sword. The King of Essence will be waiting mercifully. Wrath returned to the bracelet as soon as he heard the answer. His drooling sound could be heard from outside of it. He's so easy. Rayon snickered and erased Wrath's energy. He put his aura inside the 2 metals until he was told to stop. That's enough. While he was shoving aura into the metal as if he were pouring water into a pot with a hole, Vulcan raised his hand. Judging from the energy imbued in the metal, I can see how much you've grown. Vulcan exclaimed intensely upon feeling the energy ingrained in the 2 metals. That's enough. You can stay back now. Yes. Rayon nodded and stepped back. Vulcan threw the first golden charcoal into the furnace, where a thick haze was shimmering from. Wow! The heat haze that had a thickness of a finger puffed up at the size of the forearm, and the furnace's heat became so intense that it was difficult to breathe. Huff, Q. Even Vulcan and Heron groaned, despite having spent their entire lives in front of a furnace. It was even affecting Rayon, who was staying back, so those 2 must have been feeling the pain of getting scalded. Vulcan threw the 2 lumps of golden shard inside the furnace, extending his hand behind him. Collect your mind. Bring the flaming steel here first. Yes, Vulcan accepted the flaming steel from Heron, then placed it in the middle of the furnace. Rumble. The tremendous heat raged and started to melt the crimson lump of metal. Next, yes, Vulcan took out the half-melted flaming steel from the furnace, then inserted the cold blood. One stream of pure coldness rose from the powerful heat. Put them at the same time this time. Yes, Vulcan and Heron inserted the half-melted flaming steel and cold blood into the furnace at the same time. Although the powerful heat looked like it could even melt the furnace itself, the flaming steel and the cold blood didn't melt so easily. Once the lumps of metals lost their original form from getting burned for a long time, Vulcan took out the 2 metals and picked up the hammer. Clang, 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 Vulcan's hammering had begun. The precise hammering wasn't strong, weak, nor slow. Just like people's natural breathing from the moment they are born, the sound and flow remained constant. The hammering of a blacksmith that had been walking a single path for dozens of years reverberated throughout the heat-filled workshop. Gulp, Rayon swallowed, watching him hammer with his soul. Just like an absolute swordsman swinging his sword, every single instance of the hammering sound made his hair stand on end. He couldn't breathe, nor could he take his eyes off of the man as he kept starting at Vulcan's hammering. Rumble. When the hammering started to ride the flow, the 10,000 flames cultivation rose by itself and started dancing magnificently, while the glacier stood up straight and started singing elegantly. Clang, clang, clang. The two energies dashed through the mana circuits in his whole body, as if they were harmonizing with Vulcan's hammering to endlessly amplify their energies. It was an explosive dash that was difficult to control. Huff, Rayon couldn't endure it anymore, sinking to the ground. What I need to do right now, even if he tried, he wouldn't be able to stop them from going out of control. What he needed to do was to harden the foundations. Clang, he released both the 10,000 flames cultivation and glacier, then started using the ring of fire. The 6 rings of fire vibrated to gently calm the energies that were going out of control, and he regained some leeway. Clang, 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 according to Vulcan's hammering sound, which felt like it was directly striking their soul instead of a metal. The ring of fire, the 10,000 flames cultivation, and glacier moved together like a single body. Clong, clong. The hammering sound became even stronger than before. It was the sound of Vulcan striking the third metal, the golden shard. Ring of fire was the part that harmonized with the golden shard. The 6 rings resonated, as if they were responding to the resonance of the king of metals, and created a flow as prevalent as the river. The endless flow of energies of the ring of fire, the 10,000 flames cultivation, and glacier made the red dragon turtle's heat that he hadn't managed to absorb entirely melt into his whole body like butter. Rayon's muscles and bones matured to become even sturdier, and his mana circuit and energy center throbbed and inflated with life. Rumble, feeling the exhilaration of his inner energy and outer energy resonating with each other as if they had been connected by an invisible thread, Rayon focused deeply on his cultivation. Clang, clang, clang. Vulcan was in the same state as Rayon. With a focus that should have been called immersion instead, he struck the metal endlessly with spiritual fire blazing from his blue eyes. As he kept hammering the metals with his soul, the flaming steel, cold blood, and the golden shard mingled with each other as if they were originally a single metal together, the blade radiating with a frightening black light that had started to make its appearance. The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman. I entered the workshop for the first time at the age of 8. I took up a hammer when I was 12, and I forged a sword for the first time at the age of 14. It wasn't actually a sword. It was nothing but a flattened scrap of metal, made from striking heated metal. I made a sword that could actually be called a weapon during the winter when I was 15. A famous swordsman gave me gold coins, telling me that he liked it. I believed I was talented at smithing and opened my own workshop, despite my father trying to dissuade me. Probably because the swordsman that bought my first sword became more and more famous, clients kept flooding into my workshop. I expanded the workshop, accepting novice blacksmiths to increase the workload. I supplied weapons to countless organizations to rake in the money. The workshop became bigger and bigger, and gold piled up like a mountain. My frequent use of a hammer decreased gradually, and I spent more time outside, spending money. It was a successful life for such a young age I could even be called a child. It was a life that anyone would yearn for, and the accident happened while I was enjoying my life in such a manner. There was a problem with the swords and shields that I supplied in large amounts, all because I couldn't properly check the quality if I were to meet the deadline. It resulted in soldiers dying or being heavily injured in their monster exterminations. The kingdom asked for a tremendous amount as a compensation fee, and I used all the fortune that I'd accumulated to barely meet the request. The money I'd been accumulating for over 10 years was gone, but that wasn't the problem. The problem was the fact that people died because of the sloppy swords that I had made. I finally realized that I'd been making weapons that could kill or save people's lives, rather than tools for my business. I realized that I was a blacksmith, not a merchant. I could finally understand why my father was against me leaving his workshop so early on. He predicted that such an accident would happen, as I didn't have the correct mindset yet despite having the skills. I kept drinking every day after that. I drank and drank and drank. I couldn't stop drinking because I kept remembering the people that had died because of my weapons. Living as a drunkard for 10 years, I used up the small fortune that I had left, then returned to my ruined workshop while thinking about killing myself. As I was trying to die in the workshop that I set up myself, I saw the hammer on the furnace. It was the first hammer that my father had bought me. Since I'd used it for over 10 years, I decided to try holding it before I died. I unconsciously burst into tears the moment I grabbed the hammer. I sank to the ground, crying alone for the whole day as if the emotions that had been accumulating after that incident exploded out at once. I stood up after weeping until my tears stopped falling. Mysteriously, my suicidal intentions were gone alongside the tears. I grabbed my father's hammer and ignited the rusty furnace. I inserted the scrap metal and my useless thoughts into the raging fire. The only thing left in me was my desire to hammer. I struck the steel. I struck the steel. I struck the steel. Money, fame, emotion, everything was thrown into the furnace to melt it all and kept striking the hammer. When I finally came back to my senses after a long time had passed, I was called the continent's blacksmith, and I had made a sword for the warrior that was said to be the strongest. I overcame my regrettable youth to achieve great success and even had a family. Although all I had left to do was to enjoy a satisfying life, something was missing. The unknown deficiency created a hole in my heart. That was my distress, the despair coming from the fact that I couldn't forge a sword better than the heavenly tremor was pressuring upon me. I let go of the hammer that I'd been using for so long, running away while claiming that I would make a golden charcoal as an excuse. I spent 10 years in vain, comforting myself by saying that I was putting in effort. As I was about to give up and return, a blonde child visited me. He was small and extremely thin for his age, but his eyes were somber and cold. He said he wanted to feel the fire, and I let him do as he wished, since it was obvious he wouldn't be able to endure it anyway. However, that wasn't the case. The blonde endured a heat intense enough that even skilled blacksmiths would have run away in disgust, eventually creating his own aura. Legendary golden charcoal was born, but my eyes were looking at the kid instead of the golden charcoal. I felt a passion stir. I wanted to forge a sword for someone for the first time in dozens of years, and promised him that I'd make his weapon. I spent 5 years after that building my body and polishing my mind, and the child came to visit me. The child had grown up so much, to the point that it made me happy, and he brought the best materials and circumstances through multiple connections. The day the sword was to be forged, I increased the furnace's heat to the extreme by using the golden charcoal before putting the lumps of metals inside. I burned away the impurities in my mind, watching the metals slowly melt. I even threw my ambition to surpass the heavenly tremor and the desire to leave behind the best masterpiece before dying into the fire to melt them. The only thing I had left was the blacksmith's instinct to hammer steel. I took the lump of metal that had melted alongside my worthless thoughts from the furnace, then grabbed my hammer. I struck the steel. I struck the steel. I struck the steel. Just like when I was inside that ruined workshop 50 years ago, I forgot about myself and kept striking the steel, responding to my focus ballist like a blade of 3 different kinds of metal mingled with each other, slowly taking on the appearance of a sword, jet black. Just like the heavenly tremor forged with golden shard, the entire blade was black. I put the sword into the furnace, then took it out to start striking it again. It was gradually shaped, and the blade became sharper, but the black color covering the blade didn't disappear. I sprinkled crayon powder and put it back into the furnace. The blade that should have had the shining white color of a snowfield still maintained its black color. I struck and struck again. It was fine if it was going to be my last work. I kept striking with the hammer and even forgot the flow of time. The blade formed into the shape of a versatile sword, and its sharpness reached a frightening degree, but the black color covering the blade remained the same. I don't understand. Even though I'd been wielding a hammer to strike steel for dozens of years, I couldn't accurately figure out whether the blade was complete or not. It was the first time that had happened to me. As I lowered my hammer because I didn't know what to do next, the sword started to cry. It was a different vibration from the sword resonance, which was an attempt to harmonize with its master. The sword was howling for its master. Father, wait. I made the panicked heron step back, observing the sword's howling. The sword floated into the air from its intense vibrations. Floating on its own, the sword started flying towards Rayon, who was sitting at the end of the workshop, as if a string had been attached to it. The sword stood upside down, stopping right under Rayon's nose and starting to cry once again. As it was about to fall to the ground, as if it had run out of strength, Rayon extended his hand to grab the sword. Cring, the sword vibrated intensely in Rayon's hand. The violent vibration made the black color of the blade turn to ash, scattering away as the snow-white blade made its appearance. Spark. As the blade glowed with the brilliant light of a snow field reflecting the sunlight, Rayon opened his eyes. Blue and red. The 2 colors filled his eyes, radiating a mysterious brilliance. I finally realized that sword was literally born for Rayon. Rayon narrowed his eyes, looking at the sword in his hand. It was his first time grabbing it, but it fit his hand so perfectly that it even felt mysterious. He felt like he had found his other half that he had lost. The energy from the 10,000 flames, cultivation, and Glacier grew excited just from him holding the sword. The aura amplification ability of golden shard, flaming steel, and cold blood must have gotten a lot stronger. Wow, seriously, Vulcan exclaimed in amazement and sank to the ground. Even I have never seen a flying sword look for its own master before. Rayon immediately realized that he wasn't joking, as he wouldn't be holding the sword if it hadn't flown at him. I knew that it was incomplete, but it finally completed itself from meeting its master. Vulcan breathed out in awe. That is your sword, Rayon Sieghart. That sword will follow no one else but you, and you are the only one that can use it. He examined the blade that shone white with bewildered eyes before he continued, and it's my best masterpiece. Does that mean that it's better than the Heavenly Tremor? That's a different story, as the Heavenly Tremor is made entirely of golden shard. It doesn't exactly surpass it. However, the sword forged with everything I have isn't the Heavenly Tremor, but that nameless sword. I returned to that time in the past to just keep hammering. Vulcan murmured that he felt free after satisfying his wish and regrets. Do you have a name in mind? No, I don't have one yet. Then, can I name it for you? Of course. Rayon met Vulcan's eyes and nodded. Since the blacksmith normally named the sword, there was no reason for him to refuse. Heavenly Tremor means that it shakes the heavens. With that in mind, how about naming yours Heavenly Drive? Does it mean leading the heavens? Yes. Show me that you can lead the heavens with your own power, never losing. It should be possible with that sword. It's an arrogant name, but I like it. Heavenly Drive. When Rayon gripped the sword tightly, messages appeared in front of his eyes. The messages announced that he had managed to absorb all of the internal energies that had remained unorganized. However, that wasn't the end of it. The stats had increased from gaining a personal weapon for the first time. Judging from the increased stats and the increased proficiency of the Ring of Fire and his auras, he had managed to surpass about 70 of the wall towards the master level. He could start to see what loomed beyond the wall little by little. I'm close. It looked like he could break through the master's wall by next year at the latest. In the future, Q. As Rayon was clenching his fist in anticipation, wrath popped out from the bracelet. Again, you are doing that again. He looked enraged as he glared at the message. How much are you planning to ruin the King of Essence's main body before you are satisfied? You bastard. Utan roasted pig. The Utan roasted pig is waiting for us. As soon as he mentioned the Utan roasted pig, Wrath's aggressive coldness settled like soft hair. Damn it. Even though he was angry, he seemed to be suppressing his anger in anticipation for the roasted pig. As expected of the demon king of gluttony, who used his stomach to create his fake identity, Wrath. You did a good job as well. Vulcan smiled at Heron, who was leaning his back against the wall. Rayon and I were completely focused, and you saved us by moving without breaking that concentration. You were trotting around so easily, Tusk. I know you're complimenting me, but why would you say trot? Heron complained with a frown. Indeed, Rayon nodded. It was really difficult to move around without breaking their concentration as they were both immersed in the work. He agreed with Vulcan's compliment. Heron was talented. Rayon expressed his gratitude with his eyes, and Heron awkwardly scratched under his ears. Let's get some fresh air in. I feel really suffocated from being locked in here for 2 days straight. While opening the closed steel door, he saw the woman standing in front of it and stepped back in surprise. Run-On was standing in front of the door, her silver hair flowing over her left shoulder. Judging from her slightly red eyes, she must have been waiting for a pretty long time. Have you finished? Run-On tilted her head, hugging a silver sword that he's never seen before. It looks like you've finished as well. Run-On drew the sword that she was hugging, handing it over. With a silver color just like her hair, the sharp blade gave off an aloof impression. He could tell that it was an extremely excellent blade just from looking at it. Fluttering blue flower petals were engraved on the scabbard, giving it an elegant air. Run-On's expression didn't change, but she looked extremely pleased, her cheeks blushing slightly. It matches her perfectly. He made it well. Vulcan gave a big nod, admiring Run-On's sword. Rayon, I'm planning to make your scabbard with the red dragon turtle's shell. I'll weave it in a flashy and durable way so that you can also use it as a club. He clenched his fist as if he were telling him to rest assured, despite his clearly exhausted state. Heron, you should help me as well. Okay, yes. Understood. Heron pounded his chest with his clenched fist, telling him to leave it to him. Rayon stood up and bowed at Vulcan and Heron. I was really lucky to meet Sir Blacksmith, as I managed to obtain such a nice sword. Lucky. Rayon raised his head, hearing Vulcan's voice asking what he meant. There was no luck involved in any material used to forge that sword. The reason she gave you the cold blood, the way the golden charcoal was created, and the reason I decided to forge your sword it was all because you have been yourself. I have been myself. The heavenly drive is created from your relationships, not just some luck. Vulcan smiled softly as he walked towards him, then patted his shoulder. The path you've been walking so far isn't wrong. Keep devoting yourself to your progress. The way he said he wasn't wrong and the word relationship touched his heart. He had the feeling that he was getting comforted for his hellish previous life. Yes, Rayon bit his trembling lip, bowing once again. Really. 2 days later, the scabbard containing the heavenly drive was hanging around Rayon's waist. The golden light of dawn and the blackish-red light of the evening glow mixed with each other in harmony, creating the perfect appearance of a scabbard that would contain the sword leading the heavens. He could only admire Vulcan and Heron's skills, as they had managed to create such a piece of art from the red dragon turtle's shell, which had nothing but hardness to boast about. I'll leave now. Rayon bowed to Vulcan, who was standing in front of the workshop. It's a shame. You could have stayed for a bit longer. Since my mission's going to begin soon, I think I need to make my preparations as the vice squad leader. I suppose since that ruffian is the squad leader, you must have a lot of work to do. Vulcan clicked his tongue, saying that the world must be coming to an end. Yes, indeed. Rayon snickered and nodded. What are you planning to do about that? Vulcan pointed his finger at the red dragon turtle shell, claws, and teeth that were inside the workshop. I'm too exhausted to make anything with them now. He shook his hand to fan himself. He had gotten more wrinkles, making it look like he aged at least 10 years after making the sword and the scabbard. He wasn't lying about being too tired. I'm sorry. You don't need to apologize. It was me that wanted to make the sword, and I'm satisfied enough with it. Vulcan smiled honestly. He looked like he had no regrets. Then, about those. Please leave them to me. As Rayon was about to speak, Heron, who was behind him, jumped forward. If you leave it to me, I'll create the best equipment with them. He knelt and bowed while saying that. I don't even know anymore. Vulcan shrugged, telling Rayon to do as he wished. We didn't settle the reward for the bet we made when we first met, right? Heron finally remembered it and screamed. Since you have to grant any of my wishes, I'll tell you what I want. Work as the Light Wind Squad's exclusive blacksmith until you manage to forge a sword that meets my standards. Rayon smiled, meeting Heron's eyes. They had begun to look more respectable. Since Heron had enough talent that even Vulcan acknowledged him, and he had begun to learn his lesson over the last 4 days, Rayon was sure that he would become an excellent blacksmith in the future. If he could turn him into the Light Wind's exclusive blacksmith, it was going to be extremely helpful for sure. Heron immediately nodded. I'll give you your first mission then. Please make the basic armor for 34 swordsmen by using the red dragon turtle's materials. Basic armor. Can you do it? Of course, just you wait. He confidently smiled. I'm also going to check on whether this idiot is working properly or not. Vulcan smiled while lightly hitting Heron on the head. We will get going now. See you later. Rayon and Run-On bowed at them before taking their new swords and going down the hill. Vulcan smiled slightly, watching their backs. I'm looking forward to seeing how much stronger you'll be the next time we meet. A 17-year-old swordsman that could already see the master level. The entire continent would be shaken if his name became famous. In anticipation for the majestic appearance of the heavenly drive in Rayon's hands, he automatically clenched his fist. Father, what are you doing over there? Come here already and help me. I can't carry all this on my own. Heron's voice could be heard from inside the workshop. Even though he'd been living as a loser for 2 years, he snapped out of it in the span of 4 days and displayed a passion similar to Vulcan's own in the past. A smile appeared on Vulcan's face, even though he was exhausted. All right. Vulcan wished for good luck on Rayon and Run-On's future battles as they got further away, then returned to his noisy workshop. Rayon went to the Dwarven Hammer, located in the corner of Merton Village, with Run-On. There were many people inside despite it being on the outskirts. It seemed to be a famous pub, just like Heron had said. Sniff, I already like the fragrance. I can smell the fragrance of that sauce that's made from 50 different ingredients. Wrath licked his lips, already excited upon reaching the entrance. Calm down a little. There's no way the King of Essence can calm down, as it's his first time eating some proper food in a few days. The King of Essence will definitely not calm down. Then wait a moment. We are going to eat soon enough. Rayon grabbed Wrath to force him to calm down, then entered the pub. Welcome. The server came running out and smiled. 2 people. Yes. Rayon nodded. They were guided to a table inside. What are you going to order? The server gave them the menu and politely gathered her hands in front of her. What do you want to eat? Whatever Rayon is eating. Run-On blinked her eyes, telling her to order the same thing as him. Then 2 servings of Utan roasted pig. I'm really sorry. The server frowned and lowered her head. We are out of ingredients. You ran out of ingredients. Because people gathered from everywhere upon hearing the news about the red dragon turtle being slain, we used up all the ingredients. Arg. The moment she said they had run out of ingredients, a strange sound came from Wrath's throat. And then, when do the ingredients? It will take at least a week. Rayon felt sorry for Wrath, but there was nothing more he could do, as he couldn't possibly wait for a whole week. Why the hell? The flames of coldness raged from Wrath's whole body. Why the hell is it never there when the King of Essence wants to eat? It can't be helped since the ingredients. It's all your fault. This all happened because you brought that turtle here. You should have just sold it already. Rayon scratched the back of his head. Since he was right about that, he couldn't say anything. I should blow off his steam with something else. He felt like he needed to eat something other than the Utan roasted pig in order to cheer Wrath up. Do you have any recommendations? There's a pretty famous menu item, even though it's not as famous as the roasted pig. What is it? The blacksmith set menu. It has a warm onion stew, soft bread, and even stir-fried chicken with sweet sauce. That item is definitely delicious. Rayon hung his head while swallowing nervously. Wrath hated set menus the most, and even the composition was the exact same as at Habon Castle. Set menu again. Set menus exist everywhere, of course it. Shut up. Just as he expected, deadly lightning exploded from Wrath's eyes. God damn it, did everyone plot together or something? Why is this menu the exact same as that damned castle's scout menu? He screamed, looking up at the ceiling. The entire world hates the King of Essence. The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman. Rayon returned to Sieghart with Runan, who was embracing her new sword as if it were a precious treasure, and Wrath, who was sulking because he wasn't able to eat the Utan roasted pig. Since he now had an affiliation, he went to the 5th training ground before going to the annex building. Because it was dinner time, there were no swordsmen around. Rimmer was sprawling alone on the platform. Squad leader, I've returned with my sword. Who? Rimmer stood up, waddling like a drunkard. His face was a lot thinner than before. Bandages were wrapped around multiple parts of his body, and his red hair was blackened as if it had been scorched by fire. Did something happen to you? Not really. He waved his hand dismissively, telling him that nothing really happened. His expression gave him away, though. Rayon figured that he had been beaten up by someone for causing trouble while gambling. Did you rampage again after losing money? I didn't lose. I won this time. Then why do you look like that? There was this nasty old man. Rimmer sighed, looking at the ground. A nasty old man. Yes, he's an extremely evil person. He doesn't reveal what he's thinking and can't stand to see others doing well. I see. Just like when he listened to Wrath, Rayon simply brushed off his words. Rimmer was apparently being pathetic again while he was forging the heavenly drive. Yawn. Even Runan was yawning. She must have been bored. Since I delivered my report, I'm going back. Wait, as he was about to leave after saying goodbye, Rimmer raised his hand. Did you two try using your swords? We returned right after receiving them. Of course we didn't. Then you should give them a try. He smiled, pointing at the heavenly drive hanging around Rayon's waist. I have a pretty good insight on swords, as you already know. I didn't know that. Anyway, I'll watch, so try drawing your swords. Rayon shook his head, but Runan immediately drew her sword. She apparently wanted to brag about her sword. Cling. The silver blade gleamed under the golden-yellow moonlight, lighting the dim training ground. Ooh, Rimmer's eyes widened after examining Runan's sword from top to bottom. It has the sharpness and coldness befitting a sword made from cold blood. It's nicely made. He admired it, checking Runan's sword from different angles. It looks like it was made by the current chief of Merton Village. The pattern is exactly to his liking. Apparently, he wasn't lying about his insight on the swords, as he instantly knew the maker. What's the sword's name? Snowflower. With such a nice name and perfect balance, it should match perfectly with your swordsmanship and aura. Congratulations on getting a nice sword. Rimmer smiled gently, looking at the flower pattern at the center of the blade. Runan hugged Snowflower tightly, satisfied with Rimmer's compliment. It's your turn now. Rimmer looked at Rayon, gesturing with his hand to urge him to draw his sword. All right, Rayon drew Heavenly Drive. A dignified energy and frightening sharpness came from the painfully beautiful blade all at once. The smile disappeared from Rimmer's face. His eyes were trembling violently, revealing that he didn't expect it to be so good. That old man created another monster. Rimmer swallowed nervously, moving down the platform. He groaned in bewilderment and glared at Heavenly Drive. With the shape of a versatile sword, it has extreme sharpness and dignity. It was a strange power in it, surpassing the aura amplification ability it has. He shook his head, saying that he hadn't seen a sword of that caliber in a long time. Even for you, this sword is too good for a swordsman in his first year. What's the name? Heavenly Drive, a sword that leads the heavens. Honestly, I think it's one of the 10 best swords I've seen so far. Although Rimmer was nothing but a lazy gambling addict now, he used to be an indomitable swordsman that had gone through countless battlefields. What he said was pretty much the best compliment he could get. It looks like you both managed to get swords that match you. Congratulations. Rimmer applauded for them, looking back and forth between Rayon and Runan. Try using them now. Using them. As Rayon was about to sheath Heavenly Drive, Rimmer shook his head. An excellent sword that can amplify aura is called an energy sword, and your swords are both energy swords. Since I'm sure you aren't used to the effect yet, you should try using it there. He pointed his finger at the center of the training ground, telling them to move there. Rayon and Runan went to the center, following his gesture. Energy swords have something called a path. Just like the mana circuit, it has a line where the aura can pass through, and the aura gets amplified before coming out if you insert your aura through that line. You should try it. Yes. Runan gave a big nod, then focused her aura on Snowflower. Frost fluttered like pollen on the silver blade, and her pressure was greatly amplified. Wow. Surprised by her own pressure, a glittering light appeared in her hazy eyes. I knew you would be good at this. Although it consumes a lot of aura, you should be able to use more powerful techniques. You should train to precisely check how much power you can use. Rimmer nodded at Runan before looking at Rayon. Why aren't you doing anything? I don't have anything like that. What? I don't have anything similar to the mana circuit in the sword. That can't be true since that's such a powerful sword. It's true. I just need to hold the sword for it to amplify my energy. Rayon shrugged his shoulders. He wasn't lying. He just needed to use his aura while grabbing the heavenly drive for his energy to be amplified. Since the amplification happened immediately, it didn't have the side effect of increasing his aura consumption either. Who? Rimmer's eyes widened in confusion. Really? Really? Rayon nodded, inserting his aura into heavenly drive. The clear flame of the 10,000 flames cultivation flared up to engulf the blade. The size and heat were a lot more intense than before. That's insane. He faltered as he walked towards him in bewilderment. Can I try holding it? Yes. The moment Rimmer tried to grab heavenly drive, flame burst from the hilt. Does it even recognize its owner? He frowned, pulling his hand back after almost touching that heat. No way does it actually have an ego. No, it doesn't. Rayon shook his head with a sour expression. According to the blacksmith, the instinct inside the golden shard is chasing after my aura. Rather than an ego, it seems to have an instinct that desires its master's aura. You were aware of that all along. I didn't expect it to start breathing fire, since the blacksmith could hold it at least. It was true. It was the first time fire had come out of it just because someone other than its master tried to grab it. That's so weird. Rimmer licked his lips, looking at the heavenly drive that Rayon was holding. He could force it to accept his touch by using aura, but he was probably not doing that because it felt troublesome. It looks like the sword's aura amplification ability is also outstanding. Try making the strongest aura thread with it. Aura thread was one of martial arts' special techniques, consisting of surrounding a blade with a bundle of thinly sliced aura blades. It was far weaker than astral energy, but it was still stronger than the aura blade. Understood. Rayon imbued heavenly drive with the full power of the 10,000 flames cultivation. The clear resonance of the sword reverberated throughout the dark training ground, and a clear aura of fire surged along the blade. The way the blade radiated heat on its own resembled the sun, and the aura almost looked like it had materialized. That's insane. Rimmer's lips trembled as he watched the raging blade. Are you telling me this is an aura threat? It's pretty much an astral blade at this point. Rayon narrowed his eyes, observing the materializing fire on the blade. It was his first time putting as much aura in as he could, and he didn't expect the sword to amplify the energy to that extent. Stay still for a moment. Rimmer drew his sword from his waist. The green aura of the wind gathered to fill the blade. Just like the energy on Rayon's sword, Rimmer's had also far surpassed aura thread. I'll try attacking from the front, so block it. Understood. Rayon nodded. Rimmer struck downward. Cling. Rayon swung heavenly drive up towards the light wind's strike. Wham! The head-on clash between the red blade and the green blade created a tremendous storm of heat which spread throughout the training ground. Whoosh! Inside the heat, which wasn't dissipating easily, Rayon and Rimmer were looking at each other's swords. That old man created one nasty sword. Rimmer admired Rayon's sword, looking where the fire's intensity had slightly decreased. With this level, it should even be able to block astral energy a few times. How the hell is a sword? No, wait. He raised his hand, looking at the sword in bewilderment. The sword isn't the only thing that's great. Did you actually become even stronger? It just happened. How did you get even stronger when all you did was make a sword? What did you even do? I just slayed a turtle and helped them forge the sword. Turtle, you killed a turtle. Rimmer kept blankly murmuring the word turtle in confusion. He shook his head, looking at the fire aura burning from heavenly drive and Rayon's dignified eyes. What am I even raising right now? A monster met another monster. Rushing Mountain's underground grotto could pretty much be called House Robert's darkness. The grotto, which used to contain 108 children, only had 30 people remaining now. However, the children's eyes had turned a spiteful red, and their breath was full of murderous intent. Nice. Darius Robert drank his wine, enjoying the children's murderous intent as a side dish. My lord, the large, masked man that had 3 lines drawn on his chest knelt in front of him and bowed. The children have been filtered in accordance with your orders. We can say that there's only the tenacious ones left now. How did you decrease their numbers? I placed 3 of them in a room where only one of them could come out. It's pretty much a small pot of curse poison. Curse poison was a shamanism technique consisting of placing countless insects inside a pot, then opening the lid after a long time to create a single insect that had the most potent poison. After their failure with Rayon, Robert's shadow was using an even more extreme method to raise the children. Curse poison, that's a nice idea you had. The masked man slammed his head on the ground at Dara's compliment. I like their eyes. His mouth curved into a smile at the sight of the murderous intent in the children's eyes. How are they doing with their education? They are doing better than any other group so far. The fast ones have already reached the instructor's level in assassination techniques. They need to shed blood in order to awaken their instinct, after all. Use the same method for the next group as well. Yes, the masked man's voice became louder at the compliment. We even have 3 children that are expected to grow beyond Rayon's level. Beyond Rayon's level. Darius took off his black leather glove, raising his hand to look at the back of it. The blade scar that still hadn't faded away revealed its pitch-black hole in the dim lighting. So you are saying that those 3 children are capable of doing this, right? His pressure became frighteningly sharp, overwhelming the entire underground grotto. And no, that's... The masked man bit his lip. He only said that because he was asked to raise assassins that could catch up to Rayon, yet Robert was angry at him instead. I guess they wouldn't. After all, he had the best achievements ever among the shadows as an assassin, and he even managed to leave a scar on me. They might not be able to reach his level in terms of murderous intent, but we can teach them to surpass him in terms of assassination technique at least. I see. Yes, please trust me, I see. Darius stood up with a cold smile. It was as he was about to return that it happened. Drip. A drop of frighteningly red blood dropped down from the scar on the back of his hand. The pure white sword hanging around his waist let out a small cry, as if it were baring its fangs against someone. The masked man stepped back with trembling hands, confused by the phenomenon he'd never seen before. Igio. Ah yes. Were there any reports from the shadows that went to investigate the north? There was an abnormality, but since it's not organized yet, I was planning to report to the head butler after more information was gathered. Abnormality. Darius slightly tilted his head, urging him to say it. It's news about the return of Rimmer, who used to be called Sieghart's Sword of Light. I'm not sure about the exact name of the organization, but he apparently became a squad leader. I don't need something unnecessary like that. A bird with a broken wing can't fly ever again. Is there anything about that boy named Rayon and Glenn? There's nothing special yet. That Rayon boy apparently wasn't anything special, despite the rumors. He shook off the blood flowing from his hand, letting it soak into the ground, and looked at his still resonating sword. The day is nigh. Darius' frightening eyes became serious as he raised his head. I don't need reports about someone insignificant like Rimmer, so focus on investigating Glenn and the direct lineage instead. Rayon shook off Rimmer, who was asking him to lend him money because he taught him about the energy sword, and returned to the annex building. The annex building was full of the delicious smell of food. They apparently already heard the news of Rayon's return. Yuwa. Wrath inhaled deeply until his belly was completely swollen, then groaned in excitement. This is the fragrance. The King of Essence has been waiting for today ever since he missed the Utan roasted pig. He floated to follow the smell in the air like a puppy. Welcome back, young master. How was the journey? Sylvia and the maids came out from the kitchen and smiled. I'm back. Is that the sword? Sylvia's eyes were shining as she looked at Heavenly Drive, which was hanging around his waist. She looked like she wanted to see it right away as she licked her lips. I happened to get something too good for me. Rayon smiled, tapping on the scabbard. Is it that good? Show me later then, once everyone has gathered. Let's eat for now. She waved her hand to urge him to wash himself. Why are you still standing there like an idiot? Wrath kept hitting his shoulder. Wash yourself already, then run to the dining room. The King of Essence can't wait anymore. All right, all right. Rayon pushed Wrath back as he kept beating on him like a drum, washing his face before going to the kitchen. The maids were sitting inside the dining room, which had become even bigger, and various foods were displayed on the table. Starting from the stew and stir-fried chicken that he usually enjoyed, there was also a lot of food that he'd never seen before. Rayon, eat that thing over there that looks like a roasted pig. Quick, I haven't even sat down yet. Wrath had apparently already lost his mind, as he was urging him to eat when he hadn't even finished sitting down. Rayon sighed, sitting down. This is a huge feast. Today is the day you got your first personal sword. We have to celebrate this occasion. Sylvia extended her arms to point at the food and smiled gently. Helen and Yua made most of the food again today. It feels like I'm going to die from eating too much because they talk about food and keep making delicious meals every time they meet. She has many ideas, and they are all useful on top of being numerous. I'm sure that Yua would succeed greatly if she became a chef instead of a singer. Hee hee. Upon hearing Helen and Sylvia's praise, Yua grabbed her twin tails to hide her face in embarrassment. Yua, can you explain today's main dish to me? Ah yes, the roasted pig at the center over there has had its skin deep fried in oil, and the meat boiled to create a crunchy and soft texture at the same time. Since we have salt and sauces, you can choose one to fit your taste. The stew next to it is made with ground pineapple and meat, mixed with beef. Yua explained the food she made one by one. It was mostly made from the ingredients he usually consumed. Let's start eating before it gets cold. Rayon just moved his lips to pretend to say the same thing as the maids, then took up his spoon. Eat the roasted pig first. The way the skin is fried in a crispy manner reminds the King of Essence of the Utan roasted pig that he couldn't eat. I'm going to warm my stomach with soup and stew first. You idiot. You don't know anything about delicacies. You have to eat the most delicious thing first. Since I'm an idiot, I'm only going to eat soup and stew today. Rayon frowned, filling his personal bowl with stew. He started to vigorously devour the stew, as if he were seriously planning to fill his stomach with nothing but stew. Wait, please wait. Wrath had turned even more pale than when he was angry as he grabbed Rayon's wrist. The King of Essence, the King of Essence. The King of Essence is SSS. Sleepy, then go ahead and sleep. Kua, the King of Essence, is sorry. Please eat the roasted pig over there first. He rubbed his hands to beg, saying that he hadn't eaten anything delicious for a while. That's how you should have been from the beginning. Rayon shook his hand to move back and slightly dipped the thick roasted pig into salt before putting it in his mouth. Oh, he exclaimed immediately. The exterior was crunchy and the inside was moist. The soft flavor of butter filled his mouth after that. Even though he usually didn't care about delicacies, he wanted to keep eating more. Oh. Wrath fainted while standing, his mouth trembling. He was clearly impressed by the roasted pig. Gee, God is here. The King of Essence just met the demon god. What are you doing right now? Keep eating more so that the King of Essence can say his greetings to the demon god. He urged him to continue, saying nonsensical things. He's getting worse and worse. Rayon frowned slightly, then dipped the roasted pig into the sauce before eating. This is also nice. The mixture between the spicy sauce and the roasted pig with moist insides and a crunchy outside created another taste. He personally preferred the sauce. The sauce is nice, but the King of Essence prefers the salt with its natural flavor. I prefer sauce. This is why you are a fool. The natural taste is what you need to savor in food. I don't want to eat anymore. Arg, King of Essence. Rayon enjoyed the time he spent with everyone while arguing with Wrath. He confirmed once again that he felt most comfortable in that place. The King of Essence is satisfied. Wrath tapped his swollen belly in satisfaction. Once the King of Essence obtains a body, he will make sure to take care of that pineapple girl and the ice cream girl. He smiled pleasantly while looking at Yua. We had beef in front of the door once again today. Tell Martha later that I'm thankful for her. Sylvia pointed at the beef stew, wiping her mouth. The beef girl came to visit. Wrath's jaw dropped, looking back and forth between the delicious beef skewers and beef stew. It can't be helped. I'll also take care of the beef girl. The King of Essence will bring the 3 maids with him to the end of the world. He murmured that he would save the 3 of them at all costs, as if he were doing them a favor. Fuck off. That was what he wanted to say, but he stopped himself from saying it because Wrath might start rampaging again if he did. Let's look at Rayon's sword now. The maid's eyes were focused at Rayon's waist at Sylvia's signal. It's a bit embarrassing if you stare at me like that. Rayon slowly stood up and drew Heavenly Drive. The straight blade reflected the orange lighting of the dining room, gleaming with a different kind of beauty. Whoa, it's cool. Congratulations, young master. The maids applauded and cheered, saying that the sword looked cool. The sword looks more amazing than I thought. Sylvia must have realized how valuable Heavenly Drive was as her red eyes were reflecting her amazement. Yua. Yes, following Helen's call, Yua walked up to him and handed over a white box. When Rayon tried opening it, there was an embroidery thread inside, golden and red lines connected to it. We made this together. The number of lines connected to the embroidery thread was the same as the number of people in the dining room. It looked like they made it 1 per person. Rayon was slightly embarrassed, scratching his chin for a bit before bowing to everyone. We don't need gratitude, so try wearing it. Yes, I want to see if it suits you. Rayon nodded, then attached the embroidery thread to his scabbard. Connecting the embroidery thread that everyone had made to the scabbard, which had the mixture of gold and blackish-red colors, enhanced the rough and noble style. We made it while wishing for you to keep walking your own path in the future. Path. You don't need to think about the house, nor about us. Just walk the path that you believe in. Sylvia approached him and hugged tightly. Although she was now smaller than him, her embrace was still warm, and as she was about to continue, a knocking sound could be heard from the entrance. Arg, who is visiting while we are spending a heart-warming time with family? I'll go and check it out. Yua, who was close to the door, ran outside. She returned a moment later, swallowing nervously and clearly flustered. What is it? Who was it? Yua's voice was trembling as she pointed at the entrance. He said he came from the Central Martial Palace. The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman who disturbs the King of Essence as he is about to eat his dessert. Rayon threw the squirming Wrath away, then went to the lobby. An old man with neatly combed gray hair was standing there. Was his name Tiaz? He met him often back in his training days as he was the Central Martial Palace's butler that was in charge of Burin. Young Master Rayon, it's been a while. Tiaz bowed, his hands politely gathered. Indeed, Rayon bowed back. They had met and bowed to each other many times in the past, but it was their first time actually saying their greetings. What brought you here? Rayon asked, hiding Sylvia and the maid's gazes as they watched from the dining room, their heads poking out. I apologize for visiting at this late hour. Tia's wrinkled eyes were trembling. I know it's shameless of me, but young Master Rayon is the only person I can ask for help right now. Rayon silently looked at Tiaz, who was bowing at him. He felt like he understood his reasons for doing it. It must be because of Burin. Yes. After the selection ceremony, young Master Burin went to the separate building. He has not emerged since. Once Tiaz raised his head, Rayon could see the bitterness in his eyes. He wasn't even trying to hide it. Even though the novice swordsman's additional registration period ends tomorrow, he has shown no sign of coming out. He bit his lip, which was dry from the desperate situation. The only person that can make young Master Burin stand up is young Master Rayon. Please help us. Tiaz knelt in front of the entrance without any hesitation at all. Why do you believe that I can make Burin stand up? Young Master Burin usually talks about young Master Rayon often. He said that you are the benefactor that took him out of a well and even saved his life, and he resolved himself to definitely catch up to you and repay the favor. The benefactor that awakened his mind, that he owed for saving his life and that he would catch up to. Those were things that Burin kept saying every day. He was unexpectedly the same in and out. That's why I'm sure that young Master Rayon can drag the young Master Burin out. Please, Tiaz lowered his head, sitting on his knees. Please don't do this. Rayon grabbed Tiaz's trembling shoulders. Help, the Rayon of his previous life wouldn't have helped him, no matter what he said. He would have believed that it was something he couldn't achieve. However, Rayon had grown to feel many things while living as Rayon Sieghart. Relationships. Runan gave him the treasured cold blood without asking for anything in return. Vulcan also used his precious golden charcoal and golden shard without hesitation, and then used all of his strength to forge his sword. Rayon remembered the word, relationship, that they had mentioned. Now that I think about it, he remembered the way Burin gave him a jeweled embroidery thread before the selection ceremony, telling him that his formal wear looked empty. Just like the embroidery thread connected to the jewel, there must have been at least one small connection between himself and Burin. Ha. Rayon knelt, meeting Tia's eyes. All right, I'll try. It might end up being impossible, but he nodded because he wanted to at least try helping. Son, good job. Sylvia approached him from behind, patting him on the back. You should help him if you can. Boasting that she raised her son really well, she looked back at the maids behind her and smiled. Wow, as expected of the young master. Helen and the maids were clenching their fists, trying to cheer him up. Tiaz kept bowing over and over. He really likes bowing. He perfectly suits the King of Essence's taste. Wrath placed his hands on his waist, believing that he was the one being bowed at. However, I won't forgive you for disturbing dessert. He said he liked him only a moment ago, yet he was already angry at him. It was truly difficult to understand his personality. Let's go. Are you coming immediately? I need to go right now to get him back to his right mind so that he can come out before the additional registration period ends. Rayon pulled Tiaz to his feet. I see. Tiaz brusquely stood up, saying that he would guide him before leaving the annex building. I'll be back. Do your best. See you again, young master. Sylvia and the maids nodded, proud smiles on their faces. But the dessert. Wrath, with his empty stomach, was the only one that licked his lips while looking at the dining room. That shitty eyes is so troublesome. Rayon followed Tiaz to the separate building of the Central Martial Palace, located under the North Grave Mountain. It was a lot bigger than the annex building he lived in, probably because it belonged to the Central Martial Palace. This is where the master used to teach the young master his swordsmanship. The master doesn't visit here anymore, but the young master sometimes comes here to rest. So this place has his memories with the palace master. Yes. That's probably why he's locked himself inside and hasn't come out. I see. Rayon nodded, then walked up to the door. He could feel Burin's presence from inside the separate building. Burin. He called out to Burin, using aura on his voice so that it would be heard from inside. Although he kept calling him for a while, there was no response. Rayon licked his lips, then looked around the separate building before looking at Tiaz. Can I destroy a little around here? What? Ah, sure. Realizing what he meant, Tiaz bit his lip, then nodded. It will get noisy, so please stand back. All right. He bowed, then took around 10 steps back. Rayon took a deep breath, standing in front of the door of the separate building. It's been a long time, but I'll need to become a villain. He snickered, then kicked the door. Slam. Since he didn't suppress his power, the door and the wall blasted into pieces, and the separate building trembled intensely. Arg. Amidst the gray dust cloud, Burin came running out in panic. What are you doing? You have to dig the ground to take out a mole. Mole, what are you? Rayon didn't reply, swung his clenched fist. The pillars and walls got smashed like mud upon coming into contact with the back of his hand. Stop doing that. Burin screamed, coming out from behind the collapsed wall. You kept blabbering about catching up to me whenever you saw me. Rayon bobbed his finger with a cold smile. Fight me if you want to stop me. He kicked the wall on his left while saying that. Bomb. A huge hole was created in the wall as if a giant had hit it with an iron mace. I told you to stop. Burin rushed at him, thrusting his fist. His enraged fist didn't contain any martial art or flow. Smack, Rayon easily deflected it, punching Burin in the abdomen. Burin grasped his belly, stumbling back. His legs were faltering as if he were going to collapse. Draw your sword and fight me properly. Rayon snickered, kicking Burin. Slam Burin couldn't even think about resisting, was sent flying, only to be slammed into the separate building. Rumble, Burin came walking out from the trembling separate building, which looked like it could collapse at any moment with a sword in his hand. Q, you damn bastard. Burin used his aura to the maximum, drawing his sword. The aura of wind surrounded his whole body, emanating a powerful energy wave. Rayon narrowed his eyes, looking at Burin's pressure. He definitely grew. The aura's size and quality were definitely different from before. Burin was apparently serious about catching up to him. You'd better be careful since I'm different from the past. Burin gritted his teeth and kicked the ground. He instantly rushed to his left side and thrust his sword. The speed was on another level from before, but Rayon had grown even more than that. Clang! He easily blocked Burin's blow with the scabbard of Heavenly Drive. Hop. Burin looked like he knew that would happen, biting his lip and moving on to the next attack. A technique even faster and more majestic than the first one was performed like a violent tidal wave. Clang! Rayon only used his scabbard to block all of Burin's attacks, which were flowing like a stream, before smacking his ribs. Smock! Upon receiving an unexpected blow, Burin shrieked and was slammed into the ground. Kua, he was faltering from the pain, but he still stood up, glaring at Rayon. Burin caught his breath and aimed his sword at him again. Considering the way he was able to calm his excitement in a situation like that, he was indeed worthy of the name Sieghart. The real deal is only getting started. He grabbed the sword with both hands, bringing out his aura. Burin's pressure soared explosively, however. It wasn't just his pressure that had become stronger. A different kind of energy from the aura he used before was crawling from Burin. Baron Wind soared. Burin's appearance dissolved into the space the moment he said that. He approached in an instant, as if he had teleported, to strike down his sword. Fast. Rayon would have lost him if it weren't for his perception. He wasn't lying when he said that the real deal was only getting started. However, since Rayon's perception already managed to catch Burin, the speed was meaningless against him. Clang! Rayon simply raised his sword towards Burin's attack. Burin's strike was unable to pierce into his space once again. Kring! However, a strange energy surged from Burin's sword, starting to slash through the aura on his scabbard. The aura around Burin's sword transformed into small particles, rotating endlessly. It looked like the rotational force allowed him to rip through his aura. Even if it's you, you won't be able to stop the Baron Wind's sword. Burin regained his confidence and drew a circle with his footwork to use a technique named Baron Wind's sword. He imbued the energy he called Baron Wind to the usual sturdy and majestic sword, and the 10,000 Flames cultivation S aura was ground away like a leaf facing a saw blade. I see. Rayon swirled his sword with a cold smile. I understand it now. You can't bluff your way out of this. Burin kicked the ground, slashing diagonally. He was targeting Rayon's waist with the best technique he could use from the Baron Wind's sword. Clang! Rayon blocked the blow with precise timing once again. However, it was pointless since the Baron Wind's sword could shred the defending aura. I'll chase immediately if he backs off him. He was getting ready to chase, expecting Rayon to back off, but he wasn't moving at all. Instead, he was fending off the Baron Wind's sword on the spot. How! Burin's jaw dropped. The rotating blade of the Baron Wind's sword came to a stop, unable to slash through Rayon's aura, but it's still rotating. The aura was still violently rotating in the shape of sand particles, and Rayon's aura wasn't getting severed at all. What have you done? It's simple. Rayon snickered, looking at the agitated Burin. I shoved in a new aura before yours cut off mine in the opposite direction of your rotation. Even if one slashed the river, the water would be refilled. Rayon used the same principle, refilling with a new aura before his aura was cut off to block the technique Burin called the Baron Wind's sword. Are you saying that you can control your aura so quickly? Burin's eyes trembled like a sailboat facing a tidal wave. Even the Baron Wind's sword was ineffective. It wasn't a problem with the Baron Wind's sword. It was because you were too weak. Cough! Burin's lips trembled and Rayon smacked his head. If the rotation of the Baron Wind's sword were faster and bigger, I wouldn't have been able to stop it by shoving in aura. The problem lies in your proficiency. Arg, have you been saying that you would defeat me with that level of skill? That's Burin lowered his head, lips trembling. You boasted that you'd catch up to me when you couldn't even surpass my scabbard. I guess that's what I should expect of a guy that gave up on everything and tucked his tail in to run away from not being chosen. What do you even know about me to say that? You are right. I don't know what kind of emotion is linking you with the Central Martial Palace Master. However, there's one thing that I know. Rayon continued, pointing his finger at the separate building, which was in shambles. If you keep sulking in that doghouse, he will never look back at you again. Q. Burin couldn't refute it, biting his lip. Since you told me your objective in life, I'll tell you one of my objectives as well. Objective. My objective is to restore my mother's position to the direct line. You are insane. Burin's face turned pale. That's impossible. The direct lines and the high-ranking collaterals that hate you won't stay still if you do that. It's almost impossible, but it's not impossible. Rayon smiled, facing Burin's eyes as they reflected his doubts. Accomplishments. If I have enough accomplishments to shut their mouths, it will be possible. That's why I chose the light wind, which will have more missions than anywhere else. Obviously, I wouldn't be able to achieve it for the rest of my life if I was sulking like you because I faced some difficulty. Ah. Burin's hand trembled as he never expected that Rayon would have such an objective. You said that you wanted to face your father and be recognized by him, right? Why yes, but it's all over now. Father is a cold-hearted person. He will never look back at me again. That's not the only way you can face your father. Rayon shook his head, looking at Burin's wrinkled face. What, instead of making your father look back at you, you should surpass him and go ahead of him. Then you can look back at the Central Martial Palace Master following you from behind. He will have no choice but to recognize you once that happens. Surpass my father, that's impossible. This is impossible, that's impossible. Are you going to live like that for the rest of your life? That's. It will be difficult. I'm sure you will feel like you'd rather die. However, is it really impossible? Burin couldn't answer Rayon's question. He was the living proof of the weakest person becoming the strongest. Which one is more difficult? I wonder your objective, or my objective. Burin couldn't respond once again. There were countless direct lines and high-ranking collaterals that hated Rayon. It was obvious that Rayon's objective was more impossible, since he needed to gain recognition from them. The tree won't fall if you don't swing your axe. It's up to you whether you will stay in a corner like that, or decide to come out and wield the axe. Rayon turned around. He was about to return to the annex building, but he stopped and quietly looked back. Both Runan and I made our swords, and Martha received hers. Everyone's advancing right now. If you're going to make your choice, then you'd better do it quickly. The path won't be there anymore if you're too late. Leaving Burin behind as he hung his head, he went to the tree where Tiaz was standing. I'm sorry. A violent method like this was the only thing I had. Rayon walked up to Tiaz, who was staying far away, and smiled awkwardly. Tiaz politely gathered his hands and bowed. His wrinkled throat was trembling. Goodbye. Rayon smiled slightly at Tiaz, who was shedding tears, and went to the annex building. Tiaz expressed his gratitude once again to Rayon's back as he left, then looked at Burin, who was kneeling on the ground. A small light was emerging from eyes that used to be lost in despair. Creak. Burin clasped his fist so hard that he could have started bleeding. You damn idiot. Even though he resolved to become stronger and more mature, he hadn't actually grown at all. Just like Rayon said, all he did was run his mouth, pretending that he was trying something. He couldn't stand his pathetic self. He was no different from back in the days of the 5th training ground, when he was full of arrogance. No, he actually became even more cowardly than back then. He wants to become a member of the direct line. He could only laugh. It was an objective that anyone in Sieghart would say was impossible, but Rayon was seriously saying it. And because it was him who said it, Burin felt like he could really achieve it. He's a really amazing fellow. Burin was sulking in his room from the despair of being abandoned by his father, yet Rayon wanted to climb to the direct line as a collateral. He couldn't believe that he had such willpower, despite being the same age as him. He told me to surpass my father and look back at him. He only thought about making his father look back, but he never even dreamed about surpassing him. He felt like that kind of thought was already making the difference between himself and Rayon. All right, let me try that. Since it came down to it, he absolutely wanted to see his father regret his decision. He wanted to surpass his father. It was a lot easier to accomplish compared to Rayon regaining his mother's position in the direct line. Just wait for me, I'll come back to find you. Rimmer was whistling at the midpoint of North Grave Mountain. That's great, he exclaimed, watching Rayon leave the separate building. I thought he was going to give him some sloppy advice, but he actually dug into his wound before applying medicine on it. Glenn slowly nodded. He was groaning because he didn't expect Rayon to drag Burin out like that. It's really mysterious. He was really naive when he was a kid, but it sometimes feels like he knows the world better than me. Rimmer grinned, grabbing his head with his fingers laced. Is it because I was such an excellent teacher? I guess a teacher is important, after all. He is my grandson before he is your student. I'm the one who spent the most time with him. I cared for him the most. No one will know about you caring for him from the shadows. I didn't do that to gain anyone's recognition, so it doesn't matter if they don't. I just did what I wanted. Glenn frowned, glaring at Rimmer. Gasp. The Heavenly Blade Division leader's eyes widened upon witnessing Glenn's reaction. She seemed confused, as it was her first time seeing the head of house behaving that way. Ahem. Glenn cleared his throat and turned his head at the feeling of the Heavenly Blade leader's gaze. Anyway, Burin should be standing up soon enough. Do you want to make a bet with me? A bet? Yes, about when Burin's going to stand up. Since the additional registration period ends in 2 days, I'll bet my next month's salary on him getting up tomorrow. Rimmer wagged his finger and pointed at Burren kneeling on the ground. Then I'll bet on today. You know you can't go back on your words, right? Of course. Glenn nodded as if it were obvious. Hoo, today's about to end, I'll read, gasp. Rimmer was laughing while covering his mouth, but he gasped. Why is that guy standing up already? Hey, stay on the ground a bit longer. Burren stood up while holding his sword, then he went into the separate building. Aza, he shouted, unleashing all of his aura at the separate building. Bam! The separate building that had been halfway destroyed by Rayon collapsed completely. Ha! With a refreshed expression, as if he had done what needed to be done, he went towards the central martial palace with Tias following after him silently. My lord, we didn't confirm the best ye. Rimmer, yes, there's something you are mistaken about. Mistaken? Rimmer's eyes lost their smile and turned black as if they faced hell upon hearing Glenn's next words. You've already been paid in advance for the next month. What you just lost isn't next month's salary, but the salary for the month after that. Arg, damn it. Finally realizing the situation, Rimmer grasped his head. Idiot. The Heavenly Blade Division leader clicked her tongue, looking at his pathetic demeanor. I really don't even have money to eat. The kids won't even lend me money anymore. Then there's only one solution. Solution? Get rewarded by completing missions. Glenn nodded, looking at Rayon and Burren one after the other as they walked away. I'll give you the first mission for the Light Wind Squad. The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman. A mission already? That's faster than I thought. Rimmer's eyes widened as he didn't expect that from him. It's because Rayon lifted Burren up. Glenn pointed his finger at Burren, whose confidence was returning to his steps. What's the mission we need to carry out then? I was initially planning to give it to a different squad, but I figured it wouldn't be a bad mission for the Light Wind right now. Glenn turned around. He looked down at Rimmer with red eyes that could pierce through anything. You know about Porven, right? Of course. Porven was a neutral city located between Zieghart and the Balkar Kingdom. It was famous for trading and tourism because of the beautiful lake and the large river passing through it. There are multiple cases of disappearance in Porven right now. Disappearances. Rimmer narrowed his eyes, murmuring the word disappearance. Disappearances happen rather often, but their frequency hasn't decreased, and the soldiers and hired knights and mercenaries that were investigating also disappeared. It doesn't seem to be an ordinary incident. If even the knights are disappearing, it should be a serious matter. Disappearances alone weren't rare occurrences, but the fact that the soldiers investigating the incident had disappeared signified that there were some abnormalities. A mass human trafficking, a secret organization, or could be one of the 5 demons. I agree with that. Rimmer nodded to Glenn's statement. Considering the fact that they were even attacking the knights and soldiers, it was most likely the work of crazy people that didn't fear the consequences of their actions. The Light Wind's mission is to save the missing people and remove the reason for their disappearance at Porven. Can you do it? I'll accept your orders. Rimmer's green eyes, which used to be playful, grew as gloomy as the bottomless abyss. When do we leave? Tomorrow. What? Even if Burren returns tomorrow, we haven't finished our preparations. That's too sudden. A long time has passed already since the incident began. It should be stopped as quickly as possible. And anyway, announcing the mission right before leaving is something you usually do. The corners of Glenn's mouth curved up as he observed Rimmer's flustered expression. I'll be counting on you, Light Wind Squad leader. With those as his last words, he made his way down North Grave Mountain. I'll personally behead you if you humiliate the house with this mission. The Heavenly Blade Division leader spoke bluntly, then followed Glenn. Rimmer swirled his hand, observing them. When I think about it, there's not much I need to do. He murmured something that would make Glenn throw lightning at him if he knew, and went to the pub. I can just leave everything to that great vice squad leader. The next day, Rayon went to the 5th training ground after finishing his daybreak training at the Annex building. He opened the training ground door while considering the way to perfect the light wind formation, finding that the swordsmen were gathered at the entrance. Why are you all here together? Vice squad leader. Look at that. Dorian, who was eating snacks while standing like a fool, walked up to him and pointed at the training ground. Burren was kneeling at the center of the training ground, which was even cleaner than usual. He arrived earlier than I thought. Rayon chuckled while looking at the back of Burren's head. He thought he would come around evening or the day after, but he seemed to have snapped out of it faster than he had expected. His willpower was strong indeed. I heard he arrived early, at daybreak, to clean up the entire training ground before kneeling like that. Dorian whispered as if he were telling him some kind of secret, but people around him could hear him. He's apparently trying to join the Light Wind Squad. What are you going to do? I don't know, since the leader is the one that decides whether we accept members or not. Though Rimmer was definitely going to accept him. You finally stopped being a kid. How pathetic. Martha clicked her tongue while looking at Burren. The way she said it was pretty rude, but she looked like she was glad to see him again after all. She didn't swear at him. Runnan also gladly nodded while hugging Snow Flower. What's going on here? Rayon entered the training ground, looking around at the swordsman. The squad leader is going to be here soon, yet you aren't prepared to train at all. Move quickly. Ah yes, understood. The swordsmen that were spacing out ran towards the changing room. Rayon also warmed himself up in the training ground, not paying attention to the kneeling Burren. Burren didn't look at him either. He just stared at the empty platform. Why are you not greeting him? Wrath frowned, finding his behavior too mean. It's better for me to not greet him for now. Although Burren made his resolution, he must have felt embarrassed. In cases like that, it was more helpful for him to just ignore him. Line up, line up. Rayon gathered the swordsmen in the training ground to wait for Rimmer. A moment later, the training ground door burst open before the training time. His weird habit of kicking the door open before entering whenever he wasn't late was the same as always. Good morning. Rimmer went up the platform with wobbly steps, but he tilted his head while pointing at Burren. What is he doing like that? No one answered, and Burren raised his head. I apologize for being late. His eyes were shining intensely as he apologized. Just like the back in their trainee days, the sharpness had returned to his gaze. Please accept me into the Light Wind Squad. Burren bowed deeply, slamming his head on the ground. The way he was intensely pressing his head on the ground looked like he wouldn't stand unless he was accepted. Rimmer licked his lips while scratching his chin. I think it's too late. What does the vice squad leader think? Why are you asking my opinion when you said that you missed Burren's nagging? You even left a position open for him. Rayon casually murmured that the position for the third team leader was empty. You jerk, I won't look cool if you say that. Rimmer waved his hand in agitation. Since you're going to accept him anyway, just do it already. I have a mountain of things to teach him. Seriously, you are so useless. He scratched his head and walked up to Burren. Although you are a bit late, I can't really refuse you since we've spent so much time together. I'll appoint you as the third team leader of the Light Wind Squad. Rimmer grinned, grabbing Burren's shoulder. By the way, how much is the membership fee you brought? The way he was making a circle with his thumb and index finger blatantly showed the psychological state of a gambling addict. Wow. Is he really human? He's not human, though. He's an elf. Wow, that's so unsightly. Every member of Light Wind, including Rayon, looked at Rimmer as if they were looking at the most pathetic thing they'd ever seen. Burren's face looked like he'd just eaten shit. It looked like he forgot that he had to gain Rimmer's favor. I was joking. It was a joke. Rimmer smiled, making Burren stand. He created an energy barrier, then whispered in his ear. You know I wasn't joking, right? Bring a decent token of your sincerity to the squad leader's room. Rayon was the only one to hear that. His eyes, which were glaring at Rimmer, were colder than ever as he resolved himself. He would never trust that elf ever, not when it came down to gambling and money. Rayon called Burren over separately to tell him everything about the education they had received so far. The sword formation and signals were both complicated, but it hadn't even taken a few hours before he managed to memorize them all. Even though you finished memorizing them, it will be different when you are actually using the formation. Make sure to practice. Understood. Burren answered politely, befitting his strict personality. His eyes were sharp, just like when he was a trainee. Then can I practice sword formation with the third group? He asked his question with a challenging gaze. Rayon chuckled, then nodded. Of course, I shall train as well now. Attention. As Rayon was about to start his personal training, Rimmer clapped his hands on the platform. Gather, everyone. Even though he was a gambling addict, he was still a squad leader. Every member of Light Wind gathered at the platform, heeding his call. Since everything seems to be settled, I'll get to the main issue. Main issue. What main issue? Since Rimmer was playing around even more since he had become the squad leader, all of the swordsmen tilted their heads. We've got our first mission. Mission, really? Finally. The Light Wind members were filled with passion upon hearing the word mission. What kind of mission is it? Burren raised his hand and asked. It was indeed convenient to have him around. In Porven City, there are regular and repeated disappearances occurring. Our mission is to find the missing people and punish the ringleader. Ooh, search for the missing people. Punish the ringleader. It really feels like we became Sieghart's swordsmen. I'm nervous. Since the mission seemed cool, unlike the low-rank monster extermination, the eyes of the swordsmen were filled with anticipation. When are we leaving? When are we leaving? We actually leave rather early. Rimmer took his time, having difficulties saying it. When is it? This evening. All the swordsmen that had been getting excited dropped their jaws upon hearing that it was that evening. They figured it would be the next day at the earliest, but the fact that it was that evening managed to astonish everyone in the Light Wind. Q, how can you be like that? It was so bad that Burren came running out while grinding his teeth, despite having decided to behave himself for the day. I know the disappearances require urgency, but since it's a mission instead of a training exercise and Burren just joined us, Toddy, couldn't you give us some time to prepare ourselves? No, please listen to me. Upon hearing Rayon's sharp remark, Rimmer hurriedly shook his hand. You are right that the mission requires urgency, but it's not my fault that it has to be today. It came from the upper echelon. The top brass gave the order yesterday. It's not my fault. He pointed at the Lord's manor with his finger, but no one was looking in that direction. Oh my, is that so? Yes, yes, of course it would be so. You are really great, aren't you? All the swordsmen snorted, looking at Rimmer. Since he'd done that multiple times before, no one trusted him at all. HMPH, I'd rather believe that dog shit is a good medicine. Wrath also clicked his tongue, saying that it was a stupid excuse. Rimmer's credibility was at rock bottom, to the point that even Wrath didn't believe him. Arg, it's true though. Squad leader, since no one is going to believe you anyway, we are going to start making preparations. The light wind shall finish the preparation in 2 hours, then return here. Porven is located around the center of the continent, so you don't need to pack thick clothes. Yes, the swordsman hurriedly left the training ground upon hearing Rayon's orders. It's true though, it's true. Being the only one left, Rimmer sighed blankly. Is this how the boy that cried wolf felt? Since the chain of disappearances were an emergency, the Light Wind members finished preparing themselves as quickly as possible, then left for Porvan. Rayon and the swordsman rode the horses at as quick a run as they could, polishing their new sword formation, Light Wind formation, during the break times. Once Buran finished getting used to the Light Wind formation and became able to lead the third team, they finally arrived at Porvan. Porvan was a neutral city located between Sieghart in the north, the Owen Kingdom, and the Balkar Kingdom at the center of the continent. It was a peaceful city, famous for trading and tourism, with a beautiful lake called Surdi and the Rabel River passing through it. Let's go to the mayor first to listen to the situation. Since it took a pretty long time for them to get there, Rayon and the swordsman followed the central road towards the city hall, not sparing any time for sightseeing. As they were about to enter the city hall with a noble appearance, the door opened, and a bunch of people wearing robes and armor came out. The 4 orbs engraved on the left side of their chests was the Balkar Kingdom's emblem. Rimmer, who'd been playing around at the back all along, raised his finger to point at the red-haired middle-aged man at the front. Moral, Rimmer. The middle-aged man, Moral, furrowed his brow upon noticing Rimmer. Is he Moral Kazan? Moral Kazan was a famous magician from Balkar that could freely use countless fire attribute magics. He had a magic squad called Salaman under his control, and the people behind him seemed to be Salaman members. Why is Sieghart here? How about you then? Why are you here? We are on a mission. We are on a mission, too. Get out of the way if you are done. You. As Rimmer was gesturing for them to get out of the entrance, a purple-haired woman came out from the Balkar Kingdom's magicians and stood in front of Rayon. Rayon Sieghart, you damn scammer. She glared at him as if she would start attacking him right away. Who are you? Rayon casually met her angry eyes. Why, young master. She's that princess from back then. Dorian carefully came up to him and whispered. The bitch we met in Cameloon's auction house. His voice was small, but since everyone around them were experts, they all heard the word bitch. Ah, that princess. Rayon snickered. He obviously knew that the magician in front of him was the Balkar Kingdom's Princess Jaina. He purposefully pretended that he forgot, and he managed to enrage Jaina even more because of Dorian. You are insulting me again when you are nothing but a scammer. Insult? When did I ever insult you? You lied to me and said that you were a part of Sieghart's direct line. I never said that I was a member of the direct line, though. That's. Jaina apparently was also aware of that fact, as she bit her lip without being able to refute it. Why you created that kind of atmosphere? Atmosphere? If you're tricked by the atmosphere, aren't you the strange one there? I have never lied to you, so what do you want from me? Arg, shut up. Why are you so proud of yourself when you are the one that tricked me? I didn't trick you. You misunderstood the situation on your own, so why are you venting your anger on me? Arg, Rayon shrugged his shoulders. Jaina's face turned red as if it were going to explode. Don't be rude to the princess. As he was debating on provoking her a bit more, a handsome blonde man came out from behind her. He had a strange appearance, as he was wearing a warrior costume with a robe on top of it like a mantle, and he looked extremely greasy because of all the hair oil he had on his head. Is he a combat magician? Despite his appearance, his clothing was that of a combat magician that Balkar was proud of. He seemed to be the combat magician that Moral was teaching. You mocked Lady Jaina despite knowing that she's the Balkar princess. Do you believe you have 2 lives or something? He stepped into the center, opening his robe with his hand. He was probably trying to look stylish, but he seriously looked shabby instead. What rubbish are you saying? You are nothing but mean rats that eavesdrop on people's whispers. Martha crossed her arms and snorted. You woo, it's screwed. Buran was silently watching the situation. Runnan was disinterestedly hugging Snow Flower, and Dorian, who was the cause of the situation, was poking his head out while hiding behind Rayon. Mean rat. It wasn't even a whisper since he blatantly said it. No one told you to listen. You stupid swordsmen that live in the polar region. Weak-ass magicians that would break with a flick of finger. The Light Wind and Salaman glared at each other and increased their pressures, as if they were going to start fighting at any time. Is it a mission to search for the missing people? Even though a fight was about to break out, Moral casually looked at Rimmer. Since you are asking that, you must have the same mission. We are the ones that will complete the search. You should just return and avoid wasting time. Moral waved his hand dismissively, as if he were chasing away a fly. What are you trying to achieve with all those brats that haven't even finished growing up? He sneered, looking at the Light Wind members one after the other. We will see about that. Rimmer's expression morphed into the sly smile that he used when making fun of Burin. How about this then? Moral smiled coldly, looking at Princess Jaina, who was biting her lip. How about listening to the winner after making the children have a quick spar? Because he knew that Salaman was superior to the Light Wind in terms of age and experience, he suggested a spar in order to take the lead. A spar, out of nowhere. Rimmer frowned. He looked like he wasn't confident with it, but Rayon could tell at a glance that it was clumsy acting. That's why he keeps losing in gambling. However, it seems to have worked against Moral. His smile deepened. You can withdraw if you aren't confident. I can't return without even trying since this is a mission. Fine. Rimmer licked his lips. He looked around at the Light Wind members before pointing at Rayon standing at the center. Rayon, I chose you, ha. Rayon sighed, then stepped forward. Squad leader, I'll fight him. The blonde combat magician that had been acting up earlier stepped forward. Judging from his expression, he was itching to gain the favor of the princess. Enield, you should be enough, I believe in you. Yes, I'll never disappoint you. Moral nodded at the young man. I'm Enield, a combat magician of Balkar Kingdom and the student of Moral, the snake of raging fire. I'll pay back the humiliation the princess suffered from you. Enield pointed his finger at Rayon, his expression and posture looking as stylish as possible. I'm sorry, but... Rayon shook his head with a cold smile. We aren't fighting right now because of that. Are you sure you came to the right place? That's. Enield bit his lip, his face turning red. Moreover, do you even know what that bitch I mean princess did if you're trying to defend her? There's no way the princess was in the wrong. He tried reading the princess's mood while saying that. You are so thoughtless despite being a magician. Rayon laughed bitterly. He looked completely smitten with the princess, whether it was because of her appearance or position. I can endure as much insult as you want towards me, but I can't stand insults towards the princess. I just insulted you, not the princess. Shut up. Enield was throwing glances at Runan and Martha on top of the princess. He apparently liked any pretty woman's attention. I'll defeat you right here and use all of you as our servants during the mission. Servants. Rayon nodded with a smile. That sounds good. Tell me your name. As a combat magician, I'll defeat you in a head-on fight and... You talk so much despite being here to fight. Is that a characteristic of people with a protruding mouth? Martha jeered at Enield. The princess was just grinding her teeth as she looked towards Rayon, not even looking at Enield, and Runan wasn't interested in him at all from the beginning. Enield's face turned red. He seemed to be panicking because his attempt to look cool in front of the women wasn't going well. We are representing our respective groups in this duel. You shall announce your name and what you're going to do. I'll face you with Balkar's combat magic. Even though Martha made fun of him, Enield didn't give up on trying to look cool. He swept back his greasy hair and pointed his finger at him. You really talk a lot. Rayon briefly clicked his tongue. He apparently needed a beating to understand reality. Dorian, yes, Dorian stepped up to him like lightning upon being called. Club, yes, Dorian took out a huge club, one that an orc would carry around, and handed it to him. What's happening? How did a club like that come out from his pocket? Gasp. The jaws of the spectators dropped after they witnessed a huge club being pulled from an ordinary-looking pocket. You told me to announce my name and what I'm going to do, right? Rayon accepted the club from Dorian, supporting it on his shoulder. My name is Rayon Sieghart. I'm going to beat you with a club from this moment on. He rolled up the corners of his mouth, crooking his finger. Come at me. A club was the traditional cure when dealing with a shithead. The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman. Rayon narrowed his eyes as he looked at Enield, whose entire body was trembling in agitation. Is he at the level of an advanced expert? Enield's behavior was completely foolish, but the energy coming from him was similar to an advanced expert. He was definitely not weak. There was a good reason for Moral allowing the duel. However, neither Enield nor Moral managed to discern Rayon's might. They were likely thinking that he was an intermediate expert based on what he showed on the outside. He's certainly skilled, but he's somewhat sloppy. Compared to his pressure, Enield's prowess wasn't exactly sturdy. It didn't look like he had much experience with actual fights. Arg, Enield ground his teeth, glaring at Rayon's huge club. Are you looking down on me? Draw your sword immediately. He pointed at Heavenly Drive, which was hanging around Rayon's waist. This sword has never been used. It's too good to be used against you. You damn bastard, I'm really going to kill. He started swearing, but stopped himself after taking a glance at the princess behind him. He was extraordinary in a bad way, considering he was paying attention to the princess in such a situation. What's happening here to cause such a crowd? They are apparently having a duel. Moreover, it's between Sieghart and Balkar, 2 of the 6 kings. That's crazy. Woa, since they were in front of the city hall, which usually had a large amount of traffic, people had gathered and surrounded them in no time. I wonder who's going to win. Sadly, the outcome is already decided. It's obviously Balkar. Why? Zeekhart is also one of the 6 kings. The blonde guy with long hair is Enield. He's a student of Moral who is a 5th-circle magician. I heard his fist, which uses 2 attributes, is really outstanding. On the other hand, the handsome fellow over there looks young, and his name isn't famous either. Hey guys, stop talking so much and come here to make a bet. We can't just sit by when something this great is happening. Since there were so many people, they naturally started to gamble. However, most people believed that Enield would win after hearing about his fame. Ha, fine. I'll make you regret not drawing your sword. Enield smiled gladly upon hearing the spectators praising him. He really was a consistent guy, considering he wasn't angry and excited anymore after a bit of praise. Get ready to kneel and beg for forgiveness in front of the princess after you lose. Enield equipped his combat glove, then gathered his hands in front of him. He chanted a spell to accelerate the flow of his mana, and his whole body started to radiate with it. We are starting right. Rayon smiled coldly and kicked the ground. He reached the area in front of Enield in the blink of an eye, then swung the club which was the size of an adult body. What? Shield. Enield panicked while chanting a buff spell, hurriedly using shield magic. A blue barrier appeared in front of him, but it was pointless. Everything was equalized by a club. Clang. The shield was shattered like glass, and the blunt club smacked into Enield's ribs. Smock. With a frightening sound like a shattering boulder, Enield was bounced back like a ball, falling his head first to the ground. Whoosh. The jaws of the dozens of people surrounding them dropped at the sight of the steam coming from Rayon's club. What? That movement just now. I almost couldn't see anything. How did he do that with such a big? It wasn't just the spectators. The Balkar Kingdom's magicians also turned pale and stiff. Enield. Moral used his mana to shout, and Enield, who had collapsed on the ground, hurriedly stood. Huff, huff, he was breathing heavily, and his whole body was drenched in cold sweat, but he looked rather intact considering that he had been hit by a club. I knew it. Rayon snickered, looking at the ring on Enield's right hand. Is it an artifact? He felt like he was hitting a bag full of beans when he smacked Enield with his club, as expected of the Balkar Kingdom, which was famous for their artifacts. He must have been wearing an artifact to enhance his physical defense. Why, you bastard? How could you do that? Enield screamed, his eyes red. What? Why would you attack me while I'm preparing? You coward. Prepare. What preparation? I was casting buff magic. How could you attack during that? Don't you have any honor? He called him a coward while looking around him, as if he was the victim of unfairness. Coward. Rayon swung the club onto his shoulder, tilting his head. Are you going to say that on the battlefield as well? What? I'm asking whether you're going to ask to stop because you aren't ready when a blade is right next to your neck. This is different from that. This is a duel. A magician started to cast a spell during a duel. Isn't that pretty much the starting signal? You were the one that made the first move here. That's. Rayon looked coldly at Enield, who was unable to answer, his lips trembling. He continued to speak. A magician using their magic is the same as a swordsman drawing their sword. If you want a duel where the opponent waits for you like playing house, you should do that at home instead. Don't humiliate Balkar. I'm humiliating you, not Balkar. What you said doesn't concern me, but... You talk way too much. Rayon swung his club. The powerful wind pressure crushed Enield's voice. Are you doing it or not? Arg, I won't be careless anymore. Enield jumped back, quickly beginning to cast buff magic. All kinds of buffs, including haste, strength, and iron skin, seeped into his body. This time Rayon stood still and watched until he finished casting all of his buffs. You fool, it's pointless for you to try and keep your honor now. I wasn't standing still because of honor, but because it would be annoying if you started whining once again. You are all talk. With fire in his right hand and wind in his left hand, Enield disappeared from view. His presence reappeared behind Rayon. He wasn't moving quickly, his presence literally disappeared, then reappeared. It was the short-distance movement spell, Blink. Die. Enield thrust his fist in a systematic path, storming with wind and fire. The powerful attack was directed at Rayon's ribs. It was a childish attack, an attempt to return what he had suffered. That's too obvious. With no agitation at all, Rayon stomped the ground and turned his body around. The powerful force coming up from his ankle turned into a rotation of his waist as he swung his club. Whoosh. The powerful strike of the club clashed with Enield's magic fist, mingling with wind and fire. You idiot. Enield snorted, watching as Rayon's club approached him. He had a fast reaction speed, one befitting a swordsman, but he seemed to have the classic smooth brain of a swordsman as well after all. He was trying to pierce through the combined magic of the 5th circle spells. Wind torrent and flame dagger with a mere club. I'll burn you up immediately. He was about to concentrate more mana in order to burn that handsome face. The club that should have burned up a long time ago was right under his nose. What is happening? Even though it was a big club, it was just made out of wood. He couldn't believe that it was crushing his magic instead of burning up from the powerful heat. No way is he actually using aura with his club. The bigger the weapon, the blunter it was, the more difficult it was to use aura. That was the reason there were so few hammers or morning star masters in comparison to sword masters. However, that crazy guy seemed to be using aura with his club. Enild thought he was all talk, but he actually seemed skilled. Quaya, Enild shouted to increase his mana, but it was pointless. The club bludgeoned through the fifth circle combination magic with its tremendous power. Blink, Enild eventually gave up on the engagement and withdrew. He was planning to aim for an opening by using another spell after backing off. I did a good job getting out of there. I would have been beaten up again otherwise. As he was breathing a sigh of relief and watching his magic melt away, a shadow appeared above his head. When he raised his head to look at it, a huge club was falling down on him, hiding the sun. His mind went blank, his lips parted, and he was unable to even think about using Blink or Shield. Blink won't work anymore. Rayon smiled faintly, then slammed the club down. Wham! With a shockwave powerful enough to make a crater on the ground, Enild fell. A significant amount of shock was absorbed, probably because the artifact was still functioning. Nice, you can take a beating. A frightening light reflected in Rayon's eyes as he raised the club. Wait, I lose Kua. Before Enild could surrender, Rayon smacked him with the club once again. Smock. Along with a wind fierce enough to turn the sand covering the ground into a whirlwind, Enild soared towards the sky. It's really nice that you won't die even if I beat you up at full strength. Rayon grabbed the club with both hands, then sent Enild flying as he fell. Slam. Alongside the tremendous sound of exploding air, Enild slammed into the ground in a sprawl. Two of the rings he was wearing on his hand became dust and scattered into the air. Q. Apparently, he didn't have any other shock-absorbing artifacts except for the rings. Enild was unable to stand and just kept groaning. Don't kill. I won't kill you. Rayon looked down on Enild with the club on his shoulder. But you tend to speak a bit too much. You should practice silence for a while. He smacked his mouth while saying that. Smack. Along with a pleasant sound, teeth fell out of his mouth. Krrr. With his head knocked back, his eyes rolled back. He wasn't dead, but he was going to suffer for a while. Rayon shook off the blood from the club and smiled slightly. It's refreshing. Rayon didn't care about whether or not he liked women or tried to attract their attention, but Enild had used Rayon in order to get the princess's attention. Rayon felt so refreshed, as if he had managed to relieve his stress by beating the other man up because he talked too much and acted like a child. That's so harsh. Wrath shook his head while looking at Enild, who was as limp as a rag. The King of Essence would have finished him in a single strike instead of giving him so much pain. I still controlled my strength. If he really used his full strength, Enild would have died from the first strike. He went easy on him despite how it looked. Humans are just so cruel despite being weak. Not really. Killing him is more, as Rayon was shaking his head. Oh, the system came to give him stats, then left. What's wrong with it? When did the King of Essence ever admire you? You admired my cruelty. And no, that was just a figure of speech. You are a king, right? And the great king of devildom on top of that. Why, yes, it can't be just a manner of speech when it came from such a great king. All your words must be meaningful, mustn't they? That's. Anyway, it's nice that I got stats from beating a weakling like him. Wrath ground his teeth as he looked at Rayon, who was checking his stats. Damn it. You are so damn good at running your mouth. That greasy Enild just talked too much, and Rayon was good at running his mouth. Wrath could feel it every single time that he couldn't win against him with words. I shouldn't face him. Creak, the spectators, who were blankly staring at Rayon, finally snapped out of it upon hearing the collapsing sound of the ground that Enild was slammed into. Sieghart's young swordsman apparently won, and with an overwhelming difference on top of that. Gasp, am I dreaming right now? It's my first time in my life witnessing someone using an aura on his club. Does Sieghart even teach their students how to use clubs nowadays? It's so crazy. He doesn't even look 20 years old yet. They swallowed nervously while examining Rayon, who defeated Enild so easily. Did Sir Enild really lose? Moreover, he lost to a club, not even a sword. Wasn't it because he was careless? No way, he even used. Blink, he just couldn't dodge it. How could this? Balkar's magicians stared at the collapsed Enild in disbelief, their lips trembling. Well, since the duel is over, the stakes shall be redistributed. Those that bet on Sieghart's victory come this way. The odds are 4-2. The person that started the bet quickly raised his hand. I got a jackpot. I'll prostrate in Sieghart's direction every day from now on. Sieghart's handsome swordsman. I'll buy liquor for you today. It's me. The light wind's familiar, cheerful voice was mixed in between the people rejoicing over the money they got from gambling. Yuhahaha, it's a jackpot. The red-haired elf, who had participated in the bet at some point, was giggling as he looked at the 20 gold he had in his hand. I knew it was a good idea to borrow money before coming here. I never lose when I bet on Rayon. It would have been perfect if I had a bit more money to be. As Rimmer was taking the gold and laughing, Moral grabbed his shoulder. What is that guy? Moral's astonished face couldn't be called merely surprised anymore. Is he a monster that Sieghart is secretly raising? How could he be hiding an energy that even I couldn't detect? What the hell is that guy? It's my first time seeing that expression on your face. Rimmer smiled, putting the gold in his inner pocket. It was his first time seeing him so flustered, since Morrel was an extremely composed person despite being a fire magician. Have you ever heard of the sword demon of Habun Castle? Are you talking about that crazy guy that defended the collapsed castle wall from below during a wave? Yes, that crazy guy is him. I see. Habun Castle's sword demon was a Sieghart swordsman, just as I expected. However, I didn't think he would be that young. Morrel narrowed his eyes as he looked at Rayon. He didn't care about his defeated student or the bet anymore. He was simply filled with surprise over Rayon. Rather than the past, I'm more looking forward to his future. You should watch him closely, since he will become a lot more famous soon enough. Stop boasting. He's indeed amazing, but there's a similar one in Balkar. I won't accept it. The two people looked to the right, where a sharp voice suddenly spoke. I won't accept a duel like this. Princess Jaina was walking towards Rayon, biting her red lip. Rayon tilted his head, watching as Jaina got in the way. What are you not accepting? This match. Jaina glared at Aniled under her feet and continued. I didn't accept it, but the duel was performed with the consent of your group's leader. Rayon pointed at Morrel, who was watching them with surprised eyes. He's not the leader, I am. Jaina confidently pointed at herself. It certainly could be the case. Prestigious families often put their successors in as leaders, in name only, in order to have them gain experience. However, he wasn't going to overlook the matter just because of that. That won't do. What? If you were going to say that, you should have said it before the fight ended. Telling me that you won't accept it when the fight's already over is pretty much proving your bad qualities by yourself. I couldn't talk about. Moreover, this man was using Balkar's name and Sieghart's name. Rayon pointed at the still unconscious Aniled with his chin. The fact that you didn't stop him when he mentioned our respective affiliations means that you implicitly allowed him to do so. Are you going to keep insisting on it despite having staked Balkar's name? I guess your kingdom's name has no significance. He's right. She should have stopped earlier if she wanted to. I know, right. It's already all over, so why is she acting like that? The way she keeps insisting after it's all over is so ugly. The spectators whispered, their voices barely audible to Jaina. As they scornfully looked at her, she scowled intensely. Shut up. This fight was wrong from the beginning. Fine, then I'll give you a chance. As she was screaming at the spectators, Rayon picked up the club from the ground. If you fight and win against me, I'll nullify the previous match. Fight, between you and me? Why are you so surprised? Did you think I'd just overlook it with no price? Jaina's gaze was directed at the bloody club. It looked like she couldn't say that she wanted to fight after seeing the club that beat up Aniled like a dog just a moment ago. She swallowed nervously and turned around. She was looking at Morrel, but he was just silently watching her. He seemed to be telling her to just admit defeat. No, Balkar can't lose to Sieghart. If you don't want to admit it, you should fight me instead of squawking like that. Come at me. Rayon smiled coldly and raised the club. An energy even more powerful than when he smacked Aniled was flowing on the club, aimed towards Jaina. Overwhelmed by that tremendous pressure, Jaina couldn't even open her mouth. She just stood there with trembling hands. Do they specialize in running their mouths? All of them are all talk. May I take over that one? While Martha was smiling coldly, a pleasant voice could be heard among the Balkar Kingdom's knights. Is this another idiot? Rayon turned his head to see which idiot yielded to his instincts again. A knight in his late 20s that wasn't exactly tall, but had a sturdy build, stepped forward. His eyes were clear and straightforward, unlike Aneld's. He seemed interested in his might, rather than the princess. My name is Zadis from the Balkar Kingdom's Torrent Knights. If it's not a problem, I'd like to try stopping Sir Rayon's sword. He politely saluted with his sword after walking up to him. Are you confident? Not yet. Zadis confidently said that he wasn't confident in winning. However, he said not yet. That meant that he believed he would win one day. Although his might didn't even seem to be at an intermediate expert level, he could feel an unshakable will that surpassed his level. Balkar's knight, Since Balkar was a magic kingdom, magicians were their main force rather than the knights. It was rumored that the knights had no power nor passion, to the point where they were called the magician's meat shields, but Rayon couldn't feel anything like that from him. Fine. Rayon nodded and raised his club. Zadis lowered his posture, raising his thick sword diagonally. He wasn't trying to avoid or retreat. He seemed to intend on stopping his attack, just like he said. That won't do. Rayon slightly tilted the club in an instant. It was a trajectory that could never be deflected. HMPH. Zadis's focus was at an extraordinary level. As soon as he noticed the club's distorted direction, he gave up on deflecting it and focused all his power on defense. Slam. The clash between the club imbued with a mighty energy and the sword imbued with sturdy aura created a compressed shockwave. Whoosh. Amidst the subsiding gray current of air, Zadis could be seen holding a shattered sword. Even though the sword was broken and he was kneeling, he still hadn't collapsed. Even though he must have been feeling an extreme amount of pain, he was gritting his teeth to endure it, still holding his broken sword. I've lost. Zadis acknowledged his defeat, smiling faintly. However, his eyes were glittering even more than in the beginning. It looked like he managed to feel something from it. Not all of them are idiots. He fought fair and square and acknowledged his defeat. Befitting the name of a famous kingdom, not all of them were idiots. The man named Zadis had the potential of reaching a higher place as a warrior. Arg, he lost again. Why are those idiots acting up to ruin it for me? However, Jaina's opinions seemed to differ. She glared at Zadis, who was spitting blood from his mouth, and burst the bubble of peace just as the situation was being settled. This also happened because he decided to act up on his own, so I won't accept it. Rayan was irritated by her childish reaction. Princess Jaina. Rayan put down the club and stood in front of Jaina. I'll tell you this as the vice squad leader of the Light Wind squad of Sieghart. If you speak recklessly one more time, I'll consider it an offense against Sieghart and draw my sword. He tapped his scabbard, and the energy wave he'd been hiding so far burst from him like a tidal wave. Wham! The overwhelming power crushed not only Jaina's spirit, but also her emotions. Rayan was the one that was dominating the space. Awe. Jaina bit her lip, sinking to the ground. She started breathing heavily, unable to endure Rayan's frightening pressure. Answer, huff. Rayan didn't decrease his pressure. As Jaina started to drool from her mouth, Morl, who had been hanging back, was standing behind her already. Whoosh, the heat appearing from his hand pushed away Rayan's pressure, cutting off the rope of aura that was seizing Jaina. That's enough. Morl grabbed Jaina's trembling shoulder to pull her back, shaking his head. Her eyes lost focus, as if she were unconscious. Sniff. Considering she couldn't even look in his direction, the fear seemed to have deeply engraved in her brain. She's still immature, as she was raised as a sheltered child of the kingdom. There's no reason for us to be considerate of that. You are right. I'll apologize in her stead. His eyes looked surprised and agitated rather than apologetic. It looked like he was extremely surprised at the fact that he hadn't managed to grasp his prowess in the beginning. We will get going then. We will withdraw from this matter, just like we promised. Where are you trying to go? Rayan stood in Moral's way as he tried to leave. I didn't say yet what I wanted after my victory. Wasn't the loser supposed to leave? Sir Moral said by himself that the terms for this duel was the loser obeying the victor. What do you want then? Your student taught me something great. Rayan pointed at Anild, who the Balkar Kingdom's knights were carrying on their backs. The Light Wind Squad will use the Balkar Kingdom's magician squad Salaman as their servants until the end of this mission. Rayan smiled and extended his hand towards Dorian. Contract. The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman. The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman. Vice squad leader, even though it's me, I don't have everything. Dorian licked his lips, rubbing his belly pocket. Do you have the contract or not? Rayan bobbed his hand, urging him to give it to him if he had it. I do have it. Dorian wriggled his hand in his belly pocket. A straight piece of paper with a contract on it came out. I also need a pen and a hard surface to put it on. I do have those as well, but... He put his hand back into the pocket, taking out a pen and a piece of cardboard. Rayan accepted the pen and the cardboard, smiling faintly. But you understand, right? Even though it's me, I don't have everything. I know, you don't seem to trust me. Dorian licked his lips, wiping the blood off the club that was on the ground next to him before putting it back into his belly pocket. The spectators exclaimed in admiration at the sight of the huge club going into the small belly pocket. Wow. Sieghart is really great. I know, right? Their young swordsman defeated Anild, and they even have a peculiar swordsman like him. Did the giant of the north wake up from his slumber? I guess no one can stop Sieghart if they decide to move. Because they showed so many amazing sides to them, the spectators completely forgot about Balkar. They just kept talking about Sieghart. While listening to the spectators' overreactions, Rayan quickly wrote out the contract. This should be enough. The content was simple. Salaman had to obey Light Wind's orders until the end of the mission, and they were forbidden from using violence and insults against them. Additionally, they had to speak to them in a respectful manner. Of course, he also added that the Light Wind couldn't make excessive demands, such as forcing them to risk their lives. Please look this over. Did you really have to write a contract? Moral frowned upon receiving the contract. It's better to be thorough. Our vice squad leader isn't as sloppy as me. You'd better be careful. Rimmer took a glance at the contract, then smiled like a fool. Are you bragging right now? Of course I'm bragging. Unlike your student, who collapsed with his teeth taken out, my student is confidently standing there. He grinned, pointing at Anild and Rayan one after the other. Q. Moral, who had been forcing himself to retain his composure, couldn't stop himself anymore and ground his teeth. Having his student compared to another seemed to have shocked him a lot. The contract seems fine. Sign it already. Shut up. Moral tapped Rimmer's shoulder to push him away, then looked around. He sighed as he saw the spectators numbering over 100 now. How did this happen? He suggested a duel because he thought it was an opportunity to stomp on Sieghart's pride, but he never imagined it would end up the way it had. He couldn't get out of the situation, as the princess and Anild had acted up, and he himself had made troublesome remarks. Ha. Moral, check the contract one more time before signing it. See, you ended up signing it anyway. Please shut up. Yeah, while Rimmer was making fun of Moral, Rayan walked up to Princess Jaina and Anild. They were still unconscious because of the physical shock for Anild and because of the mental shock for the princess. Are you going to send them to a clinic? Yes. Fortunately, there's a famous clinic in the middle of the main street. Zadis carried Anild on his back, then pointed at the 4-story building around the middle of the street. His neat face looked like he had acknowledged his defeat from the bottom of his heart, and he even smiled as if he were glad that Rayan was speaking to him. I see you later. Rayan nodded, then took out 2 red pins from his pocket. He quickly moved his hand to put the pins on Anild and Princess Jaina's clothes. Rayan, while he was watching Anild and Princess Jaina being carried, a piece of paper fluttered towards him. The signing is done, Tusk. When he looked around, Rimmer was grinning and Moore was kicking a rock with an expression that made it look like he ate shit. I won't forget today's humiliation. Sure, you should never forget about it. After all, you are the one that brought that humiliation upon yourself. Q.U. Squad leader, Rayan left Morl alone with his trembling hand, giving the contract back to Rimmer. The leader should keep the contract. Ah, it's annoying. You should keep it. Instead of accepting the contract, Rimmer put his hands behind his head, his fingers clasped together. Squad leader, you are going too far. Are you really refusing to sit at the dining table that Rayan has prepared? He's so useless. That's even worse than when he used to be an instructor. Burin and Martha looked at him coldly, and Rimmer's shoulders flinched before he tried to take the contract. No, I think it will be better if I keep it. Rayan shook his head, putting the contract in his inner pocket. I can't give this to you because it feels like you would sell it to them if I did. Considering what he had done in the past, he could totally see him selling the contract's grandfather on top of the contract itself. Let's go. Because of the fuss, the mayor should have finished his preparations as well. Rayan opened the door of the city hall and entered. The light wind squad entered, and their new servants followed them with a sigh. Rimmer, who was left alone in front of the city hall, looked at his empty hand with trembling eyes. Damn it, I could have sold the contract. Sticky red moisture was covering the underground. Weak groans could be heard from beyond the iron bars installed on both sides of the corridor. She didn't even look 14 years old. A young-looking red-haired girl was walking through the corridor, which reeked of blood. She was humming as if she were enjoying the weeping groans coming from the iron bars, opening the door at the end of the corridor. The fresh atmosphere inside the room made it difficult to believe it was located underground. An old man with a gentle appearance and long, soft gray hair was sitting on a chair and reading a book inside the room. As planned, Sieghart and Balkar have arrived. The girl spoke to the old man casually as if he were her friend and sat at the desk. It's the correct date. How is the preparation going? The old man asked his question with his gaze focused on the book instead of looking at the girl. You don't need to ask. I drank half and I left the other half alone. The apostle will arrive soon. Make sure to calculate correctly so that there won't be any problems during the move. All right, by the way, something interesting happened. The red-haired girl opened her small hand, then continued. Sieghart and Balkar started a duel as soon as they arrived. Duel. I'm not sure why they fought, but a young swordsman from Sieghart fought against Anild. I guess Anild won. No. The old man turned to look at the girl for the first time upon hearing the denial. Sieghart's young swordsman literally overwhelmed him. He wasn't even using a sword, beat him up with a club. A club? What are you talking about right now? And then that blonde kid. The girl told him everything, from the fight between Rayan and Anild to what happened with the bet after that. Selene. The old man narrowed his eyes and called the girl by name. Investigate that young swordsman. Why? We are soon going to leave anyway. We are bound to clash with Sieghart in the future. Since he's going to become our powerful enemy, we should make ourselves informed in advance, and if ever we get the opportunity. Kill him, right? The girl, Selene, put 2 fingers together and mimicked slicing her neck. Don't approach them if Rimmer or Morl are around, just gather information. Only make your move when he's alone. Since it's impossible to notice your sorcery unless the person is a master, it won't be a difficult task. That's easy. She smoothed down her face, which looked beautiful and cute at the same time, and smiled cheerfully. I wonder how a Sieghart's blood tastes. You've already tasted it many times before. That kid is different. His talent is one thing, but his face is also extremely handsome. HMPH useless. The old man clicked his tongue, shaking his head. By the way, did you mention that the princess and Anild have collapsed? Yes, they were taken to the clinic after fainting. The old man scratched his chin and smiled faintly. We might be able to catch 2 rabbits with 1 stone. Horven's Mayor Oist looked trustworthy because of his ample proportions. However, he also looked anxious at the same time as his face kept sweating. Welcome. Oist briefly bowed, wetting his handkerchief with the sweat on his forehead. I'm Porven's Mayor Oist. I'm Sieghart's Light Wind Squad leader, Rimmer. Rimmer returned the greeting with a soft smile. Please take a seat. Rimmer sat at the center, following the mayor's gesture, and the rest stood behind him. I'm really honored to meet Sieghart's Sword of Light. I'm pretty famous, but since the mission requires urgency, let's get into the topic right away. Please explain the situation. Rimmer tapped the table, telling him to talk about the mission already. All right, since our Porven city's main source of income is trading and tourism, there are usually more cases of disappearance than in other regions. However, that number has been gradually increasing from 3 months ago, and we've got over 100 reports of disappearances in the past 2 weeks. Even though Porven wasn't a small city, having over 100 reported disappearances in a mere 2 weeks was a rare occurrence. Since many people didn't trust the city hall, the actual number of disappearances could have been even higher. We disguised the city's guards, mercenaries, and even knights and deployed them for the investigation, but the disappearances continued as if they were laughing at us. Even the mercenaries and the knights have disappeared. Oist wiped off the sweat flowing down his cheeks, then pleaded for them to solve the matter in a murmur. The city's atmosphere wasn't that bad, considering there were so many disappearances. Rimmer spoke, examining the city through the window of the mayor's room. Like he said, there weren't many signs of depression in Porven from what they had seen that day. That's because we haven't disclosed information about the disappearances. What do you mean? Burin, who'd been remaining silent, narrowed his eyes and stepped up. Jay, just as I said, our main source of income is trading and tourism. If rumors spread that there has been a steep increase in disappearances, the tourists and merchants won't visit us anymore. That's why we didn't reveal it. Ois started to sweat twice as much as before, as he was also aware that it was problematic. He almost looked like he was drenched in rain. How could you do that? Shouldn't you announce it quickly to decrease the casualties? If people learn about the disappearance, the damage will spread to the entire city from a few individuals. That's why I had no choice. Bullshit. Are you seriously saying that you had no choice? Burin Martha. As Martha was starting to argue as well, Rayon raised his hand to block their vision. The squad leader is speaking. How am I supposed to stay back after witnessing this? Just as you think of tourism at the mention of Porven, a city's image is easily imprinted in people's minds. If the rumor about the mass disappearance spreads, the tourists will start going to other spots, and trade will also decline because of that. Rayon calmly continued so that everyone, including those two, could hear him. If that happens, the damage will spread to the entire city, just as the mayor said. Many people might end up dying from hunger instead of disappearing because they lost their job. Moreover, announcing the matter doesn't guarantee that the disappearances will stop. If they are crazy enough to take 100 people in 2 weeks, they probably will keep kidnapping Jeven if they have to break down doors. Since they went as far as kidnapping over 100 people in 2 weeks, they were pretty much monsters that didn't care about their human appearances anymore. If people stopped leaving their houses because the disappearances were announced, they might begin taking people that were hiding in their homes. For the sake of the citizens, the best thing we can do is to solve this case as fast as possible. Precisely. As soon as Rayon finished talking, Ois stood up while clapping his hands. If this incident becomes known to the whole city, problems incomparably worse than the disappearances will begin to occur one after the other. Because there are plenty of substitutes for our city. He looked at Rayon with admiration. Who is that man? His insight is really amazing. He's the vice leader of the Light Wind and my student at the same time. It's nothing special. Rimmer cleared his throat and pointed at himself. So he is the student of Sir Sword of Light. I knew there was a reason for his amazing intellect. Ois nodded intensely while looking at Rayon. Amazing. Anyone could reach that conclusion with enough time, but he managed to think that far in that short period of time. The man named Rayon had an extraordinary insight, although he didn't know about his might yet. Is there anything you've discovered about them? Day or night doesn't matter for them. They don't care whether there are people around them or not either. They kidnap people as secretly as thieves in the night, to the point that it almost feels like they just vanished in thin air. That's why no one knows how it actually happened. How strong were the mercenaries and the knights that disappeared during their investigations? The mercenary was at the beginner expert level, and the K-Knights were intermediate and advanced experts. Oist sighed deeply, still unable to understand how that happened. Disappearance of an advanced expert. I was also surprised. Is there any other information? Like anyone witnessing their martial art or their appearance or outfit? I'm sorry, there's nothing else. It doesn't look like ordinary human trafficking after all. Rimmer scratched his chin with a frown. The actual human traffickers are using this opportunity to become more active. I'm getting headaches from all the incidents. Oist pressed on his temple, sighing. This is a serious matter. It might be the 5 demons' work. F5 demons. As Rimmer mentioned the 5 demons, the mayor's cheeks trembled in fear. Please solve this case. If this is solved, I'll do anything as a reward, including the request fee. Please. Oist deeply lowered his head. He kept talking about the city instead of his own safety. Despite how he looked, he seemed to be the type of mayor that couldn't stop thinking about the city. Make sure to remember that you said you will do anything I want. Rimmer grinned, standing up. Let's go. He opened the door and left. But why did the Salomon members come back? The mayor tilted his head, looking at Moral and the magician standing at the back. Don't worry about them. Rayan continued, pointing his finger at Salaman. They are our servants. Gasp. What do you mean? Ois stood up in surprise. He expected Moral to start rampaging, but he just stayed still with a trembling chin. Why, you didn't have to call us your servants. Servants. Rayan repeated the end of his sentence, then tilted his head. Serve. Moral sighed deeply while looking into the air, then continued. You didn't have to call us your servants, sir. I said this before, but I prefer being thorough. Rayan smiled gently, then pointed at the door. Let's leave, since the squad leader should be waiting. He tapped Moral's shoulder, then left the mayor's room. Ha. Moral slowly caught his breath. He glared at Oist while exhaling a raging heat. Gasp. Oist swallowed nervously after receiving that gaze. He's telling me he will kill me if I tell others about this. Moral looked at him with a gaze that said that he would burn his entire body if he told anyone about it, then left the room. Damn it. What a state we are in. The other magicians also ground their teeth or bit their lips as they followed Moral. Huff, huff, strength left Oist's legs, and he sank on the chair, now alone. What is even happening? Upon leaving the mayor's room, the Light Wind and Salaman gathered in front of Rimmer. As you heard, we don't know anything about the ringleader of the disappearances yet. I have a few guesses, but it's too early to judge. Rimmer continued, his hands held together behind his back. Since even a swordsman at the advanced expert level has disappeared, you are strictly forbidden from acting individually. Considering the number of people, we are going to make groups of 3 people, with 2 from Light Wind and 1 from Salaman per group. Yes, do you have any problem, Moral? Moral shook his head without responding. It looked like his pride was hurt. You should reply. Rayan gestured at Moral with his chin. Arg, oh, all right, sir. Nice. Rayan raised his hand towards Rimmer, telling him to continue. Biwahaha, Moral, my stomach hurts. Rimmer grasped his belly and laughed while looking at Moral, telling Rayan to make the groups because he ran out of strength. He must have been too lazy to do it. Ha, seriously. Rayan shook his head, then made balanced groups considering their abilities. We are going to start the investigation with these groups. Moral and I will be waiting around here, so return every 3 hours to report your progress. Don't try to solve the problem, make sure to report in first. While saying that, Rimmer distributed an inaudible whistle per person, just like during their trainee days. I also have something to give you. Rayan took out the red pins from his pocket, putting them on the Light Wind members' clothes one by one. What is this? Buran narrowed his eyes, looking at the red pin on his clothes. It's a pin made from flaming steel. Rayan continued, attaching the pin to Runan, who was blinking. I can find them because they are infused with my aura. Don't take them off, no matter what. It was a piece of equipment he requested from Vulcan, and he was capable of locating them because they were imbued with the 10,000 Flames Cultivation's aura. Although it wasn't perfectly refined yet, he figured he should still use them in their incomplete states. Tusk, it's so unnecessary. Martha clicked her tongue, but she didn't stop him from attaching the pin. She apparently didn't completely dislike it. Our vice squad leader is perfectly prepare. I'll have the Light Wind's official funds cover the expense, so please get it ready. Ahem. Rimmer looked around without responding. Well, you can leave now. If you witness the scene of a disappearance or find anyone suspicious, report it right away. Yes, understood. The temporary groups consisting of Light Wind and Salaman responded loudly, then started to move towards their assigned areas. Do you think they will be able to find them? Moral asked, stepping up next to Rimmer. Probably not. Rimmer shook his head, chuckling. Since we blatantly showed them that Sieghart and Balkar have arrived, they will be careful unless their brains are completely smooth. However, if they are indeed one of the 5 demons, then they might set a serious fire before running away. Moral frowned, figuring that was a possibility. Something similar happened in our domain before, though the disappearances stopped as soon as I went to help. Is that why you came here? Yes, I figured I could find traces of them here. However, it's all ruined because of you all. Moral breathed heavily. But what the hell is your student, Rayan? His might is one thing, but he can even use his head. He almost swore out loud when Rayan read Oist's thoughts earlier. He was talented at amazing people. I can't believe he's just collateral. I remembered something that I need to do. Rimmer interrupted Moral, waving his hand. You can hear the inaudible whistle, right? You stay here and check if there are any problems on the kid's side. Rimmer, Moral shouted at him, but Rimmer had already turned into the wind and disappeared. Damn it, Moral ground his teeth, looking at the direction Rimmer had gone. The teacher and the student alike, they are freaking masters at making people angry. Rayan went to the outskirts of the city with Dorian and Zadis. You can rest. He told Zadis to rest since he was injured internally and externally, but he kept following him while saying that he needed to fill the numbers. It's fine. I'm just honored to move with Sir Rayan. Even though they had only dueled once, Zadis was looking at Rayan as if he had met a teacher. I never thought I would admire the swordsmanship of someone younger than me. I had goosebumps from witnessing a technique containing a mixture of extreme effort and talent. Sir Zadis should also be able to climb up, considering the way you changed your posture in that short instant. Oh, you don't need to praise me so much. I couldn't even block one attack. I'm serious. Rayon shook his head. Considering his personality and the characteristics of his swordsmanship, he was the type that could grow faster the older he got. I'm just thankful for such praise. Zadis blushed and lowered his head. He had an innocent appearance despite his skills. Hey guys, I'm here too. Dorian walked up to them while rubbing his belly, but Rayon and Zadis kept talking about swordsmanship. By the way, this isn't our assigned area, is it? Zadis swallowed nervously, examining the alleyway that kept getting darker. No, it's not. Then why did we? Because we don't have much information. Rayon swirled his finger while saying that there wasn't enough information to solve the case. When something like this happens, you have to look at the bottom instead of the top. As if he had already been there before, he walked through the dirty and dark alley without hesitation. Is it going to be okay? Zadis frowned, looking at a bloody shard of glass on the ground. We just need to follow him. Dorian came up to him, a cracker in his mouth that he took out from somewhere. Everything gets solved somehow if you just follow him. It's a bit scary, though. He shuddered in fear, then followed Rayon. Zadis fidgeted his fingers, watching Rayon's back. He had clashed his sword against countless knights in the kingdom, but it was his first time being deeply impressed. Rayon's sword had something more than just strength and skill. I want to witness that sword again. He stepped on the shard of glass that gave him such hesitation, following Rayon. The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman. The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman. Rimmer was looking down at Porven as a whole from the top of a spire in the center of the city. It's annoying, but it can't be helped. Judging from what the mayor said, the case was more serious than he thought. It wasn't time to be playing in gambling house after letting the squad members do the work. It's certain that 5 demons are involved. The problem is whether or not it's the white blood religion. What they were doing was similar to the white blood religion from the 5 demons. However, since there were too many crazy people in the world, it was risky to assume that it was their doing. No matter who is behind it, we need to catch them before they run away. Since they confirmed the arrival of both Sieghart and Balkar, they would likely start moving differently. Since they were most likely going to run away, it was necessary to find them beforehand. Rimmer closed his eyes. The green wind surrounding him unraveled like threads and flew down to the entirety of Porven. It was a special technique that mixed the wind's spirit, art, and aura. His perception, which could only feel his surroundings, extended like a long clock hand and covered one direction of the city to the end. He couldn't feel in great detail, and it spent a lot of his aura and willpower, but he could at least grasp where problems were occurring. Burin is only going to the designated places. Martha is moving freely while ignoring orders and is run on sleeping right now. Please tell me she isn't. While checking what the members were doing one by one, he suddenly opened his closed eyes. Rayon, the one he trusted the most, Rayon, was at a place that he never imagined he would be. Why the hell are you over there? Even I'm working right now. Since Porven was a tourist city, there were various gambling houses. The opinions would differ if people were asked to pick the best gambling house, but if they were asked which one could earn them the most amount of money, everyone would shout to go to Orc's Desire. Orc's Desire was special in 2 ways. Firstly, it was the oldest gambling house in Porven, and secondly, it had the highest dividend rate. That meant that people that went to that place either ended up completely broke or ended up an overnight millionaire. Obviously, most people went broke and only a few people hit the jackpot, but the jackpot situation was happening that day. Whoa, he won again. He won 3 times. How can he not lose a single time? He didn't just keep winning. He's just somehow avoiding whenever the opponent's cards are higher. That's crazy. He has crazy luck. You could call it luck if he did that a couple times, but that's his skill. You are witnessing true skill. He's a real gambler. The pro gamblers, who used to only focus on their own games, gathered around the table in the corner and cheered until their faces turned red. I'm so jealous. That's at a level of a jackpot that only happens once a month. Wow, he should be able to buy a house even if he stops now. Money is one thing, but because he keeps betting all the money he won, the stakes are getting incredibly high. How does a young fellow have so much guts? At the center of the poker table they were watching, Rayon was sitting in a traveler's outfit instead of his uniform, and the chips were piled up like a hill in front of him. I didn't expect him to be so good at gambling. Zadis swallowed nervously, counting the chips in front of Rayon. That's not even surprising. He emptied Cameloon's underground casino before. Really? Yes. The bitch princess, Princess Jaina, is also angry because she lost to him from there. Dorian smacked his mouth as soon as he said bitch. I said this before, but there's nothing our vice squad leader can't do. It's even scary sometimes. Wow. Without even noticing that Dorian just called Jaina a bitch, he stared at Rayon in amazement. The fact that he had such a talent after the prowess and intellect he had showed made him unconsciously admire him. That old man has a full house. You should fold this round. Wrath, who could only be seen by Rayon, kept floating in the air to read all the other cards. Thus, it was pretty much impossible for him to lose. It's such a small difference. Rayon briefly clicked his tongue, then folded his hand. Fold. Arg. Lol. As soon as he said he was folding, the old man on his right side and the blue-haired beauty on his left side groaned at the same time. Considering the reactions so far, those two people and the dealer in front of him were all professionals that the gambling house sent to him, and their faces had turned completely pale because they couldn't win despite cooperating between themselves. Make sure to remember, the price is 5 sets of bead ice cream and 3 of the most famous foods in the city. Sure. Rayon nodded. Since it was such a cheap price to pay to utilize the Demon King of Wrath, he had to suppress his laughter. I keep my promises. Bullshit. It never goes the way it should when you say you'll do something for me. It was only recently that I couldn't eat the roasted pig after making that sword of yours. That was a natural disaster. It was a natural disaster that you could have prevented. If you break your promise this time, I'm never going to grant your requests again. All right, I'll make sure to keep the promise. He tapped Wrath's shoulder in order to calm him down. It would have been annoying if the manpower that he could use so easily disappeared. Then, let's start the next game. The dealer's forehead was also drenched in sweat. Because the equivalent of the day's sales for the gambling house was on stake since the last round, he must have been feeling suffocated. I'll be back. As soon as the dealer distributed the cards and he finished the exchanges, Wrath immediately started moving. The woman has a full house and the old man has a flush. It's time to go for it. Rayon nonchalantly checked his cards. The 4 cards had the same number. He had 4 cards, all in. He pushed out all the chips that were piling up like a hill. He bet everything again. Wow. He's crazy, he must be out of his mind. Did he get a royal straight flush or something? The gambling-addicted spectators watched the game in anticipation, drooling from their mouths. Why, young master, how about stopping now? Not yet, Rayon shook his head. Remember, we didn't come here to gamble. Ah, you are right, Dorian's eyes sharply raised. He was apparently so focused on the poker game that he started thinking that they came there to gamble. I'm going to catch my breath for a moment. What did you eat to have so much guts? I can't stand this, my heart feels like it's trembling. The dealer exclaimed in admiration, and the woman sitting next to him crossed her legs and smiled seductively. She was attracting attention, which meant they were plotting something. In the north, Rayon pretended to look at them, focusing his senses on the old man on his right. When he smoothly swept the card, a strange sound could be heard, and Rayon immediately extended his hand. Stop right there. Are you trying to switch cards? He grabbed the old man's wrist, smiling coldly. What? Release me. How long did you believe you could keep using that sloppy trick? Do I look like a sitting duck to you? Where's the proof qua? Rayon twisted his wrist, and a bunch of cards that looked the exact same as the cards in the game came out of his sleeve. Here goes the proof. He picked up the 5 cards that he switched earlier from among the ones on the ground and placed them on the table. He flipped them over and a flush appeared, just like Wrath told him. A flush is a good hand, but how about this? He flipped the hand the old man switched into. 5 consecutive numbers with the same pattern. It was a straight flush. You knew about this too, right? That's. There's no way you didn't, since it's you who set his hand like this. Meeting his threatening gaze, he flinched and stepped back. Straight flush. He changed the flush into a straight flush. Was he a hoodwinker? I kept losing all my money to him every single time. The dealer is on the same side as the hoodwinker? Damn it. How can the orcs desire hire a hoodwinker? They are scammers. The gamblers started screaming, and all the games in the gambling house stopped, and chaos broke out with people turning tables upside down. Destruction, rampage, wrath, great. Wrath grinned, saying that it's been a long time since the last time he saw a human's true nature. Is this what you wanted all along? No. Rayon shook his head and sat still, as if he were enjoying the fuss. Dear client. He turned his head towards the voice coming from behind him. A neat young man with his hair completely swept back was smiling at him. I'm the manager of Orc's Desire, Kent. I heard that there was a problem during a game. I'm truly sorry. He politely bowed, saying that everything was their mistake. Are you pretending you weren't involved when you were the one that gave the order? Rayon snorted, waving his hand dismissively. I don't care, just bring me the money. I hope you know that you are supposed to give me 3 times the amount of those chips. I hope you aren't planning anything stupid. What could I do when there's so many people watching? Fine. Rayon nodded and followed the manager upstairs. Dorian and Zadis blankly followed him. I'm sorry for the trouble. Instead, we will give every client here 50 silvers worth of chips. The staff that followed the manager placed silver chips on the table, telling them that they were giving away chips. The gamblers, who had been rampaging until just a moment ago, gathered like greedy pigs and started taking the chips. Rayon watched them for a bit before going into the manager's room. Although it was a large office, there wasn't much furniture, and large men were sticking to the walls like stone statues. Click. Once Dorian and Zadis finished entering the office, one of the big guys behind them locked the door. Ha. The manager turned around. His gentle smile from a moment ago had completely disappeared, and he was glaring at them with the cold gaze of a demon. You bastard, who sent you? Was it Elven Valley, or the giant's footprint? If not, are you from that Cat's Jelly that opened recently? All the gambling house names are so childish. Cat's Jelly, seriously. Rayon snickered, repeating the names of the gambling houses that the manager mentioned. Did you know that this place is protected by the Thieves Guild when you acted up? Do you want to die without a trace? Huh. The manager signaled with his hand, and the big guys that were standing around started to move. They started warming up their fists and rolling their shoulders in a threatening manner. Don't you care about the people outside? Those dogs and pigs got their feed. Since they are gambling addicts, they won't even care whether you end up as corpses or not. It's a relief that you are trash that I can beat up without any problems. Rayon smiled faintly. You crazy bastard. Anyway, this place belongs to the Thieves Guild, right? I came to the right place, I guess. What came to the right place is your funeral. What are you doing? Kill them all. The manager pointed his finger and the big guys kicked the ground, jumping at them. If we aren't talking anymore, that's more convenient for me. Rayon extended his hand towards Dorian. Club, a small one. So what you are saying is that lots of people among you have also disappeared, right? Yes, that's right. There were quite a lot of people. The manager immediately nodded, not even wiping the blood flowing from both of his nostrils. The big guys covered in blood were lying next to him like crumpled leaves. How was the situation during the disappearance? Rayon asked, slamming the ground with his bloody club. Cue that's. The manager swallowed nervously upon seeing his casual slam piercing into the stone floor. Honestly, I'm not sure. A person walking right next to you can just suddenly disappear. We can't figure out who, when, or how they did it, however. There were testimonies that they got goosebumps whenever people disappeared around them. Goosebumps. Rayon frowned. If they had goosebumps despite it not affecting them, then some bad energy like demonic energy, ghastly energy, or bloody energy must have been in action. It's not just the tourists or passers-by that disappear. There were many occasions of entire families disappearing overnight, and it all happened so naturally. Natural? Yes, there were multiple occasions of people simply disappearing without any trace, no doors or windows broken open, nor signs of a struggle. The manager's shoulders trembled, either because he got beaten up or because he was afraid of the disappearances. But the city hall didn't mention any of that. Those greedy guys wouldn't be interested in disappearances. We keep telling them, but it never works. He murmured that the reports he made were shut down before reaching the mayor. It looked like someone in City Hall was involved with human trafficking. I guess the situation wouldn't have worsened so much if that weren't the case. They only asked for reinforcements from Sieghart after 3 months had passed after the start of the disappearances, which was a pretty late reaction. There must have been someone in City Hall who kept preventing it. It was probably natural, since the City Hall was the best place to gather and hide information. Where's the Thieves Guild? There's a cafe named Frost of Greeneries in the west of the city. Cafe, it was a tea shop selling traditional snacks and teas. It really didn't match the Thieves Guild's image. What's the password? That's. The manager hesitated, then opened his mouth. You just need to order the red tea between blue and red teas. That means let's shed blood. You must require another beating. It's true, that's the password. When Rayon stood up with the club in his hand, the manager frantically waved his hand and slammed his head on the ground. To be really honest, you won't even need a password. They will notice the moment you get there. He was right. Since the Thieves Guild had an excellent information-gathering ability, they had to be aware of the fact that he had ruined multiple gambling houses and would either decide to attack him or bow to him. All right. Rayon shook the blood from his club, then gave it to Dorian. Ah, there's blood again. Dorian frowned, wiping off the remaining blood before putting it into his belly pocket. Wow. Zadis exclaimed, still not used to that development. Are you leaving now? Yes, I will. However, I'll take what's mine before that. Rayon bobbed his forefingers. Give me the gold. 3 times the chips. Aw. The manager's face went pale as he lost the small hope he had left. Rayon left the gambling house with Dorian and Zadis, then went to the west, where the Thieves Guild was located. So you were trying to find the Thieves Guild. Zadis came up to him while scratching his cheek. That's because the ones at the bottom are more knowledgeable than the top brass when it comes to matters like this. Rayon nodded. Something like disappearances happened more often to commoners and the lower class that lived in the back alleys than the nobles that had guards with them. The Thieves Guild might have some information that the City Hall didn't know. Do you think the Thieves Guild is going to accept our request? Dorian reluctantly pointed at the orc's desire. We've taken all their money and completely beat up their manager and guards. Aren't they going to start attacking us on sight? They'd better accept the request if they don't want to end up the same way. It's not like I cheated or anything. Nothing was his fault during his incident. They were the ones that cheated first and attacked first as well. You shameless guy. The King of Essence read the cards for you. You are only visible to me. That's not called cheating, it's using my abilities. Arg, stop getting angry and calm down. Ice cream is waiting for you. Seriously, you are. Wrath frowned and Rayon pushed him away, shrugging. You are moving so quickly this time. That's because it's an emergency. He expected the ringleader to be the white blood religion, which was one of the 5 demons. He couldn't use normal methods to stop those crazy bastards. He needed to use any means necessary to quickly deal with them. Such effort in order to reduce the number of missing people. I'm impressed. Zadis suddenly gathered his hands, his eyes shining. Sir Rayon was doing his best in order to solve this case, even if he had to take the blame. It's not exactly like that. I just want to catch them before they run away. What humility, you are truly the role model of the knights. I'll keep learning a lot from you in the future. Saying that he admired him, he bowed deeply, to the point that Rayon felt uncomfortable. Rayon pondered how he should respond. Kaya, a woman's shriek could be heard from the alley right next to them. Rayon quickly located her by using his aura perception, jumping over the wall to go there. Kyuhuhu, 3 healthy men were putting a gagged girl into a bag. The girl was violently shaking her leg, asking for help. Damn it, get rid of him quickly. The long-haired man that was the closest to Rayon among the 3 came running at him with a dagger in his hand. Smack. Rayon easily dodged the dagger, smacking his temple. Although it was a weak hit, the man fainted and went limp on the ground. They aren't the ones. They didn't have any aura, and they were at the level of thugs with slightly exercised bodies. There was no way they were the ringleaders in the disappearance case. Those bastards, how dare they kidnap people in broad daylight? Dorian and Zadis, who finally arrived, knocked down the 2 panicking men. Are you okay? Dorian helped the girl out of the bag. She was a mysteriously beautiful girl with the combination of red hair as radiant as a raging fire, skin as white as frost, and brilliant golden eyes. It wasn't just her appearance. Her voice was also extremely charming. It was a sound that could pull people's heartstring like the morning dew moistening the leaves. It was nothing. Dorian and Zadis looked like they were possessed by something as they shook their heads, saying the same thing. You were the first one to save me. The girl walked up to Rayon and raised her head. The golden eyes were completely attracting his gaze. Whenever she took a step, her face looked bigger as if it were magnified and his heart throbbed. The impulsive desire to hug and comfort her burst inside of him. Are these my own thoughts? There was no way they were. There was no way he wanted to comfort her before analyzing the situation, as he'd lived as an assassin before. As he thought something was strange, a small vibration occurred from behind him. The blade of Requiem, the possessed blade which only reacted upon feeling its enemy, began to weep. White blood religion. Rayon instinctively used the ring of fire. The 6 rings resonated with each other, his mind becoming clear as if he poured cold water on his head. He could finally see the girl's face properly. She was still beautiful, but it was a strange face that gave an unpleasant impression, as if it were made of different pieces put together. Pretending he didn't snap out of it, he removed the focus from his eyes just like Dorian and Zadis. He was confident that he was better than anyone at controlling his expression in order to not reveal his thoughts. The girl's eyes glittered even more as she stepped right in front of him. A strange fragrance that he had never smelt before was tickling his nose. Kring, his head started to become blank once again, but the rotating ring of fire erased the impure energy. It's nothing. Rayon shook his head, making his response inarticulate as if he had perfectly fallen prey to the charm. I was so scared. The girl took one more step towards him. From a distance where he could reach her by stretching his arms, she extended her hands towards him, as if she wanted him to hug her. He opened his arms, following her intentions. The blade of Requiem's vibrations became more intense. He parted his lips, pretending to ignore it. Please die for me. She tried to pierce his heart with her hand, which shone white. Whoosh. It was fast and powerful enough that he wouldn't have been able to dodge if he weren't prepared for it, but he had already finished his preparations. He drew the blade of Requiem right before her hand reached the left side of his chest. Cling. The golden-yellow ghastly energy sparked from the crimson blade that slid smoothly from its scabbard, as if it were waiting for that moment. Slash. The moment the white and yellow energies twirled with each other in a spiral, a forearm soared into the air, scattering white blood around it. Kaya, the girl grasped her severed arm, screaming like a monster. The murky blood gushing from her forearm gave off the impression that it was infused with white paint. So you were from the white blood religion after all. I am sure you fell to the sorcery, but how? Rayon shook the dirty blood from the blade of Requiem, smiling coldly, by being good. The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman. The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman. Celine, the archbishop of the white blood religion, swallowed nervously while looking at her arm on the ground. What's happening? Where did it go wrong? The moment she saw the boy, Rayon, the vampiric urge that she'd been suppressing gushed out like crazy. That meant that his blood had a special power. She wanted to get stronger by drinking that blood. Even Daragan told her to kill him if she had an opportunity, so she immediately chanted a piece of charmed sorcery and approached him. It was perfect until that moment. He opened his arms, his eyes had lost focus. However, the moment she tried to drive her bloody hand into his heart, a deadly light sprouted in Rayon's eyes, and he thrust his dagger at a tremendous speed. She quickly concentrated on the bloody energy, but the dagger easily ripped past the bloody energy and severed her arm. Drip, drip. The blood was flowing down from the clean cut on her forearm, but she still couldn't understand what had happened. Celine tightly bit her lips, which were turning white. It hurts so much. The white blood religion's cultivation technique, the white spirit aura, had the ability to reduce mental and physical pain, and yet the severe pain pulsating in her head suggested that the pain-reducing ability had disappeared. How did you escape from my sorcery? What have you done to me? You are the one that did something to me. Is it that dagger's doing? When she looked at it again, the dagger Rayon was holding was storming with a violent, ghastly energy. It seemed that the energy from the dagger was disturbing her regeneration and continuously inflicting pain on her. That dagger released you from the sorcery. Celine frowned, glaring at the dagger. I wonder. Rayon smiled faintly, spinning the dagger in his hand. His relaxed expression seemed to suggest that he thought it was already over. That carefree attitude, despite facing her bloody energy, showed that he was in another dimension compared to the two idiots behind him. Do you think you've won? Celine caught her breath, extending her bleeding arm. The white spirit aura spread out like raging fire, and the severed hand flew towards her on its own, attaching itself to the arm. FZZT. The severed arm started to connect, creating a white steam. It was the regeneration ability of the white spirit aura, if you let your guard down so much. While clenching her fist on the reattached arm, Celine's golden eyes sparked. A hole will be pierced into your neck. Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at Celine's reattached arm. It's the ability of regeneration. The white blood religion's cultivation technique, white spirit aura, was said to grant a regeneration surpassing that of a troll. Considering the way she had just reattached her arm, her rank must have been at least that of an archbishop. However, the color of her face suggested that she hadn't completely recovered. The blade of Requiem's ghastly energy must have been continuously inflicting severe pain on her. What an ugly power, Wrath snorted scornfully. A power that gets stronger from extorting other people's blood. It's dirty and crude. The King of Essence would have frozen her up to take out all of her filthy blood. He tapped his wrist, telling him to remove her quickly since he didn't want to see her anymore. Gasp, huh. Dorian and Zadis screamed in surprise when they finally managed to wake up. White blood religion. They hurriedly stepped back, realizing that the girl in front of them was an executive of the white blood religion. Vice squad leader. It's okay, just stay back. Rayon waved his hand at them, focusing on the white blood region fanatic. Considering the fact that you can reattach your arm, are you an archbishop or something? What is that easygoing attitude? Despite knowing that fact, I'll make you regret giving me time to recover. I wonder. The reason he wasn't attacking was simple. It's because the mission's objective wasn't to kill her, but to solve the disappearances. He needed to extort as much information as possible from her. I'll kill you. The archbishop gathered her hands, chanting a spell in an unknown language. Her entire body turned white, and the intense fragrance of flowers engulfed the alley. His head started going blank the moment he inhaled the fragrance. It was a lot more powerful sorcery than the charm she used a moment before. It's pointless, though. The moment the rings of fire resonated, the fragrance melted away. A charming spell of that level was insignificant against him. He looked down on the archbishop with clear eyes. How did you? The archbishop's lips trembled in disbelief. If that charm is all you've got, it was meaningless for me to give you some time. Rayon smiled coldly, holding his dagger in a reverse grip. Let's finish this. He kicked the ground, jumping into the space that was full of bloody energy. He felt like his body was being crushed, but the ring of fire and the blade of Requiem pushed back all the bloody energy. You bastard. The archbishop glared at him, thrusting her hand. The straight trajectory, despite her agitated state, showed that her bloody hand technique was befitting of her rank as an archbishop. However, it was a bit lacking compared to her sorcery. The archbishop in front of Rayon seemed to be more focused on sorcery than martial arts. Rayon rotated the ring of fire at full power, focusing on the bloody hand technique that the archbishop was using. Since it was the fundamental martial art of the white blood religion's executives, properly watching it was bound to help him. The excited archbishop kept attacking him with her hand, not realizing that Rayon was going easy on her. The entire alley was bursting with the energy coming from her hand, but Rayon wasn't injured in the slightest. It's fast, strong, and wicked. It was simple, but that was the reason it was powerful. You cruel rat. How long are you planning to run around? I'll stop if you want. Rayon applied strength to his left foot, which he was pulling back to advance instead. Gasp. He slashed down with the blade of Requiem in his right hand, following the archbishop, who was withdrawing in a panic. Arg, the archbishop glared at him, extending her hand towards him. Clang. Although it was a clash between a blade and a hand, it sounded like a collision between metals. Creak, however, they weren't evenly matched. The blade of Requiem's violent, ghastly energy burned with its resentment and ripped into the Archbishop's bloody energy. Arg, the Archbishop's eyes were trembling. Now is the time. Keeping his strength in his right hand, Rayon quickly moved his left hand to put the red pin on the hem of the Archbishop's top. Smock, the moment he confirmed that the pin was properly attached, he twisted his body to kick her ribs. Q, the Archbishop groaned, slamming into the wall. PSSH. Without missing the opportunity, Rayon dashed at her and pierced her shoulder with the blade of Requiem. Grotesquely colored blood gushed out like a fountain. Kua, the Archbishop tore out her own flesh from her shoulder in order to run away, escaping to the side. I'll kill you. She straightened her finger and pointed ahead. A white light was shot like a flash from the end of her fingernail. It was the bloody finger technique, which consisted of shooting an energy similar to an aura blade from the finger. Rayon didn't overlook the skill this time. He used the ring of fire to read the bloody finger technique's flow, then slashed with the blade of Requiem. Cling, the blade of ghastly energy created a half circle, completely ripping the bloody finger technique's energy apart. It's not over yet. The Archbishop kept shooting lines of bloody energy as if she wanted to fight until the bitter end, but they all melted down, unable to pierce through the wall of ghastly energy spreading out from the blade of Requiem. How, the Archbishop stepped back in a panic. Rayon stepped forward by the same amount as if he were oppressing her. Don't come any closer. Did you tell me to keep my guard up despite being so weak? Rayon smiled coldly and tilted his head. Just as I suspected, the white blood religion is the cause of the Porven's disappearance incident. Just as you suspected. After all, you lot are the only ones that would do something so dirty. Shut up. Why did you attack me? Did you believe you could easily drink my blood? I told you to shut up, the moment the Archbishop shot her. Bloody finger technique, Rayon dashed forward. He slashed the blade of Requiem diagonally towards her before she could pull her hand back. Spurt. A cut appeared from her shoulder to her waist, and murky blood covered the space. Kua, the Archbishop screamed, covering her wound. Where is your branch right now? Are the kidnapped people alive? She faltered like a drunkard instead of answering and leaning back against a wall. Oh, okay, let's see the bitter end right here. I'll kill you no matter what. The Archbishop's eyes were filled with madness as she drew a triangle with her two hands. The spell she murmured spread throughout the space, and a crimson light radiated from the triangle as a tremendous energy started to convulse. Just like this cuck, what is this? Right before the energy exploded, a white hole appeared from the wall she was leaning her back against, creating a spiral whirlwind. Damn it, Daragan, what do you think you're doing? The whirlwind tucked the chanting Archbishop inside, then curled itself to become smaller. Damn it, my name is Selene. I'll definitely kill you, Rayon Sieghart. The hole closed completely after Selene shouted her name and yelled at Rayon. What, did she run away? A light-hearted voice could be heard from behind them alongside a cheerful wind. It was Rimmer. Unfortunately, she must have run away after noticing the squad leader. Judging from the situation, it wasn't the Archbishop herself, but her companion that forced her to escape after seeing Rimmer coming her way. Your face doesn't look disappointed at all, though. Rimmer snickered, looking at Rayon's serious eyes. Is that so? Rayon shuddered. He was right. Didn't feel unfortunate for him at all, as he actually released her on purpose. He planned on catching something even bigger. Vice Squad Leader, are you okay? Dorian and Zadis, who were stuck to a wall, came running at him. I'm okay. Rayon waved his hand dismissively, then went to Rimmer, who was examining the traces of blood on the ground. As expected, the white blood religion was behind the incident. Well, I guessed as much. Rimmer licked his lips, looking at the orange blood as if he knew about it already. This looks at least mid-level among the archbishops, but you actually overwhelmed her. Did you become even stronger? She wasn't that strong, probably because she was mostly focused on sorcery. Selene's sorcery was powerful, but her martial art wasn't anything exceptional. That wasn't strong. Dorian and Zadis dropped their jaws in bewilderment. You must be the only one that would describe a white blood religion archbishop that way. Rimmer chuckled, standing up. It's a shame. We could have located their headquarters if we managed to catch her. That probably wouldn't have worked, since torture doesn't work against them. Befitting their title of fanatics, members of the white blood religion were tenacious enough to endure any torture. In his previous life, Rayon had experienced torturing a white blood religion fanatic for several days without him ever opening his mouth. I guess they are really tenacious after all. That's why their main branch is still unidentified. Indeed, we don't know where their main branch is, however. Rayon smiled faintly, touching the red pin on his collar. We might discover their Porven branch soon enough. Selene swung her white hand. The double wall was reduced to powder and collapsed. It was a power that made it difficult to believe that Rayon had easily blocked it with the blade of Requiem. Damn it, she shouted, tearing at her wound with her nails. It hurts, it really hurts. The pain isn't going away, although she kept using the white spirit aura. The pain scorching her flesh didn't subside. Daragan, do something about this. Calm down a little. The old man Daragan walked up to her with a frown on his face. Why did you summon me? I wouldn't have to endure this pain if I had killed him. Rimmer was making his move. If you had remained there, you would have gotten caught. Q. Selene ground her teeth and scratched at the wall, which was severed like pudding and collapsed. Stop destroying things. We need to keep using this room. Daragan clicked his tongue, examining Selene's wound. It's severe. Although the Archbishop-class Selene's aura should have healed all of her wounds, a strange power inside the scar was preventing the regeneration and was continuously causing her to feel burning pain, ghastly energy, and a very powerful one at that. It looks like it will take a long time to get rid of it. That's why that guy needs to be killed at all costs. Enough murderous intent to give a person goosebumps burst from Selene's eyes. I'll kill him. I'll tear his flesh, grind his bones and blood, and drink it. This wound won't disappear even if you kill Rayon. It might even last forever because of the resentment. Moreover, he injected bloody energy inside Selene's wound before turning around. They are going to arrive soon. Get yourself changed and finish your preparations. Q, damn it, damn it, Selene shouted, slamming the ground. Dragon's office trembled to the point where it seemed like it could collapse. That's why I told you to gather information first. It's because of your gluttony. Shut up, you also would have wanted to suck his blood before anything else if you had seen him. Was he that good? Ha, he's mine. I have no intention of getting over this after all he did to me, by any means. It wasn't a complete loss. What? While you were getting shredded by him, the plan on my side succeeded. Darian snapped his fingers and the office door opened. Men wearing white robes entered to put a man and a woman who were unconscious down. They were Eneild and Princess Jaina, who were hospitalized in the clinic after being defeated by Rayon. I personally went to capture them after I heard the news that they were at the clinic. If we can take these two, it'll be extremely profitable for us. The King of Balkar is going to rampage. He might even declare war against Sieghart. Didn't Moral install magic artifacts on them? Of course, I removed them all before bringing them here. Do you think I'm an amateur like you? Daragan's wrinkled mouth curved into a thin, jeering smile. I'll give you Eneild if that person allows it, so you can drink from him and heal that wound. What a sly old man. Selene acknowledged her defeat, then frowned. It looked like her anger had also died down, as her golden eyes turned calm. However, none of them noticed the glowing red pins on Eneild and Jaina's clothes. Rayon abandoned his original plan of going to the Thieves' Guild, instead going to the City Hall with Rimmer. He entered the conference room alongside Moral, who was staying behind, and the swordsmen and magicians that had returned. We managed to discover the enemy's identity. Rayon covered the conference room with an energy barrier so that the sound wouldn't escape before stepping onto the platform. Huh, really? So fast? Wow. It wasn't just the light-winded jaws of Moral and Salamon's magicians also dropped. It was normal for them to be shocked, as he had discovered in a few hours something that City Hall couldn't figure out in several months. I'm sure many of you must have expected this already, but the ringleader of the disappearances is the white blood religion. He took out a cloth covered in Selene's blood while mentioning the white blood religion. People's eyes wavered upon seeing the murky light, which didn't look like the blood of a living creature. Unpleasant color. White blood religion, I knew it was them. Q. Those nasty bastards. As expected of armed organizations of the Six Kings, the Light Wind and Salamon didn't fear the white blood religion of the Five Demons. Instead, they were filled with fighting spirit. However, one person was spreading an extremely intense murderous intent instead. Martha. Her black eyes glowed like the hellfire, spreading a frightening murderous intent. It was fierce enough to make everyone inside the conference room turn back to look at her. Why is the beef girl acting like that? Was it the white blood religion? Rayon narrowed his eyes, looking at the vicious fire burning in Martha's eyes. He thought she just had a peculiar personality because she always looked angry so far, but it was apparently because she was a victim of the white blood religion before joining Sieghart. How did you get that blood, and where did you encounter the white blood religion? Moral pointed at the cloth with Selene's blood, his eyes wide. Religion, our religion, sir. Q. Rayon repeated the end of his sentence. Moral gritted his teeth and added, sir, to the end. On my way to the Thieves' Guild. Rayon told them everything about his fight against Selene and about her running away. Why you cut an archbishop and made her run away, but he became a swordsman only recently. Oh. Moral's eyes were trembling in disbelief, and the magicians of Salamon were also swallowing nervously. Seriously, you. Buran also exclaimed in shock. White blood religion. Runnan and Martha were just staring at the bloody cloth, but their emotions were completely different. Unlike Runnan, who wasn't really feeling anything as she looked, Martha was glaring at it as if she wanted to kill it dead immediately. It's regrettable. Moral turned his head, sighing briefly. They aren't going to reappear anymore. No matter how crazy the white blood religion is, they aren't going to make their move after Sieghart and Balkar discovered their identity. He was right. Since they needed to take away the people they kidnapped, they should be preparing their escape. However, it was different this time. Slam, as Rayon was about to speak, the conference room's door burst open and Zadis, who said he was going to visit the clinic, entered. We are in big trouble. He immediately continued, his hands trembling. Princess Jaina and Anild, who were in the clinic, have disappeared. What? Huh. Everyone stood up in surprise upon hearing that the princess and Anild had disappeared. The healers, knights, and magicians in the clinic as if they had fainted, and the princess and Anild were the only ones that disappeared completely. Impossible. There was no reaction from the artifacts. The artifacts were found on the beds they were in. Zadis raised his hand, showing them 2 necklaces and 2 rings. Damn it, they got us. Damn it. Moral and the magicians clenched their fists, and the light-wind swordsmen also swallowed nervously as they didn't expect that to happen. Clap, as everyone was panicking, a clapping sound snapped them out of it. Calm down. How can I calm down right now? We have to do something. If we don't find the princess somehow, this whole city will be enveloped in flames. Even Zeeghart might get in trouble. It's okay. Rayon faced everyone's gazes, eyes as nonchalant as always. The location of where the princess and Anild have been taken. He took the red pin from his collar, placing it in his hand. Once he brought forth the 10,000 flames cultivation's energy, the pin floated by itself and pointed in a direction. The location of the archbishop that ran away. Rayon smiled faintly, looking at the people whose jaws dropped. I know them both. The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman. The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman. That's the pin you gave us earlier. Burin narrowed his eyes, looking at the red pin on Rayon's hand. You told us to keep it with us because you can locate it, right? He took a pin from his pocket. The other swordsmen also took out their pins. Yes, since they contain my aura, I can locate them. Rayon nodded. So how can you find the princess and Anil's locations with that? They don't have the pins. They do. They do. Really? Why does the princess have that? The eyes of both the swordsmen and the magicians widened when he said they had one. I put them on their clothes after they fainted. Rayon chuckled, putting the pin back on his collar. Just why? How did you even know? The people inside the conference room gasped in bewilderment. I figured that if I were one of the 5 demons and realized that the princess and Anild had collapsed, I would target them for sure. Or are you saying you predicted this to happen? Rather than prediction, it was more like I can find their location if it happens, and it's fine if not. Seriously. Rayon spoke casually and people shook their heads. Rimmer was the only one smiling, his hands behind his head with fingers laced together. Wait, Moral, who had been silent, raised his hand. The strategy you used by putting a pin on them was outstanding enough, to the point that it's difficult to believe a novice swordsman did that, however. Do I really have to talk respectfully in this situation? The contract has to be abided by. D did that, sir. However, they even removed my artifacts. There's no way your pins remained intact. No, they are still there. Rayon definitely shook his head, pointing his finger at the pin Burin was holding. That pin is made of flaming steel. Since it's made by melding my aura into the heat of flaming steel, no one except for me can feel anything special about the pins. Now that you mention. Moral swallowed nervously, then nodded. I can't feel any energy from the pin. Before Rayon mentioned it, he didn't even notice that the pin contained an aura. He just thought that it was a red pin. What the hell is this guy? His might and actions surpassed his age, and his preventative measures were pretty much perfect. It was difficult to believe that he was a novice in every aspect. He would have believed it if he was a veteran or even the head of an organization. It's probably better than that ruffian elf. To be honest, Rayon looked like the Light Winds leader rather than Rimmer, who was spacing out to the side. One more thing. Rayon raised his finger. There's another reason why I'm sure that Anild and Princess Jaina's locations are correct. Another reason. Yes, the Archbishop of White Blood Religion that fought against me is with them. Did you even know about the Archbishop's location? Upon mentioning that he knew her location, people's eyes started to waver violently. How do you know that? I put a pin on her clothes while fighting her. Wait, you put the pin on her while fighting? Against an archbishop? Burin gasped in bewilderment. Yes, I could have killed her on the spot, but I released her on purpose since we needed to figure out the location of the Porven branch. Rayon nodded. Just like a hunter that released a rabbit to find their den, he released the archbishop to discover the location of their branch. And that plan worked perfectly. Where is their location? Let's attack them right away. Moral stood up while flapping his robe, urging him to attack. Sir Moral and Salaman have to stay here. What? Why should we? Why should we? Why should we, sir? Just like I said before, the Archbishop's companion can use a sorcery to move long distances. If he manages to escape, he will come to Porven's center to either avoid attention or take hostages, which you need to stop. Magicians are better than swordsmen at dealing with something like that, after all. Even so, the princess and my student are there. We obviously have to go. You have to think about the big picture right now. We are better at attacking, and Salaman is better at protecting everyone. But Because Rayon's argument was objective, Moral bit his lips, unable to insist any further. Moreover, there might be people that aren't white blood fanatics mixed in there. It will be difficult for you to distinguish between them while using your magic. Q. We will save the princess and Eneild at all costs as long as they are alive. I swear it. Rayon saluted with his sword, his eyes serious. It was his vow as a swordsman. Ha, all right. Moral sighed in resignation, lowering his hand. Rayon bowed at Moral before looking at the light wind. Let's go. We are leaving right away before they notice the pin's presence. He left the conference room right after saying that. Yes, Martha ran out while grinding her teeth, and the other light wind members followed her with nervous expressions. There's nothing left for me to do. Rimmer slowly stood up, smiling like a slippery fox. Rimmer. Moral grabbed Rimmer's shoulder when he tried to leave. What the hell is that monster? He was pretty surprised when he overwhelmed and beat up Eneild, but the shock he felt just now was in another dimension from that. He couldn't believe that he was only 17 years old. He's even better than him. Bulkar also had a young monster, but while his might probably matched Rayon's, Moral felt like he was definitely far behind in terms of strategy and action. Was he personally raised by the destructive king of North or something? How did a monster like that come to be? No way. Rimmer chuckled. He helped a little, but he grew up with his own power. He surpassed both my help and the head of house's help, growing on his own. What nonsense. You should watch him closely. Zieghart's, or rather the continent's, history will be rewritten by Rayon's hand. He swirled his hand before leaving the conference room. History. Moral swallowed nervously, looking at the door Rimmer left through. He would have normally laughed at him, but he had a strange feeling that it would actually come true. Ha, let's go. We should do our job. He left the conference room alongside Salamon's magicians, a slightly tired expression on his face. Rayon was standing at the hill along with the Light Wind members, where they could see the place that was probably the White Blood religion's local branch. It's over there. He pointed at an old-fashioned mansion below the hill. It was the house located in the north of Porvan City, belonging to a merchant family praised for their usual good deeds. Since a merchant house could easily use the carriages, it must have been convenient for kidnapping people. That's the White Blood religions. Martha breathed heavily as if she were about to dash out immediately. Her black eyes were emanating something that couldn't even be called murderous intent anymore. It's more serious than I thought. It looked like she would swing her sword even if she were about to die. Rayon decided to watch Martha closely during the battle, so that's the location. Rimmer scratched his chin and licked his lips. However, we can't just attack them there. Not all of them will be white blood fanatics. We can just attack. Rayon answered, grasping the blade of Requiem that was wailing more fiercely than ever. They are all white blood fanatics, except for those that are locked up underground. Huh, really? Yes, the wailing blade of Requiem was telling him that everyone inside the mansion was a white blood fanatic that had learned the White Spirit Aura. The first team attacks from the front and the third team attacks from behind. The second team infiltrates from the right side and rescues the hostages underground. Make sure to always maintain the light wind formation as you move. How about the left side? I'll be there with the squad leader. We will immediately go underground, just like the second team, and fight the executives. I'll take care of Celine, so squad leader, please take care of the executive that used the teleportation spell. We need to quickly neutralize him in order to prevent their escape. That's not difficult, but... Rimmer licked his lips with a sour face. Don't you think you look like the squad leader? I have no presence here at all. You never had any to begin with. Burin snorted and shook his hand. Runnan calmly stood up, and Martha was spreading a frightening amount of murderous intent. I'll make the first strike. Holding the blade of Requiem in a reverse grip, Rayon ran down the hill. He raised the 10,000 flames cultivation's energy to the maximum, then mixed it with the ghastly energy of the blade of Requiem. Wayap, the flame spirit of the 10,000 flames cultivation, imbued with ghastly energy, decorated the sky by creating an explosion of crimson fire in the middle of the mansion. Celine was headed to Daragan's office, wearing the archbishop coat with 3 lines drawn at the center. Daragan was doing his hair while wearing the archbishop coat as well. The preparations finished a long time ago. When is he even coming? He'll be here soon enough. Having to bow to that young guy is really repulsive. Be careful of what you say. Even though he used to be under you, he's currently the Lord's student. Moreover, he's not the only one that is coming. What? The 10th White Spirit said he was coming along as training. You should behave yourself. That strict guy. Damn it, nothing's going well. Celine grit her teeth, massaging her arm, which wasn't perfectly reattached yet. You should stay here and guard those two. Darian neatly swept his hair back before pointing at Princess Jaina and Eneild, who were tied to the wall. Are you telling me to watch some hostages? Would you prefer to accompany the White Spirit instead? Arg. Celine frowned, then nodded in agreement. I'll escort them here, so make sure to hold back your arrogance. I know, I'll be back. Daragan wore a white hood on his head to completely hide his face as he left the office. Damn it, how did I end up like this? Arg, Selene ground her teeth while touching the wound on her shoulder. Although Daragan used his bloody energy, the wound wasn't healing at all. It was a really terrible injury. That bastard, Rayon Zeekhart. And she thought about the fact that it was because of that damn bastard that she was feeling such pain and humiliation. She started boiling in anger. I'll kill you. I'll kill everyone related to you, no matter what, and drink their blood. Selene was resolving herself to get her revenge, looking at the wound on her arm. Bam! The sound of a huge explosion could be heard from upstairs, and the entire underground trembled as if it were an earthquake. What's going on? Selene looked up, her eyes wide. White spirit? No, there's no way. There was no way a white spirit would suddenly start attacking the mansion, not unless they decided to abandon the branch. It must have been an emergency that even Daragan hadn't anticipated. Then upon feeling the energy from upstairs, Selene bit her lip so harshly that it nearly bled. It was a powerful energy that she had directly faced a few hours ago. It was Rayon Zeekhart's energy. Why is that crazy bastard here? She tried leaving the office in surprise. Slam! The sound of a second explosion could be heard, and the ceiling collapsed. Amidst the dust, scorched in black, she could hear the voice that made her the angriest she'd been since she was born. Is this the White Blood's Porvan branch? Yo! Red eyes sparked frighteningly in the sinking dust. Rayon Zeekhart, why are you here? The man standing on the collapsed ceiling was Rayon Zeekhart, who she wanted to chew up to death. Rayon snickered at flustered Selene. Did you ask why? It's because you showed me the path here. What? You were wearing a coat, but you didn't change your clothes. He raised his finger to point inside the white blood religion coat that Selene was wearing. Clothes. Selene wrinkled her nose, taking off the coat. Noticing the red pin attached at the end of the clothes she was originally wearing, her eyes widened. What is this? It is part of a set with this one. Rayon smiled faintly and pointed at the pin attached to his collar. Selene stepped backward, her teeth chattering. Then you. Yes, I let you go on purpose. After all, I wouldn't have had any way of finding your branch if I killed you back then, though I didn't need to do that when I think about it now. Rayon smiled faintly, looking at Jaina and Anil hanging on the wall. You'd better not think about escaping, as our squad leader went to catch your companion. You are so great. What a damn great guy you are. But there's one thing that you don't know. Selene's energy exploded out, and the blazing white energy rose to her shoulders. Everything's settled if you die right here. I wonder. The moment she tried to use her bloody aura, Rayon used the Supreme Harmony steps. With a single step stretched in a straight line, Rayon ignored the space in an instant and reached the area in front of Selene. What? You have no more chances left. Selene hurriedly controlled the bloody energy she was trying to attack with, trying to switch to defense, but it was pointless. The mixture of ghastly energy of the blade of Requiem and pure energy of the 10,000 flames cultivation created a burning golden flame engulfing the space. The blade, which was imbued with powerful energy, slashed through Selene's bloody energy and shredded her arm once again. Selene screamed at the unbearable pain. A serious amount of blood was flowing from the arm that was cut by the dagger. How? I told you. Rayon coldly smiled, twirling the dagger. I went easy on you earlier. Shut up. Selene's arm wasn't completely severed, probably because she instinctively pulled her arm away at the last moment. However, it looked like she couldn't regenerate it. Blood kept gushing out, and she was unable to restitch the wound. I'll kill you. Selene pulled off the skin on her hand herself, then gathered her hands. The blood flowing down from her hand and wrist gathered at the center, creating a tremendous amount of boiling power. I saw from outside that there were at least 200 people locked up here. What are you talking about right now? I'm saying that you don't deserve to live. Bullshit. You are the one that's going to die here. Selene shot the bloody energy she had gathered at him with maximum power. Wham! Dozens of streams of bloody energy twisted with each other like vines to cover the space. His vision was completely covered with the wave of bloody energy, with no place to dodge nor escape. Creak. Rayon fixed his grip on the blade of Requiem and controlled as much energy of the 10,000 flames cultivation as he could. The ghastly energy of the blade of Requiem created a yellow trajectory of light in the air. Rayon placed the energy of the 10,000 flames cultivation, following the best path to severe the bloody energy. Wham! The light of resentment bursting from the sparkling crimson blade perfectly severed the light of the bloody energy. This is impossible. Rayon could see Selene's wide eyes between the severed bloody energy. Murky blood gushed from her mouth as she looked at the huge hole that had appeared on the left side of her chest. Rayon Zeeg. Selene collapsed backwards before she could finish calling Rayon's name, gasping out her final breath. The blade of Requiem is the best for fighting the white blood religion, after all. Rayon caressed the blade of Requiem, which seemed to be sucking up Selene's blood. Heavenly Drive was also a legendary sword, but the blade of Requiem was the best when it came down to fighting the white blood religion. Rayon, Rayon looked back upon hearing the soft voice coming from the door. Run-on and Dorian were there. "We've finished rescuing the hostages." She waved her hand, telling him that she had accomplished her mission. "Any casualties?" "No. Good job. Please take the rescued people outside." Run-on nodded in acknowledgement, going back to the corridor. "Then I'm also leave." "You should stay here." He bobbed his finger towards Dorian, who was about to follow Run-on out. "Sorry, I have a job for you." Rayon smiled coldly, looking at Princess Jaina, who still hadn't woken up. "The dog that barks constantly needs a collar." Clap, clap. Jaina slowly opened her eyes at the sound and feeling of someone slapping her cheeks. The man in front of her was Rayon Sieghart, who is the biggest eyesore in the world. "What's wrong with you? Why are you in front of him, Jaina's eyes widened upon noticing that something was hanging around her wrists. When she looked upwards, she saw that shackles attached to the wall were fastened around her wrists and ankles, preventing her from moving. The room was also completely unfamiliar to her, and the ceiling and walls were trembling as if they were going to collapse at any moment. What? Where is this? What did you do to me?" "This is the white blood Porvan branch." Rayon gestured with his chin, spinning the dagger in his hand. White blood branch, yes. And you are here because you were kidnapped by the white blood religion. What nonsense. You can tell from looking around. He pointed at the murky blood on the ground and Selin, who had turned into a corpse. Then, what are you doing right now? Release me right away if you've come to rescue me." "Why should I?" Rayon's mouth curled up into a smile as he looked at her coldly. What? I'm asking why I would save you when you just want to antagonize me. What kind of madness is that? It's perfect, right? If you die here, I can just say that it was the white blood's doing. Why, you are crazy. Do you think Balkar will overlook this matter? No one will know if you die because the ceiling collapsed. Rayon pointed at the ceiling, which was trembling like it would collapse at any moment, covered in holes. Why would you do that? Balkar and Sieghart are allies. Jaina's lips trembled in fear. "We are allies in names only, and we are actually on cat and dog terms, just like you and me. Weren't you only thinking about how to kill me until you got kidnapped? That's why I'm saying farewell." Rayon waved his hand, then turned around. "Wait, please save me. I'll never offend you over again. Even if we meet outside, I will pretend nothing happened and do anything you want. Please," she struggled, and the ceiling and walls started to tremble even more intensely. Are you serious about that?" "Yes, I won't even look at your shadow. Quickly, I already don't like your manner of speech. Please save me. I'll do anything you ask, really." Rayon smiled, stretching his hand to the side. "Special contract. Phew." Dorian sighed slightly, taking out a gilded contract and pen from his belly pocket before giving them to him. He kept murmuring that he didn't have everything while handing them over. "A special contract. You know what this is, right? Since this is created in your country. A special contract was different from a normal contract, since the contractors were forced to abide by the contents because it was imbued with magic. This sounds good." Rayon wrote on the contract that Jaina Balkar would grant 3 requests from Rayon Sieghart, no matter what. Sign. "Are you seriously telling me to sign to something like this? Like this, sir?" "But you said you would do anything, but these contents." "Fine, I'll add that I won't make you risk your life. Are you satisfied?" "You don't want it? That's fine then." Rayon nodded, putting away the contract as if he didn't mind it. He pointed at the ceiling that was boiling like stew, then smiled faintly. "Since there's less than a minute left, say goodbye to the world." Damn it," Jaina screamed, shaking her fingers. "I get it, I got it, I'll sign it, I'll sign it, sir. An excellent choice." Rayon handed Jaina, who started to weep, the contract. Jaina used nothing but her fingers to sign her name on the signature part of the contract. Kring, golden light burst from the contract to create 2 lines, which streamed into Rayon and Jaina's bodies. Jaina would receive a powerful shock in her heart if she didn't carry out the contract. Since there was such a scary price to pay, a special contract was extremely expensive, and it was rarely used. "I'll release you then." Rayon simply swung his dagger, and the handcuffs and shackles suppressing her body shattered. Sniff. "Since it came down to this, I'll tell you a secret as well." As Jaina was grabbing her stinging wrists and ankles, Rayon unsheathed his dagger and stood up. "Secret? What secret? What secret, sir? It's about the butterfly you bought at the auction house." Rayon turned his back on her and continued. "I was the one that took it. I'm sorry. Revealing this fact makes me so refreshed." He left after saying that. The most staggering part was that the ceiling that was about to collapse stopped trembling as soon as he left. Jaina finally realized that she was tricked and her hands trembled. "Kua," she screamed, shouting the name of her new archenemy, Rayon Sieghart. The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman. The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman. Vice squad leader. Dorian came up next to him, glancing at the room Princess Jaina was in. "Isn't there going to be a war if that bitch that princess speaks about what happened here after she returns to Balkar Kingdom?" He frowned while looking at the contract in Rayon's hand, worried about the consequences. "She will never do that." Rayan shook his head, shaking the contract to make it flutter. What? Why? After all that happened, you know that she is a very prideful woman, right? Of course I do. She was tenacious enough to follow and bother us at the gambling house, just because we didn't sell her something. Dorian rubbed his belly pocket, saying that he was even more worried because of that. That's why. Rayan chuckled, then continued. Do you think someone with that much pride would tell people that she signed a one-sided contract with a collateral of Sieghart just to survive? I'm sure she's slapping Enild's cheeks by now to confirm whether he heard it or not. If you're curious, he was unconscious. To prove him right, the sound of a cheek being slapped could be heard from the room. Whoa. Dorian looked up to Rayan in bewilderment. Then how are you going to use that contract? It's best to not make use of it. Rayan carefully folded the contract. What? Why? Isn't this an opportunity to unilaterally benefit from her? This is the leash that's attached to the princess's neck so that she can't act rashly towards us in the future. She's going to avoid me from now on because she's scared of the requests I could make. That's why I wrote 3 requests. I can make 2 orders and leave the last one forever. Whoa. Dorian's jaw dropped as he had never considered something like that. He seemed slightly terrified. Hungry demon, you are a hungry demon. Wrath was shaking all over, his blue eyes distorted. You have the appearance of a human, but you are no different from the hungry demons of devildom. No, you are even worse. Their insatiable hunger isn't only limited to hunger for you. What are you talking about now? Are you trying to turn everyone in the world into your slaves like this? If it weren't for the natural qualities and wisdom of the king of essence would have turned into your slave as well. What a terrible guy. The king of essence is the monarch of devildom. He will never submit to anyone, so don't try anything with him. Wrath shook his hand, telling him to not even think about holding him by a leash. What are you even saying? You are my first doormat. Rayan wanted to say that, but he stopped himself, as that would be killing the goose that laid the golden egg. How did you even come up with that? Dorian gasped as he looked at the contract. I can't believe he is the same age as me. Whenever Rayan made a decision or took action, it always resulted in the best possible outcome. His action patterns and strategy now felt more surprising than his might. He had a new side of him each time a layer was peeled away, just like an onion. You are more mysterious than me. Rayan chuckled, looking at Dorian's belly pocket. There was nothing more mysterious than a pocket that had everything he ordered, despite him saying that he didn't have much. Me? I'm the definition of ordinary. I guess there isn't anyone that is ordinary in the world anymore. It's true, I'm the most ordinary person in the world, but an ordinary person doesn't carry around a club, a log, or a boulder. I told you that they are necessities. You can't deny that they were useful, right? And that's true, he was right. The log, boulder, and the club were all useful at some point. He was a peculiar and funny guy all the same. They are finally here. He quietly turned his head, hearing footsteps from behind them. Jaina and Enild were faltering as they came out of the room at the end of the corridor. By the way. When Rayan judged that they could manage by themselves and was about to go upstairs, Dorian tilted his head. What? How did you shake the ceiling and walls earlier? It's simple. Rayan placed his right foot on the ground, then started shaking it while using aura. The vibration transferred to the walls and ceiling, making the entire corridor tremble as if it were going to collapse. Leg shaking. It's simple, right? He grinned, then went upstairs. Wow. Dorian resolved himself, looking at the walls and ceiling as they stopped trembling. He would rather die than become Rayan's enemy. He's such a scary person. As soon as Rayan reached upstairs, a powerful voice could be heard. Regain your postures, right line. They are coming back. He followed the voice, and Burin and the third team's members were perfectly stopping the attacks from the white blood fanatics by maintaining a small light wind formation. Die in the name of the blood god. The white blood fanatics didn't simply die upon death, they exploded with blood smoke, which was one of the blood spells in their sorcery. The foggy smoke was infused with bloody energy, assaulting Burin and the third team. It's blood smoke. Hold your breath and retreat 5 steps. Get into the lengthening posture for the left line and purifying posture for the right line. Burin remained calm despite the blood smoke spreading. He gave proper instructions to the team, slashing the white blood fanatic running at him without hesitation. Show the blood demons the power of Sieghart. Woa. Kill the evil demons. I expected no less. Rayan smiled in satisfaction as he watched Burin focus on the battle. Burin was the one that could be entrusted with the light wind in his absence. His stability had certainly returned with his comeback. Aren't you going to help them? Dorian pointed at the third team that was still fighting against the white religion fanatics. They will never grow if I help them with everything. Actual battles were the best opportunity for warriors to grow. It would have been a different story if their lives were in danger, but joining them in a battle like that wasn't helping them, as it would kill their potential instead. Let's go to the lobby. Since he had checked on Burin and the third team, next up was the first team that attacked from the front. Since there were more white blood fanatics at the front than the back, they might have been having a more difficult battle. And I'm concerned about Martha. The beef girl's eyes were certainly strange. Yes, she has a grudge. Thinking about the frightening eyes that he saw from Martha before the attack, he went to the lobby. Spurt, when the sunlight coming from the hole in the ceiling created by the explosion of Flame's spirit brushed past his face. A cutting sound of flesh could be heard from the lobby. It was Martha. It was the sound of her sword tearing a white blood fanatic into half. Next, where's the next one? Martha's black hair and white skin were covered in murky blood, and an even more extreme murderous intent was emerging from her eyes. Unable to face that demonic gaze, Dorian stepped back while covering his mouth. It's much more serious than I thought. Rayon narrowed his eyes. Even though the murderous intent wasn't directed at him, he felt like goosebumps were appearing on the back of his hand. She seemed to have an extremely serious grudge. Martha howled like a beast, dashing into the group of white blood fanatics. She exploded her aura like a rearing horse to storm through the surroundings. Damn it, help the team leader. We are giving up on maintaining the formation. Attack their exterior while they are focused on the team leader. Since their team leader Martha was rampaging like a raging tiger, the first team defeated the panicking white blood fanatics one by one instead of maintaining the light wind formation. The King of Essence made a mistake. Wrath licked his lips. The King of Essence should have gone to the beef girl. That's a nice wrath. Wrath, Rayon nodded. An extreme wrath was imbued in Martha's sword. She was sinking into the sea of blood, viewing her enemies as insects rather than human beings. The white blood fanatics dying to her sword numbered over 20. Even though her side had been cut and her thigh was stabbed, she continued her aggression as if she didn't feel anything and kept beheading the white blood fanatics. Follow the team leader. Assist her until the end. Never withdraw, keep fighting. The first team was more focused on following Martha than fighting. It looked like they had gotten attached to her at some point, as they were coordinating the fight while assisting her in a way that allowed them to avoid her getting hurt as much as possible. It looks impossible to stop her, right? Indeed. Rayon nodded. If he tried to stop her, that murderous blade might have been directed at him instead, but I can't just overlook this. Rayon decided to scold her a lot after the battle, though he wasn't sure that was enough to teach her a lesson. Is this where you ended up after running away? Rimmer twirled his sword, looking at Daragan after he drove him into a dead end. Arg, Dalvert. When he gathered his hands and quickly started chanting a spell, Rimmer's wrist curved softly. Slam. The green energy from his blade spread out like a rainbow, destroying every wall surrounding Daragan. Daragan's face went pale as he witnessed the walls getting smashed. A sorcery that moves along walls. That's an interesting ability. Rimmer smiled, observing the collapsed walls. That's how you manage to take people without being noticed by anyone. But look, it's meaningless without any walls. Shut up. Even my head of house hasn't managed to shut my mouth. Do you think you can do it, you bastard? The moment Daragan tried to use a new spell after gathering his hands, Rimmer's eyes sparked. Unable to complete his spell, Daragan's shoulders trembled. A frightening pain could be felt from his wrist. Rimmer's sword had moved without his notice and severed his wrist. Daragan grabbed his severed wrist, stepping back. If you aren't at an apostle's level, it's easy to stop your spells. I can either shut your mouth or cut off your hand. Rimmer smiled, stepping on Daragan's blood as it soaked into the ground. He is so good, even though I didn't teach him. His genius nature really is taking after me. Daragan tried to chant a spell with one hand, but Rimmer didn't overlook him. The moment his wrist moved again, Daragan's left hand also fell on the ground. Daragan's eyes trembled as he watched a serious amount of blood gush from his hands. It's just your hands. Why so serious? A frightening glow appeared in Rimmer's eyes as he walked up to him. You make a hole into a living human's neck to suck their blood. This is mere child's play compared to that. Rimmer. Daragan swallowed nervously. I heard he was injured, though although the rumors said that his energy center and mana circuit were broken, he didn't seem to have weakened at all. The madness in his eyes and his light-hearted manner of speech the crazy elf called the Sword of Light hadn't changed at all. Well then, Rimmer moved his sword into a reverse grip, stabbing his thigh. Since he was using the wind aura, blood gushed out from his thigh like a fountain. Are the people underground everyone you've kidnapped? Where were you planning on sending them? Daragan remained silent once again. That's right, that's a white blood fanatic for you. It would have been disappointing if you had answered right away. Rimmer grinned, using his wind aura again. The blade piercing his thigh vibrated, and Daragan started drooling as his entire body trembled. Don't count on the woman named Selene. My student went to her. She is definitely not going to survive. Huff huff. Daragan grit his teeth, breathing heavily as he tried to endure the pain. I'm not counting on that damn woman. Oh, you must have realized that this place was discovered because of her. There's no way I wouldn't notice since I'm not an insect. Then what are you counting on to maintain that gaze? Rimmer frowned, looking at Daragan's eyes, which still retained hope. Rayon already took care of Selene underground, and Martha was slaughtering overground. Since everything was already over, he couldn't understand why Daragan still had hope. You should have arrived earlier. What, Kyuhyuha? There are two people coming today. Daragon's mouth stretched to the sides into a smile despite coughing out blood. Since they have arrived, you won't be able to survive. The moment he finished saying that, a tremendous energy burst from the first floor for an instant. Martha kept swinging her sword, not even realizing that she had a long wound on her shoulder, waist, and thigh. She couldn't feel anything insignificant like pain. Kill all of the white blood religion. That was the only thought filling her head. There was no room for other emotions or will. The evil demons were in front of her eyes. The order telling her to kill all those white evil demons that assaulted the village after breaking through the walls 12 years ago was fastened around her soul like a shackle. Following the voice resounding in her head, she slashed, and slashed again. She rushed in, whether there were 5 or 10 enemies, and kept swinging her sword. She just kept swinging, as if she forgot about swordsmanship. She didn't care whether her face or her hair was cut, she just kept swinging her sword endlessly towards the white coats. She was fully aware that she shouldn't be fighting like that. She knew that she should have been taking care of the others as the team leader. However, she couldn't come back to her senses after she saw the white blood religion. As if it were an instinct she was born with, she beheaded the white blood fanatics until she was covered entirely by their murky blood. When she felt like she was brimming with strength as the fight continued, the murky blood of white blood fanatics covering the lobby's floor moved on their own to draw a strange pattern. A white light came from the center of the pattern, and a tremendous energy burst out, sending chills down her spine. Ah. Martha opened her mouth for the first time since the start of the battle. Crack. She grit her teeth, noticing the 10 spheres engraved on the left side of the chest of the white coat. She slowly raised her head. A middle-aged man raised his chin, his long black hair swept back, and eyes as sharp as an eagle's. It's him. It's that bastard, the devil that burned up the village, drank the blood of the guards, and kidnapped her mother and the other people. He was the white blood cult leader's student, the 10th apostle. Is this an invasion of Sieghart's young ones? His indifferent voice was just like before. The 10th apostle slowly raised his hand. A diagonal scar could be seen on his hand. It was the hand that turned countless people into bloodbath, the hand that took away her mother and people, and the blood that turned the village into ash. It was the devil's blood that she wouldn't be able to forget even after her death. The concentrated bloody energy was boiling in the 10th apostle's hand, as if it were about to explode. The light wind members that followed her were frightened by the tremendous energy in the 10th apostle's hand, unable to move as if their feet were tied. You son of a bitch. Martha overcame the instinctive fear with her wrath, rushing forward. She wasn't trying to save the team members. Definitely not. In order to kill the 10th apostle, in order to disturb his job, she swung her sword. Slam. The moment she collided with the tremendous energy coming from the 10th apostle's hand, her wrist snapped as if it would break, and blood gushed from her mouth. If it weren't for the azure cloud that her father had given her, she would have instantly lost her life. Although not even a second had passed, she felt like her whole body was being smashed. She wanted to hold out, but it was impossible. The difference in power between them was as wide as the gap between heaven and earth. Again, it's happening again. In order to take revenge against that devil, in order to see that no one else would die by that devil's hand, she kept training with her life on the line, but the difference in power wasn't reduced at all. All she ended up doing was throwing away the life that her mother had saved for her. Strength left her hand. She wanted to tell her team members to run away at least, but she couldn't even do that. I'm seeing you in a new light. It was a good choice, Martha. The moment Azure Cloud was leaving her hand, Rayon's low voice could be heard in her ears, but you can't do it by yourself. The indifferent but slightly warm voice touched her heart, and her vision was dyed with a crimson flame. The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman. The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman. The moment a man with tremendous energy surged up from the blood on the floor, Rayon understood. That man was an apostle, a direct disciple of the white blood cult leader, as the only people that didn't wear hoods among the white blood fanatics were the cult leader and his disciples. The moment he raised his hand, Rayon stretched his left foot forward and used supreme harmony steps. Although his reaction was fast, his senses were ringing in his head, telling him that he was too late. As expected of a monster that had reached master level a long time ago, the apostle understood the situation in an instant and spread around a tremendous amount of bloody energy. He could see the bloody energy concentrated in his hand, shooting out like a cannonball. The tremendous power in the energy wave was at a level the light wind members couldn't endure. Damn it. Rayon ground his teeth, stretching his feet and hands, but he couldn't reach them in time. 1 second, no, just 0.5 second. While he was running while suppressing his nausea, Martha stepped forward and thrust her sword. Slam. The wrist holding her sword snapped in less than a second, but it was enough. Rayon stepped right next to Martha, drawing heavenly drive. He shot the flaming storm on the white blade right away. Whap. The wall of flames surged up like a tidal wave, melting the bloody energy of the apostle completely. He could see a middle-aged man with 10 spheres drawn on his coat over the subsiding flame and bloody energy. The 10th apostle. He had an indifferent expression on his face, as if his attack getting blocked wasn't a big deal. Huff. Martha's teeth chattered and she knelt. However, she didn't stop glaring at the 10th apostle. You son of a bitch, what did you do to my mother? What did you do to everyone in Alang village? With her eyes filled with wrath, a weeping voice burst from her. The sorrowful voice tightened his heart. Alang village, was there a village like that? Hearing the 10th apostle's emotionless response, the flame in Martha's eyes flared up once again. You. I don't know where that village was, but people brought to the main branch mostly end up dying. Your mother should have become someone's food as well. It is an honorable matter. You son of a bitch, Martha shivered as she stood up. Rayon forced her to stop when she tried to attack him right away. Rayon, he is not something you can face. Fuck off, I'm going to kill him, even if it's you. I'm not facing him either. What? He's right, he's mine. A cheerful voice could be heard from the floor. Bomb, the green wind exploded the lobby and Rimmer burst in. Sieghart's sword of light. The 10th apostle frowned, looking at Rimmer's relaxed smile. It's been a long time, 10th apostle. I wanted to kill them before you arrived. What a shame. I already killed your underling before getting here. Rimmer smiled cheerfully, pointing at the murky blood flowing from his blade. How did you find out that this was our branch? Did you think I would tell you that? What arrogance. Do you believe you can fight like before with that broken body? We won't know until we try. Then conversation is unnecessary. Indeed, we don't need to talk. Rimmer shook the blood from his sword, and the 10th apostle created a white spear in the air. Tap. The moment a rock falling from the ceiling reached the floor, the two disappeared. Slam. Rimmer and the 10th apostle hiding their present chest clashed their sword and spear between them, a thrilling amount of energy waves spreading around them. Rumble. The ground started shaking, and the mansion shattered into pieces and started to collapse at that single clash. 7th apostle. How long are you planning on staying hidden there? Once the 10th apostle called the 7th apostle's name while facing Rimmer, another man surged from the center of the lobby. It was a pretty-looking man in his 20s, with purple hair and narrow eyes. Rayon swallowed nervously. That's. He could feel the powerful energy of someone that surpassed the wall at an early age at the latest, in their mid-20s. Master. Befitting his title of 7th apostle, he was a powerful person at master level. Senior, do you even need my help? It was originally your job to come here. The 7th apostle licked his lips. The powerful energy coming from his peaceful expression and relaxed posture gave off an alienated impression. While I'm killing this guy, you shall erase all Siegharts from this place. It's annoying. 7th, white, spirit, I guess it can't be helped. The 7th apostle wrinkled his nose, then stepped forward. Rayon, I leave him to you. Rimmer smiled awkwardly, creating a storm. A green wind burst up like a whirlwind to completely destroy the mansion, and the two people at the center of the lobby disappeared. Well, since it came down to this, let's finish it quickly. Go. The 7th apostle smiled faintly, his hands clasped. Even though he was weaker than the 10th apostle, the light wind members were drenched in a cold sweat as his overwhelming pressure dominated the space. I'm your opponent. Rayon aimed heavenly drive at him, blocking his pressure. Oh, you're so cool. The 7th apostle giggled, clapping his hands. By the way, do you know, everyone that has aimed their sword at me has ended up dead. What a coincidence. Everyone that has aimed their sword at me has also died. Without lowering his sword, Rayon smiled coldly. Interesting. The 7th apostle raised the corners of his lips, his hands open. Let's see if you have the skills to back up your mouth. The moment he said that, he disappeared from the spot. The speed, difficult to follow with the naked eye, was the result of a footwork with extreme quickness. I shouldn't use my eyes to see him. Rayon opened his perception with. Glacier, the 7th apostle, was approaching from the right and below. He pulled back his right hand, swinging heavenly drive. Clong. The 10,000 flames cultivation's aura inside heavenly drive burned fiercely, fending off the 7th apostle's hand as it was thrust at him. Huh, did you block it? He frowned. Rayon blocking his attack wasn't something he expected. It's my turn now, right? Rayon stomped the ground, hacking with the fangs of insanity. The snow-white blade, containing a fierce principle, targeted the 7th apostle's neck. The 7th apostle changed the direction of his ankle to deflect heavenly drive, then mildly slashed with his hand. Although his speed and power were at a different dimension, it was the same as Celine's. Bloody hand technique. The trajectory is the same. Despite being much more powerful, the trajectory was the exact same as Celine's. Kring. Rayon deflected the 7th apostle's bloody hand technique counterattack with a paper-thin difference, then thrust heavenly drive towards his heart. Clang. The 7th apostle didn't panic, taking a step ahead to fend off heavenly drive before it gained enough momentum. HMHMM, it looks like you are skilled enough to talk. The 7th apostle thrust with the bloody hand technique again, a smile on his face. He became even faster, as if he were trying to see how Rayon would react. Rayon couldn't even see the trajectory anymore. It's a relief that I watched it beforehand. Rayon breathed heavily and used the ring of fire. The resonating rings drew the trajectory of the bloody hand technique that Selene had shown him before. Rayon slammed the sword's hilt into the seventh apostle's hand, which was following the same flow. Wasting time was unnecessary. Rayon slashed towards the seventh apostle's neck as he frowned at the sudden pain. Clang! The seventh apostle repelled heavenly drive with his left hand instead of his right, which bounced back before stepping back. Considering the fact that you are reading the trajectory so easily, you already knew about the bloody hand technique. The two clashes were enough for him to figure out that Rayon already knew about the bloody hand technique, I guess. It's obvious that you would learn about the white blood religion's martial art in order to attack them. The seventh apostle stretched his hand into the air. The strange, shining light looked like a gathering of water drops, creating a huge sword in his hand. It wasn't an ordinary sword, it was a saw sword, one with saw blades attached to it. In appreciation for that preparation, I'll use my weapon as well. And twirling the saw sword like a toy, he spread around a frightening, murderous intent. Let's finish this quickly, since it's getting boring. He disappeared once again before the voice faded away. Left side this time. Rayon focused Glacier's perception, and he was able to feel the seventh apostle moving at a tremendous speed. He thrust the fangs of insanity towards his approach. Clang! The clash between the saw sword and heavenly drive created an enormous shockwave. The remains of the mansion collapsed completely. Rumble! Rayon and the seventh apostle pushed their sword and saw sword against each other, meeting in the middle of the mansion, which was filled with gray dust. What are you? How did you block that last blow? It's a trade secret. Are you telling me you are still a Sieghart despite your young age? I shall be more serious as well. The seventh apostle's narrow eyes sparked slightly. The saw sword's trajectory rapidly changed, and dozens of aura blades streamed at Rayon. Probably because they were on a different level, every single one of the aura blades were extremely powerful. Although he was deflecting them with heavenly drive, he was feeling nauseous. I can't continue like this. Rayon resonated the rings of fire, examining the swordsmanship the seventh apostle was using. His twisted trajectory was eccentric. He aimed for the wrist for an instant, but changed to the neck at the next moment, and while he targeted the ankle, he slashed the heart. It was a technique full of varieties. Probably because it had the same root, the flow itself was similar to the bloody hand technique. That meant that there was a simple way to defend against it. He just needed to shove in his strike inside that flow. Rayon analyzed the swordsmanship with the ring of fire, scanning the gap in the flow with Glacier, aiming to block the seventh apostle's swordsmanship with heavenly drive by using the 10,000 flames cultivation. The three energies systematically engaged with each other, allowing him to block the seventh apostle's swordsmanship without much difficulty despite his higher level. Clang, clang, clong. Each time heavenly drive clashed with the saw sword, the seventh apostle's expression stiffened. His lips trembled in disbelief. How do you know about the shifty blood sword? The name of the strange swordsmanship he used was apparently Shifty Blood Sword. I told you it's a trade secret. Rayon grazed the floor with heavenly drive, only to strike upward. The flaming strike raged in a curve like a fishing hook, slashing through the Shifty Blood Sword and engulfing the seventh apostle. Wham! The seventh apostle frowned, gathering the white spirit aura. A white current surrounded his body, crushing the flame. You are rather good for your age. I admit that my judgment was incorrect this time. You deserve to witness this. He chuckled, raising the saw sword. Bumpy aura blades tangled and entwined with each other on the saw blades before radiating a magnificent light, turning into perfectly materialized energy. Astral energy. Rayon chewed his lips. It was astral energy, which was a master's symbol and the proof of surpassing the wall. The seventh apostle apparently decided to use astral energy in the fight. Since it would be annoying to take it back right away, don't die in a single strike. He grinned, kicking off the ground. Instead of coming from the left or right, he charged from the front, slamming down the saw sword that was imbued with astral energy. Let's do it. Rayon didn't withdraw. He drew out the 10,000 flames cultivation to the max, swinging heavenly drive up towards the astral energy-covered saw sword. Slam! The contest between the two swords created crimson sparks and the ground burst with a scream. The seventh apostle's narrow eyes opened up in bewilderment. His half-revealed eyes clearly reflected his shock. Are you stopping the astral energy with an aura thread? What have you even done? It just happened. Rayon smiled faintly, catching his breath. Rimmer was right. Unlike when he was at Haban Castle, his aura thread was currently capable of blocking an astral blade. However, he could feel a numbing pain from his energy center. He'd almost been injured internally by blocking a single blow. The power of astral energy with the intent to kill was definitely on another level. It's annoying but somewhat interesting. Fine, let's see how far you can go. The seventh apostle nodded, then barraged him with astral energy. Shifty Bloodsword's trajectory became even more eccentric, and the power it contained was fierce. That power was capable of tearing apart bone and flesh upon contact. Each time deadly astral energy emerged from the sawsword, chills ran down his spine and the hair on the back of his neck stood on end. It wasn't because he was afraid, but an exhilaration that surpassed his fear sent a thrill through his body. He wanted to sever that astral energy and make the seventh apostle kneel. To be enjoying this fight, you aren't normal either. I didn't expect there to be someone like you around my age. Contrary to his compliment, he swung his saw sword as if he wanted to slash through his bones right away. Who are you calling your peer? You are way older than me. Yes, that's why I need to make sure to kill you, so that you can't reach any higher. That's cheap. Rayon caught his breath as he listened to him say that he wanted to kill him. The seventh apostle must have thought that Rayon was an ordinary highest-rank expert, based on how he'd been so far. He needed to kill him by using the opening that misconception provided. Try blocking this. The seventh apostle thrust his sword even more fiercely than with the Shifty Blood sword, and Rayon was pushed back alongside Heavenly Drive, unable to withstand the power. Huff. Red blood flew from his mouth. It looked like he had sustained a significant amount of damage from the previous attack. It was definitely a crazy idea to face astral energy that was trying to kill him. However, he had no other choice but to keep up that madness. It's getting more interesting. The seventh apostle smiled joyfully, spreading out a wave of astral energy. Same goes for me. Rayon caressed the blade of Requiem, which was silently crying from behind his back, and smiled. Just wait for a moment. I'll let you drink the blood of that crazy bastard soon enough. The sound of explosions turned the ground upside down, and shockwaves kept resounding from the hill in front of White Blood Religion's Porven branch. It was as if it were being bombarded with magic. The colossal clashes between sword and spear continued, and once the mountain started to collapse, Rimmer and the 10th apostle came up to the trembling hill. How unexpected. The first one to speak was the 10th apostle. He glared at Rimmer's eyes, tilting his head. It looked like those younglings were your subordinates. Are you not worried about them? Worry, you are the one that should be worried. What? The youngest apostle you finally got might end up dying. Aren't you afraid? Even though he's young, the fact that he's an apostle means that he's at master level and gained the cult leader's recognition. The one that blocked my sword wasn't that bad, but they can't compare to the 7th apostle. The 10th apostle nonchalantly shook his head. Maybe you can save one of them if you return right now. What bullshit are you saying? The entirety of Porven will turn into a sea of blood on top of the people in that place the moment I let you escape. You are better than before. It looks like you're thinking at least. I've always been great, and we will see whose blood is going to fill the city. Rimmer casually shrugged. You idiot. We'll see about that. An expert can never win against a master. The moment the 7th apostle uses astral energy, there will be no way for your subordinates to win. Well, that normally be true. Rimmer slowly nodded. He was right, since an aura blade or an aura thread couldn't stop astral energy. However, my student isn't normal. He's capable of shredding your student's astral energy by using aura thread. He declared that with certainty and started shooting blades of wind towards the 10th apostle. That's why you should mind your own fight. Crack. Rayon's molars ground slowly. The nausea is getting more serious. It was so damn difficult to fight against a master that was using astral energy. He would have collapsed already if it weren't for the stats strengthening his body and Heavenly Drive's aura amplification ability. Are you resting already? The 7th apostle slashed diagonally with his saw sword, which was burning with astral energy. The tremendous power blasted the air into shreds. Kring. Rayon imbued Heavenly Drive with 10,000 flames, cultivation's energy, and thrust it, following the fangs of insanity's principles. Wham! An enormous shock engulfed his body. It felt like someone was pounding his internal organs with a hammer. Not yet. Rayon caught his breath. He needed to wait until the 7th apostle got more excited to use a more powerful attack. That was the only way he would win. This is getting irritating. The 7th apostle frowned, slamming the ground with the saw sword. It easily crumbled the ground, and a crater that looked like a grave was created. Since it's getting annoying, do it in moderation and die already. He opened his mouth, pretending to yawn. I'm so sleepy, so why are you not dying yet? You already have enough internal injuries, because it's worth trying. Under no circumstances can an expert win against a master. Just die already instead of being annoying. He frowned, swinging his saw sword horizontally. Rayon bent his body backward, dodging the astral energy spreading towards him at a frightening speed. His golden hair fluttered into the air. The 7th apostle had already pulled his saw sword backward, then thrust it forward. Heaven and earth were filled with the white astral energy radiating from the saw sword. Whop! Rayon controlled the 10,000 flames cultivation's energy to the extreme, creating dozens of flowers on his blade. The flaming flower buds fluttered in the wind, clashing with the 7th apostle's astral energy. Bam! The astral energy and flame tangled with each other, creating a huge firestorm. Rayon took a step forward into that hellish scene, where everything in the surrounding area was melted down by the astral energy and flame. Thud. The moment he tried moving to launch a surprise attack on the seventh apostle, who was lowering his saw sword, Marthaho was next to themate her move. That idiot. It was a sudden movement that even made Wrath panic. There was a crazy bitch as well. The seventh apostle snorted, swinging his saw sword at Martha. Damn it. Rayon's lips trembled. They were too far away. His current self wasn't able to block that attack. However, Martha's eyes were clearer than ever. She definitely didn't look like someone that was throwing her life away. Then Rayon trusted Martha's calm eyes, changing direction to charge at the seventh apostle. Die. I'm not going to just die, you son of a bitch. The moment the saw sword was about to slash Martha's neck, she swung Azure Cloud diagonally. The Titan's aura imbued in the blade flew softly, like a waterway, and tilted the saw sword's direction for an instant. Wham! The moment the seventh apostle's saw sword slammed the ground, Martha was sent flying, unable to withstand the shock. She started coughing up blood, but she successfully attracted the seventh apostle's attention for an instant. That was enough. Thud, Rayon extended his left foot. Using the Supreme Harmony steps, which could reach anywhere, he thrust the 10,000 Flames cultivation. Falling sun towards the seventh apostle who had lost his balance slightly. Whap! The flame burning on the sword's point spread like a kaleidoscope, overtaking the seventh apostle. The seventh apostle hurriedly spread around his energy, but the blade of crimson flame passed through him, creating a large cut in his thigh. PSSH, gray blood started spreading on his white pants. A wound, from mere insects like you. The smile disappeared from the seventh apostle's face. He opened his narrow eyes, looking towards the gray blood soaking his pants. His black eyes became distorted in his anger. I'll turn you all into powder. A huge amount of wrath could be heard in his silent voice. As if he had been just playing around up to that point, the manifestation of his energy alone was enough to turn everything around him into powder. It was so powerful that it was difficult to breathe. It felt like the word death hanging right behind his back. However, that crisis was also an opportunity. That moment was the veil between life and death. Rayon took out all the remaining energy of the 10,000 Flames cultivation. He was using all the aura he could, as if he didn't mind fainting after the clash. Whap! The flame burning on Heavenly Drive was more intense than ever. It almost felt like the sun was stretched out across it. Pointless. The seventh apostle frowned, brandishing his saw sword. An even more intense and brutal astral energy appeared on the distorted saw blade. The intense heat haze shimmering from it felt like it could even melt the air. Such a weak flame can't stop my sword any longer. Approaching with heavy steps, he amplified the astral energy on his saw blade even further. Brandishing the saw blade, which grew as huge as a club, his mouth curved into a deadly smile. I'll send you off all at once so that you won't feel lonely. The seventh apostle approached him while dominating the space, slamming down the saw sword. It was a simple attack, but it was pretty much a heavy sword that could crush the body. Once the ferocious astral energy started falling down, fissures appeared in the distorted space. Is it over? The moment everyone in the area fell into despair, crimson lightning appeared from Rayon's eyes. It's the same. The seventh apostle's attack had the exact same flow as the swordsmanship he'd been using. Even though it contained tremendous power, it was possible to pierce through it. It had the same flow. Rayon thrust his right arm, which was pulled back forward. Heavenly Drive was engulfed in crimson flame, forming the shape of a dragon's head with its mouth wide open. 10,000 Flames cultivation, 10th flame, flame dragon art. 10,000 Flames cultivation's technique with the highest firepower was shot towards the opening created by the seventh apostle. I knew you would do that. The moment the flame dragon art deflected the astral energy, about to pierce through the seventh apostle's heart, a terribly calm voice could be heard from him. I knew that you would aim for the moment I became excited. He spoke as the saw sword twisted in a direction that should have been impossible, aiming to sever the neck of the flame dragon created by Heavenly Drive. You fought well, but this is as far as you go. As soon as the dragon's head was torn off by the saw blade of astral energy, the seventh apostle smiled coldly, thrusting his left hand. Die. Rayon's eyes retained their light, despite facing the extremely deadly hand. That moment was the true opportunity. He thrust Heavenly Drive and drew the blade of Requiem with his left hand, which he had pulled back. As if it was complaining that he had held it back for so long, the blade of Requiem created a clear resonance, emanating a terrible amount of ghastly energy. The seventh apostle noticed it, creating a huge barrier with bloody energy, but it was already too late. The blade of Requiem's trajectory was the fastest path he had created himself. Rayon Sieghart-style swordsmanship. First form, Frost Pond. The magnificent halo appearing on the blade of Requiem, mercilessly ripped the seventh apostle's bloody energy to shreds. The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman. The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman. Bomb, after the explosion created a huge crater at the midpoint of the mountain, Rimmer and the 10th apostle stepped back, glaring at each other. Your might is completely different from the rumors that claim you are disabled. The 10th apostle narrowed his eyes, slamming his white spear into the ground. His eagle-sharp eyes were glowing fiercer than before. Rumors are always frivolous. Rimmer smiled, twirling his sword before supporting it on his shoulder. If the entire continent knows a rumor, it can't be wrong. Did you overcome it with a different method than martial arts? I wonder. It doesn't matter. An intense, murderous intent crawled out from the 10th apostle's emotionless eyes. I have advanced while you were stagnating in order to overcome your injury. He raised his spear once again. The white astral energy that burst from the spear's blade distorted the atmosphere. Yes, everyone must have been advancing. However, recovering isn't the only thing I've been doing either. Rimmer smiled faintly while raising his sword. He controlled his breath so that he could open the sword field creation at any moment. Then I didn't need to control my power from the start. The 10th apostle swirled the spear in the air before stomping the ground. Contrary to the collapsing ground, the enormous energy wave burst into the sky. The astral energy became concentrated, as if it were evolving to the next level, and created a huge spark. This is a bit unexpected. Rimmer frowned slightly, looking at the 10th apostle's astral energy burning on the blade of his spear. My first mission might be my last one. Do your best at enduring it so that you won't die in a single strike. The 10th apostle aimed his spear at him, and a frightening amount of energy flew out from the blade. It was the white blood religion's characteristic space domination. Tusk, I don't exactly like such laborious fights, though. Rimmer clicked his tongue. With his blade pointed upward, he aimed at the ground with his fingers. He was preparing to activate the sword field creation right from the beginning of the battle. As the entire mountain was collapsing from the wave of aura emerging from the two people. Bam! A powerful aura blasted from the mansion, which was now powder, and someone's vitality has been reduced to less than half. Without saying anything, Rimmer and the 10th apostle transferred the power they were about to use to clash with each other to their footworks, dashing towards the mansion like rays of light. ZZZT, the blade of Frost Pond blended with the ghastly energy of Blade of Requiem and pierced through the bloody energy of the 7th apostle, creating a deep wound in his chest. This is nothing. He tried swinging his saw sword as if it weren't a big deal, but that was a mistaketh second blade of Frost Pond was even sharper. Gush, just like the waterfall bouncing back up upon reaching the pond, the blade of frost followed the silver trajectory to pierce through the right side of the 7th apostle's chest. Tusk, Rayon clicked his tongue. He was aiming for his heart, but the right side of his chest was pierced instead. The 7th apostle reacted in that short instant, managing to avoid his heart being pierced. It seemed that he didn't reach master by playing hopscotch. The 7th apostle stepped back, faltering. Although his heart was safe, having his chest completely ripped apart must have been a serious injury, as gray blood gushed from his mouth and the astral energy in his saw sword gradually lost its light. The regeneration ability of the white spirit aura was healing his body, but it seemed to be a struggle because of the huge wound. Thud, Rayon kicked the ground, leaping forward. His body was also in a worse state from using the Flame Dragon art and Frost Pond despite having been internally injured, but he needed to finish him right away, wasn't going to get another opportunity. He used Flame Spirit of the 10,000 Flames cultivation with heavenly drive. The flaming crimson flower petals spread out through the wind towards the 7th apostle's vitals. With a shout that sounded like a scream, the 7th apostle exploded the bloody energy in his saw sword. It spread out in a circular shape to clash against the Flame Spirit and created multiple explosions. Everything's over if I withdraw. Rayon endured the fierce explosion with his body, stabbing his opponent with the blade of Requiem held in reverse grip. The crimson blade pierced through the bloody energy, slamming into the 7th apostle's shoulder. PSSH, the liquid gushing from his shoulder looked like something between blood and rusty water. The 7th apostle couldn't pull himself together, flailing his saw sword in all directions. Since the astral energy wasn't completely gone, the floundering attack was still dangerous. I shouldn't get hit at all. If he accidentally bumped into it or got hit, he wouldn't be able to continue his attacks. He needed to keep stabbing the 7th apostle while avoiding his attacks. Rayon used the Ring of Fire to analyze the blades thrashing in random directions, before using Revolving Sky with heavenly drive and the Star Connecting Sword with the blade of Requiem. Clang, A wheel of flame consisting of the smooth curves of a crescent moon deflected the seventh apostle's saw sword. Slam! The moment the saw sword hit the ground, Rayon thrust the blade of Requiem with his left hand. The prevalent flow of the star-connecting sword and the ferocity of ghastly energy mingled with each other, making the crimson blade dance fiercely. Slash! Blood scattered from the seventh apostle's shoulder, chest, wrist, and thigh as the blade of Requiem brushed past. Qa, get away from me. The seventh apostle thrust his saw sword. Although it contained a mind-boggling amount of energy, the trajectory was too simple. He had lost his composure. Hup! Rayon held his breath, then moved his body. Ignoring the saw sword cutting his waist, he slashed with heavenly drive and the blade of Requiem, one after the other. Bam! The moment the two blades were about to reach the seventh apostle, the concentrated bloody energy in his chest exploded with a white flame. Rumble! The mansion's foundation finally collapsed, and Rayon fell to the underground corridor where the villagers used to be caged, as did the seventh apostle. Huff, huff. Rayon glared in front of him, breathing heavily. The seventh apostle could be seen over the fiercely rising smoke. His hair was disheveled, his body was covered with blood, and his eyes had lost focus. Judging from the way he was holding his saw sword downward, he didn't seem to have any strength left to raise his sword. The end was near. I'll finish. Rayon. The moment he fixed his grip to walk towards him, the deadly sensation that he used to feel when he was an assassin could be felt as he heard Wrath's warning. He didn't even have time to look back. I need to give up on an arm. He twisted his body, resolving himself to give away an arm for the price of retaining his life, when the cheerful sound of wind could be heard. Clang. A powerful shockwave exploded from right behind him at the clash of tremendous energies. As he was sent flying by the shockwave, someone's hand grabbed his clothes to stop him. Ha! Rayon looked around and frowned. Why are you always late? It's cool when the protagonist is late. Rimmer grinned, releasing his grip. The one that attacked him from behind wasn't there anymore. The moment he clashed against Rimmer, he used that force to instead end up landing right next to the seventh apostle. 10th apostle. Rayon furrowed his brows, looking at the 10th apostle as he supported the seventh apostle. Can't you even kill an enemy despite being the protagonist? He has surpassed another wall in the last 20 years. He got a bit too strong. Moreover, I didn't have time to stop him because he ran here right after that young guy was defeated by you. Rimmer shrugged, pointing at the seventh apostle. But looking at the way you almost killed the seventh apostle, I have no excuse. His eyes were clearly reflecting his surprise. He apparently just wanted Rayon to hold out against him, and never imagined him actually defeating the seventh apostle. Q.S. Sr. I can't believe what I'm witnessing right now is reality. The 10th apostle frowned, looking at the seventh apostle, whose entire body trembled in pain. The fact that a master had lost against an expert was surprising, even for him Somyeon that had a seemingly unbreakable composure. Did you do this? The 10th apostle's agitated gaze was directed at Rayon. What if I did? He nonchalantly nodded, facing the 10th apostle's terrifying energy wave. Even though you are at the highest rank, an expert managed to defeat a master. This can be called a history in the making. I didn't lose. I was just careless and made a mistake. Avoiding mistakes is part of your skill. I can kill him for sure if I fight him again. It's true. Stop your legs from trembling before you speak. You would have been dead already if it weren't for me. Dissatisfied by the situation, the 10th apostle's voice was ice cold. Let's leave this as our defeat for today. The 10th apostle stood up, carrying the 7th apostle on his shoulder. And no, that bastard. I won't leave unless I kill that bastard. Shut your mouth, Ku. The 7th apostle kept shouting, despite being unable to stand by himself. Where are you trying to go? You son of a bitch. Martha stood up, coughing up blood. You can't leave. I'll kill you both right here, you and that narrow-eyed son of a bitch. She managed to stand straight despite her trembling limbs. She's right. Who said you are allowed to leave? Rayon pointed his sword at the 10th apostle. His body was exhausted, his aura was running out, and the internal injury was making him nauseous, but the tip of his blade was unwavering. It looks like the man behind you thinks differently. Rayon turned to look back. Just as the 10th apostle said, Rimmer's sword was pointing downward, showing that he had no intention to fight. Well, it's possible to keep fighting. We should be able to kill those two as well, however. Rimmer licked his lips, pointing at the light wind members on the floor above, and the hostages that hadn't managed to run away yet. Including you and me, every light wind member here is going to die. We have many to protect here. He was calm, as if he were speaking of someone else's business. What is your decision? Rimmer asked, looking at Rayon and Martha one after the other. He seemed to be saying that he would fight if they wanted. Because he said that everyone's lives were at risk, Martha bit her lip, unable to insist. He's right. Wrath, who had been silent, popped out from the bracelet. The guy in front of you has surpassed the level that people call master. Shitty Ears might manage to kill him by opening the field like last time and risking his life in the process, but you, the beef girl, and Shitty Eyes are all going to die. You should have realized it already. This isn't like you, because what they are doing makes me angry. Wrath was right. He would have normally withdrawn at this point. The reason he was persisting, despite feeling the 10th apostle's power, was because of the double facade those damn bastards were showing. Despite all you've done, do you still cherish your fellow students? What? The 10th apostle lowered his brows, asking what he meant. You must know what this place is made for, right? It's a cage where your underlings kidnap peaceful people, locking them up like beasts. Rayon pointed at the cages, where the iron bars had shattered during the collapse. I asked if you still consider your fellow students dear, despite destroying the villages of peaceful people living with their families, dragging them away to drink their blood and devour their flesh. Rayon grasped the blade of Requiem, which was vibrating like crazy tightly, spreading his murderous intent. I asked you whether you still hold your family dear, despite having forgotten the names of villages that you've destroyed and the names of tribes that you covered in blood. He would have let them go without saying such a thing in his previous life. He would have breathed out a sigh of relief, glad that he managed to survive. However, in his life as Rayon Sieghart, he had learned about the preciousness of the family and the place he could feel comfortable. Because he became aware of that life, he couldn't suppress the nauseous fever inside him. The 10th apostle didn't say anything. However, his eyes glowed more fiercely in irritation. Trash should be honored to become our food. We are bringing them salvation from their worthless lives. The 7th apostle ground his teeth, glaring at Rayon. Then you are also trash and worthless because you lost to me. You lost despite being stronger than me. If I were you, I would have bitten my own tongue and killed myself on the spot. Why, you got lucky. If we were to fight again, you wouldn't even be able to take a hit from me. The loser should shut up. Rayon ignored the 7th apostle, going to Martha and grabbing her shoulder while looking at the 10th apostle. 10th apostle, the survivor of a village that you don't even remember is going to kill you. I'm going to make that happen. This is my declaration. Martha looked back with her eyes round open. Her shoulders were trembling in confusion. The 10th apostle laughed. Sounded like both a mockery and his way of accepting the challenge at the same time. Why, you will die in my hands before that happens. I'll find you and kill you as soon as I'm healed. The 7th apostle raised his trembling finger. It's impossible for you. What? I'll have become a master before our next encounter. You won't even hold a candle against me when we are both masters, not when you've already lost to me while I'm an expert. You'd better run away as soon as you see me, you arrogant bastard. The 7th apostle's face turned red in anger and embarrassment. Do you believe it's that easy to become a master? The wall can't be surpassed so easily. Even someone like you has surpassed it. There's no way I wouldn't be able to do it. Why, you bastard, senior, please release me. I won't leave before I kill him. Hearing Rayon's confident answer, the 7th apostle glared at him in bewilderment. You will never act. As the 7th apostle was about to curse, the 10th apostle hit his neck to knock him unconscious. You've got a wild mouth. What is your name? I am Rayon Sieghart. Rayon Sieghart and the survivor of an unknown village. I'll gladly look forward to meeting you again. The 10th apostle carried the 7th apostle on his shoulder as he left. Stop boasting, you murderous bastard, my mother. He took a glance at Martha, who cursed at him, and disappeared in an instant. The moment the 10th apostle was gone, Martha knelt on the floor and collapsed. It looked like she'd been maintaining her strength with her wrath, even though she should have fainted a long time ago. You did a great job. Rimmer walked up to him with a smile. Rayon shook his head. He only managed to face and talk to the 10th apostle because Rimmer gave him the strength. Despite usually looking useless, Rimmer was helpful at times like that. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about your victory against the 7th apostle. That's something I obviously had to do. Obviously had to do, You must be the only one that can talk about a master like that. Rimmer exclaimed in bewilderment. You should rest too. Yes, I think so. Rayon coughed out the blood that he had been suppressing in his throat. The internal injury he had taken each time he clashed against the astral energy had become so serious that he couldn't endure it any longer. Even willpower couldn't help him any further. I'll leave it to you then. Rayon closed his eyes, feeling the vibration of the blade of Requiem as it absorbed the bloody energy from the 7th apostle and the archbishop, as well as the sensation of multiple messages appearing. The whole world turned white. Rimmer caught Rayon as he collapsed, using his aura to settle his internal injuries while exhaling slowly. I'm not sure how I should take this. Since he'd been watching Rayon, he was well aware of his might and expected that he could somewhat hold out against the 7th apostle. That was why he was trying to analyze the 10th apostle's power to decide whether he should end the fight in a draw or kill him even if he were to be crippled. However, Rayon defeated the 7th apostle and concluded the situation, rendering his choice unnecessary. He surprises me every time. Since he didn't expect such an outcome, he was more confused than surprised. An expert that defeated a master, such an occurrence in a one-on-one fight had never happened before. Rayon had pretty much changed a fixed rule of the world. What I told Moral really came true. He laughed bitterly. He bragged to Moral that Rayon would rewrite the continent's history, and that really ended up happening. And that was really admirable. The way Rayon declared that he would have Martha kill the 10th apostle, who was at a grandmaster's level, was both shocking and thrilling at the same time. My decision was correct. He could confirm once again that he was right in choosing Rayon as the king that would open the new era. My remaining life is for you. Rimmer smiled as he carried unconscious Rayon and Martha. He really defeated an apostle. This is going to turn the whole continent upside down, whether they believe it or not. The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman. The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman. Rayon opened his eyes with difficulty. He could see a luxurious ceiling, where the harmony between right angles and curves resembled a piece of art. Where am I? Judging from the majestic appearance of the ceiling, it definitely wasn't the clinic. He wasn't sure why, but Rimmer must have brought him there. He tried raising his body while looking around, but every single part of his body hurt. From his fingers to his energy center, a shooting pain could be felt throughout his entire body. It's certainly difficult to defeat a master. A master's astral energy with killing intent was so powerful that he could barely last. The fifth clash created an internal injury, and he barely managed to suppress the blood flowing up from his throat during that last clash. Considering the fact that he hadn't completely recovered, despite a healer presumably visiting Hima's, well as Sloth's effect during his Sleepy's body, must have been in the worst possible state, to the point that he really could have died. Rayon stood up while exhaling slowly. Although it still felt painful, it wasn't unbearable. You woke up so late. As he was about to leave the bed after putting away the blanket, Wrath popped out from the ice flower bracelet. You are really pathetic. To be in such a state after winning against a weakling like that, what a frail body you have. Wrath clicked his tongue, saying that it was an embarrassment. Is that so? Rayon snickered, looking at Wrath, whose round eyes were staring down at him. Now that I think about it, I didn't properly express my gratitude. What gratitude are you talking about? Wrath warned him about the 10th apostle's surprise attack before Rayon could even sense it, and he stopped him from picking a fight against him when Rayon couldn't calmly analyze the situation. If it weren't for Rimmer and Wrath, the light wind including himself might have been annihilated. Even you must have judged that the 10th apostle is pretty strong. I guess that would be the case, since he must be a grandmaster if he surpassed another wall after master. What madness are you spouting? Wrath frowned, saying that it was nonsense. Both master and grandmaster are insignificant ranks that you humans have created. The difference between them is as much as the difference between an ant and a winged ant for the king of essence. Anyone that's not on the same level as your head of house is pretty much an insect that can be crushed with a finger for the king of essence. Then why did you even warn me about fighting him? Rayon thought Wrath had finally learned his lesson, since he was acting differently from before. However, he realized from what Wrath said that he was mistaken. That's obviously because of the promise. Promise. You promised, remember, that you would eat the beet ice cream sets and 2 different special dishes in this city. I did. He did make that promise while using Wrath for gambling. However, he couldn't understand why Wrath was talking about that. You probably didn't notice it, but your condition was really serious back then. If your internal injury had gotten any worse, you might not have been able to eat anything until we left this place, or you could have died like an idiot. Helping you was the natural course of action. Wrath moved around Rayon to check his condition. The King of Essence's calculation wasn't wrong. You recovered a lot with Sloth's effect. You should be able to visit a restaurant in around 2 days. He clenched his fist, saying that he definitely would not miss the specials this time. So what you are saying is that you didn't stop me because you wanted to help, but because you wanted to eat, right? Yes. Wrath nodded firmly. Even his proud look seemed hateful. I shouldn't have expected anything from you. He thought Wrath had changed a bit because he was worrying about him, but he was mistaken. The Demon King only stopped him because he was worried that the promised meal would be delayed or canceled. I'm so tired of you. The way he could prioritize his appetite over his wrath in that situation was amazing. He was indeed the Demon King of gluttony, and food was his highest priority. Shut up and remember the names of these dishes. Lancholin stir-fried chicken. As Wrath was talking about food while shoving his head forward like a bison, the blade of Requiem vibrated from the table. Blade of Requiem. Rayon grabbed the trembling blade of Requiem. Yes, you also did great. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the blade of Requiem allowed him to win the fight, since he wouldn't have been able to inflict as much damage on the 7th apostle without it. I'll slay the 10th apostle next time and find your archenemy as well. Rayon expressed his gratitude and caressed the hilt. Pure energy flew towards him from the blade of Requiem, and a message appeared. It's incomparably bigger than the last time. Although the blade of Requiem only drank the blood of 2 Pepleth Archbishop, and the 7th apostle's energy flowing into his mana circuit was denser than the last time, when he killed dozens of fanatics at once. He could guess that the amount was decided from the bloody energy's quality rather than the quantity. Just like pure mana, the purified bloody energy flowed throughout the mana circuits of his entire body, enhancing his muscles and bones, and it even managed to heal his damaged organs. Ha, Rayon unconsciously exclaimed. His body didn't feel strained at all upon receiving the energy due to its high purity. 6 points in all stats. Considering the fact that his stats were much higher than before, it was a huge increase. However, it wasn't over yet. Adaptation to ghastly energy's rank had also increased, allowing him to better control ghastly energy. The energy coming from the Blade of Requiem felt more familiar, just like the aura inside his body. Ha. Rayon raised himself up, clenching his fist. The pain had decreased a lot, and he could feel a lot more strength in his body. He could feel a clear growth in his skills. Nice. He turned his head after concluding that his body was almost fully recovered, and Wrath was floating there with a sour face. Why aren't you saying anything for once? Normally, he would have started causing a ruckus already, but he wasn't doing anything for some reason. Back in Devildom, the King of Essence was famous for his dignity and composure. Everyone bowed at his proud nature. Wrath wrinkled his nose while looking at the Blade of Requiem. There's no way the King of Essence would be surprised, since he already knew that the insignificant creature was purifying the bloody energy even before you collapsed. I see. Rayon was already sighing when Wrath called himself dignified. It was amazing that he could call himself dignified despite being lighter than a feather. If you want to surprise this monarch of Wrath, you need something as shocking as half the continent disappearing. Wrath tried to continue while sniffling, and new messages appeared. Wrath's jaw dropped at seeing the series of messages. Wow. He was already satisfied with the ghastly energy from the Blade of Requiem recovering his body and increasing his stats, yet he got extra stats and trait ranks increase on top of that. His fingertips trembled with joy at having his stats increased one more time. His body was filled with vitality, and the overflowing energy was even stronger than before he fainted. It was difficult to believe his body was seriously injured, since he felt like he could even have a rematch against the 7th Apostle right away. What is this shit? Wrath was stunned as he read the second set of messages. Why are there so many increases from defeating a weakling like him? Are you trying to completely ruin the King of Essence's main body? He wasn't exactly a weakling, since he was a master. He's a weakling if the King of Essence says so. A single finger of the main body is enough to crush him, but you can't, ahem. Wrath stopped rampaging for a moment because Rayon pointed out the sad reality. Anyway, this can't be happening. This is too much of a reward for defeating an insect that surpassed a mere wall. The dignity and composure that he was always supposed to have was completely gone as he showed his personality. That ugly side was the true face of Wrath. I'll never accept this. He glared at the system window in denial. However, the system remained silent as it was already gone. Unless a sword strikes the head of the King of Essence. As soon as Wrath mentioned a sword striking his head, Rayon smacked the back of Wrath's head with the Blade of Requiem without drawing it. Arg, what are you doing? Since a sword hit you, you are fine with it now, right? Seriously, you asshole. Wrath even stopped talking like a king, puffing himself up. It looked like he would start attacking at any time. You are the monarch of Devildom. Moreover, you said you are one of the highest-ranked monarchs. Rayon tilted his head, tapping on Wrath's pointy head to push him down. Yes. The King of Essence is one of the 7 monarchs of Devildom. It's a throne that everyone worships. Since you're such an amazing monarch, you should have a large number of stats. Of course, it's incomparable to someone like you. That means you won't even feel a difference if I take a little, right? Of course. Wrath finally realized something was strange and slightly raised the end of his sentence. In that case, it's fine if you give me a little. Even so, it should only happen after serious matters, rather than trivial. Who made this system? I. Wrath pouted as he glared at Rayon, unable to respond. Because of what he said, he couldn't even argue anymore. Don't be so angry. Since I'm completely recovered now, I'm going to keep the promise with you now. Really? Since my internal injuries are almost healed because of the Blade of Requiem, it should be okay to eat right now. Rayon nodded. He wasn't sure how long he'd been sleeping, but his stomach was yelling at him to give it food as soon as his body was healed. Just as even a Cerberus dung isn't completely useless, that insignificant creature can be helpful sometimes. The Blade of Requiem vibrated fiercely as its pride was hurt by Wrath's words. What are you waiting for? Let's go feast on some ice cream already. Patience. Rayon calmed Wrath down since he started dancing in the air. As Rayon stood up and was about to go outside, footsteps approached from afar and the door opened. Rayon, oh, Vice Squad Leader, you woke up. It was Runnon and Dorian. The two ran up to the bed, shoving their faces towards him. Are you okay? I'm okay. I'm sorry. Runnon's shoulders drooped. She seemed to be apologizing for not being next to him at the most important moment. You don't need to be sorry. Rayon waved his hand dismissively while smiling. It was better that she wasn't with him back then, since the incident with the blood-raving demon could have repeated itself otherwise. Where is this place? They said it's an annex building reserved for special guests. It's even more luxurious than the city hall. Dorian smiled happily, looking around the room. Ah, I shouldn't be doing this. I'm going to announce this to the others. He waved his hand and left the room before Rayon could stop him. Stop wasting time. Let's go right away. We need to head straight to the restaurant. The King of Essence knows a good one. Let me take care of something first. Take care? What are you doing this time? This won't take long. Rayon nodded. There's someone that needs a scolding. Martha was just sitting there, looking up at the sky. The dim gray sky reminded her of the incident 3 days ago, the moment when she was unable to do anything during her long-desired encounter with her archenemy. Damn it. The 10th apostle was the exact same as 10 years ago, when he intruded into the village to kill people like bugs. No, he was even stronger than back then. The huge difference between herself and him was making her feel like all her training up to that point was meaningless. And the most pathetic part was that the one that declared she would fight him wasn't herself, but Rayon, who had no grudge against him. He really is crazy. Rayon's internal injuries were much more serious than hers. In fact, he was still bedridden, unable to regain consciousness. Despite his critical state, he still wanted to fight against the 10th apostle and declared that she would kill him in the future. Insane was the only way to describe him. At that point, Martha was so shocked that she could only admire him rather than being amazed. Is this what people call being born different? Might, willpower, and even his fighting spirit. There was too much of a difference between Rayon and herself, who was nothing but talk. She never thought someone 1 year younger than she was could make her feel so ashamed. And the first team would have been annihilated as well, as they couldn't maintain the formation because of her. The vice squad leader woke up. Sir Rayon is up. As Martha bit her lips and tried to stand, Dorian's voice could be heard from behind her. After hesitating for a moment, she swallowed nervously and slowly walked towards Rayon's room. The Light Wind members flocked to Rayon's room upon hearing the news from Dorian. Rayon, are you okay? Does it hurt anywhere? Hey, you should call him sir. He's the vice squad leader. But the mission is over. Can't we just act casually now? I am not sure. Rayon smiled faintly, looking at the Light Wind members filling the room. They are pretty much my family now. Although they were antagonistic towards him and laughed at him the first time they met him, the only feelings reflected in their eyes now were worry and relief. Rayon could feel their heartwarming emotions on his skin. How about the wounded? Rayon asked Burin, who was standing in the center. Martha still has some internal injuries remaining, but most are completely healed because they had minor injuries, sir. Burin seemed to consider the mission still in progress, as he spoke respectfully. How about the hostages? They are all safe, Runan nodded, sitting next to the bed. Anything else? Just as you suspected, the white blood fanatics hidden inside Porvan City made their move as soon as their branch collapsed. Salaman immediately reacted to subdue them, but they set fires while running away, burning down a few food warehouses as a result, sir. How about casualties? None, sir. That's a relief, Rayon nodded, listening to Burin's report. Where's the squad leader? He left after seeing the healer treating the vice squad leader and hasn't returned yet. He's probably... Burin sighed deeply and frowned. At the gambling house. Rayon nodded. Since Rayon's injuries weren't fatal despite being serious and the mission was over, Rimmer must have gladly gone to the gambling house. Shitty Ear's actions are really consistent, for real, Wrath exclaimed in admiration. Rimmer was truly an amazing elf, enough to be acknowledged by the Demon King. Rayon nodded, looking around at the Light Wind members. Holding a debrief after the mission was normally the squad leader's job, but since he was gone, it was his job now. It wasn't though, we didn't do anything. That's right, the vice leader did everything. You defeated an apostle. Although Rayon only defeated 2 white blood fanatics, the Light Wind members waved their hands in denial because he defeated the Archbishop and the 7th apostle. That doesn't mean everything was perfect. First of all, the second team. Runan's eyes widened since she was the second team's leader. You did a good job at evacuating the hostages and defending our position, but you failed to take care of the few hostages remaining inside the mansion. Next time you should count the number of hostages and evacuate everyone without missing anyone. Yes, Runan answered and nodded. Next up is the third team. Yes, Burin straightened his neck and back. He was blinking nervously. You did excellently, Since he didn't expect to be praised, his throat visibly bobbed. The way he was tightly biting his lips showed that he was suppressing his turbulent emotion. But we couldn't participate in the battle against the apostle. Your mission was to attack from behind and stop their reinforcements. Stopping the fanatics from entering from behind was good enough. Although they had fewer enemies, there were more priests and bishops. Since the third team managed to stop them, it was nothing short of a perfect completion of the mission. Lastly, the first team. Martha and the first team shuddered upon being called. You were the worst. A cold gaze was directed at them from Rayon's eyes. The team leader was overwhelmed by anger and went on a rampage alone. Meanwhile, the members were limping around like flies while trying to follow her. If it had been a frontal clash instead of a surprise attack, people would most certainly have died. It was our fault. We weren't good enough to follow the team leader. When the first team's vice leader tried to step up, Rayon raised his hand. Of course, there were some problems with you. However, it was mostly the team leader's fault, as she went berserk without caring about the members. Martha bit her lip and stepped forward, heeding Rayon's call. I know you hold resentment against the white blood religion. However, this is a mission. The lives of your team members and the hostages should have taken priority over your resentment. As Rayon reprimanded her, Martha silently listened, not saying anything. The fact that the second team that went to the center missed some hostages was also partly your fault. They would have been able to rescue all of the hostages if the first team had properly created a space by setting up the formation. What do you think, first team leader? I'm sorry. Martha bowed at a 90-degree angle, admitting all her mistakes. Considering the way her shoulders and neck weren't trembling at all, she wasn't doing that against her will. Since it was their first time seeing her bow so deeply, every member of the Light Wind widened their eyes. The first team's members must have been confused by my arbitrary actions. Since I didn't even communicate with them, it's entirely my fault. Once she raised her head, her eyes were reflecting an indescribable light. Sorrow, pain, anger, or gratitude. Various emotions seemed to be mixed inside. Are you admitting your mistake? Yes, you said Aleng village, right? Rayon mentioned the name of the village Martha had shouted at the 10th apostle, meeting her eyes directly. I can't say that your revenge is ours, but the Light Wind is already in the same boat. We will definitely encounter the white blood religion again. He continued, looking at other Light Wind members including her. I'd like you to tell us your story one day, once your heart is ready. All right. Martha slowly closed, then opened her eyes before nodding. Gasp, what is happening? Wow. The Light Wind members dropped their jaws from hearing another unexpected answer. And there's one good thing you did. What? You charged ahead in order to save your team members when the 10th apostle appeared. Huh, really? That's not true. I just wanted to startle him. The first team's members looked at her, and Martha shook her head as her face turned red. Well, anyway, the debrief is over. Rayon ignored Martha's excuses, standing up to clap his hands like Rimmer. Did the squad leader visit the mayor? He went to deliver the report with me after the incident. He shouldn't have been there after that, since the mayor was extremely busy dealing with the aftermath. Burin murmured that Rimmer also must have been busy from playing around. Perfect. Rayon smiled faintly and took off the hospital gown. You haven't recovered yet. Where are you going? I'll visit the mayor before the squad leader returns. The mayor said he would do anything as long as the case was solved. Since he already received plenty of stats and abilities, it was time to get the material rewards. Before the gambling addict returned, Nuo, we were supposed to eat. The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman. The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman. Roan entered the audience chamber, a gray letter in his hand. My lord, we've received a report from the Light Wind leader. He walked up to Glenn, who was sitting on his throne, and handed over the gray letter. Report. Glenn frowned as he looked at the letter. I wonder if he can even write a report. Certainly, most of his reports were verbal when he was a head instructor. Yes, the only time he gave me a report and documents was during the survival exam. Haha, Roan smiled. Rimmer personally visited him to report most of the time. The only report he had prepared was the list of locations suitable for the trainees during the survival exam. Glenn raised his finger, and the letter floated on its own from Roan's hand, landing in front of him. Let's check it out. Glenn's hand trembled upon taking the letter from the envelope. What kind of report is this crazy bastard? Did anything happen? You should see it by yourself. Glenn handed over the document, which only contained 2 lines. Rayon won against the 7th apostle. Wow, mission complete. Roan fell speechless upon reading the contents of the letter. He was dumbstruck by the simplicity, and he felt dizzy from the ridiculous statement. Let alone the simplicity, an apostle should be at least. Yes, he's a master. There's no way that ageless monster would nominate someone that didn't surpass the wall as an apostle. Glenn nodded, looking at Roan's confused expression. The young master should still be an expert. How could he have defeated a master? I'm also curious about that. Moreover, I cannot grasp the situation because this damn bastard's report is too simple. He didn't even write whether he's safe or injured. Considering the simple expression, he shouldn't be seriously injured. Who knows? That gambling addict has a different mindset from us. At the very least, it must be true that he managed to defeat the 7th apostle. Rimmer isn't the type of person to lie about something like this. Roan swallowed nervously, holding the document in a trembling hand. Indeed, he defeated a master while being an expert himself. I rarely get surprised now that I've grown old, but young Master Rayon surprises me every time. From my knowledge, he must be the first one on the continent. I've never heard of it before either. It's really bothersome that he doesn't lead a normal life. Glenn nodded. His eyes were sharp, but the corners of his mouth were drawing into a smooth curve. Why did he have to defeat an apostle and make me so curious? I know, right? Defeating a master as an expert. Everyone might go crazy. Ahem, hoo-hoo. Roan smiled, watching as Glenn awkwardly boasted about his grandson. I want to issue an order to the shadow agents, but it will be faster to have the boy tell me about it directly. I want to make them return quickly and listen to the story. Yes, I'm also curious, and that bastard Rimmer needs a beating. Rayon went to the city hall alongside the Light Wind Squad. Since the annex building was under the main street, they had to walk for a while to reach the city hall. Wait, that's blonde hair and red eyes, Sieghart's uniform, that's him. The Light Wind's vice leader who defeated the seventh apostle, Rayon Sieghart. The people on the main street exclaimed upon recognizing Rayon. I heard he was seriously injured. Why does he look perfectly fine? The superhumans have a faster recovery, you know. I can't believe that such a young swordsman killed the archbishop and defeated an apostle. That's not all. He's the one that discovered the location of the white blood religion's Porvan branch. I heard he even declared that he would kill the 10th apostle. Is this what Sieghart is like? People were already aware of Rayon's deeds. What's going on? Rayon narrowed his eyes as he looked around. Everyone seemed to know about him. The rumor that you killed the archbishop and defeated the 7th apostle has already spread. I guess that's obvious. He didn't even need to ask. It was clearly the gambling addict squad leader's doing, since he had nothing else to do. Well, the squad leader had the biggest contribution, but the hostages that remained there talked about you a lot. Burin continued with a faint smile. Rayon frowned slightly. He wasn't sure if that was a good thing or a bad thing. He looks even more awesome when he frowns. Indeed, a Sieghart needs a cold-blooded appearance like that. Is he not completely recovered yet, I guess? He must have a serious internal injury since he defeated a master while being just an expert. He must be enduring the pain right now, and he even declared war against the 10th apostle in that state. He's a born hero. However, people exclaimed even more loudly, captivated by the frown. The positive interpretation made him somewhat understand why Rimmer told him to become famous. As he was about to enter City Hall with an awkward expression on his face, a group of people came out. It was Moral, Salaman, and Princess Jaina. As soon as the princess saw him, she shrieked as if she had seen a ghost, then stepped back. The others looked at her, and she lowered her reddening face. It's been a while. Rayon bowed to Moral politely. How is your body? But isn't the mission already over, sir? Moral's eyes widened in panic, but he still remembered to add, sir, in the meantime. Indeed, the mission is over. I was just kidding. Once he said it was a joke, Moral frowned and breathed out a sigh of relief. You are more playful than you look. I'm sorry. Rayon smiled faintly. Anyway, you really did great. On top of finding the white blood religion's Porvan branch and defeating the archbishop, you even won against the 7th apostle. His eyes, which looked cold at a glance, were still reflecting his shock. I admit that our Balkar completely lost against Sieghart this time. There's no winning or losing since it was a mission. No, we did lose. Have you ever heard the Balkar name on your way here? That's... Moral was right. All he heard on the way was his own name, that of Sieghart and the Light Wind. The 6 kings are allies, but also competitors at the same time. It's a bit embarrassing to say, but Sieghart's stature has been raised while Balkar's stature has been lowered from this incident. Are you saying that a single mission affects the value of a name? That's what it means to put the 6 kings' name on the line. Moreover, everything you did was a surprise. The archbishop was one thing, but I was completely shocked when I heard you defeated the 7th apostle. I couldn't even properly extinguish the fire in the food warehouse because of that. Moral smiled bitterly in regret. Tusk, it wasn't that amazing. Wrath clicked his tongue in frustration. Finish your business already and go to the restaurant. There was nothing but food in the restaurant in his head. The loser will leave now. There's nothing else for us to do here. There wasn't really any effort. We've just been played by your plan. I don't understand how a weirdo like Rimmer managed to raise someone like you. He still gets serious when it comes down to it, but it rarely comes down to it. Well, that's... Anyway, I'll pay back today's humiliation the next time we meet. Moral shook his hand, then went down the main street. He was speaking rather nicely, but his pride seemed to be hurt. Sir Rayon, I'll be looking forward to the next time we meet. Yes, see you again next time. Zadis bowed at a 90 degrees as he passed by, and Rayon nodded with a smile. Princess Jaina walked between the magicians in order to avoid meeting his eyes. While trying to run away, Jaina flinched and stopped walking. Thank you, sir. After saying that, she hurriedly turned around. I knew it. Rayon snickered. As expected, the prideful princess didn't tell anyone about the incident. Hey, he called out to Anilde, who was walking at the very back. Yes, yes. He straightened his back like a soldier. He must have realized from the rumors that Rayon was on a completely different level from him. You didn't get any serious injuries, right? Of course not, he answered, but he didn't have any front teeth. You should be careful in the future where you step in, since you might lose your life from recklessly interfering. Rayon tapped his shoulder, and Anilde's body trembled as he nodded. You can go now. Yes, he hurriedly ran towards Moral in order to avoid being called on again. Rayon snickered, then opened the door to City Hall. He could guess that the rumor was also spread inside City Hall, since everyone inside widened their eyes. Rayan nonchalantly accepted their surprised gazes, heading upstairs to see the mayor. "Ooh, you woke up." As soon as he entered, Porvan's mayor Oist quickly stood and ran up to him. His big face was filled with a smile. "How is your body? That's a relief." He nodded, maintaining a big smile. "Please take a seat." "Yes." Rayan sat on the chair the mayor pointed to. "You really did something amazing. You saved my life. No, it wouldn't be excessive to say that you saved Porvan City. Well, it's not that much." "No, it's true." The mayor shook his head violently. "Let alone the matter with the white blood religion. Balkar would have enveloped the entire city of Porvan in flames if the kidnapped princess couldn't be rescued. You found the branch to save the princess, and even defeated the archbishop and the apostle." Oist wasn't just flattering him, since it was true that the Balkar's king treasured the princess. "I don't know how I can repay the favor of saving me, the citizens, and the city itself." He stood up from his chair and bowed deeply to express his gratitude. "I've only completed a mission bestowed upon me." Rayan showed humility, for instance. "What are you doing? You came here to get money. Show your true nature." Wrath yelled at him to show his true nature already instead of wasting time. "Wait a little. I can't just straight up say that." He casually shook his head. "Since you've completely removed the white blood religion's branch and even defeated an apostle, I'd like to grant any of your wishes." "Ah, now that you mention, you said you would grant a reward once we completed the mission, right?" "Yes, I did." Oist confidently thumped his chest. "Well, in that case." Rayan stretched his hand towards Dorian on his right side. "Yes." Dorian put his hand in his belly pocket, taking out a contract filled with lots of small letters. "Actually, we have so many shortages because we are a new organization. I'm really thankful that you are willing to provide us with everything." "What?" "I didn't say everything, though. First of all, there is too much dust in our training ground. We need to fill it with soft soil, which is best suited for training." Before Oist could finish the denial, Rayan mentioned the first article written on the contract. Soft soil's price is. "Next, I'd like to give our members a small elixir per person, because they are too exhausted from fighting this time. The price of elixirs is a problem, but the supply. And we'd like Sage's fabrics to maintain our swords, as many as our members. Sage's fabric is more expensive than high-quality silk. We also need some activity funds because we are a new organization, as I mentioned before. I think this much gold should be appropriate as compensation." "Gold on top of all those articles." "Yes, we absolutely need them." Rayan ignored all the denials from Oist, listing the articles written in the contract before proceeding to the gold part, where he showed the precise amount they needed. Uug. Oist's eyes lost focus upon seeing the articles and the amount of gold. "Do you guys need anything? I want to refill the supplies that I used during this mission." Dorian immediately raised his hand. "Since I used them during the mission, it should be okay, right?" "Oh, of course, that's fine." Oist nodded despite his confused state. "Really? Then please buy me these items." Dorian took out from his belly pocket a paper even longer and wider than Rayan's. "First, one big club, a small club, a special contract, a normal contract, and 17 tents and sleeping bags. I also used a smokescreen bead and a lighting bead." "But you still have the clubs and the tents. You know that the value depreciates after usage." I feel like my words are getting twisted." Oist's face gradually turned pale. He grasped his stomach with trembling hands. "I need equipment to maintain the training outfit. I saw a product using water magic stones and wind magic stones on the way here." Burin didn't miss the opportunity, mentioning an object used for maintaining clothes. "I don't have any." "Beat ice cream." Martha shook her head and said she didn't need anything, and Run-On mentioned the ice cream, as expected. "Ice cream? Sure, be my guest." Shop. Oist cheered up for the first time, but his face turned yellow again once Run-On continued. "What? Bead ice cream shop." Rayan left City Hall with the contract signed by Oist. Because of what he said before, he had to sign the paper, grasping his stomach as if he had an ulcer. The signature was a bit messy because of that. What a terrible guy. Wrath shook his head in revulsion. He didn't seem to believe that Rayan would seriously get everything written on the contract. You got to thoroughly benefit from an opportunity. Since you could never anticipate when the next opportunity would occur, you had to benefit from it as much as you could when you had one. Moreover, all the money would have become Rimmer's gambling money if he missed it. I earned quite a lot. Adding Oist's gold to what he earned from the casino, he had enough money to settle anywhere on the continent, which felt rather reassuring. While he was tapping on his inner pocket where he placed the gold, he could see Run-On pouting slightly. She seemed to be sulking a little because her request for an ice cream shop wasn't granted. "I can't buy you a shop, but I'll buy all kinds of ice cream instead. Let's eat for now." Once Rayan said he would buy her all the ice cream she wanted, she stopped pouting and nodded. "Where was the restaurant you wanted to go to again?" Rayan tapped Wrath, who had his arms crossed in displeasure. "Are we finally going? I promised, so I'm keeping it. Fine, that's what a human should do. The name is the Eastern Coxcomb. It's famous for dishes made of chicken. How did you even find out about that place? While you were investigating those fanatics, the King of Essence investigated the restaurants. That's amazing. It looked like he had gathered information about restaurants with his hearing. His passion was worthy of admiration. Since the mission is over, let's go eat together. Today I'll buy. Rayon gathered the swordsmen and invited them to eat together. Oh, really? How generous. I knew you were different from the squad leader. I heard the Eastern Coxcomb is nice. Does anyone know its location? I do. Dorian immediately raised his hand. He really knew everything, Rayon thought. Let's go there since they apparently make delicious chicken. Yes, while Dorian guided them to the Eastern Coxcomb, a red-haired elf walked towards them from the front, his shoulders drooping. Squad leader, Rayon, you woke up. Rimmer removed his frown and smiled brightly as he approached them. You have a healthy complexion, though weren't your wounds more severe than this? What? Ah yes, I did really well back then. Rimmer agreed with a grin, but you look like you lost everything. I didn't really lose. Judging from his dubious voice, he must have lost down to the ground in the gambling house. Which casino did you gamble at? Cat's Jelly. Rayon felt like he heard that name before, and it sounded like a den of swindlers. Since we are having a meal together, how about joining us? Meal? Of course I'll join, but this squad leader has something left to do. I'll join you later. All right, come to the Eastern Coxcomb. Rayon bowed before heading towards the road on the right side. Okay, Rimmer waved his hand, then went to City Hall. A smile secretly appeared in his awkward expression. He finally woke up. I can go there now. His conscience didn't allow him to discuss monetary rewards while Rayon was still unconscious. That was why he postponed the meeting with the mayor, and he decided that it was fine now. Hoo, you are all dead. Gambling was all about how much one could stake. Rimmer was already smiling, looking forward to gambling with the huge amount of reward that the mayor would give him. HNNGH. Rimmer went to the mayor's room, humming in anticipation. Welcome, Sword of Light. Oist was grasping his stomach, his face pale. He looked like he wasn't feeling too well. Are you okay? You don't look healthy. Ah, I just have a sore stomach. You should be careful with your body. Rimmer worriedly examined Oist from top to bottom. I am all right. Oist personally made some tea and placed it in front of Rimmer. But what's the purpose? You remember what we talked about before, that you would give us additional rewards after this mission. I see you came to confirm. Your subordinates are really amazing. Sorry, Rimmer opened his hand to get the money, but his eyes widened. Everything they requested was of high quality, but I couldn't even refuse because it was still possible to acquire it in Porven. I'm sure he thoroughly prepared beforehand. Oist sighed while placing the contract on the table. This is. Rimmer realized what was happening after reading the words and the names on the contract. Rayon and the light wind had beat him to the punch. Getting extorted to this extent was a first in my career as the mayor. I realized once again that I have to be careful of what I say. I should have said that I would grant something like 5 requests. Oist tightly grasped his sour stomach once again. You must have been worried about whether the light wind managed to negotiate properly, but there's no need. Starting from Sir Rayon, all of them are amazing fellows. By the way, how about the additional gold? They took it, of course. He pointed at the empty coffer behind him. They didn't only take the articles, but also the activity funds. I'll have to spend my own money on top of the city's budget. So they even took the gold. Rimmer nodded like a fool. He couldn't bring himself to ask for more money when Oist mentioned he would spend his personal money on top of the city's budget. Since I've confirmed, I'll get going. A sorrowful tear dropped from the gambling addict's left eye as he turned around. It's a tiger cub that I raised. The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman. The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman. Rayon entered the restaurant called the Eastern Coxcomb with Wrath, who was dancing in the air in excitement. Contrary to its large appearance and supposed popularity, there was barely anyone inside and the food's fragrance couldn't be found either. Welcome gasp. A middle-aged man with slightly droopy eyes seemed to be the manager. His jaw dropped after examining Rayon, who was taking the lead. Are you actually the young sword demon, Sir Rayon? Young sword demon. The rumor spread that the young sword demon that defended Habon Castle was the vice squad leader. That's why people recently started calling Sir Rayon the young sword demon. Dorian silently stepped up next to him and whispered, Young sword demon. It sounded relatively weak for someone that defeated an apostle, but it couldn't be helped. The man that was called the sword demon was a powerful grandmaster. Benefactor, my name is Twell. The manager introduced himself as Twell, then suddenly leaned forward and lowered his head. Benefactor. He shouted at the kitchen, his head still lowered, and a woman came out wearing a white bandana around her head. Her droopy eyes looked similar to the manager's. The woman named Belle hurriedly ran towards Rayon upon recognizing his face. Sir Rayon, you woke up. Do you know me? I was there when Sir Rayon was fighting against the apostle. If she was there, she must have been one of the hostages that couldn't run away because of the aggravated situation. Are you hurt anywhere? Rayan licked his lips. He did lead the apostle to a place with nothing behind them in order to avoid damaging the swordsmen and hostages around them, and she must have noticed his intentions. I'd also like to express my gratitude, benefactor. The father and daughter bowed at him. From the way their hands were trembling, Rayan could tell at a glance that they were thanking him from the bottom of their hearts. Rayan felt a tingling sensation in his heart. The gratitude from people who'd been saved by him was more impressive than the random people outside praising him as powerful and amazing. I don't even need to eat at this point. Although he hadn't started eating yet, he already felt like he was full. Stop saying bullshit and start ordering already. Wrath frowned, telling him to cut the crap. Benefactor, we will do anything we can do for you. The manager spread his arms, telling him to say anything he wanted. No, it's enough for me that your daughter is safe. Rayan smiled at them, and their mouths became round open. It looked like they didn't expect him to say that it was okay without making any requests. No, but still. Then please prepare our meal. We all came here to eat after all. Of course, by the way. Yes, our restaurant's pride, the Lanchelin stir-fried chicken, is unavailable right now. We are out of ingredients. The manager bitterly bit his lips. Are you out of ingredients? When the white blood fanatics set fires while running away, the food storehouse that we shared with a few other restaurants burned down. That's why. He thought it was strange that the restaurant was empty. It was because they ran out of ingredients. A beast's groan could be heard from Wrath's mouth. Again, Again, just like the first time they met, Wrath puffed up and spread out a huge amount of coldness and wrath. How could they burn down the ingredients? Why is the King of Essence never able to eat anything? All I want is a single dish, yet something stops me every single time. Does the world hate the King of Essence or something? It can't be helped if it's burned down. It's all your fault. Everything would have been okay if you were defending this restaurant instead of fighting that shitter. Stop being unreasonable. It's not unreasonable. The King of Essence would have turned both of them into ice in an instant before coming here to extinguish the fire. But I'm not you. That's why. Give me your body. The King of Essence will catch everyone from the white blood religion or white shit religion or whatever, then separate them into bones and flesh. Of course I won't. Wrath shrank like a flat balloon and sank on the floor. It's over now. I'm never going to believe you ever again nor grant your requests, but we still have the ice cream. Wrath didn't respond, despite Rayan mentioning the ice cream. He quickly turned his head, showing how angry he was. Since I saw a few bead ice cream shops were open, I'll buy 2 sets. Dad, we've got Lantix. You are right. As Rayan was trying to cheer Wrath up with ice cream, the manager clapped his hands. We don't have the Lanchelin chicken, but we have something even better. What would that be? When the mountain next to the city collapsed, 8 of the Lantix chickens were caught. Lantix chicken, Rayan tilted his head. Just like the Lanchelin, he had never heard about Lantix before. It's an extremely rare chicken, to the point that it's called the phoenix of food ingredients. Because of its rarity despite the amazing taste, it's said that you have to be royalty to have it, and even then they can only have it a couple times a year. The tender meat of the big and greasy chicken is one of the greatest delicacies. Oh, how could such a chicken exist? Icy coldness was drooling from Wrath's mouth, who jumped up to float in front of the manager. Since we've already finished reopening, would you like stir-fried Lantix? The manager gathered his hands, pleading for him to let him repay Rayan. You don't need to go that far, since it sounds like a precious ingredient. When Rayan tried to refuse, Wrath cleared his throat while covering his mouth with his hand. Refusing repayment isn't a virtue. Too much modesty is a flaw. He frowned, hiding his mouth with his hand. Not at all. Lantix chicken is nothing since you've saved the entire city on top of my daughter. Please wait for a little while since I'll prepare it right away. Please take a seat. The manager and Belle bobbed their heads, then ran to the kitchen at the same time. HMPH. Rayan looked aside upon hearing a laughing sound. Wrath was trembling, covering his mouth. Are you laughing right now? I don't know what you're talking about. Don't speak to the King of Essence. Wrath was still pretending to be angry, but he couldn't hide the happiness in his voice. Let's see. Rayan put away the hand covering Wrath's mouth. The corners of his mouth were raised so high that they looked like they could reach the ceiling. The saltiness is gone so quickly. This demon king is really as light as a feather. Rayan laughed bitterly because of how ridiculously fast his anger was gone. Shut up. Go take a seat instead. Wrath blushed. It looked like he was also embarrassed. Rayan shook his head, then went to take a seat at the table in the center. The other Light Wind members also took a seat. Please savor this in the meantime. The manager brought stir-fried pork, liquor, and some simple side dishes from the kitchen. Just like I heard, this shop's stir-fry is great. It's properly fried at an intense heat without burning the vegetables and the meat. Wrath smiled in satisfaction after trying out the stir-fried pork. The way he kept looking in the kitchen's direction while licking his lips showed his anticipation. After enjoying the stir-fried pork and liquor for about 20 minutes, a huge chicken came out on a big dish that an adult man could barely carry. Here is the Lantic stir-fried chicken that's only available today. Enjoy your meal, enjoy your meal. The manager and Belle expressed their gratitude at each table while placing dishes. It has a nice fragrance. Dorian licked his lips from the stir-fried chicken's fragrance. Indeed, the spicy and sweet fragrance was mouth-watering. Cue quickly, eat it already. Fast, Wrath stuck his tongue out and panted like a dog. He kept tapping on Rayon's shoulder, telling him that he couldn't wait any longer. Calm down a little. Rayon pushed him aside with his elbow and picked up some of the stir-fried chicken. He placed the vegetables cut into small pieces on the meat, then put it in his mouth. As soon as the garlic's numbing spiciness and the hot pepper's simple spiciness stimulated his mouth, the sweet taste of the sauce engulfed his tongue and neutralized the spicy taste. The harmony between the crispy skin of the chicken and the tender meat followed, creating a small explosion inside his mouth. Wow! Rayon exclaimed. It was different from any chicken that he had tasted before. There was a good reason that it was a rare food even for royalty. Dozens of pieces of gold wouldn't be excessive as a price. Woo, it's really delicious. It's my first time eating something like this. Dorian Runnon and the other swordsmen also widened their eyes upon eating the Lantic stir-fried chicken. Because of the unbearably good taste, they started gobbling up the food with their faces on the dishes. How about you? Rayon looked at Wrath next to him. He looked like a man ascending, his eyes closed and arms open. His whole body was trembling in elation. The King of Essence is glad to be alive. He saw the intensity of stir frying inside this dish. Wrath gave an extremely satisfied smile, slowly opening his eyes. He looked more like an angel rather than a demon king. Did you see this, cub? See what? The King of Essence fought against the world and won. Heaven tried stopping the King of Essence, but he pierced through the wall and obtained this heavenly taste in his tongue. You didn't do anything, though. Monarch of Wrath or whatever, it doesn't matter. I'm saying you didn't do anything. Come at me, world. 2 days later, since Rayon and the Light Wind Squad had fully recovered, they left Porven City amidst the crowd's cheers. The mayor Oist licked his lips, looking at the Light Wind Squad as they got further away. What's the matter? His secretary, Bazan, stepped up next to him. You've looked troubled ever since you talked to the Light Wind's vice leader. Troubled? Yes, I'm troubled. What? In no way did they actually make another request. Bazan panicked and grabbed Oist's sleeve. The requests he made are already enough to endanger our financial situation. We have to use all the budget we saved up last year. Every single request from Rayon and the Light Wind cost a lot of money. Bazan couldn't express how glad he was that the request of giving them an ice cream shop wasn't granted. It's not about that. Oist waved his hand. However, it's an even more difficult and troublesome matter. What did he even say? It's simple. He proposed that Porven to only ask for help from Sieghart in the future. What? Bazan's jaw dropped. That pretty much means that we will be affiliated to them. Asking them to only offer Sieghart missions meant that they were monopolizing the missions. It was a different story from rewarding them by using the city's budget. Moreover, Porven was located between Balkar Kingdom and Sieghart, which wasn't far away from the Owen Kingdom. Since they were pretty much located at a crossroads, they couldn't easily decide on an affiliation. I'm against it. Since we are located in the middle of multiple forces, a monopoly will most likely aggravate our relationship with other kingdoms. Bazan shook his head in denial. Actually, it's not even worthy of consideration. Since we've always been neutral, we can stay neutral in the future. Yes, that's true. However, Oist looked at Rayon's back as he left the front gate. I have a feeling that man will open a new era. Bazan followed Oist's gaze to look at Rayon. I'm also aware that he defeated an apostle, but shouldn't it be a coincidence to some extent, I suppose? Moreover, there's a rumor about a future archmage in Balkar. He can apparently use all 4 affinities and even combat magic on top of that. Since we don't know what is going to happen in the future, it's too dangerous to choose a side. That's also true. Then there's no need to think about. However, Oist's eyes sunk deep in thought. I'm not currently looking at the man named Rayon. What? The future. I'm trying to look at the size of the mountain that man is going to climb in the future. Did you manage to see it? No, I couldn't see it because it's too high. He had met countless famous powerhouses and royals throughout his career as Porven's mayor, but Rayon was more unpredictable than any of them. He couldn't grasp where and how high he was going to reach. To that extent, yes. If I wanted to invest money, I would have invested my entire fortune in him. Bazan gasped. Despite his friendly and gentle appearance, Oist was judicious concerning money and investments. It was his first time seeing him make such an evaluation about another person. I understand what you mean, but isn't it fine to maintain our current condition? It's not like our city loses to any other. There's one city near us that is far better than ours, Cameloon. The volume of trade in Cameloon was several times larger than Porven, and they were even bigger in terms of population. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that they were on a completely different level. We will never be able to surpass them at this rate. Bazan silently nodded. Keep gathering information about Rayon Sieghart. What information? About where he did which mission and who he defeated. Make sure to properly confirm before recording them in detail. Oist's eyes, reflecting the sunlight, were filled with passion, since that information might contain the ladder that would allow our city to climb higher. Light Wind had returned to Sieghart. Rimmer normally would have been the one leading the members from the front, but Rayon had to take the lead upon reaching the front gate since Rimmer was wobbling like a zombie. We can finally rest. Porvin was nice, but home is the best. I'm going to take a bath right away. I need to wash myself. Since they successfully finished their first mission, the members' faces were fully blooming with smiles. Squad leader. Rayon dragged Rimmer to the front before Sieghart's front gate opened. We've reached the house. Please announce the end of the mission. Rimmer raised his head, faltering like a marionette with broken strings. Look at his face. Wrath giggled while watching Rimmer's unfocused eyes since he managed to enjoy everything from the delicious food to the ice cream. Rayon licked his lips while looking at Rimmer. I should give him a few pieces of gold. He really looked like he was about to wither at that rate. Rayon figured he needed to share some of the reward money, even though he would probably end up losing it while gambling. Mission is over. You can go rest now, and lend me some money if you have. As Rimmer was telling them to rest while begging for money at the same time, Sieghart's huge front gate split into half and a man as large as a steel tower stepped out. He was Ilyun, the foreign minister of the house. I'm sorry, but there's somewhere you need to visit before resting. Ilyun's sharp eyes gladly examined everyone in front of the Light Wind's formation. The head of house has summoned all of you. He raised his chin and smiled brightly. He's probably giving you a gift since you raised the house's reputation. Gift, money, gold. A spark appeared in Rimmer's dead eyes. The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman. The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman. Roan, who had been waiting in front of the Lord's manor, guided Rayon into audience chamber. However, is he really going to give us gifts? Glenn's mouth was distorted in displeasure. His pressure was also unusually heavy, making it difficult to breathe. He looks like he's about to toss out a bunch of insults instead of giving gifts. Wrath snickered while looking up at Glenn. Along with the other members of Light Wind, Rayon watched Glenn while staying on his knees, and Glenn tilted his chin slightly. Light Wind's vice leader. Yes, Rayon slightly lowered his head and calmly answered. Tell me with your own words what happened in Porvin City. Yes, sir. The first people we met upon arriving at Porvin City were Moral and Salaman, Balkar Kingdom's royal magicians. We made a small bet with them. Bet? It was a simple spar. Did you win? His pressure became even heavier. It felt like the air inside the room would disappear if Rayon said he lost. Yes, I won and turned Salaman into our subordinates during the mission. Subordinates, that's nice. Glenn expressed his appreciation and the heavy atmosphere disappeared at once. Although he seemed to stay aloof from the world, he still seemed to care about the competition between the 6 kings. Continue. Yes. I went to meet the mayor, Oist, after that. Rayon told him about everything that happened in Porvin in a more pleasant atmosphere. Glenn flinched for a moment when he mentioned that he tried gathering information in a casino, but the rest was smooth. That's how the 10th apostle took the collapsed 7th apostle and left. What were the casualties? Martha and I received internal injuries, and a few others had minor injuries, but everyone has finished recovering now. Roan gasped in admiration upon hearing the full story. HMPH. Glenn simply nodded without changing his expression in the slightest. His reaction is too indifferent. I told you that's not a big deal for people like King of Essence and your head of house. I know. Wrath had cheered up after eating food and ice cream to his heart's content and had begun making irritating comments. Good job. However, the first thing Glenn said was a compliment, despite Wrath's expectations. You must have been nervous because it was your first mission as a swordsman, but you did great. I particularly liked the part where you made Balkar into sidekicks. It wasn't a big deal. We only did what we were naturally supposed to do. Because of the incongruence between Glenn's words and the sharp atmosphere of the audience chamber, the Light Wind members hurriedly shook their heads. Not having a single fatality from clashing head-on against the 5 demons is praiseworthy. This is especially the case because it was your first mission as novice swordsmen. The swordsmen were overwhelmed by emotion and trembled at being praised by Glenn personally. Everyone seemed to be deeply moved, as it was rare for the man called the destructive King of the North to praise anyone. That is why what will happen from now on is important. Glenn slowly raised himself up from the throne. The powerful energy wave that spread out in an instant made it feel like a mountain was moving. Those that don't know about you will keep looking down on you and pick fights, and those that learned about you from this incident will try to confirm if the rumors of your skills are true. Rayon nodded. He's right. Just as Glenn said, those that didn't hear the rumor would look down on them and pick fights like Balkar did, and those that heard the rumor will try to test them to see if they were powerful enough to defeat the white blood religion. Rayan could guess that it would become more dangerous and annoying in the future. What you are going to need is unity and might. Since you've been together ever since you were trainees, you shouldn't lose to other squads and divisions in terms of unity, but you are lacking in terms of might. After saying that, Glenn snapped his fingers. Along with a cheerful sound that resounded throughout the audience chamber, the floor shook to the point where it seemed like it would collapse. Rumble, golden flame surged from the trembling audience chamber's floor in a spiral. Whir. The flame pillar subsided after reaching the ceiling, and a huge circular bookshelf, the entirety of which couldn't be seen at a glance, made its appearance. All kinds of books were crammed inside hundreds of compartments. This is from before. Rayan swallowed nervously. It was the bookshelf that he learned about the 10,000 Flames cultivation from, the Library of Enlightenment. Burin's eyes widened as he looked up at the bookshelf. I can't believe I'm witnessing this with my own eyes. He was moved to tears as he grasped his chest and sniffled. Wow. I never thought I would see the Library of Enlightenment one day. It's like a dream, the other Light Wind members also exclaimed. It looked like the bookshelf's name was the Library of Enlightenment. This is the reward for your achievement of getting the upper hand against Balkar and defeating the white blood religion on your first mission. Place your hand at the central area of the library and take one book of martial arts each. We are honored. The Light Wind members went down to their knees and bowed. You don't need to thank me. Start already. Yes. Rayan nodded, then looked at Burin, who understood his intentions and stepped forward. His face turned red in excitement, and he put his hand at the central part of the bookshelf. Whir, the bookshelf vibrated and started rotating, then one book slowly dropped from the center. Burin raised his trembling hands to accept the book with sparkling eyes. Rayan checked the title over his shoulder, and it was called Stance Mastery. Judging from the title, it seemed to be a book about how to control the body itself. I guess that's the area in which he's lacking right now. Since Burin had a special swordsmanship, Baron Wind, he must have received a technique to control his body to help with that swordsmanship. It really must be choosing what we need the most. Once a warrior put their hand on the library, they seemed to get the technique they needed the most. Rayan couldn't tell what kind of magic, formation, and technique had been used to create the library, but it could be only described as divine. Nice. Rayan turned around upon hearing a cheerful voice, and Rimmer was nodding in satisfaction. He's feeling better. He was dying just a moment ago because he lost all his money, yet he was already rejoicing at his students getting rewarded. He would be a really nice person if only he could stop gambling. He truly cared about the students, but he showed the ugly side of a human being where money and gambling were concerned. Rayan figured he might need to start a campaign to stop him from gambling. Run-On. Rayan sent Run-On up next. She got a swordsmanship that would allow a more flashy and sharp control of the water attribute aura. Martha received a powerful and destructive footwork, which was suitable for her. Dorian got footwork specialized in dodging, and a paper on top. And curiously, it was written on the paper how to store and handle baggage more efficiently instead of a martial art. Every Light Wind swordsman received a suitable book, and Rayan's turn eventually came. I wonder what I'm going to get. Rayan licked his lips, looking at the bookshelf. Footwork would be the best, I think. He still had many sword techniques to learn, and he didn't need more ways to control his body since he had the Ring of Fire, since he could only learn half of the Supreme Harmony steps. What he needed the most was another footwork to follow the River footwork. He placed his hand at the center of the bookshelf, hoping to gain a footwork. Whir, the Library of Enlightenment rotated, vibrating more than double the amount it did while it dealt with other swordsmen. However, no book appeared, no matter how much it spun. Rayan tilted his head, placing his hand on the library once again, but the bookshelf wasn't moving. It just remained still, not vibrating or rotating. What's going on? He was confused and looked at Glenn, but he simply looked indifferent. There doesn't seem to be any martial arts you need here. Is that even possible? The bookshelf seems to dislike you. Rayan tried placing his hand on it once again, but obviously the bookshelf showed no reaction. This is it for today. Glenn snapped his fingers, and the library sank underground with a gold flame, just like when it arrived. My lord. As Rayan was thinking it wasn't his day, Martha raised her hand while trembling. What's the matter? She finished her sentence, despite being subjected to the powerful pressure from Glenn's gaze. Martha. Rayan narrowed his eyes. Burin would have been a different story, but he didn't expect Martha to say that at all. It was even more surprising than the fact that the bookshelf didn't give him a book. Martha bit her lips to the point that it seemed like it would bleed, her eyes fixated on Glenn without looking back at Rayan. She's right. Burin, Run-On, and the other swordsmen stepped up next to Martha and handing over their books. You are gravely mistaken. After silently staring at them for a moment, he walked up to the edge of the platform with his hands clasped behind his back. Sorry, it's not over just because he didn't get a book. You don't need to worry, as I'm planning on rewarding the vice leader of Light Wind in some other way later. I knew it. Rayon nodded. It was a shame that he didn't get any book on martial arts, but Glenn could be trusted when it came down to rewards and punishments. He could trust him to reward him in some other way. Martha took the book back, her face turning red. You will leave now. Glenn waved his hand as if they were annoying him. Rayon bowed deeply at Glenn before standing. He looked at Rimmer, but he just smiled faintly, meaning that they should leave without him. We will be leaving. He nodded, then left the audience chamber alongside the Light Wind. Slam! The audience chamber's door closed, and Glenn, Roan, and Rimmer were the only ones left inside the Lord's manor. How shall I say it? The Light Wind doesn't feel like a new organization. Roan smiled gently. It's really nice to see how they care for each other. I also didn't expect Martha to ask me to care for Rayon. Glenn nodded, looking at the door everyone left through. Young Master Rayon didn't express his sadness despite having missed the reward, and the way he congratulated everyone instead made me think he really is built differently. That's true. Glenn cleared his throat, the corners of his mouth loosening as soon as Rayon was complimented. Who do you think you should thank for that? Rimmer smiled broadly and stood next to Roan. It's only possible because I'm keeping the balance at the center. He grinned, pointing at himself with his finger. Glenn narrowed his eyes while looking at Rimmer. There wasn't really anything that could be called work. They did everything during the mission. How strong was the 10th apostle? He surpassed the second wall. I'm not exactly sure since we didn't fight all out, but I'm sure that he's at least a grandmaster. I see. Glenn's expression remained indifferent despite hearing that he was a grandmaster. I should have killed him the first time I saw him. It couldn't be helped back then. The White Blood religion's leader and Eden's head were with him. Rimmer shrugged, looking at the window where golden sunlight was shining through. Anyway, Rayon helped me a lot in this case. Is that so? Yes. The 10th apostle decided to retreat because Rayon managed to defeat the 7th apostle. Rayon was also the one that made Balkar shut their mouth. You should have seen Moral using honorifics when speaking to Rayon. The way Moral, who was called the Snake of Raging Flame, was forced to call Rayon sir, was a sight to behold him that he would pay any amount of money for. That's why I ask you to please look after Rayon, rather than playing a trick with the library. Trick. Glenn's eyebrows lowered slightly, expressing that he had never done such a thing. You used a shapeless aura to stop any books from coming out. Rimmer licked his lips, looking at the floor where the bookshelf used to be located. I understand why you did that, though. When Rayon touched the bookshelf, Rimmer certainly felt that a book was trying to come out, but Glenn used the shapeless aura to stop the book from coming out. That was the reason it looked like there was no reaction. You wanted to teach him personally, after stopping a book from coming out, right? I wish our Rayon knew the ardent feelings of a grandfather for his grandson. Silence. Glenn clicked his tongue and shook his hand. Yes, sir, the noisy one is going to leave, so please reward me with something as well. Rimmer extended his hands while smiling. Of course, I was intending to reward you as well. Glenn gestured with his head and Roan brought a heavy-looking pouch. Rimmer's face beamed with a smile once he opened the pouch to see the golden light inside. Is that reward enough? Ah, of course, I can play as much as I want with this, but that won't be enough to win against him. There's a good reason why he is famous throughout the continent for gambling. He's still human. He's bound to lose one day. Can you get your head screwed on right? The dead won't return to life no matter how much money you lose. My lord, that's... Forget about the story from the past. It's time to talk about the mistakes now. Glenn came down from the platform. The entire Lord's manor turned cold from his heavy steps. What mistake? What mistake? Rimmer stepped backward, hiding the gold pouch behind his back. This. Glenn waved a paper in his hand. It was the report he sent before. 2 lines. Did you seriously write a 2-line-long report after fighting the apostles? That was because it was urgent news. Since the fight was already over, you should have had enough time to write about how you won and how heavily the children were injured. It's because you were worried about Rayon. You should have said that from the beginning. Rimmer was stepping backward, but he suddenly stopped. He wasn't against a wall, couldn't run backward anymore. Shapeless aura. Did you use a shapeless aura to create a wall? He tried to walk forward instead in surprise, but he couldn't move at all. All 4 directions were blocked with a shapeless aura. Rumble, and crimson lightning started to appear above his head. Reporting is one of the mandatory missions of a squad leader. Even though you've completed the mission, since you didn't properly deal with the aftermath, I'm going to punish you accordingly. Or rather than a punishment, I'm going to die if I get hit by that. You aren't going to die. That's right. You won't die at least. Glenn gestured with his hand, and the crimson lightning that was rumbling in the air struck him with a thunderous sound. Swordfield Qua. Rimmer tried to open the swordfield, but it was already too late. Dozens of lightning strikes shredded the swordfield that was trying to open, then engulfed his entire body. Wham! The crimson light sparked in the audience chamber for a while. Rayon finished dinner with Sylvia and the maids in the annex building before returning to his room. He sighed. I'm exhausted. He had to speak about what happened in Porven to Glenn for the first time, and to everyone in the annex building for the second time. Telling the tales of that long incident twice a day was even more exhausting than a battle. The King of Essence also feels dead tired from listening to that tedious and unremarkable story twice. Wrath shook his hand, telling him to sleep already. I guess I'll do that. He was drowsy, either because he led everyone back to Sieghart or because he had to tell the story twice when he wasn't really that great at storytelling. Knock, knock, knock. After he took off the outerwear in order to wash himself before sleeping, someone knocked 3 times. It was Judil's signal. Enter. Yes. Judil opened the door and entered with a thin book in her hand. She bobbed her head, handing over the book she had brought him. What is this? I've gathered more detailed data about Sieghart's armed organizations while you were on your mission. Rayon opened the book Judil gave him. While the document was more focused on the division leaders and squad leaders during the selection ceremony, it now had information about the squad and division's characteristics and the main personnel. She must have investigated in advance, since he would have to cooperate with other squads and divisions a lot in the future. I've received an order from the Central Martial Palace to determine your true power. They are more cautious now. Are they intending to make their move after figuring out my skills? That seems to be their intentions. Because he managed to defeat an apostle this time, the Central Martial Palace must have given up on making a rash move. Give them a plausible report by pretending you happened to see me training. Tell them that I must be about to become a master. Understood. Judil nodded and continued. While investigating the armed organizations, I've also looked into the white blood religion, and it appears that the 7th apostle you fought against was a newbie, and the 10th apostle has been a 10th apostle for 30 years at least. Rayon was already aware of that fact, since the 10th apostle was still in the same position back when he used to be the assassin Rayon. By the way, there are only 4 apostles that have maintained their positions for over 30 years. They are the real monsters of the white blood religion. I suppose the level of their powerhouses was more important than numbers for their armed organization. The reason the 6 kings and the 5 demons were called the strongest in the continent was also because of the strongest people in those organizations. Take care in the future. Judil simply said goodbye and turned around, since she finished conveying what she came for. It's nothing. She bowed with an indifferent expression on her face before leaving the room. Rayon opened the book and checked the contents in detail. The information about the divisions, squad leaders, and vice leaders was written in more detail. There's another person that likes gambling other than our squad leader. He noticed one vice division leader that liked gambling. However, he was pretty good at it, and it was written that he was a confident person that won every time he gambled. He was the complete opposite of Rimmer. That's pretty good. After checking the book from the beginning to the end, he placed it in his drawer and stood up. He dressed and picked up Heavenly Drive. What's up? Where are you trying to go instead of sleeping? My body's itching after reading this. I'll be back after training a little. You shouldn't say you will be back, since the King of Essence has to follow you. Why are you doing whatever you want when you are just a tenant? Tenant, me. Yes. The only reason you still have that body is because the King of Essence is considerate. I guess you are a parasite instead of a tenant. What did you just say? The King of Essence is the true owner of this body. He could take over this body anytime he wanted. Prove it. Rayon bobbed his finger, telling him to bring it on. Wrath couldn't rashly challenge him by spreading around his wrath and coldness. He was aware of the fact that he would only end up giving away stats if he challenged him. Since it's not going to take a long time, hang in there a little bit more. Rayon snickered as he left the annex building. As he made his way towards the open area in front of the lake, someone was walking towards him from the direction of the main building, slow but dignified steps. His blonde hair was shining brilliantly under the moonlight, and his red eyes were lighting up the darkness. Why is he here? It was Glenn. Rayon couldn't even begin to guess why he was in the annex building when he hadn't visited it once since the 100th day after Rayon's birth. Greeting my lord. He was trying to kneel and bow, but something in the air stopped his waist and neck from moving. You shouldn't be noisy during the night. Standing in front of Rayon, Glenn's serious eyes sparkled. It means less effort for me since you are already out. Sorry. He turned around and gestured with his hand for Rayon to follow him. Where are we going? I told you before, didn't I? Glenn glanced back. He was frowning, his gaze cold. I said that I'd reward you in a different way. The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman. The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman. Glenn stopped upon reaching the open area of the annex building. His eyes were unusually shallow as he slowly looked around. Rayon silently watched him while standing behind him. What is he trying to do? He couldn't understand why he was trying to reward him at such a late hour. Even though he was capable of analyzing most people's mindsets, Glenn was completely unpredictable. How strange. Wrath narrowed his eyes, watching Glenn's back. What is? I think that old man has become even stronger than before. Even stronger than before. Yes, I'm sure he raised his proficiency. He is such an arrogant old man, becoming even stronger in his state despite being a human. He twisted his lips in displeasure. Rayon gasped. How could that happen? He hadn't heard anything about Glenn fighting anyone or training recently. He couldn't believe that he became even stronger despite not having done anything. Once you reach the level of the King of Essence or that old man, training becomes meaningless. Instead, this is the important part. Wrath pointed at the left side of his chest with his finger. Willpower, it's not willpower, it is the will itself. It's the mind. Mind, you have to polish your mind rather than your martial arts. You have to forge your own way instead of following a road that someone else has created before you. Does the same go for you? Of course. The King of Essence also walked his own path instead of following other people's paths once he became powerful enough. Back in Devildom, the King of Essence. Wrath told him about how he got stronger, bragging about himself. So that's why. Rayon nodded. Darius Robert also kept getting stronger despite not having any special training. He thought it was simply because he was talented, but that wasn't the case. He must have been continuously polishing his mind as well. It's difficult. Opening a new path by polishing the will and mind wasn't something he could look into, as he wasn't even a master yet. However, he had a feeling that he could reach a higher place even faster if he began training that way. It's not impossible. Wrath nodded. However, it's much less efficient and mediocre for you to try right now. It will be too difficult while not bearing much result. That's fine. He had continuously walked a difficult and unmanageable path in his previous life. He was confident he could endure it. Just as he decided that he would also aim for the growth of his mind, Glenn turned around. His thoughtful eyes returned to being even more cold-hearted than usual. How much have you learned of the supreme harmony steps that I taught you before? Glenn took a step forward and raised his chin slightly. His tall stature and cold gaze put pressure on Rayon's shoulders, just the first step. Rayon bit his lip and responded. It was embarrassing, but he couldn't remember anything except for the first step. Pathetic. Glenn frowned. Coldness spread out in the open area, making it feel like the temperature had dropped. It's true that the first step of the Supreme Harmony steps is an excellent move and important for the technique, but you won't be able to progress any further if you're satisfied with that. I'm sorry. It's better this way. Sorry. Instead of teaching you a new martial art, I should just teach you the Supreme Harmony steps. Since your laziness is the reason you need to learn it, you shouldn't blame me for this. He shook his hand, telling him that it was because of his own laziness that he couldn't get a better technique. All right, Rayon nodded. He wasn't sure what else he could have obtained, but he initially wanted footwork anyway. Supreme Harmony steps was more than good enough for him. He used the Ring of Fire to the extreme, since he was now stronger than before, and the Ring of Fire was also at a higher level. He was looking forward to understanding more from the demonstration. I'm starting now. Glenn loosened his coat slightly and extended his left foot. Just like the last time, a single step looked like it could reach anywhere as it seeped into the land of night. It felt like he was in the open area and on the moon in the sky at the same time. The second step was quick, even though Rayon was using the Ring of Fire to the best of his ability. He had difficulties following it with his eyes, which were used to Frost Pond. It was so fast that it looked like Glenn was standing still. The third step was flashy. Glenn's body multiplied into 10 in an instant with a light similar to a cluster of stars, then fused back into one. The mysterious step seemed to incorporate illusions. The fourth step was heavy and slow. It felt like he had the open area, or rather the entire Sieghart domain, under his feet as he dominated the space through his step. Glenn took 5 more steps after that. The world changed alongside him each time he moved. Rayon trembled, his mouth slightly open. He was excited. It felt like the energy of the entire universe was surrounding Glenn. What I saw last time wasn't even the tip of the iceberg. Ring of Fire's proficiency. The Supreme Harmony steps that Glenn showed him last time in the audience chamber wasn't even a tenth of what he did just then. It was truly a great martial art. Calling it heavenly wasn't enough. Did you see it? Glenn stopped after demonstrating the Supreme Harmony steps twice in a row. Although he just used a technique that felt surreal, not a single strand of his hair was out of place. I saw it. Rayon nodded, learning it was a different story, but he managed to see all the Supreme Harmony steps that Glenn showed him. That's a nice answer, at least. Glenn laughed coldly, then dusted off his coat. Try doing it yourself. All right. Rayon extended his left foot, catching his breath. I don't need to show everything. Since it wasn't a lower grade or an intermediate martial art, it was impossible to copy an advanced technique after seeing it only twice. Because Glenn shouldn't be expecting that either. Rayon only needed to show what he felt, just like last time. Thud. He sharply pierced into the moonlight as he advanced with the first step. The moment he engraved the will that he could do anything in his heart, his body cooperated with the land to complete the first step, the one that could reach anywhere. He then took the second step. He incorporated the breathing technique of extreme quickness that he obtained when he practiced with Frost Pond. His vision narrowed in an instant, and his dashing body felt like it became a blade. The third was about change and illusion. He moved his body by using the principles of the Flame spirit he learned in the cave. He could feel his body spreading out like an illusion, just like the red flower petals decorating the space. The fourth was about weight. Rayon used as much aura as he could to stomp the ground. His pressure, spreading over his shoulders, became a heavy wave that began to dominate the space while overwhelming the cold air. Kring. He rotated the rings of fire to a point where his heart felt numb and reproduced the supreme harmony step that Glenn had demonstrated. The power and speed were incomparable, but the direction was similar at least. Huff, huff. Once Rayon stopped his steps, he breathed heavily and perspired profusely. Although he only repeated it once, the tiredness of his body and mind felt like he had trained for the entire day. Pathetic. Glenn wrinkled his nose while looking down on Rayon, who was panting while grabbing his knees. It's not just the posture, but I can see that the direction is slightly awry at times. Since this is the last time, try doing your best. Glenn shook his hand as if he were annoyed, before showing the supreme harmony steps once more and telling him the principles. Rayon bowed after perfectly memorizing the postures and the principles. A footwork can't be completed by just following the footsteps on the ground. A footwork can only be called complete if you can adjust and apply it depending on the situation. I see. Rayon nodded. Just like he said, the important part of footwork was deciding which one to use in a situation. You don't need to be impatient because you can't easily break through the master's wall. You just need to keep training your body and mind like you've always done, and you will find one day that the wall has already collapsed. He turned around after giving Rayon some advice to become a master on top of the footwork. Rayon approached Glenn from behind as he was about to leave. Why are you being so kind to me? The way he visited him late at night to teach him the supreme harmony steps and gave him advice to become a master could by no means be called ordinary. Kind. Glenn turned his head. Despite my lacking skills, I still can tell that supreme harmony steps is the greatest footwork in existence, since you taught me something like this and even gave me advice to become a master. You are free to misunderstand, but you are too ignorant. Glenn must have been laughing at him, as his lips were slightly curled up. Normally, when there's a newly appointed squad leader or vice squad leader, I personally teach them an appropriate technique and give them advice. Since you didn't have that opportunity yet and couldn't receive a book from the library, I decided to give you all of it at once. Moreover, you aren't the only one that will benefit from becoming a master. The achievement of the youngest master being born in Sieghart will give us an opportunity to crush the other 6 kings and 5 demons. I only did that because it was natural to do so. Since it wasn't because I particularly like you, you should stop misunderstanding that I'm being kind to you. I apologize. Rayon shook his head. He thought there was another reason that Glenn visited him late at night and taught him the technique, but he must have been mistaken. He only cared about the house and fairness, just like before. Glenn turned around once again. He looked like he would leave right away, but he turned his head instead. Let me ask you one thing. Yes, you said you raked in all the money from casinos in order to find a member of Thieves' Guild, who taught you how to gamble. Rayon swallowed nervously. Glenn was well aware of the fact that he couldn't possibly have gambled, as he had been living in the annex building. Since he couldn't tell him about his previous life, there was only one name that he could give as an excuse. I learned it from the Light Wind Squad leader, Rimmer. I knew it would be him. Glenn nodded. The open area was filled with the chilly atmosphere of the Northern Ocean's tidal wave in an instant. I've created the supreme harmony steps to match me. You should learn my supreme harmony steps, then make it your own to complete it. After staring at Rayon for a moment, Glenn disappeared from sight like scattering snowflakes. My own supreme harmony steps. Rayon exhaled lightly, looking at the spot where Glenn had disappeared. His advice seemed to align with what Wrath told him earlier. Since it's over now, go to sleep already. The King of Essence is tired. Wait a moment. He shook his head, looking at Glenn's footprints on the ground. Since those traces were pretty much a special opportunity for him, sleeping wasn't an option. Rayon rotated the ring of fire and used the supreme harmony steps, following Glenn's footprints on the ground. Because the tension left him, he failed his first attempt. However, he regained his posture and kept repeating it until he succeeded. The first step that he thought he had gotten used to was also completely different from Glenn's, so he figured he should start it over and repeated it over and over. With his body practicing the footwork and his brain imagining Glenn's movements, the whole world turned white, and he felt like the only thing that existed in the world were the footprints and himself. Rayon didn't realize that messages had appeared in front of his eyes as he kept practicing the supreme harmony steps, looking at the footprints. Inside the pure white space, without a single speck of dust, multiple bloody red pillars were lined up. There was a high platform at the deepest part, and the inside couldn't be seen because of a red curtain. The seventh apostle's murderous moan could be heard from the center of the strange place, which almost looked like a temple. It hurts too much. The seventh apostle screamed, caressing his chest, arm, and thigh that the blade of Requiem had cut through. Gray blood smeared his white clothes. The pain isn't going away. The injuries aren't fading even though I used bloody techniques. He grit his teeth while tearing out his own flesh, although he kept using the white spirit aura. The excruciating pain continued instead of his injury healing. The master is coming soon. Shut your mouth. The 10th apostle, who was leaning his back against a pillar while watching him, narrowed his eyes. Huff, overwhelmed by his pressure, the 7th apostle shut his mouth and shrunk his shoulders. However, his body kept trembling in pain. Swish. Along with the clear sound of blowing wind, the curved shadow of a woman's body appeared from behind the curtain, greeting the master. Greeting the master. The 10th apostle knelt, and the 7th apostle also bowed while enduring the pain. There was only one person the apostles would call their master and kneel for. She was the master of the white blood religion, the religious leader of the white blood. You may rise. A hand lightly waved at them from inside the curtain, and the 10th and 7th apostles raised their heads at the same time. Unlike the other transcenders, the white blood's religious leader didn't have a powerful pressure. Her faint pressure almost felt like it didn't exist, but the mysterious and elegant atmosphere around her was incomparable to anyone else. So were you defeated by a Sieghart boy? The sweet voice resounding from the other side of the curtain felt like it could melt the soul. I wasn't defeated. Come this way. Ah, yes. The 7th apostle wasn't able to stand up, so he pretty much crawled towards the platform. The white blood religion's leader examined the 7th apostle's injury with passionate eyes. Each time her gaze was directed at the 7th apostle, his whole body trembled. It's ghastly energy, and this ghastly energy has resentment against the white blood. She stretched her long finger over the curtain, and yellow blood came out from the 7th apostle's injury to float in the air. The 7th apostle's eyes widened. He felt like thousands of ants were biting him just a moment before, yet it was gone in an instant. That yellow blood must have contained an extreme amount of malice. The white blood religion's leader nodded slightly before tilting her head. Who defeated you again? I was really just careless. If I meet him again, I'll bite off his neck. Is it even possible for a master to lose against an expert because of carelessness? I guess I made a mistake in raising you. Kua. The red curtain was lifted slightly, and beautifully shining black eyes could be seen. Although the 7th apostle could only see her eyes, he grasped his neck as if he couldn't breathe, and the 10th apostle bit his lips. You lost all of the sacrifices, and the rumor spread about Sieghart's young one defeating an apostle. I had some expectations of you, but it's a shame. This is as far as you go. The amount of pressure coming from the religious leader was less than rock bottom. However, it soared in an instant to reach the sky. The entire place trembled as if it would collapse, despite being built sturdily. I'll take care of him. The 7th apostle mustered all his strength to open his mouth. I'll kill him and erase everyone that spread the rumor from the earth. Please give me one more chance. He slammed his head on the ground so hard that he could have started bleeding. I'll make the entire world fear the white blood religion. Please give me a chance. Someone like you cannot create fear towards the white blood religion. Cold sparks appeared from the religious leader's eyes, and veins popped all over the 7th apostle's face. However, it would be too harsh to kill you because of a single failure. The 7th apostle realized she really did intend to kill him, and his face turned pale. Take this with you. The religious leader snapped her fingers, and a small glass bottle came flying towards him from the other side of the curtain. It contained liquid, as transparent as water. I really getting this precious. This is your last chance. The line of the religious leader's jaw twisted up from the other side of the curtain. Since I'll squeeze out even more blood from your body if you fail again. That's never going to happen. The 7th apostle swallowed nervously, then bowed. You can go. Yes, he slammed his head on the ground before disappearing from that place. How was he? The religious leader's gaze was now directed at the 10th apostle, who was kneeling on the right. His huge potential is worthy of admiration. He even declared war against me when he seemed about to collapse at any moment. The 10th apostle immediately answered, since he realized the religious leader was asking about Rayon instead of the 7th apostle. To that extent, his weapon is also threatening. He might become a huge hindrance to the cult if we leave him alone. The religious leader groaned slightly and caressed her own lips. Was his name Rayon Sieghart? Yes. If the 7th loses again next time, you shall bring him here. Bring him here alive. Of course, since I'm going to make him my disciple. Why, does that remind you of your past? It was nothing. The religious leader smiled, and the 10th apostle shook his head. Don't you think it would be interesting if Sieghart's greatest talent joined the white blood religion? Her excited laughter seeped into the white space. I'm already curious how that old man will look. The Heavenly Blade Division leader was watching the open area of the Annex building from the North Grave Mountain. Although Glenn had already left, Rayon was still practicing the Supreme Harmony steps in the same location. The Heavenly Blade leader turned around towards the voice coming from behind her. Glenn was looking at her with his usual gaze, his hands behind his back. My mission is to follow the head of house unless I'm assigned to another mission. The Heavenly Blade Leader lowered her chin slightly and answered, I think it was too much. The Heavenly Blade Leader closed her eyes. Too much. I'm not saying that it was excessive to give him the Supreme Harmony steps. What I mean is that the Supreme Harmony steps are too much for the current Light Winds Vice Squad leader to handle. What Rayon received was an opportunity, but it was a poisonous one. It was as clear as day that he would only end up wasting time, no matter how much of a genius he was. I see. Glenn nodded, neither refuting nor agreeing with her. He watched Rayon for a while before turning around. You should watch him until he returns to the annex building. What about my lord? I need to teach someone a lesson. She didn't need him to tell her who he was going to teach a lesson, since she could already tell. It must have been the crazy bastard that taught gambling to that excellent gemstone. Understood. The Heavenly Blade Leader nodded, and Glenn melted into the shadow and disappeared. Although no one was watching her, the Heavenly Blade Leader kept watching Rayon with a straight posture. Since it was a mission Glenn personally gave her, she prepared herself to react to any situation. It shouldn't take long. Judging from the way Rayon was using his footwork, he kept failing and there was no sign of progress. Since there was no way he would continue that boring practice when he didn't even have a clue, she guessed that Rayon would give up soon enough and leave. However, despite her expectations, he didn't leave the open area after a few hours had passed. He kept practicing his footwork until sunrise, collapsing in exhaustion and falling down from failure. Thud. Rayon's feet stopped when the rising sun started to shine upon the open area. Is it over? His tenacity was pretty good, at least. She admired Rayon's tenacity, since he kept practicing footwork for over 8 hours without resting at all, even though all he did was fail. However, despite her expectations, Rayon lowered his posture once again instead of returning to the annex building. How admirable, but it still won't work since it's impossible, huh? The Heavenly Blade Leader's eyes widened upon witnessing Rayon advancing through the golden light of daybreak. That guy, what the hell? The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman. Inside the Light Wind Squad leader's room, the dim moonlight was passing through the dusty window. It was still labeled as the lounge for the head instructor, and Rimmer stood up with a rustling sound. The way his body was swaying suggested that he had just woken up. Ha. Rimmer sighed, taking off his charred coat. I managed to return here alive. He couldn't remember how he reached the squad leader's room. He must have come to his most comfortable place in his half-conscious state after getting hit by Glenn's lightning. It hurt a lot today. Naturally, Glenn never used an attack that would critically injure him or leave any aftereffects. His lightning usually only gave pain, but it was a bit different that day. It struck him faster than his sword field's activation, and it was powerful enough to shred the sword field itself. It looked like Glenn managed to surpass a wall once again. He is really amazing. He was still advancing despite having already transcended humanity. Glenn was literally mystery itself. Once he overcame his inner demon, 1/3 of the continent would have become Sieghart's domain if he resolved himself instead of listening to those that were neutral. I should be more careful in the future. Rimmer chuckled, stroking his blackened red hair. He decided he needed to stop himself from making fun of the grandfather that worried too much about his grandson. He might really die if did that, since Glenn had gotten even stronger. Hua. Rimmer raised his hands and stretched. I'm glad the mission went well. The Light Wind had a real battle against the 5 demons, which was a priceless opportunity, and Rayon managed to defeat an apostle. Since Glenn even opened the Library of Enlightenment to offer a huge gift to the members, it could be called the best outcome. He will look after Rayon even if I don't say anything. Since Rayon was Glenn's most cherished person, he would be rewarded with something even more special. There was no need for him to worry. I can rest assured now. Rimmer picked up the reward pouch that he had received from Glenn. Although he was punished, he didn't take back his reward. Rimmer liked that clean way of handling matters. However, I shouldn't go to the gambling house for now. Since Glenn was glaring at him, he figured he should stop visiting the gambling house for a while. Rimmer decided he would try to read the mood while training the squad members for a few days. Then I'll go and rest, huh? He put the gold pouch in his inner pocket and opened the door, and someone was approaching from across the training ground. The owner of those familiar steps and the red eyes glowing in the darkness was Glenn. And my lord. Rimmer narrowed his eyes upon seeing Glenn. Why is he coming here? He couldn't understand why he was coming towards him at such a late hour, as he had already received his reward and punishment. Ah, that must be it. He must have brought him some medicine since he didn't properly control his power with the lightning. You don't need to be so considerate, Rimmer started to cheerfully greet him, then stopped. The cold expression on Glenn's face didn't suggest he came to give him medicine or apologize to him. He looked more like a villain who came to devour him alive. Did you even teach the children how to gamble, on top of being crazy yourself? What me? What is he talking about? What gambling? I didn't mind it if you were the only one to lose money and ruin yourself, but you are now trying to influence the young sprouts. Me. He did often tell the children about him winning or losing money, but he never, ever taught them how to gamble. You are so obvious, even as you are trying to deny it. Glenn raised his hand towards the sky, and Rimmer became unable to move, as if shackles were binding his arms and legs. Rumble, clouds darker than the night sky gathered, forming into a thundercloud. Since I went easy on you earlier, I'll make it stronger this time. That was easy. I almost fainted from the pain. Since this is your retribution, you should gladly accept it. There was only one thing Rimmer could say, while looking at the crimson lightning falling towards him. Did I do that? The Heavenly Blade Division leader rubbed her eyes before looking at the open area again. It was Rayon. It was Rayon for sure, but he looked like Glenn using his footwork for a moment. The reason Rayon looked like Glenn was simple. He got better Rayon's Supreme Harmony steps now had power. It was mysterious and dignified, just like Glenn's demonstration. How did he do that in such a short amount of time? Even though he was focused the entire time, it had only been 7 hours. As far as she knew, it was impossible to comprehend a great technique like Supreme Harmony steps in such a short time, which was even shorter than a night. What is going on? Rayon didn't do anything special. He kept observing the footprints before practicing the Supreme Harmony steps, then checked the footprints again before extending his Supreme Harmony steps. However, his footwork began to feel like Glenn's at some point. The Heavenly Blade Division leader tried biting the inside of her cheek, trying to see if she was dreaming. It hurt. It wasn't a dream, yet it felt like one. Cold sweat trickled down her back because of the impossible reality she was witnessing. How did he do that? She couldn't understand how a rookie, one who wasn't even a master yet, could acquire the Supreme Harmony steps, which is an extremely advanced technique. Although she knew that he was talented, she never imagined he was capable of such a thing. She stopped observing the surroundings and focused on Rayon. The footprints were reflected in his red eyes. It was the ultimate footwork that Glenn had left for him. Is he actually? The Heavenly Blade Division leader's lips started to tremble, completely immersed in his practice. Warriors that reached a high stage sometimes had their senses multiplied dozens of times, with time flowing slowly during their training or in a fight to the death. It was a phenomenon known as immersion, trance, or ascension, and Rayon seemed to be in that state. How could a rookie that hasn't even reached master level achieve immersion during his training? It could happen during a fight to the death, but entering trance during training was extremely rare. She could count on her fingers how many times she had experienced it herself, and all of them happened when she reached enlightenment after she became a master. She couldn't believe that Rayon was completely immersed, since he wasn't even a master yet, not to mention, the training he was doing was too difficult for him, which should have made it difficult to focus. So this was the reason the head of house told me to watch him. Glenn wasn't asking her to guard him when he told her to watch Rayon. What he meant was for her to watch and learn what kind of person Rayon was. Mysterious, curious, and eccentric. Those were the only words that could describe Rayon. Although her life was full of ups and downs, it was her first time seeing someone like him. Thud, Rayon kept practicing the Supreme Harmony steps in his immersion. It didn't look like he cared whether he was making progress or not, since he kept following the footprints with his entranced eyes before extending his legs. Despite the distance between them, she could feel Rayon's focus, which was as sharp as a blade. Although the sun had already begun to rise, she couldn't leave her spot because she was too curious about how much he would achieve. While she was watching Rayon, she could see a maid from the annex building coming to the open area with a tray of food in her hands. Shall I stop her? The immersion Rayon was in was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Getting interrupted might result in losing all the enlightenment he had received so far, and even end up with an internal injury. As the Heavenly Blade Division leader decided to act, the maid stopped approaching Rayon and watched him for a bit, before returning with the food she brought. The annex building fell silent after that, as if the night fell once again, and the maids that came out of the building never went to the open area. It can't be. The Heavenly Blade Division leader swallowed nervously, before looking at Rayon once again. Has this actually happened multiple times before? His footwork was slowly and slightly becoming similar to Glenn's. Supreme Harmony steps. Rayon stopped his steps once he encountered the third moon in the open area of the annex building. He sighed, sitting on the footprint-covered ground. Because he was so focused on it, he couldn't even move a finger. He lay down and looked up at the sky. Looking at the moon, which was getting close to the full moon, made him smile. He felt great, even though his body and mind were completely exhausted. He knew that the Supreme Harmony steps he would use in the future would be different from what he'd been using in the past, and that was why he was smiling. I've definitely progressed. He had a long way to go before he could complete the Supreme Harmony steps. Dozens of years of training wouldn't be enough to reach Glenn's level. However, the footwork that couldn't even be called average was now usable in an actual fight. It was a tremendous amount of progress, considering he had only practiced for 2 days, but it's still lacking. He knew that because he had completely memorized Glenn's demonstration. He copied his posture, principles, and movements exactly, but his footwork was still somehow different. I wonder what it is. He had a feeling the problem was something more fundamental than his stage or the proficiency of the supreme harmony steps. However, he couldn't determine the exact reason. I must have overworked my brain. His body had also reached its limit, making him sleepy and unable to think. He figured he needed to sleep before figuring out the difference between him and Glenn. You damn bastard. As he was about to fall asleep, Wrath ground his teeth. The King of Essence couldn't sleep at all for the past 2 days because of you, yet are you trying to fall asleep now? Wrath, it's been a while. It's been a while? I won't allow you to sleep. That much is a given, and I won't overlook this resentment for missing 8 meals. Missing the meals must have been based on how many times the maids left when they came to deliver the food. Whoosh. Along with a ferocious look in Wrath's eyes, wrath and coldness started spreading out from him. The coldness surged like a tsunami to engulf his mana circuit and energy center, while the 25 points of wrath deeply engraved in his heart started to crush his soul. The King of Essence is going to take over your body to eat delicacy, to conquer the world. You were trying to say delicacies, right? Shut your mouth. Although Wrath must have been using his full strength, the pain Rayon was feeling wasn't that much. And the reason was simple. It was because the Ring of Fire was still rotating despite his exhausted state. The Ring of Fire was melting Wrath's coldness and suppressing the wrath as naturally as breathing. Why? Surprised by the fact that he couldn't even win against Rayon in his dead tired state, Wrath's jaw dropped. You are no match for me. Why am I unable to score when you don't even have the strength to speak? I have no strength to speak, but I can still stop you. Rayon smiled powerlessly, continuing to use the Ring of Fire. He was too exhausted to rotate the 6 rings at once, but he managed to resonate the 5 rings while enduring the pain. What the hell is wrong with you? How can a mere human? As Wrath grit his teeth in confusion, messages announcing his defeat appeared. The reward would have been a single point in one stat normally, but all of his stats increased instead because he was completely exhausted. The system was truly fair. Damn it, I couldn't sleep nor eat, and now I'm even losing stats. That's why I told you to stop. Rayon felt like he could have a nice sleep since he had been given a present before falling asleep. New messages appeared when he couldn't keep his eyes open anymore. This is that thing from back then, the cheat ability that gives you a bunch of stats just from sleeping. Rayon closed his eyes, using Wrath's scream as a lullaby. Sloth, you idiot, I'm definitely going to find you. The main body of the King of Essence is going broke because of you 2 bastards. The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman. Rayon opened his eyes, sunlight shining down on him through a clean window, not a single speck of dust visible. I feel refreshed. Probably because of Wrath's curse, his tiredness was completely gone and his body was brimming with vitality. He is more suited to be a giving tree rather than a demon king. Rayon looked at the ice flower bracelet with a snicker, and a message appeared in front of his eyes. By the way. He remembered Wrath was insulting Sloth as he was closing his eyes. He must have been angry because he expected that outcome. Wrath surged from the bracelet and frowned. I knew it. What a dirty and disgusting cheat ability. He bit his lips, reading the message about Rayon's stats increasing. How does it even make sense to have all of your stats increased just from sleeping? Even the King of Essence doesn't have that goddamn ability. It only happens sometimes, though. What do you mean, sometimes? It might be a small amount, but your stats are increasing every day. Cold wrath crawled up Wrath's shoulders. The King of Essence is never going to forget this. He will make sure that idiot Sloth will be unable to sleep forever. Aren't you going to get beaten up by Sloth, though, since you are losing all your stats to me? That sounds like you are losing all your hair. Even if the King of Essence loses some power, there's no way he would lose to that sleepyhead. Wrath frowned, scoffing and brushing it off as nonsense. However, his voice was trembling slightly. It's okay, even if that happens. He will admit defeat as long as I keep bothering his sleep while running away. He grinned, saying that he could win anyway. Rayon's lips parted. Rayon imagined Wrath running away from Sloth after disturbing his slumber because he couldn't win in a head-on fight, and that just felt so pitiful. Do you want some beet ice cream? Since he felt slightly sorry for him, he took out the ice cream box from the drawer. What are you plotting? What are you trying to do to the King of Essence? Wrath licked his lips, his hands raised in caution. The way Wrath wanted to eat the ice cream but was stopping himself because he feared Rayon would ask something in return looked even more sad. I'll eat all those ice creams after the meal. I won't trust you. Reveal your true intentions. There's no such thing. Rayon sighed, opening the door. As he was going to the washroom in order to take a shower, he saw Yua. Sir Rayon, strangely, Yua was wearing brightly colored outerwear. Where are you going? Sir Roan said he would start teaching me about music and martial arts today. Yua's twin tails fluttered in anticipation. In that case, I'll go with you. Wait a little. What? No, I can go alone. Sir Rayon has to rest. It's okay, I slept well. I'll get ready quickly. Rayon waved his hand and quickly entered the washroom. Hoo, I knew it. There's no way you would be nice and eat the ice cream. Wrath sat down on Yua's head, laughing coldly. I knew it. Yes, I already knew all that, but why do I feel so bitter? Znev. The cafeteria for the swordsmen was located near the 5th training ground. Normally, the trainees were the only ones allowed in there. However, ever since the 5th training ground became the Light Wind Squad's headquarters, the number of visitors had decreased, and the cafeteria opened up for everyone. However, since the 5th training ground and the facilities management department were nearby, people using the cafeteria were mostly the Light Wind members and technicians. What? A loud voice could be heard from the serving table of the cafeteria. He was struck by lightning. Burren frowned as he looked at Dorian. That's what he said. Moreover, he got hit twice in a single day. How does that make any sense? It's true. That's why the squad leader has been in the infirmary for 2 days now. No, but the weather has been clear recently. How did lightning even strike him? Well, I have no idea. You know the saying, crude lightning in the dry sky. Dorian shrugged, holding his food tray. I figured he must have gone to a casino since I hadn't seen him after his days off, but lightning, the squad leader seriously has all kinds of problems. Burren jeered, pouring the stew into his bowl. Why is Rayon not coming then? I heard he's exhausted. Exhausted? What happened to him? I heard he'd been doing nothing but training for 2 days straight, though I doubt that's even possible. Dorian shook his head, murmuring that he was a tenacious one. 2 days. Burren swallowed nervously. He should be able to do that. He would have scoffed it off as a lie if it were about anyone else, but Rayon, that tenacious bastard, was fully capable of doing that. The squad leader is hospitalized from getting struck by lightning, and the vice leader is exhausted from training. What a great house we have. Burren sneered and turned around, but Sir Rayon should be back by tomorrow. Dorian, who was walking ahead, was unable to keep his balance and fell down. The food in the tray flew away and landed on the uniform of the tall swordsman sitting at the table in front of him. Arg, I'm sorry. I'll immediately clean it up. You son of a bitch. As Dorian was trying to take out a handkerchief from his belly pocket, the swordsman stood up while grinding his teeth. Do you even know what this uniform is? The tall swordsman ignored Dorian's apology, thrusting his tightly clenched fist. Dorian was taken off guard and was hit straight to his chin, spilling over the table on his right. What are you doing right now? You must be picking a fight with us, right? Step on him. The swordsman sitting at that table started to punch him and stomp on him as if they had been waiting for it. That's enough. Burren placed his food tray on an empty table, then released his pressure. Those that were beating up Dorian looked back at him with a frown. What do you think you are doing right now, when you were the ones who tripped him while even using aura to make him unable to regain his balance? I haven't seen you around here before, so am I safe to assume that you came to pick a fight with the light wind? There's no way we would pick a fight. Gasp. Burren hurriedly turned around from hearing a voice around his ears. Although there was no one behind him a moment before, a tall and slender man was smiling at him. Garen Sieghart. Garen Sieghart was the second son of Balder, the master of the True Martial Palace, and he was the leader of the Golden Crest Squad, which was affiliated to the True Martial Palace. You should call me the squad leader Garen Sieghart. Squad leader Garen Sieghart. Please excuse me. Sure. I shall overlook it with my generosity. However. Garen raised his chin with a smile. I heard you saying something disturbing. Sorry, you said we picked a fight. Why would my guys even pick a fight with you? Look at that. He pointed his finger at the uniforms of the swordsmen who were trampling on Dorian. Those uniforms are made with the best fabric and materials. Moreover, they haven't even used them in a mission yet, so it would be stranger if they did nothing after he spilled dirty food on it. Don't you agree? That would be the case if Dorian accidentally spilled the food. In this case, however, that guy made him trip and even used his aura to pressure him in order to make him lose his balance. Burren pointed his finger at the nasty-looking swordsman that made Dorian trip. Do you have proof that our vice leader did that? Sorry. I'm asking whether you have proof that he made him trip and used his aura. It was as clear as day. How unreasonable. You are the one who is being unreasonable. You are the only person who saw it. Garen raised his arm to point at the surroundings. The technicians that were eating ran outside with their food trays because they didn't want to get involved, and the staff including the chef were hiding in the kitchen. Considering the blatant way he was lying about it, Burren became certain that he came to pick a fight. Are you targeting Rayon? There was only one reason why Golden Crest, who were affiliated to the True Martial Palace, would be picking a fight with the Light Wind. It must have been because Rayon beat up Radin before and halted the True Martial Palace's activities for a whole year. Rayon, why are you talking about him now? Garen firmly shook his head. Why would I target that boy who might become the pride of our house? He snickered, sitting at the table. Stand up. Burren helped Dorian stand, staring at Garen. His entire body and face were covered with bruises because they hit him while using their aura. Although Burren didn't exactly like Dorian, the dirty trick they used made him angry. So what do you want from us? You sound like I'm the villain when it was nothing but a coincidence. You don't need to pretend at this point. Please give me a decisive answer, since you are insisting so much. Garen smiled slightly and tapped on his scabbard. Let's have a spar. Sorry, let's have a group spar between your light wind and our golden crest. What do you mean? Burin narrowed his eyes. He thought Garen would ask him to bring Rayon or pick a fight about Rayon. He didn't expect him to request a spar at all, because it was a bit unreasonable when I thought about it. Garen stood up from the table and walked up to Burin. Just think about it. I succeeded in my first mission after becoming the squad leader of Golden Crest, but the true Martial Palace was ordered to stop all activities. I wasn't even rewarded for my successful mission, and no one acknowledged me for it. His eyes were glowing red. Yet I can't even go on another mission because the entire true Martial Palace is stopped. I spent over an entire year like a shitty jobless bum because I had nothing to do, and when I figured I could finally work once again, you were being praised for succeeding on your first mission. How shitty do you think I'd feel? That's because the person who caused the issue, Radin, was affiliated to the true Martial Palace. You should call him Big Brother Radin. I don't want to call him Big Brother since he will stain Sieghart's name. I like your definite answer. I don't consider him my little brother either. Garen nodded with a smile. The way his emotions were fluctuating so much was giving off the impression that he was a dangerous guy. Anyway, I'd like a spar between the great light wind and our golden crest that was stuck in a gutter. Can you arrange it? That's not up to me to decide. Burin shook his head. He realized Garen's objective. He was trying to vent his resentment for having his activities stopped for a year and take away the light wind's reputation. However, he was using a really troublesome method, unlike the idiotic Radin. Is that so? I guess we will need to rest here for a while then. Garen kicked away the slanted table and sat on an empty chair. The other Golden Crest swordsmen that came with him either pushed away the tables or sat on the tables to fill the room with intense pressure. Bring some rotten lamb chop and utan roasted pig. Bring some fried chicken. Bring the liquor as well. They chattered between them while ordering menu items that used rare ingredients. That's impossible right now. Impossible? What's impossible in the world? You have to do it if you are asked. Sniff. The kitchen staff sobbed when the swordsmen shouted at them. They were trembling intensely in fear. Please stop. The technicians and the staff are afraid. What? Are you telling me to stop because they are afraid? Everyone's afraid. A Sieghart swordsman should protect the weak. Ah, everyone's afraid, huh? I see. It would be troublesome if the chef were scared since he won't be able to cook. Ah, it was my mistake. I almost made a huge mistake. I almost made the chef afraid when I'm a member of the direct line of Sieghart and the squad leader of Golden Crest. He kicked the table in front of him, showing his teeth. Slam. The table rotated as it flew away, slamming into the wall. The way it was just slammed into the wall instead of being destroyed or crushed was enough to guess Garen's prowess. Hey, stop eating, everyone. He said our chefs and technicians are afraid. You should starve instead. Yes, the Golden Crest swordsman responded in a provocative manner, looking at Burin. They were telling him to accept the challenge if he wanted to put an end to the situation. Burin caught his breath while glaring at all of them. He felt like he would start throwing vulgar insults at them if he didn't calm himself down. I'll ask the squad leader and the vice leader about it, so please leave for today. Garen rolled his eyes, then nodded. Since they don't seem to be selling anything today, we should go somewhere else. Let's go, everyone. Yes, the Golden Crest swordsman stood up at once and stood behind Garen. But if they ever end up refusing my suggestion, I'll probably feel like returning here, you know. Burin simply nodded without saying anything. He didn't want to talk with that scoundrel anymore. Good, see you later then. He waved his hand, then left the cafeteria. Rattle, clang, a collapsing sound could be heard from the kitchen. It must have been the sound of staff dropping their utensils because the tension left them. Are you okay? Ah, I'm okay. Dorian murmured that he was okay, with a face that said he wasn't okay at all. But what are you going to do? Aren't they going to return? Yes, I'm sure they will. Considering what they did, they would keep coming back if he postponed the answer or refused his suggestion. That's why we should find the person who can solve the issue. In the small garden of the main building of Sieghart, Roan was smiling as he met Yua's eyes. We've met each other once before. My name is Roan. I'm Yua. Roan and Yua greeted each other with respect, smiling. Is the young master planning to stay there? I'd like to see how you teach her. Rayon nodded. He was planning to witness the first few lessons since he needed to stop him if he tried to teach her assassination techniques. It's a bit awkward, but it's all right. You can sit there. Rayon nodded, then sat on a white garden seat. Lady Yua, can you sing me a song you like? Yes. Yua nodded, stepping aside. She started singing with her twin tails bouncing. The blood-soaked castle walls and the snow field of the night are the winter castles. Instead of an ordinary song, Yua decided to sing Habon Castle's military song. Probably because Yua was the singer, it felt as aloof and elegant as a song used in the theater. The spears and swords are already howling in the daybreak, where green and red rain are seeping into the land. Rayon's heart pounded as he kept listening to her sing. He felt like the old castle's horn and the endless rain of arrows were resounding around his ears. He got the urge to take his sword and go to the castle wall to fight the monsters. "Huh," as soon as Yua finished singing, Roan exclaimed in admiration and applauded. "Amazing is the only thing I can say." His eyes were glittering, just like a swordsman that saw a notable sword. The tone and emotion are both excellent. You've properly incorporated the sadness inside the powerful military song. Can I hear another song? Of course. Yua became confident from his praise and clenched her fists before starting to sing another song. The second song was a romantic one, and the third one was about the joy of viewing autumn leaves. I might sound strange, but I can understand why Eden targeted her. While listening to Yua's songs, Roan came up next to Rayon and whispered in a low voice. Yua's voice is divine, and she is extremely talented when it comes to music. If Yua ended up joining Eden, she would have become a monster capable of massacres of an unimaginable scale. He nodded, telling Rayon that it was really great that he managed to bring Yua with him. Do you have nothing to teach her in terms of music, then? That's not true. She's slightly lacking in some respects because she learned music on her own. Lacking? Rayon tilted his head. Yua's song sounded perfect to him, so he couldn't understand what was lacking. She's lacking in what we call the rhythm, or cadence. Ah. The rhythm flows in a similar manner when she changes the song. That's why it feels slightly awkward sometimes. It really will be perfect if she can fix that. I see. It's a relief since there would be nothing I could do for her if she was already perfect. He smiled slightly before going back to Yua. Does Lady Yu know about rhythm? Not really. Everything in the world has a rhythm. The heartbeat that allows us to live on, the chirping sound of the mountain bird, and even the gardener's voice when he is trimming the garden has a rhythm. Roan pointed out the examples of the rhythm one after the other. Rhythm is one of the most important aspects of music. It can add cheerfulness or sadness to a repeated verse. For example, he started singing one of Yua's songs. He wasn't exactly better than her at singing, but the lyrics and the melody were perfectly clear, and it was much easier to feel the meaning of the song. How was it? I like it. Yua raised her hand, jumping on the spot. Did you feel comfortable listening to it? I felt comfortable, and it was better at conveying the emotion. Yua nodded since she agreed with him. That's the power of rhythm. If you adjust your rhythm according to the song, you will be better at conveying emotions. Not only is it better as music, but also as an attack, Roan said, telling her a few other things. Rhythm. Rayon narrowed his eyes as he reviewed Yua and Roan's songs. Adjusting rhythm, Yua certainly didn't feel like she was careful about the rhythm, and Roan used the perfect rhythm for the song like a cogwheel. Yua was better at singing, but Roan's song felt more comfortable to hear and created a better harmony. I wonder if the same thing applies to footwork. That might have been the difference between himself and Glenn, the one that he tried to figure out before collapsing. Now that I think about it, his timing on his first and second steps were slightly different. There was a difference between Glenn's first and second steps in terms of the sound it made and the depth of the footprints. Is that also about rhythm? Just like adjusting rhythm to the situation, Glenn must have used the most appropriate way of breathing while using the supreme harmony steps. Shring. Once he realized there was rhythm in footwork, the enlightenment struck his head. Supreme harmony steps. Glenn has demonstrated that night was replayed like flowing water, and he felt like he could grasp every single movement. Rayon unconsciously stood up from his chair. He slightly lowered his posture, then extended his left foot. Thud, the majestic flow that seemed to connect to the entire world, appeared at the end of his foot, and he became one with the land. And now the aura cultivation technique that I'm going to teach you, huh? Roan was about to teach Yua an aura cultivation technique, but he suddenly turned his head. Rayon, who was sitting to his right, slowly stood up. He started using footwork with eyes that looked like he was possessed by a ghost. Thud, the first step brushing past the grass was Glenn's. Supreme Harmony steps, Supreme Harmony's first step. However, it was different from Rayon's first step in the past. It peeled off its immature shell, and it was as mysterious and majestic as Glenn's. He then advanced with his second step, the step of extreme quickness. He reached the other side in an instant, at a speed worthy of admiration even from Roan, who had been an assassin his entire life. It was so fast that it could be called magic. Rao Huff. Roan stopped the surprised Yua from calling out to Rayon, watching his third step. Rayon's body vibrated like the tip of a sword, multiplying into two before reuniting. Rumble, the fourth was slow. The step as slow as a snail was both dominating and oppressive. His footsteps crushed the land and the dominating power spread out around his feet to engulf the space. Roan's jaw dropped. It only took Rayon a few days before he started using the Supreme Harmony steps in its true form. If he could be called a baby in the past, he now started to walk and was taking steps forward. That's crazy. He was speechless, surprised by the fact that he managed to learn the peerless footwork in such a short time. He didn't take Rimmer seriously when he said Rayon had the qualities of the king. He He thought there were many things he still needed to confirm, despite being amazing. However, he realized that what Rimmer said was true, because he managed to get a hint from what he said to reach a higher place in such a short time. Roan turned his head towards the breathing sound. The Heavenly Blade Division leader was watching Rayon with her arms crossed, and her face was filled with irritation. What the hell is that guy? What? He went into another immersion when he only just got out of one. The Heavenly Blade Division leader tilted her head, her forehead wrinkled. He's entering immersion as if it is his home. What the hell is wrong with that guy? An acquaintance of mine called him thusly. Roan smiled, looking at Rayon gently. He will become the head of house in the future. Rayon realized what he was doing in his trance. He imbued the heartbeat in the first step while thinking about the world he would advance in the future, the lightning that strikes in an instant in the second step, the refracted sunlight upon passing through the window in the third step, and Glenn Sieghart's dignity in the fourth step. Supreme Harmony Steps was imbued with the breath and rhythm that he directly witnessed and felt, and it turned into a completely different footwork. The steps could become even faster, slower, or majestic. Rayon repeated the 9 steps of the Supreme Harmony Steps until he grew tired, then finally raised his head. The tips of his fingers were trembling in excitement. A thrill ran through his body at the realization that it was the true Supreme Harmony Steps. He could say for sure that he was on the same path as Glenn's demonstration, although the proficiency was incomparable yet. He might be able to catch up to his footwork if he kept working hard over and over again. While his heart was throbbing from the sweetness of learning the footwork, a message appeared in front of his eyes. The message was telling him that all stats and the rank of focus had increased, with a title on top because of the achievement of properly learning the Supreme Harmony Steps. He realized once again that what he did was really great, since even the message was telling him that. What the hell? Rath's eyes were trembling as he read the message. Why would you give him so many rewards for learning some shitty footwork? He was shouting, but his voice was lacking his usual confidence. But didn't you also admit that the Supreme Harmony Steps was an amazing footwork? The King of Essence has never done that. You said that the learning speed amplifying effect only appears with the best techniques, ones that you might consider learning. You also called the footwork excellent. Damn it. Rath ground his teeth, unable to say anything else. He had no choice but to admit it since he couldn't lie. Damn it, it has only been 2 days since you last took stats, but if you take them again, then what about me? He seemed to be dying because he took away 5 points after gaining stats recently. You are just so damn lucky. What? You told me that it's important to find my own path by nurturing my heart and mind. I did say that. Rath nodded while trembling slightly. Rayon grinned. Rath was really the giving tree who gave everything away both physically and mentally. Are you making fun of the King of Essence? You finally realized it. I'll kill you. I'm going to keep you and follow you to hell. But you came from hell initially. Shut up, Rayon snickered. Since Rath was very helpful this time, he planned to eat all the ice cream just like he promised that morning. Rayon. Burin's voice could be heard from the garden entrance as he was happily making fun of Rath. Rayon looked around. Burin was bringing Dorian with him. Both his eyes turned black with bruises. Dorian, it wasn't just his eyes. His cheek and wrist were also bruised. The wound must have been created by a fist rather than a wooden sword. Considering the fact that there was no reason for him to be in that state, since the light wind was currently in a personal training period after the rest, he must have been beaten up by someone. Rayon's red eyes were filled with irritation. Who touched my pouch? The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman. Rayon went to Dorian and examined his condition. You were thoroughly beaten up. Why, you noticed? Dorian awkwardly smiled. There's no way I wouldn't notice since they didn't even try to hide it. Judging from his bruises, Rayon could ascertain that those who beat him up weren't using a weapon. They used their fists and feet instead. How could you get beaten up by some strangers when you are supposed to be the King of Essence's subordinate? How pathetic. Rath ground his teeth like an older brother that had seen his younger brother getting beaten up. I am okay. You don't look okay, though. Rayon frowned. Dorian was a coward, but he could take a beating. Considering the fact that he couldn't even stand properly, they must have used aura in their fists. Dorian, I don't know who did that, but their joke went too far. Yua covered her mouth and Roan lowered his eyebrows. I'll treat Sir Dorian. Roan used his aura to scatter the remaining aura in Dorian's body, and his face, which was distorted in pain, get better over time. Now that I think about it, Rayon turned around. There should have been one more person besides Roan and Yua, but no one was there anymore. He must have been mistaken since he was in a trance. Arg. Dorian groaned from the severe pain during the treatment. Please endure it for a bit. The aura inside your body needs to be removed for a quick recovery. Unlike his gentle voice, Roan was controlling a tremendous amount of aura to remove the murky energy crushing Dorian's inside. Who was it? Rayon turned to look at Burin after confirming that Dorian's face looked better. Garen Sieghart. Garen Sieghart. He's the squad leader of Golden Crest, affiliated to the True Martial Palace. The Golden Crest of the True Martial Palace. He remembered the name from Judil's book. It was written that he was a 30-year-old young master in charge of the Golden Crest as the second son of Balder, the True Martial Palace's master, and Radin's older brother. Was it because of me? Rayon clicked his tongue while looking at Dorian. As soon as he heard that he was affiliated to True Martial Palace, he could understand why he did it. He must have been trying to take his revenge for beating up Radin and causing the activity suspension for the True Martial Palace. It should be mostly because of you, but there's more to it. Burin shook his head in irritation. There's more. Rayon narrowed his eyes. The way he said there was another reason sounded questionable. He said the Golden Crest's activity has stopped despite being a new squad because of the suspension on the True Martial Palace after the sword duel between you and Radin. Also, they didn't get any rewards or reputation for their successful mission. Burin continued, pointing at the True Martial Palace that they could see from afar. On the other hand, the Light Wind has completely removed a white blood religion's branch on their first mission and rescued the hostages. Since we built up enough reputation to be known throughout the house, and even the continent, he must have been annoyed. So his target isn't just me, but... Yes, he's targeting the entire Light Wind. I understand now. Rayon smiled coldly. He finally understood why Golden Crest attacked Dorian. They were jealous of Light Wind, which had a different start from theirs, and their anger should have been mostly directed at Rayon, who ended up being the reason for it. What a bunch of idiots. Are they really using the same method as Radin? No, they are different from Radin. Burin told Rayon about what happened in the cafeteria. They are playing dirty. Rayon clenched his fists. Honestly, they couldn't be considered guilty. They couldn't be blamed for staying in the restaurant, and they would just say they unconsciously punched Dorian because their cherished clothes were stained if he tried to blame them for beating Dorian up. Even if the Department of Justice dealt with the case, they would only give them a few days of probation instead of a larger punishment. It was meaningless to report the incident at that point. So they want a duel, do they? Yes, they asked for duels between the Light Wind and the Golden Crest swordsmen. They are trying to take away our reputation. They must have plotted that in order to make the Light Wind's reputation of crushing the white blood religion and defeating an apostle and archbishop their own. His method was incomparably dirtier than Radin. What are you going to do? I shall accept. Is it really okay to decide immediately? It's a good opportunity. He got lucky since he wanted to test how much the Supreme Harmony steps could do since he finished acquiring it. Since the Golden Crest squad's leader Garen recently became a master, he was a good test subject, and he won't be careless either. The seventh apostle ended up that way because he kept looking down on him. Rayon wanted to try winning against a master that wasn't careless. The Golden Crest is powerful. Although it's a relatively new organization, their members should be at least a rank higher than us. Burin reluctantly wrinkled his nose. Young Master Burin is right. Since the Golden Crest is affiliated to the True Martial Palace, none of them are novices. It will be difficult for the Light Wind to win. Roan let out a small sigh, standing up once he finished treating Dorian. You are right. It will be difficult for the current Light Wind to win. Rayon smiled slightly. Judil's report also considered the Golden Crest to be one rank stronger than the Light Wind. However, this is also an opportunity for the Light Wind. You also said that earlier, but what would that opportunity be? External enemies usually allow for faster development. Ah. Roan's eyes widened upon realizing his meaning. The Light Wind will use this opportunity as a foothold to reach one step higher. Since Glenn already gave them books of martial arts, it was the perfect timing to increase everyone's might. And Rayon ferociously looked at the bruises all over Dorian's body. I'll make them pay for beating my pouch. Yes, explode all the bastards that beat up the King of Essence's subordinate. It had been a long time since the last time Rayon and Wrath agreed with each other. True Martial Palace. Golden Crest's headquarters. Garen was leaning back against a sofa inside a strange room with dozens of noted swords displayed in the walls. It was nice to see that the Light Wind guys couldn't do anything. The Golden Crest's vice leader, Tekli, grinned. He was the one that made Dorian trip and hit his chin in the cafeteria. Considering the fact that they didn't even know how to react to us, they must have succeeded in their mission with sheer luck. Well, that should be the case. Garen snickered and nodded. There was no way those younglings were skilled enough to destroy the white blood religion's Porvan branch and defeat an apostle. Considering Burin's immature reaction, that Rayon guy shouldn't be a big deal either. However, Tekli licked his lips before he continued. Rimmer is part of the Light Wind. How shall we deal with that monster? Monster. He's a monster that was called the Sword of Light when he fought right next to the head of house. Even though he is supposed to be injured, shouldn't we prepare countermeasures against him? No such thing is necessary against a disabled gambling addict. Garen's lips curved into a scornful smile. He's just an insect that wastes his time gambling after his mana circuit and energy center were broken. He's simply no match for me, but considering the rumor that he fought equally against the 10th apostle on his last mission. And where did that rumor come from? From the Light Wind Squad. Moreover, there were no witnesses to the fight, which means no one knows whether he fought equally, or barely managed to survive or begged for his life like trash. But it doesn't mean I'm just looking down on him. Garen stood up. With sharp and sedate energy spreading out from him, the noted swords decorating the room started to resonate at once. He extended his hand as if he were commanding them, and the size and flow of the sword's resonances changed to create an orchestra of swords. I picked the fight because I'm fully confident that I can win, even if Rimmer managed to recover to master level. Garen stopped the orchestra and the majestic sword resonances stopped, silence returning to the squad leader's room. Do you understand? Ah yes, Tekli nodded, his teeth chattering. How about you then? Pardon, it must be true that Rayon managed to defeat the 7th apostle, although he must have been lucky or the apostle was careless. Can you win against him? Garen raised his chin slightly. Just withdraw if you don't think you can win. I can just take care of him. I can do it. I'll win no matter what. Tekli quickly shook his head, his eyes filled with fervor. No matter what, that sounds like it was worth recruiting you. Garen nodded his head in satisfaction. But what are you planning to do if they don't accept the match? I'll visit them again. He grinned, touching his Chesker mouth with his finger. And this time I will be rougher than before, so they won't be able to refuse. Rayon entrusted Dorian to Burin, then went to the medical detachment, where Rimmer was hospitalized. As he opened the door and entered the room, he could see Rimmer happily humming on the bed. Rayon thought he really had a positive personality, since he could hum after getting struck by lightning. You look happy. Rayon smiled slightly, placing the fruits and cookies that Sylvia gave him next to the bed. Your complexion is also better than usual. There's no way I would be happy, since it's so suffocating to do nothing but lay here. I feel tired no matter how much I sleep in this hospital room, but that was already the case. Shut up, punk. Despite what he said, Rimmer couldn't stop his mouth from smiling. He was apparently enjoying sleeping as much as he wanted to without working. Are those yours? My mother prepared them for you. Wow, I knew it. She is truly the only son in this cold land. He smiled brightly, taking an apple from the fruit basket to start eating. I have something to report. Report. I learned about this incident a moment ago, and apparently the Golden Crest squad from the True Martial Palace. Rayon told Rimmer everything about the Golden Crest squad picking a fight. Damn, that's one nasty method right there. Rimmer spat out the apple seeds and frowned. Is Dorian okay? Sir Roan healed him. That man is reliable. Rimmer nodded, saying that Dorian should be okay. What are you going to do now? What about you? What do you want to do? Rimmer asked back. I think it would be better to accept the challenge. Why do you think so? The Light Wind currently has a higher reputation than their strength. And that's because of you, it's awkward to say so myself, but yes, that's why I would like to raise the Light Wind skills to match up to the reputation. Since they received the books on martial arts from the head of house, having enemies will give them a good opportunity to get stronger. You are right. Rimmer immediately nodded. I agree with you, so do as you wish. Why? We might end up losing the fight. So what? Rimmer shrugged, as if that wasn't a problem at all. You guys are young. Being young means that you have the opportunity to challenge many things, fail, and get back on your feet. Some unfortunate people don't even get to have that chance, but you guys are lucky enough to have the house back you up. Just do it, you will get stronger whether you win or lose, and you will learn from the experience. It was a rare occurrence that Rimmer remained serious as he continued talking. He looked like a completely different person, but I'm not doing it. As Rayon was admiring the fact that Rimmer could be like that sometimes, his voice suddenly became frivolous. What? I mean the match. Everyone from the members to the squad leaders have to fight. I'm telling you I'm not going to fight. Rimmer continued, munching the cookies. I can't possibly fight a greenhorn like him with the long career I have behind me. That's why you should be the one to fight. Me. Yes, you realize that many people in the house don't believe that you managed to defeat the 7th apostle, right? Yes, Rayon nodded. Probably because Rimmer usually praised him a lot, many from the direct line, and the collaterals believed that his victory was made up. This is a good opportunity to make them shut up by defeating Garen. Moreover, it will be a great achievement. Great achievement. A master defeating another master is nothing special. However, defeating masters twice as an expert will become a great achievement and make your soul stronger. It's also going to allow you to establish your position in the house. Rimmer's blue eyes sparkled in anticipation, and there's even more. Winning against Garen would increase his stats once again. Fame, reward from the duel, and stats. There were so many things to gain from winning. I'll take care of Garen then. Since you are accepting it so quickly, I guess you were planning to defeat him yourself all along. You can be sharp sometimes. Rayon chuckled. Although Rimmer didn't know about his progress with the Supreme Harmony steps, he was aware that Rayon was targeting Garen already. Sometimes. I've always been the sharpest person. Are Are you telling me to believe that when you always go broke in the gambling house? That's because Rimmer shut his mouth in embarrassment and hung his head. Anyway, I'll accept their challenge since you agreed as the squad leader. All right. Rimmer awkwardly smiled, then drew a circle with his finger. By the way, where did the lightning even strike you? The weather hasn't been that bad recently. It's a long story. I seriously almost cried this time because I was falsely accused. I was beaten up because of something I didn't even do, and seriously. Beaten up? No way did someone beat you up just like Dorian. It's understandable that Shitty Ears would get beaten up since he's so weak. Actually, he deserves even more beatings. Wrath started giggling upon hearing that Rimmer got beaten up by someone. Huh, I wasn't beaten up. No one can beat me up, but you just said. That's just a figure of speech. He fiercely shook his head and changed the subject. Since we've decided you should go to them already and tell them you are accepting the duels. That won't do. I'm going to make them visit us again. Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. Rayon had no intention of giving them an ordinary reply for accepting their challenge. My pouch, Dorian got beaten up. They shall pay for it. Rayon didn't mention anything about the duels against the Golden Crest to the Light Wind members. He just helped them with their training and learning the new skills without doing anything exceptional. As such, 5 days passed. The day before Rimmer returned from his holiday in the medical detachment, Dorian was freaking out as he came running. Vice squad leader. Dorian's fists were trembling, his eyes filled with anger and fear at the same time. They are back. They are going wild in the restaurant. How impatient of them, Rayon snickered. As he had expected, the Golden Crest bastards couldn't even wait for a week and returned after 5 days. They were asking him to either accept their challenge or admit defeat. What shall we do? The squad leader isn't even back yet. I think we should wait until the squad leader returns. Dorian and Burren anxiously bit their lips since they didn't know that they had already decided to accept the challenge. Let's go meet them. Seriously, just like that. But you don't even have a plan. It's okay. It will work out. Rayon smiled to reassure them and went to the restaurant. Hey, what are you doing right now? Bring the food already. Why is the restaurant not taking any orders? I apologize. We don't have the ingredients for that. They could already hear the fussy voices of the swordsmen and the staff's suffering voices from outside the door. They are asking for dishes that can't be made here. They are trying to pressure us by harassing the restaurant staff. They really act like proper thugs. I wonder where they learned it. Rayon snickered, then opened the door. About 10 swordsmen wearing white uniforms were sitting all over the places inside the restaurant, and the staff were trembling, unable to figure out what to do about them. It was a chaotic scene, with many tables and chairs either broken or turned upside down. I'm telling you I want to eat it right now. Bring it to me right away. What are you waiting for? Did you turn into a statue or something? The Golden Crest swordsman ignored Rayon's company despite having noticed them, glaring at the staff. It's him, the tall guy who put his legs on the table. He was the one that beat me up. Dorian pointed at the Golden Crest's vice leader, just like a kid tattling to his daddy. Just wait here. Rayon nodded, then went to the serving table. He filled his food tray while humming before turning around. That crazy bastard. The Golden Crest guys dropped their jaws, since they didn't expect him to start eating in that situation. Rayon headed to the relatively intact table with his food tray, pretending to trip over his feet to smash the tray filled with food on the vice leader's face. Smack. Although the tray was filled with food, it must have still had a great impact since the vice leader's head wavered significantly. Sorry about that. Rayon gathered his hands to apologize, watching the stew and oil flowing down from the vice leader's face and uniform. You son of a bitch. When the vice leader furiously stood up as if he wanted to kill him, Rayon walked up to him instead of backing off and smiled. Are you trying to hit me now? Rayon's red eyes sparkled in a deadly light. Do it if you can.